Chapter 1 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. An American Tragedy, Volume 1, by Theodore Dreiser. Book 1, Chapter 1. Dusk of a summer night. And the tall walls of the commercial heart of an American city of perhaps 400,000 inhabitants, such walls as in time may linger as a mere fable. And up the broad street, now comparatively hushed, a little band of 6, a man of about 50, short, stout, with bushy hair protruding from under a round black felt hat, a most unimportant-looking person, who carried a small round portable organ, such as is customarily used by street preachers and singers, and with him a woman perhaps 5 years his junior, taller, not so broad, but solid of frame and vigorous, very plain in face and dress, and yet not homely, leading with one hand a small boy of 7, and in the other carrying a Bible and several hymn books. With these 3, but walking independently behind, was a girl of 15, a boy of 12, and another girl of 9, all following obediently, but not too enthusiastically, in the wake of the others. It was hot, yet with a sweet languor about it all. Crossing at right angles the great thoroughfare on which they walked was a second canyon-like way, threaded by throngs and vehicles and various lines of cars which clanged their bells and made such progress as they might amid swiftly moving streams of traffic. Yet the little group seemed unconscious of anything save a set purpose to make its way between the contending lines of traffic and pedestrians which flowed by them. Having reached an intersection this side of the second principal thoroughfare, really just an alley between 2 tall structures, now quite bare of life of any kind, the man put down his organ, which the woman immediately opened, setting up a music rack upon which she placed a flat, wide hymn book. Then, handing the Bible to the man, she fell back in line with him, while the 12-year-old boy put down a small camp stool in front of the organ. The man, the father, as he chanced to be, looked about him with seeming wide-eyed assurance, and announced, without appearing to care whether he had any auditors or not, "We will first sing a hymn of praise, so that any who may wish to acknowledge the Lord may join us. Will you oblige, Hester?" At this, the eldest girl, who until now had attempted to appear as unconscious and unaffected as possible, bestowed her rather slim and as yet undeveloped figure upon the camp chair and turned the leaves of the hymn book, pumping the organ while her mother observed, "I should think it might be nice to sing 27 tonight. How sweet the balm of Jesus' love." By this time various homeward-bound individuals of diverse grades and walks of life, noticing the small group disposing itself in this fashion, hesitated for a moment to eye them askance or pause to ascertain the character of their work. This hesitancy, construed by the man apparently to constitute attention, however mobile, was seized upon by him, and he began addressing them as though they were specifically here to hear him. "Let us all sing 27, then. How sweet the balm of Jesus' love." At this the young girl began to interpret the melody upon the organ, emitting a thin though correct strain, at the same time joining her rather high soprano with that of her mother, together with the rather dubious baritone of the father. The other children piped weakly along, the boy and girl having taken hymn books from the small pile stacked upon the organ. As they sang, this nondescript and indifferent street audience gazed, held by the peculiarity of such an unimportant-looking family publicly raising its collective voice against the vast skepticism and apathy of life. Some were interested or moved sympathetically by the rather tame and inadequate figure of the girl at the organ, others by the impractical and materially inefficient texture of the father, whose weak blue eyes and rather flabby but poorly clothed figure bespoke more of failure than anything else. Of the group, the mother alone stood out as having that force and determination which, however blind or erroneous, makes for self-preservation, if not success in life. She, more than any of the others, stood up with an ignorant, yet somehow respectable air of conviction. If you had watched her, her hymn book dropped to the side, her glance directed straight before her into space, you would have said, "Well, here is one who, whatever her defects, probably does what she believes as nearly as possible." A kind of hard, fighting faith in the wisdom and mercy of that definite, overruling and watchful power which she proclaimed was written in her every feature and gesture. "The love of Jesus saves me whole, the love of God my steps control," she sang resonantly, if slightly nasally, between the towering walls of the adjacent buildings. The boy moved restlessly from one foot to the other, keeping his eyes down, and for the most part only half singing. A tall and as yet slight figure, surmounted by an interesting head and face, white skin, dark hair, he seemed more keenly observant and decidedly more sensitive than most of the others, appeared indeed to resent and even to suffer from the position in which he found himself. Plainly pagan rather than religious, life interested him, although as yet he was not fully aware of this. All that could be truly said of him now was that there was no definite appeal in all this for him. He was too young, his mind much too responsive to phases of beauty and pleasure, which had little, if anything, to do with the remote and cloudy romance which swayed the minds of his mother and father. Indeed, the home life of which this boy found himself a part, and the various contacts, material and psychic, which thus far had been his, did not tend to convince him of the reality and force of all that his mother and father seemed so certainly to believe and say. Rather, they seemed more or less troubled in their lives, at least materially. His father was always reading the Bible and speaking and meeting at different places, especially in the mission, which he and his mother conducted not so far from this corner. At the same time, as he understood it, they collected money from various interested or charitably inclined businessmen here and there, who appeared to believe in such philanthropic work. Yet the family was always hard up, never very well clothed, and deprived of many comforts and pleasures, which seemed common enough to others. And his father and mother were constantly proclaiming the love and mercy and care of God for him and for all. Plainly there was something wrong somewhere. He could not get it all straight, but still he could not help respecting his mother, a woman whose force and earnestness, as well as her sweetness, appealed to him. Despite much mission work and family cares, she managed to be fairly cheerful, or at least sustaining, often declaring most emphatically, "God will provide," or "God will show the way," especially in times of too great stress about food or clothes. Yet apparently, in spite of this, as he and all the other children could see, God did not show in any very clear way, even though there was always an extreme necessity for his favorable intervention in their affairs. Tonight, walking up the great street with his sisters and brother, he wished that they need not do this any more, or at least that he need not be part of it. Other boys did not do such things, and besides, somehow it seemed shabby and even degrading. On more than one occasion, before he had been taken on the street in this fashion, other boys had called to him and made fun of his father, because he was always publicly emphasizing his religious beliefs or convictions. Thus, in one neighborhood in which they had lived, when he was but a child of 7, his father, having always preluded every conversation with "Praise the Lord," he heard boys call, "Here comes old Praise the Lord Griffiths," or they would call out after him, "Hey, you're the fellow whose sister plays the organ. Is there anything else she can play?" What does he always want to do going around saying "Praise the Lord" for? Other people don't do it. It was that old mass yearning for a likeness in all things that troubled them and him. Neither his father nor his mother was like other people, because they were always making so much of religion, and now at last they were making a business of it. On this night, in this great street with its cars and crowds and tall buildings, he felt ashamed, dragged out of normal life to be made a show and jest of. The handsome automobiles that sped by, the loitering pedestrians moving off to what interests and comforts he could only surmise, the gay pairs of young people laughing and jesting, and the kids staring, all troubled him with a sense of something different, something better, more beautiful than his, or rather, their life. And now units of this vagrom and unstable street throng, which was forever shifting and changing about them, seemed to sense the psychologic error of all this, insofar as these children were concerned, for they would nudge one another, the more sophisticated and indifferent lifting an eyebrow and smiling contemptuously, the more sympathetic or experienced commenting on the useless presence of these children. "I see these people around here nearly every night now, 2 or 3 times a week, anyhow." This from a young clerk who had just met his girl and was escorting her toward a restaurant. "They're just working some religious dodge or other, I guess. That oldest boy don't want to be here. He feels out of place, I can see that. It ain't right to make a kid like that come out unless he wants to. He can't understand all this stuff anyhow." This from an idler and loafer of about 40, one of those odd hangers-on about the commercial heart of a city, addressing a pausing and seemingly amiable stranger. "Yeah, I guess that's so," the other assented, taking in the peculiar cast of the boy's head and face. In view of the uneasy and self-conscious expression upon the face whenever it was lifted, one might have intelligently suggested that it was a little unkind, as well as idle, to thus publicly force upon a temperament as yet unfitted to absorb their import religious and psychic services best suited to reflective temperaments of maturer years. Yet so it was. As for the remainder of the family, both the youngest girl and boy were too small to really understand much of what it was all about, or to care. The eldest girl at the organ appeared not so much to mind as to enjoy the attention and comment her presence and singing evoked, for more than once, not only strangers, but her mother and father had assured her that she had an appealing and compelling voice, which was only partially true. It was not a good voice. They did not really understand music. Physically, she was of a pale, emasculate, and unimportant structure, with no real mental force or depth, and was easily made to feel that this was an excellent field in which to distinguish herself and attract a little attention. As for the parents, they were determined upon spiritualizing the world as much as possible. And, once the hymn was concluded, the father launched into one of those hackneyed descriptions of the delights of a release via self-realization of the mercy of God and the love of Christ, and the will of God toward sinners, from the burdens and cares of an evil conscience. All men are sinners in the light of the Lord, he declared. Unless they repent, unless they accept Christ, his love and forgiveness of them, they can never know the happiness of being spiritually whole and clean. Oh, my friends, if you could but know the peace and content that comes with the knowledge, the inward understanding that Christ lived and died for you, and that he walks with you every day and hour, by light and by dark, at dawn and at dusk, to keep and strengthen you for the tasks and cares of the world that are ever before you. Oh, the snares and pitfalls that beset us all. And then, the soothing realization that Christ is ever with us, to counsel, to aid, to hearten, to bind up our wounds and make us whole. Oh, the peace, the satisfaction, the comfort, the glory of that. Amen, asseverated his wife, and the daughter, Hester, or Esta, as she was called by the family, moved by the need of as much public support as possible for all of them, echoed it after her. Clyde, the eldest boy, and the two younger children merely gazed at the ground, or occasionally at their father, with a feeling that possibly it was all true and important, yet somehow not as significant or inviting as some of the other things which life held. They heard so much of this, and to their young and eager minds, life was made for something more than street and mission hall protestations of this sort. Finally, after a second hymn and an address by Mrs. Griffiths, during which she took occasion to refer to the mission work jointly conducted by them in a nearby street, and their services to the cause of Christ in general, a third hymn was indulged in. And then some tracts describing the mission rescue work being distributed. Such voluntary gifts as were forthcoming were taken up by Asa, the father. The small organ was closed, the camp chair folded up and given to Clyde, the Bible and hymn books picked up by Mrs. Griffiths, and with the organ supported by a leather strap passed over the shoulder of Griffiths Sr., the missionward march was taken up. During all this time, Clyde was saying to himself that he did not wish to do this any more, that he and his parents looked foolish and less than normal. Cheap was the word he would have used if he could have brought himself to express his full measure of resentment at being compelled to participate in this way, and that he would not do it any more if he could help. What good did it do to have him along? His life should not be like this. Other boys did not have to do as he did. He meditated now more determinedly than ever a rebellion by which he would rid himself of the need of going out in this way. Let his elder sister go if she chose, she liked it. His younger sister and brother might be too young to care. But he... They seemed a little more attentive than usual tonight, I thought, commented Griffiths to his wife as they walked along, the seductive quality of the summer evening air softening him into a more generous interpretation of the customary indifferent spirit of the passer-by. Yes, 27 took tracts tonight, as against 18 on Thursday. The love of Christ must eventually prevail, comforted the father, as much to hearten himself as his wife. The pleasures and cares of the world hold a very great many, but when sorrow overtakes them, then some of these seeds will take root. I am sure of it. That is the thought which always keeps me up. Sorrow and the weight of sin eventually bring some of them to see the error of their way. They now entered into the narrow side street from which they had emerged, and walking as many as a dozen doors from the corner, entered the door of a yellow single-story wooden building, the large window and two glass panes in the central door of which had been painted a gray-white. Across both windows and the smaller panels in the double door had been painted, "The Door of Hope, Bethel Independent Mission. Meetings every Wednesday and Saturday night 8 to 10. Sundays at 11, 3, and 8. Everybody welcome. Under this legend on each window were printed the words, God is love, and below this again, in smaller type, how long since you wrote to Mother? The small company entered the yellow, unprepossessing door and disappeared. End of Book 1, Chapter 1. Section 2 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1 by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 1, Chapter 2. That such a family, thus cursorily presented, might have a different and somewhat peculiar history could well be anticipated, and it would be true. Indeed, this one presented one of those anomalies of psychic and social reflex and motivation, such as would tax the skill of not only the psychologist, but the chemist and the physicist as well to unravel. To begin with, Asa Griffiths, the father, was one of those poorly integrated and correlated organisms, the product of an environment and a religious theory, but with no guiding or mental insight of his own, yet sensitive and therefore highly emotional, and without any practical sense whatsoever. Indeed, it would be hard to make clear just how life appealed to him, or what the true hue of his emotional responses was. On the other hand, as has been indicated, his wife was of a firmer texture, but with scarcely any truer or more practical insight into anything. The history of this man and his wife is of no particular interest here, save as it affected their boy of 12, Clyde Griffiths. This youth, aside from a certain emotionalism and exotic sense of romance which characterized him, and which he took more from his father than from his mother, brought a more vivid and intelligent imagination to things, and was constantly thinking of how he might better himself if he had a chance, places to which he might go, things he might see, and how differently he might live, if only this, that, and the other thing were true. The principal thing that troubled Clyde up to his 15th year, and for long after in retrospect, was that the calling or profession of his parents was the shabby thing that it appeared to be in the eyes of others. For so often throughout his youth, in different cities in which his parents had conducted a mission or spoken on the streets, Grand Rapids, Detroit, Milwaukee, Chicago, lastly Kansas City, it had been obvious that people, at least the boys and girls he encountered, looked down upon him and his brothers and sisters for being the children of such parents. On several occasions, and much against the mood of his parents, who never countenanced such exhibitions of temper, he had stopped to fight with one or another of these boys. But always, beaten or victorious, he had been made conscious of the fact that the work his parents did was not satisfactory to others, shabby, trivial, and always he was thinking of what he would do once he reached a place where he could get away. For Clyde's parents had proved impractical in the matter of the future of their children. They did not understand the importance, or the essential necessity, for some form of practical or professional training for each and every one of their young ones. Instead, being wrapped up in the notion of evangelizing the world, they had neglected to keep their children in school in any one place. They had moved here and there, sometimes in the very midst of an advantageous school season, because of a larger and better religious field in which to work. And there were times when, the work proving highly unprofitable, and Asa being unable to make much money at the two things he most understood, gardening and canvassing for one invention or another, they were quite without sufficient food or decent clothes, and the children could not go to school. In the face of such situations as these, whatever the children might think, Asa and his wife remained as optimistic as ever, or they insisted to themselves that they were, and had unwavering faith in the Lord and his intention to provide. The combination home and mission which this family occupied was dreary enough in most of its phases to discourage the average youth or girl of any spirit. It consisted in its entirety of one long store floor in an old and decidedly colorless and inartistic wooden building, which was situated in that part of Kansas City which lies north of Independence Boulevard and west of Troost Avenue, the exact street or place being called Bickle, a very short thoroughfare opening off Missouri Avenue, a somewhat more lengthy but no less nondescript highway. And the entire neighborhood in which it stood was very faintly, and yet not agreeably redolent of a commercial life which had long since moved farther south, if not west. It was some 5 blocks from that spot on which, twice a week, the open-air meetings of these religious enthusiasts and proselytizers were held. And it was the ground floor of this building, looking out into Bickle Street, at the front and some dreary backyards of equally dreary frame houses, which was divided at the front into a hall 40 by 25 feet in size, in which had been placed some 60 collapsible wooden chairs, a lectern, a map of Palestine or the Holy Land, and 4 wall decorations, some 25 printed but unframed mottos, which read in part, "Wine is a mocker, strong drink is raging, and whosoever is deceived thereby is not wise. Take hold of shield and buckler, and stand up for mine help." Psalms chapter 35, verse 2. "And ye, my flock, the flock of my pasture, are men, and I am your God, saith the Lord God." Ezekiel chapter 34, verse 31. "O God, thou knowest my foolishness, and my sins are not hid from thee." Psalms chapter 69, verse 5. "If ye have faith as a grain of mustard seed, ye shall say unto this mountain, Remove hence to yonder place, and it shall move, and nothing shall be impossible unto you." Matthew chapter 17, verse 20. "For the day of the Lord is near." Obadiah chapter 15. "For there shall be no reward to the evil man." Proverbs chapter 24, verse 20. "Look then not upon the wine when it is red, it biteth like a serpent and stingeth like an adder." Proverbs chapter 23, verses 31 and 32. These mighty adjurations were as silver and gold plates set in a wall of dross. The rear 40 feet of this very commonplace floor was intricately and yet neatly divided into 3 small bedrooms, a living room which overlooked the backyard, and wooden fences of yards no better than those at the back. Also a combination kitchen and dining room exactly 10 feet square, and a storeroom for mission tracts, hymnals, boxes, trunks, and whatever else of non-immediate use, but of assumed value, which the family owned. This particular small room lay immediately to the rear of the mission hall itself, and into it before or after speaking, or at such times conference seemed important, both Mr. and Mrs. Griffiths were wont to retire, also at times to meditate or pray. How often had Clyde and his sisters and younger brother seen his mother or father, or both, in conference with some derelict or semi-repentant soul who had come for advice or aid, most usually for aid. And here at times, when his mother's and father's financial difficulties were greatest, they were to be found thinking, or as Asa Griffiths was wont helplessly to say at times, praying their way out, a rather ineffectual way, as Clyde began to think later. And the whole neighborhood was so dreary and run down that he hated the thought of living in it, let alone being part of a work that required constant appeals for aid, as well as constant prayer and thanksgiving to sustain it. Mrs. Elvira Griffiths, before she had married Asa, had been nothing but an ignorant farm girl, brought up without much thought of religion of any kind, but having fallen in love with him, she had become inoculated with the virus of evangelism and proselytizing which dominated him, and had followed him gladly and enthusiastically in all of his ventures and through all of his vagaries. Being rather flattered by the knowledge that she could speak and sing, her ability to sway and persuade and control people with the Word of God, as she saw it, she had become more or less pleased with herself on this account, and so persuaded to continue. Occasionally a small band of people followed the preachers to their mission, or learning of its existence through their street work, appeared there later, those odd and mentally disturbed or distrait souls who are to be found in every place. And it had been Clyde's compulsory duty throughout the years, when he could not act for himself, to be in attendance at these various meetings, and always he had been more irritated than favorably influenced by the types of men and women who came here, mostly men, down-and-out laborers, loafers, drunkards, wastrels, the botched and helpless who seemed to drift in because they had no other place to go, and they were always testifying as to how God or Christ or divine grace had rescued them from this or that predicament, never how they had rescued anyone else. And always his father and mother were saying Amen and Glory to God, and singing hymns, and afterward taking up a collection for the legitimate expenses of the hall, collections which, as he surmised, were little enough, barely enough to keep the various missions they had conducted in existence. The one thing that really interested him in connection with his parents was the existence somewhere in the east, in a small city called Lycurgus, near Utica, he understood, of an uncle, a brother of his father's, who was plainly different from all this. That uncle, Samuel Griffiths by name, was rich. In one way and another, from casual remarks dropped by his parents, Clyde had heard references to certain things this particular uncle might do for a person if he but would. References to the fact that he was a shrewd, hard businessman, that he had a great house and a large factory in Lycurgus for the manufacture of collars and shirts, which employed not less than 300 people, that he had a son who must be about Clyde's age, and several daughters, 2 at least, all of whom must be, as Clyde imagined, living in luxury in Lycurgus. News of all this had apparently been brought west in some way by people who knew Asa and his father and brother. As Clyde pictured this uncle, he must be a kind of Croesus, living in ease and luxury there in the east, while here in the west, Kansas City, he and his parents and his brother and sisters were living in the same wretched and humdrum, hand-to-mouth state that had always characterized their lives. But for this, apart from anything he might do for himself, as he early began to see, there was no remedy. For at 15, and even a little earlier, Clyde began to understand that his education, as well as his sisters and brothers, had been sadly neglected. And it would be rather hard for him to overcome this handicap, seeing that other boys and girls with more money and better homes were being trained for special kinds of work. How was one to get a start under such circumstances? Already when, at the age of 13, 14, and 15, he began looking in the papers, which, being too worldly, had never been admitted to his home, he found that mostly skilled help was wanted, or boys to learn trades, in which at the moment he was not very interested. For true to the standard of the American youth, or the general American attitude toward life, he felt himself above the type of labor which was purely manual. What? Run a machine? Lay bricks? Learn to be a carpenter, or a plasterer, or a plumber, when boys no better than himself were clerks and druggist assistants and bookkeepers and assistants in banks and real estate offices and such? Wasn't it menial, as miserable as the life he had thus far been leading, to wear old clothes and get up so early in the morning and do all the commonplace things such people had to do? For Clyde was as vain and as proud as he was poor. He was one of those interesting individuals who looked upon himself as a thing apart, never quite wholly and indissolubly merged with the family of which he was a member, and never with any profound obligations to those who had been responsible for his coming into the world. On the contrary, he was inclined to study his parents, not too sharply or bitterly, but with a very fair grasp of their qualities and capabilities. And yet, with so much judgment in that direction, he was never quite able, at least not until he had reached his 16th year, to formulate any policy in regard to himself, and then only in a rather fumbling and tentative way. Incidentally, by that time, the sex lure, or appeal, had begun to manifest itself, and he was already intensely interested and troubled by the beauty of the opposite sex, its attractions for him and his attraction for it. And, naturally and coincidentally, the matter of his clothes and his physical appearance had begun to trouble him not a little, how he looked and how other boys looked. It was painful to him now to think that his clothes were not right, that he was not as handsome as he might be, not as interesting. What a wretched thing it was to be born poor, and not to have any one to do anything for you, and not to be able to do very much for yourself. Casual examination of himself in mirrors, whenever he found them, tended rather to assure him that he was not so bad-looking. A straight, well-cut nose, high white forehead, wavy, glossy black hair, eyes that were black and rather melancholy at times. And yet the fact that his family was the unhappy thing that it was, that he had never had any real friends, and could not have any, as he saw it, because of the work and connection of his parents, was now tending more and more to induce a kind of mental depression or melancholia which promised not so well for his future. It served to make him rebellious, and hence lethargic at times. Because of his parents, and in spite of his looks, which were really agreeable and more appealing than most, he was inclined to misinterpret the interested looks which were cast at him occasionally by young girls in very different walks of life from him, the contemptuous and yet rather inviting way in which they looked to see if he were interested or disinterested, brave or cowardly. And yet, before he had ever earned any money at all, he had always told himself that if only he had a better collar, a nicer shirt, finer shoes, a good suit, a swell overcoat like some boys had, oh, the fine clothes, the handsome homes, the watches, rings, pins that some boys sported, the dandies many youths of his years already were. Some parents of boys of his years actually gave them cars of their own to ride in. They were to be seen upon the principal streets of Kansas City flitting to and fro like flies, and pretty girls with them, and he had nothing, and he never had had. And yet the world was full of so many things to do, so many people were happy and successful. What was he to do? Which way to turn? What one thing to take up and master? Something that would get him somewhere. He could not say. He did not know exactly, and these peculiar parents were in no way sufficiently equipped to advise him. End of Book 1, Chapter 2. Section 3 of An American Tragedy by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 1, Chapter 3. One of the things that served to darken Clyde's mood just about the time when he was seeking some practical solution for himself, to say nothing of its profoundly disheartening effect on the Griffiths family as a whole, was the fact that his sister Esta, in whom he took little interest, although they really had very little in common, ran away from home with an actor who happened to be playing in Kansas City and who took a passing fancy for her. The truth in regard to Esta was that in spite of her guarded upbringing and the seeming religious and moral fervor which at times appeared to characterize her, she was just a sensuous, weak girl who did not by any means know yet what she thought. Despite the atmosphere in which she moved, essentially she was not of it. Like the large majority of those who profess and daily repeat the dogmas and creeds of the world, she had come into her practices and imagined attitude so insensibly from her earliest childhood on, that up to this time, and even later, she did not know the meaning of it all. For the necessity of thought had been obviated by advice and law, or revealed truth, and so long as other theories or situations and impulses of an external, or even internal, character did not arise to clash with these, she was safe enough. Once they did, however, it was a foregone conclusion that her religious notions, not being grounded on any conviction or temperamental bias of her own, were not likely to withstand the shock, so that all the while, and not unlike her brother Clyde, her thoughts as well as her emotions were wandering here and there, to love, to comfort, to things which in the main had little, if anything, to do with any self-abnegating and self-immolating religious theory. Within her was a chemism of dreams which somehow counteracted all they had to say. Yet she was neither Clyde's force, nor, on the other hand, his resistance. She was in the main a drifter, with a vague yearning toward pretty dresses, hats, shoes, ribbons, and the like, and superimposed above this the religious theory or notion that she should not be. There were the long bright streets of a morning, an afternoon, after school, or of an evening, the charm of certain girls swinging along together, arms locked, secrets a-whispering, or that of boys, clownish, yet revealing through their bounding, ridiculous animality the force and meaning of that chemistry and urge toward mating, which lies back of all youthful thought and action. And in herself, as from time to time she observed lovers or flirtation-seekers who lingered at street corners or about doorways, and who looked at her in a longing and seeking way, there was a stirring, a nerve-plasm palpitation that spoke loudly for all the seemingly material things of life, not for the thin pleasantries of heaven. And the glances drilled her like an invisible ray, for she was pleasing to look at and was growing more attractive hourly, and the moods in others awakened responsive moods in her, those rearranging chemisms upon which all the morality or immorality of the world is based. And then one day, as she was coming home from school, a youth of that plausible variety known as masher engaged her in conversation, largely because of a look and a mood which seemed to invite it. And there was little to stay her, for she was essentially yielding, if not amorous. Yet so great had been her home drilling as to the need of modesty, circumspection, purity, and the like, that on this occasion at least there was no danger of any immediate lapse. Only this quick once made, others followed, were accepted, or not so quickly fled from, and by degrees these served to break down that wall of reserve which her home training had served to erect. She became secretive, and hid her ways from her parents. Youths occasionally walked and talked with her in spite of herself. They demolished that excessive shyness which had been hers, and which had served to put others aside for a time at least. She wished for other contacts, dreamed of some bright, gay, wonderful love of some kind with someone. Finally, after a slow but vigorous internal growth of mood and desire, there came this actor, one of those vain, handsome animal personalities, all clothes and airs, but no morals, no taste, no courtesy or real tenderness even, but of compelling magnetism, who was able within the space of one brief week and a few meetings to completely befuddle and enmesh her, so that she was really his to do with as he wished. And the truth was that he scarcely cared for her at all. To him, dull as she was just another girl, fairly pretty, obviously sensuous and inexperienced, a silly who could be taken by a few soft words, a show of seemingly sincere affection, talk of the opportunity of a broader, freer life on the road in other great cities as his wife. And yet his words were those of a lover who would be true forever. All she had to do, as he explained to her, was to come away with him and be his bride, at once, now. Delay was so vain when two such as they had met. There was difficulty about marriage here, which he could not explain, it related to friends, but in St. Louis he had a preacher friend who would wed them. She was to have new and better clothes than she had ever known, delicious adventures, love. She would travel with him and see the great world. She would never need to trouble more about anything save him, and while it was truth to her, the verbal surety of genuine passion, to him it was the most ancient and serviceable type of blarney, often used before and often successful. In a single week, then, at odd hours, morning, afternoon, and night, this chemic witchery was accomplished. Coming home rather late one Saturday night in April from a walk which she had taken about the business heart, in order to escape the regular Saturday night mission services, Clyde found his mother and father worried about the whereabouts of Esta. She had played and sung as usual at this meeting, and all had seemed all right with her. After the meeting she had gone to her room, saying that she was not feeling very well and was going to bed early. But by 11 o'clock, when Clyde returned, her mother had chanced to look in her room and discovered that she was not there, nor anywhere about the place. A certain bareness in connection with the room, some trinkets and dresses removed, an old and familiar suitcase gone, had first attracted her mother's attention. Then the house search proving that she was not there, Asa had gone to look up and down the street. She sometimes walked out alone, or sat or stood in front of the mission during its idle and closed hours. This search revealing nothing, Clyde and he had walked to a corner, then along Missouri Avenue. No Esta. At 12 they returned, and after that, naturally, the curiosity in regard to her grew momentarily sharper. At first, they assumed that she might have taken an unexplained walk somewhere, but as 12:30 and finally 1 and 1:30 passed and no Esta, they were about to notify the police, when Clyde, going into her room, saw a note pinned to the pillow of her small wooden bed, a missive that had escaped the eye of his mother. At once he went to it, curious and comprehending, for he had often wondered in what way, assuming he ever wished to depart surreptitiously, he would notify his parents, for he knew they would never countenance his departure unless they were permitted to supervise it in every detail. And now here was Esta missing, and here was undoubtedly some such communication as he might have left. He picked it up, eager to read it, but at that moment his mother came into the room, and seeing it in his hand, exclaimed, "What's that? A note? Is it from her?" He surrendered it, and she unfolded it, reading it quickly. He noted that her strong, broad face, always tanned a reddish-brown, blanched as she turned away toward the outer room. Her biggish mouth was now set in a firm, straight line. Her large, strong hand shook the least bit as it held the small note aloft. "Asa," she called, and then tramping into the next room where he was, his frizzled, grayish hair curling distractedly above his round head, she said, "Read this." Clyde, who had followed, saw him take it a little nervously in his pudgy hand, his lips, always weak and beginning to crinkle at the center with age, now working curiously. Anyone who had known his life's history would have said it was the expression, slightly emphasized, with which he had received most of the untoward blows of his life in the past. "Tss, tss, tss," was the only sound he made at first, a sucking sound of the tongue and palate, most weak and inadequate, it seemed to Clyde. Next there was another tss, tss, his head beginning to shake from side to side. Then, "Now, what do you suppose could have caused her to do that?" Then he turned and gazed at his wife, who gazed blankly in return. Then, walking to and fro, his hands behind him, his short legs taking unconscious and queerly long steps, his head moving again, he gave vent to another ineffectual tss. Always the more impressive, Mrs. Griffiths now showed herself markedly different and more vital in this trying situation, a kind of irritation or dissatisfaction with life itself, along with an obvious physical distress, seeming to pass through her like a visible shadow. Once her husband had gotten up, she reached out and took the note, then merely glared at it again, her face set in hard yet stricken and disturbing lines. Her manner was that of one who is intensely disquieted and dissatisfied. one who fingers savagely at a material knot, and yet cannot undo it, one who seeks restraint and freedom from complaint, and yet who would complain bitterly, angrily. For behind her were all those years of religious work and faith, which somehow, in her poorly integrated conscience, seemed dimly to indicate that she should justly have been spared this. Where was her God, her Christ, at this hour when this obvious evil was being done? Why had he not acted for her? How was he to explain this? His biblical promises, his perpetual guidance, his declared mercies? In the face of so great a calamity, it was very hard for her, as Clyde could see, to get this straightened out, instantly at least. Although, as Clyde had come to know, it could be done eventually, of course. For in some blind, dualistic way, both she and Asa insisted, as do all religionists, in disassociating God from harm and error and misery, while granting him nevertheless supreme control. They would seek for something else, some malign, treacherous, deceiving power which, in the face of God's omniscience and omnipotence, still beguiles and betrays, and find it eventually in the error and perverseness of the human heart, which God has made, yet which he does not control, because he does not want to control it. At the moment, however, only hurt and rage were with her, and yet her lips did not twitch as did Asa's, nor did her eyes show that profound distress which filled his. Instead, she retreated a step and re-examined the letter, almost angrily, then said to Asa, "She's run away with someone, and she doesn't say—" Then she stopped suddenly, remembering the presence of the children, Clyde, Julia, and Frank, all present and all gazing curiously, intently, unbelievingly. "Come in here," she called to her husband. "I want to talk to you a minute. You children had better go to bed. We'll be out in a minute." With Asa, she then retired quite precipitately to a small room back of the mission hall. They heard her click the electric bulb. Then their voices were heard in low converse, while Clyde and Julia and Frank looked at each other, although Frank, being so young, only 10, could scarcely be said to have comprehended fully. Even Julia hardly gathered the full import of it. But Clyde, because of his larger contact with life and his mother's statement, "She's run away with someone," understood well enough. Esta had tired of all this, as had he. Perhaps there was someone, like one of those dandies whom he saw on the streets with the prettiest girls, with whom she had gone. But where? And what was he like? That note told something, and yet his mother had not let him see it. She had taken it away too quickly. If only he had looked first, silently into himself. "Do you suppose she's run away for good?" he asked Julia dubiously, while his parents were out of the room, Julia herself looking so blank and strange. "How should I know?" she replied, a little irritably, troubled by her parents' distress and the secretiveness as well as Esta's action. "She never said anything to me. I should think she'd be ashamed of herself if she has." Julia, being colder emotionally than either Esta or Clyde, was more considerate of her parents in a conventional way, and hence sorrier. True, she did not quite gather what it meant, but she suspected something, for she had talked occasionally with girls, but in a very guarded and conservative way. Now, however, it was more the way in which Esta had chosen to leave, deserting her parents and her brothers and herself, that caused her to be angry with her. For why should she go and do anything which would distress her parents in this dreadful fashion? It was dreadful. The air was thick with misery. And as his parents talked in their little room, Clyde brooded too, for he was intensely curious about life now. What was it Esta had really done? Was it, as he feared and thought, one of those dreadful runaway or sexually disagreeable affairs which the boys on the streets and at school were always slyly talking about? How shameful if that were true! She might never come back. She had gone with some man. There was something wrong about that, no doubt, for a girl, anyhow, for all that he had ever heard was that all decent contacts between boys and girls, men and women, led to but one thing, marriage. And now Esta, in addition to their other troubles, had gone and done this. Certainly this home life of theirs was pretty dark now, and it would be darker instead of brighter because of this. Presently the parents came out, and then Mrs. Griffith's face, if still set and constrained, was somehow a little different, less savage perhaps, more hopelessly resigned. "Esta seemed fit to leave us, for a little while anyhow," was all she said at first, seeing the children waiting curiously. "Now, you're not to worry about her at all, or think any more about it. She'll come back after a while, I'm sure. She has chosen to go her own way, for a time, for some reason. The Lord's will be done." "Blessed be the name of the Lord," interrupted Asa. "I thought she was happy here with us, but apparently she wasn't. She must see something of the world for herself, I suppose." Here Asa put in another tss. But we mustn't harbor hard thoughts. That won't do any good now. Only thoughts of love and kindness. Yet she said this with a kind of sternness that somehow belied it, a click of the voice, as it were. We can only hope that she will soon see how foolish she has been and unthinking and come back. She can't prosper on the course she's going now. It isn't the Lord's way or will. She's too young and she's made a mistake. But we can forgive her. We must. Our hearts must be kept open, soft, and tender. She talked as though she were addressing a meeting, but with a hard, sad, frozen face and voice. Now, all of you go to bed. We can only pray now and hope, morning, noon, and night, that no evil will befall her. I wish she hadn't done that, she added, quite out of keeping with the rest of her statement, and really not thinking of the children as present at all, just of Esta. But Asa! Such a father, as Clyde often thought afterwards. Apart from his own misery, he seemed only to note and be impressed by the more significant misery of his wife. During all this, he had stood foolishly to one side, short, gray, frizzled, inadequate. Well, blessed be the name of the Lord, he interpolated from time to time. We must keep our hearts open. Yes, we mustn't judge. We must only hope for the best. Yes, yes, praise the Lord. We must praise the Lord. Amen. Oh, yes. Tss, tss. If anyone asks where she is, continued Mrs. Griffiths after a time, quite ignoring her spouse and addressing the children who had drawn near her, we will say that she has gone on a visit to some of my relatives back in Tonawanda. That won't be the truth exactly, but then we don't know where she is or what the truth is, and she may come back. So we must not say or do anything that will injure her until we know. Yes, praise the Lord, called Asa feebly. So if anyone should inquire at any time, until we know, we will say that. Sure, put in Clyde helpfully, and Julia added, all right. Mrs. Griffiths paused and looked firmly and yet apologetically at her children. Asa, for his part, emitted another tss, tss, and then the children were waved to bed. At that, Clyde, who really wanted to know what Esta's letter had said, but was convinced from long experience that his mother would not let him know unless she chose, returned to his room again, for he was feeling tired. Why didn't they search more if there was hope of finding her? Where was she now, at this minute? On a train somewhere? Evidently, she didn't want to be found. She was probably dissatisfied, just as he was. Here he was, thinking so recently of going away somewhere himself, wondering how the family would take it, and now she had gone before him. How would that affect his point of view and action in the future? Truly, in spite of his father's and mother's misery, he could not see that her going was such a calamity, not from the going point of view, at any rate. It was only another something which hinted that things were not right here. Mission work was nothing. All this religious emotion and talk was not so much either. It hadn't saved Esta. Evidently, like himself, she didn't believe so much in it either. End of Book 1, Chapter 3. Section 4 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1 by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 1, Chapter 4. The effect of this particular conclusion was to cause Clyde to think even harder about himself, and the principal result of his thinking was that he must do something for himself, and soon. Up to this time, the best he had been able to do was to work at such odd jobs as befall all boys between their 12th and 15th years, assisting a man who had a paper route during the summer months of 1 year, working in the basement of a 5 and 10 cent store all one summer long, and on Saturdays, for a period during the winter, opening boxes and unpacking goods, for which he received the munificent sum of $5 a week, a sum which, at the time, seemed almost a fortune. He felt himself rich, and, in the face of the opposition of his parents, who were opposed to the theater and motion pictures also, as being not only worldly but sinful, he could occasionally go to one or another of those, in the gallery, a form of diversion which he had to conceal from his parents, yet that did not deter him. He felt that he had a right to go with his own money, also to take his younger brother Frank, who was glad enough to go with him and say nothing. Later in the same year, wishing to get out of school because he already felt himself very much belated in the race, he secured a place as an assistant to a soda water clerk in one of the cheaper drug stores of the city, which adjoined a theater and enjoyed not a little patronage of this sort. A sign, "Boy Wanted," since it was directly on his way to school, first interested him. Later, in conversation with the young man whose assistant he was to be, and from whom he was to learn the trade, assuming that he was sufficiently willing and facile, he gathered that if he mastered this art, he might make as much as $15 and even $18 a week. It was rumored that Stroud's at the corner of 14th and Baltimore Streets paid that much to 2 of their clerks. The particular store to which he was applying paid only $12, the standard salary of most places. But to acquire this art, as he was now informed, required time and the friendly help of an expert. If he wished to come here and work for 5 to begin with, well, 6 then, since his face fell, he might soon expect to know a great deal about the art of mixing sweet drinks, and decorating a large variety of ice creams with liquid sweets, thus turning them into sundaes. For the time being, apprenticeship meant washing and polishing all the machinery and implements of this particular counter, to say nothing of opening and sweeping out the store at so early an hour as 7:30, dusting, and delivering such orders as the owner of this drug store chose to send out by him. At such idle moments as his immediate supervisor, a Mr. Sieberling, 20, dashing, self-confident, talkative, was too busy to fill all the orders, he might be called upon to mix such minor drinks, lemonades, Coca-Colas, and the like, as the trade demanded. Yet this interesting position, after due consultation with his mother, he decided to take. For one thing, it would provide him, as he suspected, with all the free ice cream sodas he desired, an advantage not to be disregarded. In the next place, as he saw it at the time, it was an open door to a trade, something which he lacked. Further, and not at all disadvantageously as he saw it, this store required his presence at night as late as 12 o'clock, with certain hours off during the day to compensate for this. And this took him out of his home at night, out of the 10 o'clock boy class at last. They could not ask him to attend any meetings save on Sunday, and not even then, since he was supposed to work Sunday afternoons and evenings. Next, the clerk who manipulated this particular soda fountain quite regularly received passes from the manager of the theater next door, and into the lobby of which one door to the drugstore gave, a most fascinating connection to Clyde. It seemed so interesting to be working for a drugstore thus intimately connected with the theater. And best of all, as Clyde now found to his pleasure, and yet despair at times, the place was visited, just before and after the show on matinee days, by bevies of girls, single and ensuite, who sat at the counter and giggled and chattered and gave their hair and their complexions last perfecting touches before the mirror. And Clyde, callow and inexperienced in the ways of the world, and those of the opposite sex, was never weary of observing the beauty, the daring, the self-sufficiency, and the sweetness of these, as he saw them. For the first time in his life, while he busied himself with washing glasses, filling the ice cream and syrup containers, arranging the lemons and oranges in the trays, he had an almost uninterrupted opportunity of studying these girls at close range. The wonder of them! For the most part, they were so well dressed and smart-looking, the rings, pins, furs, delightful hats, pretty shoes they wore, and so often he heard them discussing such interesting things. Parties, dances, dinners, the shows they had seen, the places in or near Kansas City to which they were soon going, the difference between the styles of this year and last, the fascination of certain actors and actresses, principally actors, who were now playing or soon coming to the city. And to this day, in his own home, he had heard nothing of all this. And very often one or another of these young beauties was accompanied by some male, in evening suit, dress shirt, high hat, bow tie, white kid gloves, and patent leather shoes, a costume which at that time Clyde felt to be the last word in all true distinction, beauty, gallantry, and bliss. To be able to wear such a suit with ease and air, to be able to talk to a girl after that manner, and with the sang-froid of some of these gallants, what a true measure of achievement! No good-looking girl, as it then appeared to him, would have anything to do with him if he did not possess this standard of equipment. It was plainly necessary, the thing, and once he did attain it, was able to wear such clothes as these, well, then was he not well set upon the path that leads to all the blisses? All the joys of life would then most certainly be spread before him. The friendly smiles, the secret hand-clasps, maybe an arm about the waist of someone or another, a kiss, a promise of marriage, and all this as a revealing flash, after all the years of walking through the streets with his father and mother, to public prayer meeting, the sitting in a chapel and listening to queer and nondescript individuals, depressing and disconcerting people, telling how Christ had saved them and what God had done for them. You bet he would get out of that now. he would work and save his money and be somebody. Decidedly, this simple and yet idyllic compound of the commonplace had all the luster and wonder of a spiritual transfiguration, the true mirage of the lost and thirsting and seeking victim of the desert. However, the trouble with this particular position, as time speedily proved, was that much as it might teach him of mixing drinks and how to eventually earn $12 a week, it was no immediate solvent for the yearnings and ambitions that were already gnawing at his vitals. For Albert Sieberling, his immediate superior, was determined to keep as much of his knowledge, as well as the most pleasant parts of the tasks, to himself. And further, he was quite at one with the druggist for whom they worked, in thinking that Clyde, in addition to assisting him about the fountain, should run such errands as the druggist desired, which kept Clyde industriously employed for nearly all the hours he was on duty. Consequently, there was no immediate result to all this. Clyde could see no way to dressing better than he did. Worse, he was haunted by the fact that he had very little money and very few contacts and connections. So few that outside his own home he was lonely, and not so very much less than lonely there. The flight of Esta had thrown a chill over the religious work there, and because, as yet, she had not returned, the family, as he now heard, was thinking of breaking up here and moving, for want of a better idea, to Denver, Colorado. But Clyde by now was convinced that he did not wish to accompany them. What was the good of it, he asked himself. There would be just another mission there, the same as this one. He had always lived at home, in the rooms at the rear of the mission in Bickle Street, but he hated it. And since his 11th year, during all of which time his family had been residing in Kansas City, he had been ashamed to bring boy friends to or near it. For that reason he had always avoided boy friends, and had walked and played very much alone, or with his brothers and sisters. But now that he was 16 and old enough to make his own way, he ought to be getting out of this. And yet he was earning almost nothing, not enough to live on if he were alone, and he had not as yet developed sufficient skill or courage to get anything better. Nevertheless, when his parents began to talk of moving to Denver, and suggested that he might secure work out there, never assuming for a moment that he would not want to go, he began to throw out hints to the effect that it might be better if he did not. He liked Kansas City. What was the use of changing? He had a job now, and he might get something better. But his parents, bethinking themselves of Esta and the fate that had overtaken her, were not a little dubious as to the outcome of such early adventuring on his part alone. Once they were away, where would he live? With whom? What sort of influence would enter his life? Who would be at hand to aid and counsel and guide him in the straight and narrow path, as they had done? It was something to think about. But spurred by this imminence of Denver, which now daily seemed to be drawing nearer, and the fact that not long after this Mr. Sieberling, owing to his too obvious gallantries in connection with the fair sex, lost his place in the drugstore, and Clyde came by a new and bony and chill superior, who did not seem to want him as an assistant, he decided to quit. Not at once, but rather to see, on such errands as took him out of the store, if he could not find something else. Incidentally in so doing, looking here and there, he one day thought he would speak to the manager of the fountain, which was connected with the leading drug store in the principal hotel of the city, the latter a great 12-story affair, which represented, as he saw it, the quintessence of luxury and ease. Its windows were always so heavily curtained, the main entrance, he had never ventured to look beyond that, was a splendiferous combination of glass and iron awning, coupled with a marble corridor lined with palms. Often he had passed here, wondering with boyish curiosity what the nature of the life of such a place might be. Before its doors, so many taxis and automobiles were always in waiting. Today, being driven by the necessity of doing something for himself, he entered the drugstore which occupied the principal corner, facing 14th Street at Baltimore, and finding a girl cashier in a small glass cage near the door, asked of her who was in charge of the soda fountain. Interested by his tentative and uncertain manner, as well as his deep and rather appealing eyes, she instinctively, judging that he was looking for something to do, observed, "Why, Mr. Secor there, the manager of the store." She nodded in the direction of a short, meticulously dressed man of about 35, who was arranging an especial display of toilet novelties on the top of a glass case. Clyde approached him, and being still very dubious as to how one went about getting anything in life, and finding him engrossed in what he was doing, stood first on one foot and then on the other, until at last, sensing someone was hovering about for something, the man turned. "Well?" he queried. You don't happen to need a soda fountain helper, do you? Clyde cast at him a glance that said as plain as anything could, "If you have any such place, I wish you would please give it to me. I need it." "No, no, no," replied this individual, who was blond and vigorous, and by nature a little irritable and contentious. He was about to turn away, but seeing a flicker of disappointment and depression pass over Clyde's face, he turned and added, "Ever work in a place like this before?" "No place as fine as this. No, sir," replied Clyde, rather fancifully moved by all that was about him. "I'm working now down at Mr. Klinkle's store at 7th and Brooklyn, but it isn't anything like this one, and I'd like to get something better if I could." "Ah," went on his interviewer, rather pleased by the innocent tribute to the superiority of his store. "Well, that's reasonable enough, but there isn't anything here right now that I could offer you. We don't make many charges. But if you'd like to be a bellboy, I can tell you where you might get a place. They're looking for an extra boy in the hotel inside there right now. The captain of the boys was telling me he was in need of one. I should think that would be as good as helping about the soda fountain any day." Then, seeing Clyde's face suddenly brighten, he added, "But you mustn't say that I sent you, because I don't know you. Just ask for Mr. Squires inside there, under the stairs, and he can tell you all about it." At the mere mention of work in connection with so imposing an institution as the Green Davidson, and the possibility of his getting it, Clyde first stared, felt himself tremble the least bit with excitement, then, thanking his adviser for his kindness, went direct to a green marble doorway which opened from the rear of this drugstore into the lobby of the hotel. Once through it, he beheld a lobby, the like of which, for all his years, but because of the timorous poverty that had restrained him from exploring such a world, was more arresting, quite, than anything he had seen before. It was also lavish. Under his feet was a checkered black and white marble floor, above him a coppered and stained and gilded ceiling, and supporting this a veritable forest of black marble columns as highly polished as the floor, glassy smooth. And between the columns, which ranged away toward 3 separate entrances, one right, one left, and one directly forward toward Dalrymple Avenue, were lamps, statuary, rugs, palms, chairs, divans, tete-a-tetes, a prodigal display. In short, it was compact, of all that gauche luxury of appointment which, as someone once sarcastically remarked, was intended to supply exclusiveness to the masses. Indeed, for an essential hotel in a great and successful American commercial city, it was almost too luxurious. Its rooms and hall and lobbies and restaurants were entirely too richly furnished, without the saving grace of either simplicity or necessity. As Clyde stood, gazing about the lobby, he saw a large company of people, some women and children, but principally men, as he could see, either walking or standing about, and talking or idling in the chairs, side by side or alone. And in heavily draped and richly furnished alcoves, where were writing tables, newspaper files, a telegraph office, a haberdasher's shop, and a florist's stand, were other groups. There was a convention of dentists in the city, not a few of whom, with their wives and children, were gathered here, but to Clyde, who was not aware of this, nor of the methods and meanings of conventions, this was the ordinary, everyday appearance of the hotel. He gazed about in awe and amazement. Then, remembering the name of Squires, he began to look for him in his office under the stairs. To his right was a grand double-winged black and white staircase, which swung in 2 separate flights, and with wide, generous curves, from the main floor to the one above. And between these great flights was evidently the office of the hotel, for there were many clerks there. But behind the nearest flight, and close to the wall through which he had come, was a tall desk, at which stood a young man of about his own age, in a maroon uniform, bright with many brass buttons, and on his head was a small round pillbox cap, which was cocked jauntily over one ear. He was busy making entries with a lead pencil in a book which lay open before him. Various other boys about his own age, and uniformed as he was, were seated upon a long bench near him, or were to be seen darting here and there, sometimes returning to this one with a slip of paper or a key or note of some kind, and then seating themselves upon the bench to wait another call, apparently, which seemed to come swiftly enough. A telephone upon the small desk at which stood the uniformed youth was almost constantly buzzing, and after ascertaining what was wanted, this youth struck a small bell before him, or called "front," to which the first boy on the bench responded. Once called, they went hurrying up one or the other stairs, or toward one of the several entrances or elevators, and almost invariably were to be seen escorting individuals, whose bags and suitcases and overcoats and golf sticks they carried. There were others who disappeared and returned, carrying drinks on trays or some package or other, which they were taking to the rooms above. Plainly, this was the work that he should be called upon to do, assuming that he would be so fortunate as to connect himself with such an institution as this. And it was also brisk and enlivening that he wished that he might be so fortunate as to secure a position here. But would he be? And where was Mr. Squires? He approached the youth at the small desk. "Do you know where I will find Mr. Squires?" he asked. "Here he comes now," replied the youth, looking up and examining Clyde with keen gray eyes. Clyde gazed in the direction indicated, and saw approaching a brisk and dapper and decidedly sophisticated-looking person of perhaps 29 or 30 years of age. He was so very slender, keen, hatchet-faced, and well-dressed, that Clyde was not only impressed, but overawed at once. A very shrewd and cunning-looking person. His nose was so long and thin, his eyes so sharp, his lips thin and chin pointed. "Did you see that tall, gray-haired man with the Scotch plaid shawl who went through here just now?" he paused to say to his assistant at the desk. The assistant nodded. "Well, they tell me that's the Earl of Landriel. He just came in this morning with 14 trunks and 4 servants. Can you beat it? He's somebody in Scotland. That isn't the name he travels under, though, I hear. He's registered as Mr. Blunt. Can you beat that English stuff? They certainly lay on the class, eh?" "You said it," replied his assistant deferentially. He turned for the first time, glimpsing Clyde, but paying no attention to him. His assistant came to Clyde's aid. "That young fellow there is waiting to see you," he explained. "You want to see me?" queried the captain of the bellhops, turning to Clyde and observing his none-too-good clothes, at the same time making a comprehensive study of him. "The gentleman in the drug-store," began Clyde, who did not quite like the looks of the man before him, but was determined to present himself as agreeably as possible, "was saying, that is, he said that I might ask you if there was any chance here for me as a bellboy. I'm working now at Klinkle's drugstore at 7th and Brooklyn as a helper, but I'd like to get out of that, and he said you might, that is, he thought you had a place open now." Clyde was so flustered and disturbed by the cool examining eyes of the man before him that he could scarcely get his breath properly, and swallowed hard. For the first time in his life it occurred to him that if he wanted to get on, he ought to insinuate himself into the good graces of people, do or say something that would make them like him. So now he contrived an eager, ingratiating smile, which he bestowed on Mr. Squires, and added, "If you'd like to give me a chance, I'd try very hard, and I'd be very willing." The man before him merely looked at him coldly, but being the soul of craft and self-acquisitiveness in a petty way, and rather liking anybody who had the skill and the will to be diplomatic, he now put aside an impulse to shake his head negatively and observed, "But you haven't had any training in this work." "No, sir, but I could pick it up pretty quick if I tried hard." "Well, let me see," observed the head of the bellhops, scratching his head dubiously. "I haven't any time to talk to you now. Come round Monday afternoon. I'll see you then." He turned on his heel and walked away. Clyde, left alone in this fashion, and not knowing what just it meant, stared, wondering. Was it really true that he had been invited to come back on Monday? Could it be possible that... He turned and hurried out, thrilling from head to toe. The idea! He had asked this man for a place in the very finest hotel in Kansas City, and he had asked him to come back and see him on Monday. Gee, what could that mean? Could it be possible that he would be admitted to such a grand world as this? And so speedily? Could it be? End of Book 1, Chapter 4. Section 5 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 1, Chapter 5. The imaginative flights of Clyde in connection with all this, his dreams of what it might mean for him to be connected with so glorious an institution, can only be suggested. For his ideas of luxury were in the main so extreme and mistaken and gauche, mere wanderings of a repressed and unsatisfied fancy, which as yet had had nothing but imaginings to feed it. He went back to his old duties at the drugstore, to his home after hours in order to eat and sleep, but for now the balance of this Friday and Saturday and Sunday and Monday until late in the day, he walked on air, really. His mind was not on what he was doing, and several times his superior at the drugstore had to remind him to wake up. And after hours, instead of going directly home, he walked north to the corner of 14th and Baltimore, where stood this great hotel, and looked at it. There, at midnight even, Before each of the three principal entrances, one facing each of three streets, was a doorman in a long maroon coat with many buttons and a high-rimmed and long-visored maroon cap. And inside, behind a looped and fluted French silk curtain, were the still blazing lights, the a la carte dining room, and the American grill in the basement near one corner still open. And about them were many taxis and cars. And there was music always, from somewhere. After surveying it all this Friday night and again on Saturday and Sunday morning, he returned on Monday afternoon at the suggestion of Mr. Squires, and was greeted by that individual rather crustily, for by then he had all but forgotten him. But seeing that at the moment he was actually in need of help, and being satisfied that Clyde might be of service, he led him to his small office under the stair, where, with a very superior manner and much actual indifference, he proceeded to question him as to his parentage, where he lived, at what he had worked before and where, what his father did for a living, a poser that for Clyde, for he was proud and so ashamed to admit that his parents conducted a mission and preached on the streets. Instead he replied, which was true at times, that his father canvassed for a washing machine and wringer company, and on Sundays preached, a religious revelation which was not at all displeasing to this master of boys who were inclined to be anything but home-loving and conservative. Could he bring a reference from where he now was? He could. Mr. Squires proceeded to explain that this hotel was very strict. Too many boys, on account of the scenes and the show here, the contact with undue luxury to which they were not accustomed, though these were not the words used by Mr. Squires, were inclined to lose their heads and go wrong. He was constantly being forced to discharge boys who, because they had made a little extra money, didn't know how to conduct themselves. He must have boys who were willing, civil, prompt, courteous to everybody. They must be clean and neat about their persons and clothes, and show up promptly, on the dot, and in good condition for the work every day. And any boy who got to thinking that because he made a little money, he could flirt with anybody or talk back, or go off on parties late at night, and then not show up on time, or too tired to be quick and bright, needn't think that he would be there long. He would be fired, and that promptly. He would not tolerate any nonsense. That must be understood now, once and for all. Clyde nodded assent often and interpolated a few eager yes, sirs, and no, sirs, and assured him at the last that it was the furthest thing from his thoughts and temperament to dream of any such high crimes and misdemeanors as he had outlined. Mr. Squires then proceeded to explain that this hotel only paid $15 a month and board, at the servants' table in the basement, to any bellboy at any time. But, and this information came as a most amazing revelation to Clyde, every guest for whom any of the boys did anything, carried a bag or delivered a pitcher of water or did anything, gave him a tip, and often a quite liberal one, a dime, 15 cents, a quarter, sometimes more. And these tips, as Mr. Squires explained, taken altogether, averaged from $4 to $6 a day, not less and sometimes more. Most amazing pay, as Clyde now realized. His heart gave an enormous bound and was near to suffocating him at the mere mention of so large a sum. From $4 to $6? Why, that was $28 to $42 a week. He could scarcely believe it, and that in addition to the $15 a month and board. And there was no charge, as Mr. Squires now explained, for the handsome uniforms the boys wore, but it might not be worn or taken out of the place. His hours, as Mr. Squires now proceeded to explain, would be as follows. On Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays, and Sundays, he was to work from 6 in the morning until noon, and then, with 6 hours off, from 6 in the evening until midnight. On Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, he need only work from noon until 6, thus giving him each alternate afternoon or evening to himself. But all his meals were to be taken outside his working hours, and he was to report promptly in uniform for line-up and inspection by his superior exactly 10 minutes before the regular hours of his work began at each watch. As for some other things which were in his mind at the time, Mr. Squires said nothing. There were others, as he knew, who would speak for him. Instead, he went on to add, and then quite climactically for Clyde at that time, who had been sitting as one in a daze, "I suppose you are ready to go to work now, aren't you?" Yes, sir, he replied. Very good. Then he got up and opened the door which had shut them in. Oscar, he called to a boy seated at the head of the bellboy bench, to which a tallish, rather oversized youth in a tight, neat-looking uniform responded with alacrity. Take this young man here. Clyde Griffiths is your name, isn't it? Up to the wardrobe on 12th and see if Jacobs can find a suit to fit. But if he can't, tell him to alter it by tomorrow. I think the one Silsby wore ought to be about right for him. Then he turned to his assistant at the desk, who was at the moment looking on. I'm giving him a trial, anyhow, he commented. Have one of the boys coach him a little tonight or whenever he starts in. Go ahead, Oscar, he called to the boy in charge of Clyde. He's green at this stuff, but I think he'll do, he added to his assistant, as Clyde and Oscar disappeared in the direction of one of the elevators. Then he walked off to have Clyde's name entered upon the payroll. In the meantime, Clyde, in tow of his new mentor, was listening to a line of information such as never previously had come to his ears anywhere. You needn't be frightened if you ain't never worked at anything like this before, began this youth, whose last name was Hegland, as Clyde later learned, and who hailed from Jersey City, New Jersey, exotic lingo, gestures, and all. He was tall, vigorous, sandy-haired, freckled, genial, and voluble. They had entered upon an elevator labeled employees. It ain't so hard. I got my first job in Buffalo 3 years ago, and I never knowed a thing about it up to that time. All you gotta do is to watch the others and see how they do, see? You get that, do you? Clyde, whose education was not a little superior to that of his guide, commented quite sharply in his own mind on the use of such words as knowed and gotta, also upon ting, dat, utters, and so on, but was so grateful for any courtesy at this time that he was inclined to forgive his obviously kindly mentor anything for his geniality. Watch whoever's doing anything at first, see, till you get to know, see? That's the way. When the bell rings, if you're at the head of the bench, it's your turn, see? And you jump up and go quick. They like you to be quick round here, see? And whenever you see anyone come to the door or out of an elevator with a bag, and you're at the head of the bench, you jump, whether the captain rings the bell or calls front or not. Sometimes he's busy or ain't looking, and he wants you to do that, see? Look sharp, because if you don't get no bags, you don't get no tips, see? Everybody that has a bag or anything has to have it carried for him, unless they won't let you have it, see? But be sure and wait somewhere near the desk for whoever comes in until they sign up for a room, he rattled on, as they ascended in the elevator. Most everyone takes a room. Then the clerk will give you the key, and after that, all you gotta do is carry up the bags to the room. Then all you gotta do is turn on the lights in the bathroom and closet, if there is one, so they'll know where they are, see? And then raise the curtains in the daytime or lower 'em at night, and see if there's towels in the room so you can tell the maid if there ain't. And then if they don't give no tip, you gotta go. Only most times, unless you draw a stiff, all you gotta do is hang back a little. Make a stall, see? Fumble with the door key or try to transom, see? Then if they're any good, they'll hand you a tip. If they don't, you're out, that's all, see? You can't even look as though you were sore, though. Nothing like that, see? Then you come down, and unless they wants ice water or something, you're true, see? It's back to the bench, quick. There ain't much to it. Only you gotta be quick all the time, see? And not let anyone get by you coming or going. That's the main thing. And after they give you your uniform and you go to work, don't forget to give the captain $1 after every watch before you leave, see? $2 on the day you has 2 watches, and $1 on the day you has 1, see? That's the way it is here. We work together like that, and here you gotta do that if you want to hold your job. But that's all. After that, all the rest is yours. Clyde saw. A part of his $24 or $32, as he figured it, was going glimmering, apparently, 11 or 12 all told. But what of it? Would there not be 12 or 15 or even more left? And there were his meals and his uniform. Kind heaven, what a realization of paradise! What a consummation of luxury! Mr. Hegland of Jersey City escorted him to the 12th floor, and into a room where they found on guard a wizened and grizzled little old man of doubtful age and temperament, who forthwith outfitted Clyde with a suit that was so near a fit that without further orders it was not deemed necessary to alter it. And trying on various caps, there was one that fitted him, a thing that sat most rakishly over one ear, only, as Hegland informed him, "You'll have to get that Harrier's cut. Better get it clipped behind. It's too long." And with that Clyde himself had been in mental agreement before he spoke. His hair certainly did not look right in the new cap. He hated it now. And going downstairs, and reporting to Mr. Whipple, Mr. Squire's assistant, the latter had said, "Very well, it fits all right, does it? Well then, you go on here at 6. Report at 5:30 and be here in your uniform at 5:45 for inspection." Whereupon Clyde, being advised by Hegland to go then and there to get his uniform and take it to the dressing room in the basement and get his locker from the locker man, he did so, and then hurried most nervously out, first to get a haircut and afterwards to report to his family on his great luck. He was to be a bellboy in the great Hotel Green Davidson. He was to wear a uniform, and a handsome one. He was to make, but he did not tell his mother at first what he was to make truly, but more than 11 or 12 at first, anyhow, he guessed. He could not be sure. For now, all at once, he saw economic independence ahead for himself, if not for his family, and he did not care to complicate it with any claims which a confession as to his real salary would most certainly inspire. But he did say that he was to have his meals free, because that meant eating away from home, which was what he wished. And in addition, he was to live and move always in the glorious atmosphere of this hotel, not to have to go home ever before 12, if he did not wish, to have good clothes, interesting company maybe, a good time, gee. And as he hurried on about his various errands now, it occurred to him as a final and shrewd and delicious thought that he need not go home on such nights as he wished to go to the theater or anything like that. He could just stay downtown and say he had to work, and that with free meals and good clothes. Think of that. The mere thought of all this was so astonishing and entrancing that he could not bring himself to think of it too much. He must wait and see. He must wait and see just how much he would make here in this perfectly marvelous, marvelous realm. End of Book 1, Chapter 5. Section 6 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1 by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 1, Chapter 6. And as conditions stood, the extraordinary economic and social inexperience of the Griffiths, Asa and Elvira, dovetailed all too neatly with his dreams. For neither Asa nor Elvira had the least knowledge of the actual character of the work upon which he was about to enter, scarcely any more than he did, or what it might mean to him morally, imaginatively, financially, or in any other way, for neither of them had ever stopped in a hotel above the 4th class in all their days. Neither one had ever eaten in a restaurant of a class that catered up to other than individuals of their own low financial level. That there could be any forms of work or contact other than those involved in carrying the bags of guests to and from the door of a hotel to its office, and back again, for a boy of Clyde's years and temperament, never occurred to them. And it was naively assumed by both that the pay for such work must of necessity be very small anywhere, say $5 or $6 a week, and so actually below Clyde's deserts and his years. And in view of this, Mrs. Griffiths, who was more practical than her husband at all times, and who was intensely interested in Clyde's economic welfare, as well as that of her other children, was actually wondering why Clyde should of a sudden become so enthusiastic about changing to this new situation, which, according to his own story, involved longer hours and not so very much more pay, if any. To be sure, he had already suggested that it might lead to some superior position in the hotel, some clerkship or other, but he did not know when that would be, and the other had promised rather definite fulfillment somewhat earlier, as to money somehow. But seeing him rush in on Monday afternoon and announce that he had secured the place, and that forthwith he must change his tie and collar and get his hair cut, and go back and report, she felt better about it. For never before had she seen him so enthusiastic about anything, and it was something to have him more content with himself, not so moody as he was at times. Yet the hours which he began to maintain now, from 6 in the morning until midnight, with only an occasional early return on such evenings as he chose to come home when he was not working, and when he troubled to explain that he had been let off a little early, together with a certain eager and restless manner, a desire to be out and away from his home at nearly all moments as he was not in bed or dressing or undressing, puzzled his mother, and Asa also. The hotel! The hotel! He must always hurry off to the hotel, and all that he had to report was that he liked it ever so much, and that he was doing all right, he thought. It was much nicer work than working around a soda fountain, and he might be making more money pretty soon, he couldn't tell, but as for more than that, he either wouldn't or couldn't say. And all the time the Griffiths, father and mother, were feeling that because of the affair in connection with Esta, that he really should be moving away from Kansas City, should go to Denver. And now more than ever, Clyde was insisting that he did not want to leave Kansas City. They might go, but he had a pretty good job now and wanted to stick to it. And if they left, he could get a room somewhere, and would be all right, a thought which did not appeal to them at all. But in the meantime, what an enormous change in Clyde's life! Beginning with that first evening, when at 5:45 he appeared before Mr. Whipple, his immediate superior, and was approved, not only because of the fit of his new uniform, but for his general appearance, the world for him had changed entirely. Lined up with 7 others in the servants' hall, immediately behind the general offices in the lobby, and inspected by Mr. Whipple, the squad of 8 marched at the stroke of 6 through a door that gave into the lobby on the other side of the staircase, from where stood Mr. Whipple's desk, then about and in front of the general registration office to the long bench on the other side. A Mr. Barnes, who alternated with Mr. Whipple, then took charge of the assistant captain's desk, and the boys seated themselves, Clyde at the foot, only to be called swiftly and in turn to perform this, that, and the other service, while the relieved squad of Mr. Whipple was led away into the rear servants' hall as before, where they disbanded. Cling! The bell on the room clerk's desk had sounded, and the first boy was going. Cling! It sounded again, and a second boy leaped to his feet. Front! Center door! Called Mr. Barnes, and a third boy was skidding down the long marble floor toward that entrance to seize the bags of an incoming guest, whose white whiskers and youthful bright tweed suit were visible to Clyde's uninitiated eyes 100 feet away. A mysterious and yet sacred vision. A tip. Front! It was Mr. Barnes calling again. See what 913 wants. Ice water, I guess? And a fourth boy was gone. Clyde, steadily moving up the bench and adjoining Hegland, who had been detailed to instruct him a little, was all eyes and ears and nerves. He was so tense that he could hardly breathe, and fidgeted and jerked, until finally Hegland exclaimed, "Now don't get excited, just hold your horses, will ya? You'll be all right. You're just like I was when I began, all noise, but that ain't the way. Easy's what you gotta be around here. And you wants to look as though you wasn't seeing nobody nowhere. Just look into what you got before ya." Front! Mr. Barnes again. Clyde was scarcely able to keep his mind on what Hegland was saying. 115 wants some writing paper and pens. A fifth boy had gone. Where do you get writing paper and pens if they want 'em? He pleaded of his instructor, as one who was about to die might plead. Off in the key desk, I told ya. He's to the left over there, he'll give 'em to ya. And you gets ice water in the hall we lined up in just a minute ago. At that end over there, see? You'll see a little door. You gotta give that guy in there a dime once in a while or he'll get sore. Cling! The room clerk's bell. A sixth boy had gone without a word to supply some order in that direction. And now remember, continued Hegland, seeing that he himself was next, and cautioning him for the last time, if they want drinks of any kind, you get 'em in the grill over there off of the dining room, and be sure and get the names of the drinks straight or they'll get sore. And if it's a room you're showing, pull the shades down tonight and turn on the lights. And if it's anything from the dining room, you gotta see the head waiter. He gets to tip, see? Front! He was up and gone. And Clyde was number 1, and number 4 was already seating himself again by his side, but looking shrewdly around to see if anybody was wanted anywhere. Front! It was Mr. Barnes. Clyde was up and before him, grateful that it was no one coming in with bags, but worried for fear it might be something that he would not understand or could not do quickly. See what 882 wants. Clyde was off toward one of the 2 elevators marked employees, the proper one to use, he thought, because he had been taken to the 12th floor that way, but another boy stepping out from one of the fast passenger elevators cautioned him as to his mistake. Go into a room? He called. Use the guest elevators. Them's for the servants or anybody with bundles. Clyde hastened to cover his mistake. 8, he called. There being no one else on the elevator with him, the Negro elevator boy in charge of the car saluted him at once. You's new, ain't you? I ain't never seen you round here before. Yes, I just came on, replied Clyde. Well, you won't hate it here, commented this youth in the most friendly way. No one hates this house, I'll say. 8, did you say? He stopped the car and Clyde got out. He was too nervous to think to ask the direction and now began looking at room numbers, only to decide after a moment that he was in the wrong corridor. The soft brown carpet under his feet, the soft cream-tinted walls, the snow-white bowl light set in the ceiling, all seemed to him parts of a perfection and a social superiority which was almost unbelievable, so remote from all that he had ever known. And finally, finding 882, he knocked timidly and was greeted after a moment by a segment of a very stout and vigorous body, in a white and blue striped union suit, and a related segment of a round and florid head, in which was set one eye and some wrinkles to one side of it. Here's a $1 bill, son, said the eye, seemingly, and now a hand appeared holding a paper dollar. It was fat and red. You go out to a haberdasher's and get me a pair of garters, Boston garters, silk, and hurry back. Yes, sir, replied Clyde, and took the dollar. The door closed, and he found himself hustling along the wall toward the elevator, wondering what a haberdasher's was. As old as he was, 17, the name was new to him. He had never heard it before, or noticed it at least. If the man had said, a gent's furnishing store, he would have understood at once. But now here he was told to go to a haberdasher's, and he did not know what it was. A cold sweat burst out on his forehead. His knees trembled. The devil! What would he do now? Could he ask anyone, even Hegland, and not seem... He pushed the elevator button. The car began to descend. A haberdasher. A haberdasher. Suddenly a sane thought reached him. Supposing he didn't know what a haberdasher was? After all, the man wanted a pair of silk Boston garters. Where did one get silk Boston garters? At a store, of course, a place where they sold things for men. Certainly, a gents' furnishing store. He would run out to a store. And on the way down, noting another friendly Negro in charge, he asked, "Do you know if there's a gents' furnishing store anywhere around here?" "One in the building, Captain, right outside the south lobby," replied the Negro, and Clyde hurried there, greatly relieved. Yet he felt odd and strange in his close-fitting uniform and his peculiar hat. All the time he was troubled by the notion that his small, round, tight-fitting hat might fall off, and he kept pressing it furtively and yet firmly down. And bustling into the haberdasher's, which was blazing with lights outside, he exclaimed, "I want to get a pair of Boston silk garters." "All right, son, here you are," replied a sleek, short man with a bright, bald head, pink face, and gold-rimmed glasses. "For someone in the hotel, I presume? Well, we'll make that 75 cents, and here's a dime for you," he remarked as he wrapped up the package and dropped the dollar in the cash register. "I always like to do the right thing by you boys in there, because I know you come to me whenever you can." Clyde took the dime and the package, not knowing quite what to think. The garters must be 75 cents. He said so. Hence only 25 cents need to be returned to the man. Then the dime was his. And now, maybe, would the man really give him another tip? He hurried back into the hotel and up to the elevators. The strains of a string orchestra somewhere were filling the lobby with delightful sounds. People were moving here and there. So well dressed, so at ease, so very different from most of the people in the streets or anywhere, as he saw it. An elevator door flew open. Various guests entered. Then Clyde and another bellboy, who gave him an interested glance. At the 6th floor the boy departed. At the 8th, Clyde and an old lady stepped forth. He hurried to the door of his guest and tapped. The man opened it, somewhat more fully dressed than before. He had on a pair of trousers and was shaving. "Back, eh?" he called. "Yes, sir," replied Clyde, handing him the package and change. "He said it was 75 cents. "He's a damned robber, but you can keep the change just the same," he replied, handing him the quarter and closing the door. Clyde stood there, quite spellbound for a fraction of a second. 35 cents, he thought. 35 cents, and for one little short errand? Could that really be the way things went here? It couldn't be, really. It wasn't possible. Not always. And then, his feet sinking in the soft nap of the carpet, his hand in one pocket clutching the money, he felt as if he could squeal or laugh out loud. Why, 35 cents, and for a little service like that? This man had given him a quarter, and the other a dime, and he hadn't done anything at all. He hurried from the car at the bottom. The strains of the orchestra once more fascinated him, the wonder of so well-dressed a throng thrilling him, and made his way to the bench from which he had first departed. And following this, he had been called to carry the 3 bags and 2 umbrellas of an aged farmer-like couple who had engaged a parlor, bedroom, and bath on the 5th floor. En route, they kept looking at him, as he could see, but said nothing. Yet once in their room, and after he had promptly turned on the lights near the door, lowered the blinds, and placed the bags upon the bag racks, the middle-aged and rather awkward husband, a decidedly solemn and bewhiskered person, studied him and finally observed, "Young fella, you seem to be a nice, brisk sort of boy. Rather better than most we've seen so far, I must say." "I certainly don't think that hotels are any place for boys," chirped up the wife of his bosom, a large and rotund person, who by this time was busily employed inspecting an adjoining room. "I certainly wouldn't want any of my boys to work in 'em, the way people act." "But here, young man," went on the elder, laying off his overcoat and fishing in his trousers pocket, "you go down and get me 3 or 4 evening papers, if there are that many, and a pitcher of ice water, and I'll give you 15 cents when you get back." "This hotel's better than the one in Omaha, Pa," added the wife sententiously. "It's got nicer carpets and curtains." And as green as Clyde was, he could not help smiling secretly. Openly, however, he preserved a mask-like solemnity, seemingly effacing all facial evidence of thought, and took the change and went out. And in a few moments he was back with the ice water and all the evening papers, and departed smilingly with his 15 cents. But this, in itself, was but a beginning in so far as this particular evening was concerned, for he was scarcely seated upon the bench again before he was called to room 529, only to be sent to the bar for drinks, 2 ginger ales and 2 siphons of soda, and this by a group of smartly dressed young men and girls who were laughing and chattering in the room, one of whom opened the door just wide enough to instruct him as to see what was wanted. But because of a mirror over the mantel, he could see the party and one pretty girl in a white suit and cap, sitting on the edge of a chair in which reclined a young man who had his arm around her. Clyde stared, even while pretending not to, and in his state of mind the sight was like looking through the gates of paradise. Here were young fellows and girls in this room, not so much older than himself, laughing and talking and drinking even. Not ice cream sodas and the like, but such drinks no doubt as his mother and father were always speaking against as leading to destruction, and apparently nothing was thought of it. He bustled down to the bar, and having secured the drinks and a charge slip, returned, and was paid $1.50 for the drinks and a quarter for himself. And once more he had a glimpse of the appealing scene, only now one of the couples was dancing to a tune sung and whistled by the other two. But what interested him, as much as the visits to and glimpses of individuals in the different rooms, was the moving panorama of the main lobby, the character of the clerks behind the main desk, room clerk, key clerk, mail clerk, cashier, and assistant cashier, and the various stands about the place, flower stand, news stand, cigar stand, telegraph office, taxicab office, and all manned by individuals who seemed to him curiously filled with the atmosphere of this place. And then around and between all these walking or sitting were such imposing men and women, young men and girls also fashionably dressed, also ruddy and contented looking. And the cars or other vehicles in which some of them appeared about dinner time and later. It was possible for him to see them in the flare of the lights outside. The wraps, furs, and other belongings in which they appeared, or which were often carried by these other boys and himself across the great lobby, and into the cars or the dining room or several elevators. And they were always of such gorgeous textures as Clyde saw them, such grandeur. This, then, most certainly was what it meant to be rich, to be a person of consequence in the world, to have money. It meant that you did what you pleased, that other people, like himself, waited upon you, that you possessed all of these luxuries, that you went how, where, and when you pleased. End of Book 1, Chapter 6. Section 7 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1 by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 1, Chapter 7. And so, of all the influences which might have come to Clyde at this time, either as an aid or an injury to his development, perhaps the most dangerous for him, considering his temperament, was this same Green Davidson, than which no more materially affected or gaudy a realm could have been found anywhere between the two great American mountain ranges. Its darkened and cushioned tea room, so somber and yet tinted so gaily with colored lights, was an ideal rendezvous, not only for such inexperienced and eager flappers of the period, who were to be taken by a show of luxury, but also for those more experienced and perhaps a little faded beauties, who had a thought for their complexions and the advantages of dim and uncertain lights. Also, like most hotels of its kind, it was frequented by a certain type of eager and ambitious male of no certain age or station in life, who counted upon his appearance here at least once, if not twice a day, at certain brisk and interesting hours, to establish for himself the reputation of man about town, or a rounder, or man of wealth, or taste, or attractiveness, or all. And it was not long after Clyde had begun to work here that he was informed by these peculiar boys with whom he was associated, one or more of whom was constantly seated with him upon the hop bench, as they called it, as to the evidence and presence even here. It was not long before various examples of the phenomena were pointed out to him, of a certain type of social pervert, morally disarranged and socially taboo, who sought to arrest and interest boys of their type in order to come into some form of illicit relationship with them, which at first Clyde could not grasp. The mere thought of it made him ill. And yet some of these boys, as he was now informed, a certain youth in particular who was not on the same watch with him at this time, were supposed to be of the mind that fell for it, as one of the other youths phrased it. And the talk and palaver that went on in the lobby and the grill, to say nothing of the restaurants and rooms, were sufficient to convince any inexperienced and none too discerning mind that the chief business of life for anyone with a little money or social position was to attend a theater, a ball game in season, or to dance, motor, entertain friends at dinner, or to travel to New York, Europe, Chicago, California. And there had been in the lives of most of these boys such a lack of anything that approached comfort or taste, let alone luxury, that, not unlike Clyde, They were inclined to not only exaggerate the import of all that they saw, but to see in this sudden transition an opportunity to partake of it all. Who were these people with money, and what had they done that they should enjoy so much luxury, where others as good seemingly as themselves had nothing? And wherein did these latter differ so greatly from the successful? Clyde could not see, yet these thoughts flashed through the minds of every one of these boys. At the same time, the admiration, to say nothing of the private overtures of a certain type of woman or girl, who, inhibited perhaps by the social milieu in which she found herself, but having means, could invade a region such as this, and by wiles and smiles and the money she possessed, ingratiate herself into the favor of some of the more attractive of these young men here, was much commented upon. Thus a youth called Ratterer, a hall boy here, sitting beside him the very next afternoon, seeing a trim, well-formed blonde woman of about 30 enter with a small dog upon her arm, and much bedecked with furs, first nudged him, and, with a faint motion of the head indicating her vicinity, whispered, "See here? There's a swift one. I'll tell you about her some time when I have more time. Gee, the things she don't do." "What about her?" asked Clyde, keenly curious, for to him she seemed exceedingly beautiful, most fascinating. "Oh, nothing, except she's been in with about 8 different men around here since I've been here. She fell for Doyle," another hall boy, whom by this time Clyde had already observed as being the quintessence of Chesterfieldian grace and airs and looks, a youth to imitate, "for a while, but now she's got someone else." "Really?" inquired Clyde, very much astonished and wondering if such luck would ever come to him. "Surest thing you know," went on Ratterer. "She's a bird that way, never gets enough. Her husband, they tell me, has a big lumber business somewhere over in Kansas, but they don't live together no more. She has one of the best suites on the 6th, but she ain't in it half the time. The maid told me." This same Ratterer, who was short and stocky, but good-looking and smiling, was so smooth and bland and generally agreeable that Clyde was instantly drawn to him and wished to know him better. And Ratterer reciprocated that feeling, for he had the notion that Clyde was innocent and inexperienced, and that he would like to do some little thing for him if he could. The conversation was interrupted by a service call, and never resumed about this particular woman, but the effect on Clyde was sharp. The woman was pleasing to look upon, and exceedingly well groomed, her skin clear, her eyes bright. Could what Ratterer had been telling him really be true? She was so pretty. He sat and gazed, a vision of something which he did not care to acknowledge even to himself, tingling in the roots of his hair. And then the temperaments and philosophy of these boys. Kinsella, short and thick and smooth-faced and a little dull, as Clyde saw it, but good-looking and virile, and reported to be a wizard at gambling, who, throughout the first 3 days, at such times as other matters were not taking his attention, had been good enough to continue Heglin's instructions in part. He was a more suave, better-spoken youth than Hegland, though not so attractive as Ratterer, Clyde thought, without the latter's sympathetic outlook, as Clyde saw it. And again there was Doyle, Eddie, whom Clyde found intensely interesting from the first, and of whom he was not a little jealous, because he was so very good-looking, so trim of figure, easy and graceful of gesture, and with so soft and pleasing a voice. He went about with an indescribable air which seemed to ingratiate him instantly with all with whom he came in contact, the clerks behind the counter no less than the strangers who entered and asked this or that question of him. His shoes and collar were so clean and trim, and his hair cut and brushed and oiled after a fashion which would have become a moving picture actor. From the first, Clyde was utterly fascinated by his taste in the matter of dress, the neatest of brown suits, caps, with ties and socks to match. He should wear a brown belted coat just like that. He should have a brown cap, and a suit as well cut and attractive. Similarly, a not unrelated and yet different effect was produced by that same youth who had first introduced Clyde to the work here, Hegland, who was one of the older and more experienced bellhops, and of considerable influence with the others because of his genial and devil-may-care attitude towards everything, outside the exact line of his hotel duties. Hegland was neither as schooled nor as attractive as some of the others, yet by reason of a most avid and dynamic disposition, plus a liberality where money and pleasure were concerned, and a courage, strength, and daring which neither Doyle nor Ratterer nor Kinsella could match, a strength and daring almost entirely divested of reason at times, he interested and charmed Clyde immensely. As he himself related to Clyde, after a time, he was the son of a Swedish journeyman baker, who some years before in Jersey City had deserted his mother, and left her to make her way as best she could. In consequence, neither Oscar nor his sister Martha had had any too much education or significant social experience of any kind. On the contrary, at the age of 14 he had left Jersey City in a boxcar and had begun making his way ever since as best he could. And like Clyde also, he was insanely eager for all the pleasures which he had imagined he saw swirling around him, and was for prosecuting adventures in every direction, lacking, however, the nervous fear of consequence which characterized Clyde. Also, he had a friend, a youth by the name of Sparser, somewhat older than himself, who was the chauffeur to a wealthy citizen of Kansas City, and who occasionally managed to purloin a car and so accommodate Hegland in the matter of brief outings here and there, which courtesy, unconventional and dishonest though it might be, still caused Hegland to feel that he was a wonderful fellow and of much more importance than some of these others, and to lend him in their eyes a luster which had little of the reality which it suggested to them. Not being as attractive as Doyle, it was not so easy for him to win the attention of girls, and those he did not succeed in interesting were not of the same charm or import by any means. Yet he was inordinately proud of such contacts as he could effect, and not a little given to boasting in regard to them, a thing which Clyde took with more faith than would most, being of less experience. For this reason Hegland liked Clyde, almost from the very first, sensing in him perhaps a pleased and willing auditor. So, finding Clyde on the bench beside him from time to time, he had proceeded to continue his instructions. Kansas City was a fine place to be if you knew how to live. He had worked in other cities, Buffalo, Cleveland, Detroit, St. Louis, before he came here, but he had not liked any of them any better, principally, which was a fact which he did not trouble to point out at the time, because he had not done as well in those places as he had here. He had been a dishwasher, car cleaner, plumber's helper, and several other things, before finally, in Buffalo, he had been inducted into the hotel business. And then a youth working there, but who was now no longer here, had persuaded him to come on to Kansas City. But here. Say, the tips in this hotel is as big as you'll get anywhere, I know that. And what's more, they's nice people working here. You do your bit by them, and they'll do right by you. I've been here over a year, and I ain't got no complaint. That guy Squires is all right if you don't cause him no trouble. He's hard, but he's got to look out for himself, too. That's natural. But he don't fire nobody unless he's got a reason. I know that, too. And as for the rest, there's no trouble. And when your work's true, your time's your own. These fellows here are good sports, all of them. They're no four-flushers and no tightwads either. Whenever there's anything going on, a good time or something like that, they're on, nearly all of them. And they don't mooch or grouch in case things don't work out right neither. I know that, 'cause I've been with them now, lots of times. He gave Clyde the impression that these youths were all the best of friends, close, all but Doyle, who was a little standoffish, but not coldly so. He's got too many women chasing him, that's all. Also, that they went here and there together on occasion, to a dance hall, a dinner, a certain gambling joint down near the river, a certain pleasure resort, Kate Sweeney's, where were some peaches of girls, and so on and so forth, a world of such information as had never previously been poured into Clyde's ear, and that set him meditating, dreaming, doubting, worrying, and questioning as to the wisdom, charm, delight to be found in all this, also the permissibility of it, in so far as he was concerned. For had he not been otherwise instructed in regard to all this all his life long? There was a great thrill, and yet a great question involved, in all to which he was now listening so attentively. Again there was Thomas Ratterer, who was of a type which, at first glance, one would have said, could scarcely prove either inimical or dangerous to any of the others. He was not more than 5'4", plump, with black hair and olive skin, and with an eye that was as limpid as water and as genial as could be. He, too, as Clyde learned after a time, was of a nondescript family, and so had profited by no social or financial advantages of any kind. But he had a way, and was liked by all of these youths, so much so that he was consulted about nearly everything. A native of Wichita, recently moved to Kansas City, he and his sister were the principal support of a widowed mother. During their earlier and formative years, both had seen their very good-natured and sympathetic mother, of whom they were honestly fond, spurned and abused by a faithless husband. There had been times when they were quite without food. On more than one occasion they had been ejected for non-payment of rent. None too continuously, Tommy and his sister had been maintained in various public schools. Finally, at the age of 14, he had decamped to Kansas City, where he had secured different odd jobs until he succeeded in connecting himself with the Green Davidson, and was later joined by his mother and sister, who had removed from Wichita to Kansas City to be with him. But even more than by the luxury of the hotel were these youths, whom swiftly and yet surely he was beginning to decipher. Clyde was impressed by the downpour of small change that was tumbling in upon him and making a small lump in his right-hand pants pocket, dimes, nickels, quarters, and half-dollars even, which increased and increased even on the first day, until by 9 o'clock he already had over $4 in his pocket, and by 12, at which hour he went off duty, he had over 6.5, as much as previously he had earned in a week. And of all this, as he then knew, he need only hand Mr. Squires one, no more, Hegland had said, and the rest, $5.50 for one evening's interesting, yes, delightful and fascinating, work belonged to himself. He could scarcely believe it. It seemed fantastic, Aladdinish, really. Nevertheless, at 12, exactly, of that first day a gong sounded somewhere, a shuffle of feet had been heard and 3 boys had appeared, one to take Barnes's place at the desk, the other 2 to answer calls. And at the command of Barnes, the 8 who were present were ordered to rise, right dress, and march away. And in the hall outside, and just as he was leaving, Clyde approached Mr. Squires and handed him $1 in silver. "That's right," Mr. Squires remarked. "No more." Then Clyde, along with the others, descended to his locker, changed his clothes, and walked out into the darkened streets, a sense of luck and a sense of responsibility as to future luck so thrilling him as to make him rather tremulous, giddy even. To think that now, at last, he actually had such a place. To think that he could earn this much every day, maybe. He began to walk toward his home, his first thought being that he must sleep well and so be fit for his duties in the morning. But thinking that he would not need to return to the hotel before 11:30 the next day, he wandered into an all-night beanery to have a cup of coffee and some pie. And now all he was thinking was that he would only need to work from noon until 6, when he should be free until the following morning at 6. And then he would make more money. A lot of it to spend on himself. End of Book 1, Chapter 7. Section 8 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1 by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 1, Chapter 8. The thing that most interested Clyde at first was how, if at all, he was to keep the major portion of all this money he was making for himself. For ever since he had been working and earning money, it had been assumed that he would contribute a fair portion of all that he received, at least 3/4 of the smaller salaries he had received up to this time, toward the upkeep of the home. But now, if he announced that he was receiving at least $25 a week and more, and this entirely apart from the salary of $15 a month and board, his parents would assuredly expect him to pay 10 or 12. But so long had he been haunted by the desire to make himself as attractive-looking as any other well-dressed boy, that now that he had the opportunity, he could not resist the temptation to equip himself first, and as speedily as possible. Accordingly, he decided to say to his mother that all of the tips he received aggregated no more than $1 a day. And, in order to give himself greater freedom of action in the matter of disposing of his spare time, he announced that frequently, in addition to the long hours demanded of him every other day, he was expected to take the place of other boys who were sick or set to doing other things. And also, he explained that the management demanded of all boys that they look well outside as well as inside the hotel. He could not long be seen coming to the hotel in the clothes that he now wore. Mr. Squires, he said, had hinted as much. But, as if to soften the blow, one of the boys at the hotel had told him of a place where he could procure quite all the things that he needed on time. And so unsophisticated was his mother in these matters that she believed him. But that was not all. He was now daily in contact with a type of youth who, because of his larger experience of the world and with the luxuries and vices of such a life as this, had already been inducted into certain forms of libertinism and vice, even which up to this time were entirely foreign to Clyde's knowledge, and set him agape with wonder, and at first with even a timorous distaste. Thus, as Hegland had pointed out, a certain percentage of this group, of which Clyde was now one, made common cause in connection with quite regular adventures, which usually followed their monthly pay night. These adventures, according to their moods and their cash at the time, led them to either to one of 2 famous and not respectable all-night restaurants. In groups, as he gathered by degrees from hearing them talk, they were pleased to indulge in occasional late showy suppers with drinks, after which they were wont to go to either some flashy dance hall of the downtown section to pick up a girl, or that failing as a source of group interest, to visit some notorious, or as they would have deemed it reputed, brothel, very frequently camouflaged as a boarding house, where for much less than the amount of cash in their possession, they could, as they often boasted, have any girl in the house. And here, of course, because of their known youth, ignorance, liberality, and uniform geniality and good looks, they were made much of, as a rule, being made most welcome by the various madams and girls of these places, who sought, for commercial reasons, of course, to interest them to come again. And so starved had been Clyde's life up to this time, and so eager was he for almost any form of pleasure, that from the first he listened with all too eager ears to any account of anything that spelled adventure or pleasure. Not that he approved of these types of adventures. As a matter of fact, at first it offended and depressed him, seeing as he did that it ran counter to all he had heard and been told to believe these many years. Nevertheless, so sharp a change and relief from the dreary and repressed work in which he had been brought up was it, that he could not help thinking of all of this, with an itch for the variety and color it seemed to suggest. He listened sympathetically and eagerly, even while at times he was mentally disapproving of what he heard. And seeing him so sympathetic and genial, first one and then another of these youths made overtures to him to go here, there, or the other place, to a show, a restaurant, one of their homes, where a card game might be indulged in by 2 or 3 of them, or even to one of the shameless houses, contact with which Clyde at first resolutely refused. But by degrees, becoming familiar with Hegland and Ratterer, both of whom he liked very much, and being invited by them to a joy-night supper, a blowout, as they termed it, at Frissell's, he decided to go. "There's going to be another one of our monthly blowouts tomorrow night, Clyde, around at Frissell's," Ratterer had said to him. "Don't you want to come along? You haven't been yet." By this time, Clyde, having acclimated himself to this caloric atmosphere, was by no means as dubious as he was at first, for by now, in imitation of Doyle, whom he had studied most carefully and to great advantage, he had outfitted himself with a new brown suit, cap, overcoat, socks, stick-pin, and shoes, as near like those of his mentor as possible, and the costume became him well, excellently well, so much so that he was far more attractive than he had ever been in his life, and now, not only his parents, but his younger brother and sister, were not a little astonished, and even amazed by the change. How could Clyde have come by all this grandeur so speedily? How much could all this that he wore now have cost? Was he not hypothecating more of his future earnings for his temporary grandeur than was really wise? He might need it in the future. The other children needed things too. And was the moral and spiritual atmosphere of a place that made him work such long hours, and kept him out so late every day, and for so little pay, just the place to work? To all of which he had replied, rather artfully for him, that it was for all the best. He wasn't working too hard. His clothes were not too fine, by any means. His mother should see some of the other boys. He was not spending too much money. And anyhow, he had a long while in which to pay for all he had bought. But now, as to this supper, that was a different matter even to him. How, he asked himself, in case the thing lasted until very late, as was expected, could he explain to his mother and father his remaining out so very late? Ratterer had said it might last until 3 or 4, anyhow, although he might go, of course, at any time. But how would that look, deserting the crowd? And yet, hang it all, most of them did not live at home as he did, or if they did, like Ratterer, they had parents who didn't mind what they did. Still, a late supper like that, was it wise? All these boys drank and thought nothing of it. Hegland, Ratterer, Kinsella, Shiel. It must be silly for him to think that there was so much danger in drinking a little, as they did on those occasions. On the other hand, it was true that he need not drink unless he wanted to. He could go, and if anything was said at home, he would say that he had to work late. What difference did it make if he stayed out late once in a while? Wasn't he a man now? Wasn't he making more money than anyone else in the family? And couldn't he begin to do as he pleased? He began to sense the delight of personal freedom, to sniff the air of personal and delicious romance, and he was not to be held back by any suggestion which his mother could now make. End of Book 1, Chapter 8. Section 9 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 1, Chapter 9. And so the interesting dinner, with Clyde attending, came to pass, and it was partaken of at Frissell's, as Roberta had said. And by now Clyde, having come to be on genial terms with all of these youths, was in the gayest of moods about it all. Think of his new state in life, anyhow. Only a few weeks ago he was all alone, not a boy friend, scarcely a boy acquaintance in the world. And here he was so soon after, going to this fine dinner with this interesting group. And true to the illusions of youth, the place appeared far more interesting than it really was. It was little more than an excellent chop house of the older American order. Its walls were hung thick with signed pictures of actors and actresses, together with playbills of various periods. And because of the general excellence of the food, to say nothing of the geniality of its present manager, it had become the hangout of passing actors, politicians, local businessmen, and after them, the generality of followers who are always drawn by that which presents something a little different to that which they are familiar. And these boys, having heard at one time and another, from cab and taxi drivers, that this was one of the best places in town, fixed upon it for their monthly dinners. Single plates of anything cost from 60 cents to $1. Coffee and tea were served in pots only. You could get anything you wanted to drink. To the left of the main room, as you went in, was a darker and low-ceilinged room with a fireplace, to which only men resorted and sat and smoked and read newspapers after dinner, and it was for this room that these youths reserved their greatest admiration. Eating here, they somehow felt older, wiser, more important, real men of the world. And both Roberta and Hegland, to whom by now Clyde had become very much attached, as well as most of the others, were satisfied that there was not another place in all Kansas City that was really as good. And so this day, having drawn their pay at noon and being off at 6 for the night, they gathered outside the hotel at the corner nearest the drugstore at which Clyde had originally applied for work, and were off in a happy, noisy frame of mind. Hegland, Roberta, Paul Shield, Davis Higbee, another youth, Arthur Kinsella, and Clyde. "Did you hear the trick the guy from St. Louis pulled on the main office yesterday?" Hegland inquired of the crowd generally, as they started walking. "Wires last Saturday from St. Louis for a parlor, bedroom, and bat for himself and wife, and orders flowers put in the room. Jimmy, the key clerk, was just telling me. Denny comes on here and registers himself and his girl, see? As man and wife, and gee, a peach of a looking girl, too. I saw him. Listen, you fellows, can't ya? Then, on Wednesday, after he's been here 3 days, and they're beginning to wonder about him a little, meals sent to the room and all that, he comes down and says that his wife's got to go back to St. Louis, and that he won't need no suite, just one room, and that they can transfer his trunk and her bags to the new room until train time for her. But the trunk ain't his at all, see, but hers. And she ain't going, don't know nothing about it, but he is. Then he beats it, see, and leaves her and the trunk in the room. And without a bean, see? Now they're holding her in her trunk, and she's crying and wiring friends, and there's hell to pay all around. Can you beat that? And the flowers, too. Roses. And 6 different meals in the room and drinks for him, too." "Sure, I know the one you mean," exclaimed Paul Shield. "I took up some drinks myself. I felt there was something phony about that guy. He was too smooth and loud-talking, and he only come across with a dime at that." "I remember him, too," exclaimed Roberta. "He sent me down for all the Chicago papers Monday and only gave me a dime. He looked like a bluff to me." "Well, they fell for him up in front, all right." It was Hegland talking. "And now they're trying to gouge it out of her. Can you beat it?" "She didn't look to me to be more than 18 or 20, if she's that old," put in Arthur Kinsella, who up till now had said nothing. "Did you see either of them, Clyde?" inquired Roberta, who was inclined to favor and foster Clyde and include him in everything. "No," replied Clyde. "I must have missed those two. I don't remember seeing either of them." "Well, you missed seeing a bird when you missed that one. Tall, long black cutaway coat, wide black derby pulled low over his eyes, pearl gray spats, too. I thought he was an English duke or something at first, the way he walked, and with a cane, too. All they gotta do is pull that English stuff, and talk loud and order everybody about, and they get by with it every time." "That's right," commented Davis Higbee. "That's good stuff, that English line. I wouldn't mind pulling some of it myself sometime." They had now turned 2 corners, crossed 2 different streets, and, in group formation, were making their way through the main door of Frissell's, which gave in on the reflection of lights upon a china and silverware and faces, and the buzz and clatter of a dinner crowd. Clyde was enormously impressed. Never before, apart from the Green Davidson, had he been in such a place, and with such wise, experienced youths. They all made their way to a group of tables which faced a leather wall seat, The head waiter, recognizing Ratterer and Hegland and Kinsella as old patrons, had 2 tables put together, and butter and bread and glasses brought. About these they arranged themselves, Clyde with Ratterer and Higby occupying the wall seat, Hegland, Kinsella, and Shiel sitting opposite. "Now, for me, a good old Manhattan to begin with," exclaimed Hegland avidly, looking about on the crowd in the room and feeling that now indeed he was a person. Of a reddish-tan hue, his eyes keen and blue, his reddish-brown hair brushed straight up from his forehead, he seemed not unlike a large and overzealous rooster. And similarly, Arthur Kinsella, once he was in here, seemed to perk up and take heart of his present glory. In a sort of ostentatious way, he drew back his coat sleeves, seized a bill of fare, and scanning the drink list on the back, exclaimed, "Well, a dry martini is good enough for a start." "Well, I'm going to begin with a scotch and soda," observed Paul Shiel solemnly, examining at the same time the meat orders. "None of your cocktails for me tonight," insisted Ratterer, genially but with a note of reserve in his voice. "I said I wasn't going to drink much tonight, and I'm not. I think a glass of Rhine wine and seltzer will be about my speed." "For the love of Mike, will you listen to that now?" exclaimed Hegland deprecatingly. "He's going to begin on Rhine wine, and him that likes Manhattans anyways. What's getting into you all of a sudden, Tommy? I thought you said you wanted a good time tonight." "So I do," replied Ratterer, "but I can't have a good time without lapping up everything in the place. I want to stay sober tonight. No more call-downs for me in the morning, if I know what I'm about. I came pretty near not showing up last time." "That's true, too," exclaimed Arthur Kinsella. "I don't want to drink so much I don't know where I'm at, but I'm not going to begin worrying about it now." "How about you, Higby?" Hegland now called to the round-eyed youth. "I'm having a Manhattan, too," he replied, and then, looking up at the waiter who was beside him, added, "How's tricks, Dennis?" "Well, I can't complain," replied the waiter. "They're breaking all right for me these days. How's everything over to the hotel?" "Fine, fine," replied Higby, cheerfully studying the bill of fare. "And you, Griffiths, what are you going to have?" called Hegland, for as master of ceremonies, delegated by the others to look after the orders and pay the bill and tip the waiter, he was now fulfilling the role. "Who, me? Oh, me," exclaimed Clyde, not a little disturbed by this inquiry, for up to now, this very hour in fact, he had never touched anything stronger than coffee or ice cream soda. He had not been taken a little aback by the brisk and sophisticated way in which these youths ordered cocktails and whiskey. Surely he could not go so far as that. And yet, so well had he known long before this, from the conversation of these youths, that on such occasions as this they did drink, and that he did not see how he could very well hold back. What would they think of him if he didn't drink something? For ever since he had been among them, he had been trying to appear as much of a man of the world as they were. And yet in back of him, as he could plainly feel, lay all of the years in which he had been drilled in the horrors of drink and evil companionship. And even though in his heart this long while he had secretly rebelled against nearly all the texts and maxims to which his parents were always alluding, deeply resenting really as worthless and pointless the ragamuffin crew of wasters and failures whom they were always seeking to save, still now he was inclined to think and hesitate. Should he or should he not drink? For the fraction of an instant only, while all these things in him now spoke, he hesitated, then added, "Why, I think I'll take the Rhine wine and seltzer, too." It was the easiest and safest thing to say, as he saw it. Already the rather temperate and even innocuous character of Rhine wine and seltzer had been emphasized by Hegland and all the others, and yet Ratterer was taking it, a thing which made his choice less conspicuous, and, as he felt, less ridiculous. "Will you listen to this now?" exclaimed Hegland dramatically. "He says he'll have Rhine wine and seltzer, too. I see where this party breaks up at 8:30, all right, unless the rest of us do something." And Davis Higby, who was far more trenchant and roistering than his pleasant exterior gave any indication of, turned to Ratterer and said, "What you want to start this Rhine wine and seltzer stuff for so soon, Tom? Don't you want us to have any fun tonight?" "Well, I told you why," said Ratterer. "Besides, the last time I went down to that joint, I had $40 when I went in and not a cent when I came out. I want to know what's going on this time." "That joint?" thought Clyde on hearing it. Then after supper, when they had all drunk and eaten enough, they were going down to one of those places called a joint. A bad house, really. There was no doubt of it. He knew what the word meant. There would be women there. Bad women. Evil women. And he would be expected. Could he? Would he?
For the first time in his life now, he found himself confronted by a choice as to his desire for the more accurate knowledge of the one great fascinating mystery that had for so long confronted and fascinated and baffled and yet frightened him a little. For despite all his many thoughts in regard to all this and women in general, he had never been in contact with any one of them in this way. And now... All of a sudden he felt faint thrills of hot and cold racing up and down his back and all over him. His hands and face grew hot and then became moist. Then his cheeks and forehead flamed. He could feel them. Strange, swift, enticing, and yet disturbing thoughts raced in and out of his consciousness. His hair tingled and he saw pictures, bacchanalian scenes, which swiftly and yet in vain he sought to put out of his mind. They would keep coming back, and he wanted them to come back, yet he did not. And through it all he was now a little afraid. Had he no courage at all? These other fellows were not disturbed by the prospects of what was before them. They were very gay. They were already beginning to laugh and kid one another in regard to certain funny things that had happened the last time they were all out together. But what would his mother think if she knew? His mother! He dared not think of his mother or his father either at this time, and put them both resolutely out of his mind. "Oh, say, Kinsella," called Higby. "Do you remember that little redhead in that Pacific Street joint that wanted you to run away to Chicago with her?" "Do I?" replied the amused Kinsella, taking up the martini that was just then served him. "She even wanted me to quit the hotel game and let her start me in a business of some kind. I wouldn't need to work at all if I stuck by her, she told me." "Oh no, you wouldn't need to work at all except one way," called Ratterer. The waiter put down Clyde's glass of Rhine wine and seltzer beside him, and, interested and intense and troubled and fascinated by all that he heard, he picked it up, tasted it, and, finding it mild and rather pleasing, drank it all down at once. And then so wrought up were his thoughts that he scarcely realized that he had drunk it. "Good for you," observed Kinsella in a most cordial tone. "You must like that stuff." "Oh, it's not so bad," said Clyde. And Hegland, seeing how swiftly it had gone, and feeling that Clyde, new to the world and green, needed to be cheered and strengthened, called to the waiter. "Here, Jerry, one more of these and make it a big one," he whispered behind his hand. And so the dinner proceeded, and it was nearly 11 before they had exhausted the various matters of interest to them, stories of past affairs, past jobs, past feats of daring, and by then Clyde had considerable time to meditate on all of these youths, and he was inclined to think that he was not nearly as green as they thought, or if so, at least shrewder than most of them, of a better mentality really. For who were they and what were their ambitions? Hegland, as he could see, was vain and noisy and foolish, a person who could be taken in and conciliated by a little flattery. And Higby and Kinsella, interesting and attractive boys both, were still vain of things he could not be proud of. Higby of knowing a little something about automobiles, he had an uncle in the business, Kinsella of gambling, rolling dice even. And as for Ratterer and Shiel, he could see and had noticed for some time that they were content with the bellhop business, just continuing in that and nothing more, a thing which he could not believe, even now, would interest him forever. At the same time, being confronted by this problem of how soon they would be wanting to go to a place into which he had never ventured before, and to be doing things which he had never let himself think he would do in just this way, he was just a little disturbed. Had he not better excuse himself after they got outside, or perhaps, after starting along with them in whatsoever direction they chose to go, quietly slip away at some corner and return to his own home? For had he not already heard that the most dreadful of diseases were occasionally contracted in just such places, and that men died miserable deaths later because of low vices begun in this fashion? He could hear his mother lecturing concerning all this, yet with scarcely any direct knowledge of any kind. And yet, as an argument per contra, here were all of these boys in no wise disturbed by what was in their minds or moods to do. On the contrary, they were very gay over it all and amused. Nothing more. In fact, Ratterer, who was really very fond of Clyde by now, more because of the way he looked and inquired and listened than because of anything Clyde did or said, kept nudging him with his elbow now and then, asking laughingly, "How about it, Clyde? Going to be initiated tonight?" And then smiling broadly. Or finding Clyde quite still and thinking at times, "They won't do more than bite you, Clyde." And Hegland, taking his cue from Ratterer and occasionally desisting from his own self-glorifying diatribes, would add, "You won't ever be the same, Clyde. They never are. But we'll all be with you in case of trouble." And Clyde, nervous and irritated, would retort, "Oh, cut it out, you two. Quit kidding. What's the use of trying to make out that you know so much more than I do?" and Ratterer would signal Hegland with his eyes to let up, and would occasionally whisper to Clyde, "That's all right, old man, don't get sore. You know we were just fooling, that's all." And Clyde, very much drawn to Ratterer, would relent and wish he were not so foolish as to show what he actually was thinking about. At last, however, by 11 o'clock, they had had their fill of conversation and food and drink, and were ready to depart, Hegland leading the way. And instead of the vulgar and secretive mission producing a kind of solemnity and mental or moral self-examination and self-flagellation, they laughed and talked as though there were nothing but a delicious form of amusement before them. Indeed, much to Clyde's disgust and amazement, they now began to reminisce concerning other ventures into this world, of one particular one which seemed to amuse them all greatly, and which seemed to concern some joint, as they called it, which they had once visited, a place called Bettina's. They had been led there originally by a certain wild youth by the name of Pinky Jones, of the staff of another local hotel. And this boy and one other by the name of Birmingham, together with Hegland, who had become wildly intoxicated, had there indulged in wild pranks which all but led to their arrest. Pranks which to Clyde, as he listened to them, seemed scarcely possible to boys of this caliber and cleanly appearance. Pranks so crude and disgusting as to sicken him a little. "Oh-ho, and a pitcher of water the girl on the second floor doused on me as I went out," called Hegland, laughing heartily. "And the big fat guy on the second floor that came to the door to see, remember?" laughed Kinsella. "He thought there was a fire or a riot, I bet." "And you and that little fat girl, Piggy, remember, Ratterer?" squealed Shiel, laughing and choking as he tried to tell of it. "And Ratterer's legs all bent under his load? Yoo-hoo!" yelled Hegland. "And the way the two of 'em finally slid down the steps?" "That was all your fault, Hegland," called Higby from Kinsella's side. "If you hadn't tried that switching stuff, we never would have got put out." "I tell you, I was drunk," protested Ratterer. "It was the red-eye they sold in there." "And that long, thin guy from Texas with a big mustache, will you ever forget him and the way he laughed?" added Kinsella. "He wouldn't help nobody against us, remember? It's a wonder we all weren't thrown in the street or locked up. Oh, gee, what a night," reminisced Ratterer. By now, Clyde was faintly dizzy with the nature of these revelations. Switchin', that could mean but one thing. And they expected him to share in revels such as these, maybe. It could not be. He was not that sort of person. What would his mother and father think if they were to hear of such dreadful things? And yet, even as they talked, they had reached a certain house, in a dark and rather wide street, the curbs of which for a block or more on either side were sprinkled with cabs and cars. And at the corner, only a little distance away, were some young men standing and talking. And over the way, more men. And not a half a block farther on they passed two policemen, idling and conversing. And although there was no light visible in any window, nor over any transom, still, curiously, there was a sense of vivid, radiant life. One could feel it in this dark street. Taxis spun and honked, and two old-time closed carriages still in use rolled here and there, their curtains drawn, and doors slammed or opened and closed. And now and then a segment of bright inward light pierced the outward gloom and then disappeared again. Overhead on this night were many stars. Finally, without any comment from anyone, Hegland, accompanied by Higby and Shiel, marched up the steps of this house and rang the bell. Almost instantly the door was opened by a black girl in a red dress. "Good evening. Walk right in, won't you?" was the affable greeting, and the six, having pushed past her and through the curtains of heavy velvet, which separated this small area from the main chambers, Clyde found himself in a bright and rather gaudy general parlor or reception room, the walls of which were ornamented with gilt-framed pictures of nude or semi-nude girls, and some very high-pier mirrors. And the floor was covered by a bright red thick carpet, over which were strewn many gilt chairs. At the back, before some very bright red hangings, was a gilded upright piano. But of guests or inmates there seemed to be none, other than the black girl. "Just be seated, won't you? Make yourselves at home. I'll call the madam." And running upstairs to the left, she began calling, "Oh, Marie, Sadie, Caroline, there's some young gentlemen in the parlor." And at that moment, from a door in the rear, there emerged a tall, slim, and rather pale-faced woman of about 38 or 40, very erect, very executive, very intelligent and graceful-looking, diaphanously and yet modestly garbed, who said, with a rather wan and yet encouraging smile, "Oh, hello, Oscar. It's you, is it? And you too, Paul. Hello. Hello, Davis. Just make yourself at home anywhere, all of you. Fanny will be in a minute. She'll bring you something to drink. I've just hired a new pianist from St. Joe, a Negro. Wait till you hear him. He's awfully clever." She returned to the rear and called, "Oh, Sam." As she did so, 9 girls of varying ages and looks, but none apparently over 24 or 5, came trooping down the stairs at one side and the rear, and garbed as Clyde had never seen any women dressed anywhere, and they were all laughing and talking as they came, evidently very well pleased with themselves, and in no wise ashamed of their appearance, which in some instances was quite extraordinary, as Clyde saw it, their costumes ranging from the gayest and flimsiest of boudoir negligees to the somewhat more sober, if no less revealing, dancing and ballroom gowns. And they were of such varied types and sizes and complexions, slim and stout and medium, tall or short, and dark or light or betwixt. And whatever their ages, all seemed young. And they smiled so warmly and enthusiastically. "Oh, hello, sweetheart, how are you? Don't you want to dance with me? Or wouldn't you like something to drink?" End of Book 1, Chapter 9. Section 10 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 1, Chapter 10. Prepared as Clyde was to dislike all this, so steeped had he been in moods and maxims antipathetic to anything of its kind, still so innately sensual and romantic was his own disposition, and so starved where sex was concerned, that instead of being sickened, he was quite fascinated. The very fleshly sumptuousness of most of these figures, dull and unromantic as might be the brains that directed them, interested him for the time being. After all, here was beauty of a gross, fleshy character, revealed and purchasable, and there were no difficulties of mood or inhibitions to overcome in connection with any of these girls. One of them, a quite pretty brunette in a black and red costume, with a band of red ribbon across her forehead, seemed to be decidedly at home with Higby, for already she was dancing with him in the back room to a jazz melody almost irrationally hammered out upon the piano. And Ratterer, to Clyde's surprise, was already seated upon one of the gilt chairs, and upon his knees was lounging a tall young girl with very light hair and blue eyes, and she was smoking a cigarette and tapping her gold slippers to the melody of the piano. It was really a quite amazing and Aladdin-like scene to him. And here was Hegland, before whom was standing a German or Scandinavian type, plump and pretty, her arms akimbo and her feet wide apart. And she was asking, with an upward swell of her voice, as Clyde could hear, "You make love to me tonight?" But Hegland, apparently not very much taken with these overtures, calmly shook his head, after which she went on to Kinsella. And even as he was looking and thinking, a quite attractive blonde girl of not less than 24, but who seemed younger to Clyde, drew up a chair beside him, and seating herself, said, "Don't you dance?" He shook his head nervously. "Want me to show you?" "Oh, I wouldn't want to try here," he said. "Oh, it's easy," she continued. "Come on." But since he would not, though he was rather pleased with her for being agreeable to him, she added, "Well, how about something to drink, then?" "Sure," he agreed gallantly, and forthwith she signaled the young negress who had returned as waitress, and in a moment a small table was put before them, and a bottle of whiskey with soda on the side, a sight that so astonished and troubled Clyde that he could scarcely speak. He had $40 in his pocket, and the cost of drinks here, as he had heard from the others, would not be less than $2 each. But even so, think of him buying drinks for such a woman at such a price. And his mother and sisters and brother were at home with scarcely the means to make ends meet, and yet he bought and paid for several, feeling all the while that he had let himself in for a terrifying bit of extravagance, if not an orgy, but now that he was here, he must go through with it. And besides, as he now saw, this girl was really pretty. She had on a Delft blue evening gown of velvet, with slippers and stockings to match. In her ears were blue earrings, and her neck and shoulders and arms were plump and smooth. The most disturbing thing about her was that her bodice was cut very low. He scarcely dared to look at her there, and her cheeks and lips were painted, most assuredly the marks of the Scarlet Woman. Yet she did not seem very aggressive, in fact quite human, and she kept looking rather interestedly at his deep and dark and nervous eyes. "You work over at the Green Davidson too, don't you?" she asked. "Yes," replied Clyde, trying to appear as if all this were not new to him, as if he had been often in such a place as this, amid such scenes. "How did you know?" "Oh, I know Oscar Hegland," she replied. "He comes around here once in a while. Is he a friend of yours?" "Yes. That is, he works over at the hotel with me." "But you haven't been here before." No, said Clyde swiftly, and yet with a trace of inquiry in his own mood. Why should she say he hadn't been here before? I thought you hadn't. I've seen most of these other boys before, but I never saw you. You haven't been working over at the hotel very long, have you? No, said Clyde, a little irritated by this, his eyebrows and the skin of his forehead rising and falling as he talked, a form of contraction and expansion that went on involuntarily whenever he was nervous or thought deeply. What of it? Oh, nothing. I just knew you hadn't. You don't look very much like these other boys. You look different. She smiled oddly and rather ingratiatingly, a smile and a mood which Clyde failed to interpret. How different? He inquired, solemnly and contentiously, taking up a glass and drinking from it. I'll bet you one thing, she went on, ignoring his inquiry entirely. You don't care for girls like me very much, do you? Oh, yes, I do too, he said evasively. Oh, no, you don't either, I can tell. But I like you just the same. I like your eyes. You're not like those other fellows. You're more refined, kinda. I can tell. You don't look like them. Oh, I don't know, replied Clyde, very much pleased and flattered, his forehead wrinkling and clearing as before. This girl was certainly not as bad as he thought, maybe. She was more intelligent, a little more refined than the others. Her costume was not so gross, and she hadn't thrown herself upon him, as had these others upon Hegland, Higby, Kinsella, and Ratterer. Nearly all of the group by now were seated upon chairs or divans about the room, and upon their knees were girls, and in front of every couple was a little table with a bottle of whiskey upon it. Look who's drinking whiskey, called Kinsella to such of the others as would pay any attention to him, glancing in Clyde's direction. Well, you needn't be afraid of me, went on the girl, while Clyde glanced at her arms and neck, and her too much revealed bosom, which quite chilled and yet enticed him. I haven't been so very long in this business, and I wouldn't be here now if it hadn't been for all the bad luck I've had. I'd rather live at home with my family if I could, only they wouldn't have me now. She looked rather solemnly at the floor, thinking mainly of the little inexperienced dunce Clyde was, so raw and green, and also of the money she had seen him take out of his pocket, plainly quite a sum, and how really good-looking he was, not handsome or vigorous, but pleasing. And he was thinking at the instant of Esta, as to where she had gone or was now. What might have befallen her? Who could say? What might have been done to her? Had this girl by any chance ever had any such unfortunate experience as she had had? He felt a growing, if somewhat grandiose, sympathy, and looked at her as much as to say, "You poor thing." Yet for the moment he would not trust himself to say anything, or make any further inquiry. You fellows who come into a place like this always think so hard of everybody. I know how you are, but we're not as bad as you think. Clyde's brows knit and smoothed again. Perhaps she was not as bad as he thought. She was a low woman, no doubt, evil but pretty. In fact, as he looked about the room from time to time, none of the girls appealed to him more. And she thought him better than these other boys, more refined. She had detected that. The compliment stuck. Presently she was filling his glass for him and urging him to drink with her. Another group of young men arrived about then, and other girls coming out of the mysterious portals at the rear to greet them. Hegland and Ratterer and Kinsella and Higby, as he saw, mysteriously disappeared up that back stairs that was heavily curtained from the general room. And as these others came in, this girl invited him to come sit upon a divan in the back room where the lights were dimmer. And now, seated here, she had drawn very close to him and touched his hands, and finally linking an arm in his, and pressing close to him, inquired if he didn't want to see how pretty some of the rooms on the second floor were furnished. And seeing that he was quite alone now, not one of all the group with whom he had come around to observe him, and that this girl seemed to lean to him warmly and sympathetically, he allowed himself to be led up that curtained back stair into a small pink and blue furnished room, while he kept saying to himself that this was an outrageous and dangerous proceeding on his part, and that it might well end in misery for him. He might contract some dreadful disease. She might charge him more than he could afford. He was afraid of her, himself, everything really, quite nervous and almost dumb with his several fears and qualms. Yet he went, and, the door locked behind him, this interestingly well-rounded and graceful Venus turned the moment they were within and held him to her, then calmly, and before a tall mirror which revealed her fully to herself and him, began to disrobe. End of Book 1, Chapter 10.
Section 11 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1 by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 1, Chapter 11. The effect of this adventure on Clyde was such as might have been expected in connection with one so new and strange to such a world as this. In spite of all that deep and urgent curiosity and desire that had eventually led him to that place and caused him to yield, still because of the moral precepts with which he had been so long familiar, and also because of the nervous aesthetic inhibitions which were characteristic of him, he could not but look back upon all this as decidedly degrading and sinful. His parents were probably right when they preached that this was all low and shameful. And yet this whole adventure, and the world in which it was laid, once it was all over, was lit with a kind of gross, pagan beauty or vulgar charm for him. And until other and more interesting things had partially effaced it, he could not help thinking back upon it with considerable interest and pleasure even. In addition, he kept telling himself that now, having as much money as he was making, he could go and do about as he pleased. He need not go there any more if he did not want to, but he could go to other places that might not be as low, maybe more refined. He wouldn't want to go with a crowd like that again. He would rather have just one girl somewhere if he could find her, a girl such as those with whom he had seen Sieberling and Doyle associate. And so, despite all of his troublesome thoughts of the night before, he was thus won quickly over to this new source of pleasure, if not its primary setting. He must find a free pagan girl of his own somewhere if he could, like Doyle, and spend his money on her, and he could scarcely wait until opportunity should provide him with the means of gratifying himself in this way. But more interesting and more to his purpose at the time was the fact that both Hegland and Ratterer, in spite of, or possibly because of, a secret sense of superiority which they detected in Clyde, were inclined to look upon him with no little interest, and to court him, and to include him among all their thoughts of affairs and pleasures. Indeed, shortly after this first adventure, Ratterer invited him to come to his home, where, as Clyde most quickly came to see, was a life very different from his own. At the Griffiths all was solemn and reserved, the still moods of those who feel the pressure of dogma and conviction. In Ratterer's home the reverse of this was nearly true. The mother and sister with whom he lived, while not without some moral, although no particular religious convictions, were inclined to view life with a great deal of generosity, or, as a moralist would have seen it, laxity. There had never been any keen moral or characterful direction there at all. And so it was that Ratterer and his sister Louise, who was 2 years younger than himself, now did about as they pleased, and without thinking very much about it. But his sister chanced to be shrewd or individual enough not to wish to cast herself away on just anyone. The interesting part of all this was that Clyde, in spite of a certain strain of refinement which caused him to look askance at most of this, was still fascinated by the crude picture of life and liberty which it offered. Among such as these, at least, he could go, do, be, as he had never gone or done or been before, and particularly was he pleased and enlightened, or rather dubiously liberated, in connection with his nervousness and uncertainty in regard to his charm or fascination for girls of his own years. For up to this very time, and in spite of his recent first visit to the erotic temple, to which Hegland and the others had led him, he was still convinced that he had no skill with or charm where girls were concerned. Their mere proximity or approach was sufficient to cause him to recede mentally, to chill or palpitate nervously, and to lose what little natural skill he had for conversation, or poised banter, such as other youths possessed. But now, in his visits to the home of Ratterer, as he soon discovered, he was to have ample opportunity to test whether this shyness and uncertainty could be overcome. For it was a center for the friends of Ratterer and his sister, who were more or less of one mood in regard to life. Dancing, card-playing, love-making, rather open and unashamed, went on there. Indeed, up to this time, Clyde would not have imagined that a parent like Mrs. Ratterer could have been as lackadaisical or indifferent as she was, apparently, to conduct and morals generally. He would not have imagined that any mother would have countenanced the easy camaraderie that existed between the sexes in Mrs. Ratterer's home. And very soon, because of several cordial invitations which were extended to him by Ratterer, he found himself part and parcel of this group, a group which from one point of view, the ideas held by its members, the rather wretched English they spoke, he looked down upon. From another point of view, the freedom they possessed, the zest with which they managed to contrive social activities and exchanges, he was drawn to them. Because for the first time, these permitted him, if he chose, to have a girl of his own, if only he could summon the courage. And this, owing to the well-meant ministrations of Ratterer and his sister and their friends, he soon sought to accomplish. Indeed, the thing began on the occasion of his first visit to the Ratterers. Louise Ratterer worked in a dry goods store and often came home a little late for dinner. On this occasion she did not appear until 7, and the eating of the family meal was postponed accordingly. In the meantime, 2 girlfriends of Louise arrived to consult her in connection with something, and finding her delayed, and Ratterer and Clyde there, they made themselves at home, rather impressed and interested by Clyde and his new finery. For he, at once girl-hungry and girl-shy, held himself nervously aloof, a manifestation which they mistook for a conviction of superiority on his part. And in consequence, arrested by this, they determined to show how really interesting they were. Vamp him, no less. And he found their crude briskness and effrontery very appealing. So much so that he was soon taken by the charms of one, a certain Hortense Briggs, who, like Louise, was nothing more than a crude shop girl in one of the large stores, but pretty and dark and self-appreciative. And yet from the first, he realized that she was not a little coarse and vulgar, a very long way removed from the type of girl he had been imagining in his dreams that he would like to have. "Oh, hasn't she come in yet?" announced Hortense, on first being admitted by Ratterer and seeing Clyde near one of the front windows looking out. "Isn't that too bad? Well, we'll just have to wait a little bit if you don't mind." This last with a switch and a swagger that plainly said, who would mind having us around? And forthwith she began to primp and admire herself before a mirror which surmounted an ochre-colored mantelpiece that graced a fireless grate in the dining room. And her friend Greta Miller added, "Oh dear, yes, I hope you won't make us go before she comes. We didn't come to eat. We thought your dinner would be all over by now." "Where do you get that stuff? Put you out," replied Ratterer cynically. "As though anybody could drive you 2 out of here if you didn't want to go. Sit down and play the Victrola or do anything you like. Dinner will be ready and Louise will be here any minute." He returned to the dining room to look at a paper which he had been reading, after pausing to introduce Clyde, and the latter, because of the looks and the airs of these 2, felt suddenly as though he had been cast adrift upon a chartless sea in an open boat. "Oh, don't say eat to me," exclaimed Greta Miller, who was surveying Clyde calmly as though she were debating with herself whether he was worthwhile game or not, and deciding that he was. "With all the ice cream and cake and pie and sandwiches we'll have to eat yet tonight? We was just going to warn Louise not to fill up too much. Kitty Keene's giving a birthday party, you know, Tom, and she'll have a big cake and everything. You're coming down, ain't you, afterwards?" she concluded, with the thought of Clyde and his possible companionship in mind. "I wasn't thinking of it," calmly observed Ratterer. "Me and Clyde was thinking of going to a show after dinner." "Oh, how foolish!" put in Hortense Briggs, more to attract attention to herself and take it away from Greta than anything else. She was still in front of the mirror, but turned now to cast a fetching smile on all, particularly Clyde, for whom she fancied her friend might be angling. "When you could come along and dance, I call that silly." "Sure, dancing is all you 3 ever think of, you and Louise," retorted Ratterer. "It's a wonder you don't give yourselves a rest once in a while. I'm on my feet all day, and I like to sit down once in a while." He could be most matter-of-fact at times. "Oh, don't say sit down to me," commented Greta Miller, with a lofty smile and a gliding, dancing motion of her left foot. "With all the dates we got ahead of us this week, oh gee." Her eyes and eyebrows went up and she clasped her hands dramatically before her. "It's just terrible, all the dancing we got to do yet this winter, don't we, Hortense? Thursday night and Friday night and Saturday and Sunday nights." She counted on her fingers most archly. "Oh gee, it is terrible, really." She gave Clyde an appealing, sympathy-seeking smile. "Guess where we were the other night, Tom? Louise and Ralph Thorpe and Hortense and Bert Gettler, me and Willie Bassick, out to Peg Raines on Webster Avenue. Oh, and you ought to see the crowd out there. Sam Schaefer and Tilly Burns was there, and we danced until 4 in the morning. I thought my knees would break. I ain't been so tired and I don't know when." "Oh, gee," broke in Hortense, seizing her turn and lifting her arms dramatically. "I thought I never would get to work the next morning. I could just barely see the customers moving around. And wasn't my mother fussy? Gee, she hasn't gotten over it yet. She don't mind so much about Saturdays and Sundays, but all these weeknights when I have to get up the next morning at 7, gee, how she can pick." "And I don't blame her either," commented Mrs. Ratterer, who was just then entering with a plate of potatoes and some bread. "You 2 will get sick, and Louise too, if you don't get more rest. I keep telling her she won't be able to keep her place or stand it if she don't get more sleep, but she don't pay no more attention to me than Tom does, and that's just none at all." "Oh, well, you can't expect a fellow in my line to get in early always, Ma," was all Ratterer said, and Hortense Briggs added, "Gee, I'd die if I had to stay in one night. You gotta have a little fun when you work all day." What an easy household, thought Clyde. How liberal and indifferent, and the sexy, gay way in which these two girls posed about, and their parents thought nothing of it, evidently. If only he could have a girl as pretty as this Hortense Briggs, with her small, sensuous mouth and her bright, hard eyes. To bed twice a week early is all I need, announced Greta Miller archly. My father thinks I'm crazy, but more than that would do me harm. She laughed jestingly, and Clyde, in spite of the we wases and I seens, was most vividly impressed. Here was youth and geniality, and freedom and love of life. And just then the front door opened, and in hurried Louise Ratterer, a medium-sized, trim, vigorous little girl in a red-lined cape and soft blue felt hat pulled over her eyes. Unlike her brother, she was brisk and vigorous, and more lithe, and as pretty as either of these others. "Oh, look who's here!" she exclaimed. "You two birds beat me home, didn't ya? Well, I got stuck tonight on account of some mix-up in my sales book, and I had to go up to the cashier's office. You bet it wasn't my fault, though. They got my writing wrong." And then, noting Clyde for the first time, she announced, "I bet I know who this is. Mr. Griffiths. Tom's talked about you a lot. I wondered why he didn't bring you around here before." And Clyde, very much flattered, mumbled that he wished he had. But the two visitors, after conferring with Louise in a small front bedroom to which they all retired, reappeared presently, and because of strenuous invitations, which were really not needed, decided to remain. And Clyde, because of their presence, was now intensely wrought up and alert, eager to make a pleasing impression and to be received upon terms of friendship here. And these three girls, finding him attractive, were anxious to be agreeable to him, so much so that for the first time in his life they put him at his ease with the opposite sex and caused him to find his tongue. "We was just going to warn you not to eat so much," laughed Greta Miller, turning to Louise. "And now, see, we are all trying to eat again." She laughed heartily. "And they'll have pies and cakes and everything at Kitty's." "Oh, gee, and we're supposed to dance too on top of all this? Well, heaven help me is all I have to say," put in Hortense. The peculiar sweetness of her mouth, as he saw it, as well as the way she crinkled it when she smiled, caused Clyde to be quite beside himself with admiration and pleasure. She looked quite delightful, wonderful to him. Indeed, her effect on him made him swallow quickly and half choke on the coffee he had just taken. He laughed and felt irrepressibly gay. At that moment she turned on him and said, "See what I've done to him now?" "Oh, that ain't all you've done to me," exclaimed Clyde, suddenly being seized with an inspiration and a flow of thought and courage. Of a sudden, because of her effect on him, he felt bold and courageous, albeit a little foolish, and added, "Say, I'm getting kind of woozy with all the pretty faces I see around here." "Oh, gee, you don't want to give yourself away that quick around here, Clyde," cautioned Ratterer genially. "These highbinders will be after you to make you take 'em wherever they want to go. You better not begin that way." And sure enough, Louise Ratterer, not to be abashed by what her brother had just said, observed, "You dance, don't you, Mr. Griffiths?" "No, I don't," replied Clyde, suddenly brought back to reality by this inquiry, and regretting most violently the handicap this was likely to prove to the group. "But you bet I wish I did now," he added gallantly and almost appealingly, looking first at Hortense and then at Greta Miller and Louise. But all pretended not to notice his preference, although Hortense titillated with her triumph. She was not convinced that she was so greatly taken with him, but it was something to triumph thus easily and handsomely over these others. And the others felt it. "Ain't that too bad?" she commented, a little indifferently and superiorly, now that she realized she was his preference. "You might come along with us, you and Tom, if you did. There's going to be mostly dancing at Kitty's." Clyde began to feel and look crushed at once. To think that this girl, to whom all of those here he was most drawn, could dismiss him and his dreams and desires thus easily, and all because he couldn't dance. And his accursed home training was responsible for all this. He felt broken and cheated. What a boob he must seem not to be able to dance. And Louise Ratterer looked a little puzzled and indifferent, too. But Greta Miller, whom he liked less than Hortense, came to his rescue with, "Oh, it ain't so hard to learn. I could show you in a few minutes after dinner if you wanted to. It's only a few steps you have to know, and then you could go, anyhow, if you wanted to." Clyde was grateful and said so, determined to learn here or elsewhere at the first opportunity. Why hadn't he gone to a dancing school before this, he asked himself. But the thing that pained him most was the seeming indifference of Hortense now that he had made it clear that he liked her. Perhaps it was that Bert Gettler, previously mentioned, with whom she had gone to the dance, who was making it impossible for him to interest her. So, he was always to be a failure this way? Oh, gee. But the moment the dinner was over, and while the others were still talking, the first to put on a dance record and come with hands extended was Hortense, who was determined not to be outdone by her rival in this way. She was not particularly interested or fascinated by Clyde. at least not to the extent of troubling about him as Greta did. But if her friend was going to attempt a conquest in this manner, was it not just as well to forestall her? And so, while Clyde misread her change of attitude to the extent of thinking that she liked him better than he had thought, she took him by the hands, thinking at the same time that he was too bashful. However, placing his right arm about her waist, his other clasped in hers at her shoulder, she directed his attention to her feet and his, and began to illustrate the few primary movements of the dance. But so eager and grateful was he, almost intense and ridiculous, she did not like him very much, thought him a little unsophisticated and too young. At the same time, there was a charm about him which caused her to wish to assist him, and soon he was moving about with her quite easily, and afterwards with Greta and then Louise, but wishing always it was Hortense. And finally he was pronounced sufficiently skillful to go, if he would. And now the thought of being near her, being able to dance with her again, drew him so greatly that, despite the fact that 3 youths, among them that same Bert Gettler, appeared on the scene to escort them, and although he and Ratterer had previously agreed to go to a theater together, he could not help showing how much he would prefer to follow these others, so much so that Ratterer finally agreed to abandon the theater idea. And soon they were off, Clyde grieving that he could not walk with Hortense, who was with Gettler, and hating his rival because of this, but still attempting to be civil to Louise and Greta, who bestowed sufficient attention on him to make him feel at ease. Ratterer, having noticed his extreme preference, and being alone with him for a moment, said, "You better not get stuck too much on that Hortense Briggs. I don't think she's on the level with anybody. She's got that fellow Gettler and others. She'll only work you, and you might not get anything either." But Clyde, in spite of this honest and well-meant caution, was not to be dissuaded. On sight, and because of the witchery of a smile, the magic and vigor of motion and youth, he was completely infatuated, and would have given or done anything for an additional smile, or glance, or hand pressure. And that despite the fact that he was dealing with a girl who no more knew her own mind than a moth, and who was just reaching the stage when she was finding it convenient and profitable to use boys of her own years, or a little older, for whatever pleasures or clothes she desired. The party proved nothing more than one of those ebullitions of the youthful mating period. The house of Kitty Keene was little more than a cottage in a poor street under bare December trees. But to Clyde, because of the passion for a pretty face that was suddenly lit in him, it had the color and the form and gaiety of romance itself. And the young girls and boys that had met there, girls and boys of the Ratterer, Hegland, Hortense stripe, were still of the very substance and texture of that energy, ease and forwardness which he would have given his soul to possess. And curiously enough, in spite of a certain nervousness on his part, he was by reason of his new companions made an integral part of the gaieties. And on this occasion he was destined to view a type of girl and youth in action, as had previously not been his fortune or misfortune to see. There was, for instance, a type of sensual dancing, which Louise and Hortense and Greta indulged in with the greatest nonchalance and assurance. At the same time, many of these youths carried whiskey in a hip flask, from which they not only drank themselves, but gave others to drink, boys and girls, indiscriminately. And the general hilarity for this reason being not a little added to, they fell into more intimate relations, spooning with one and another, Hortense and Louise and Greta included, also to quarreling at times, and it appeared to be nothing out of the ordinary, as Clyde saw, for one youth or another to embrace a girl behind a door, to hold her on his lap in a chair or some secluded corner, to lie with her on a sofa, whispering intimate and unquestionably welcome things to her. And although at no time did he espy Hortense doing this, still, as he saw, she did not hesitate to sit on the laps of various boys or to whisper with rivals behind doors. And this for a time so discouraged, and at the same time incensed him, that he felt he could not and would not have anything more to do with her. She was too cheap, vulgar, inconsiderate. At the same time, having partaken of the various drinks offered him, so as not to seem less worldly wise than the others, until brought to a state of courage and daring not ordinarily characteristic of him, he ventured to half plead with, and at the same time half reproach her for her too lax conduct. "You're a flirt, you are. You don't care who you jolly, do you?" This as they were dancing together after 1 o'clock to the music of a youth named Wilkins at the none too toneful piano. She was attempting to show him a new step in a genial yet coquettish way, and with an amused, sensuous look. "What do you mean, flirt? I don't get you." "Oh, don't you?" replied Clyde, a little crossly and still attempting to conceal his real mood by a deceptive smile. "I've heard about you. You jolly 'em all." "Oh, do I?" she replied, quite irritably. "Well, I haven't tried to jolly you very much, have I?" Well, now, don't get mad, he half pleaded and half scolded, fearing perhaps that he had ventured too far and might lose her entirely now. I don't mean anything by it. You don't deny that you let a lot of those fellows make love to you. They seem to like you anyway. Oh, well, of course they like me, I guess. I can't help that, can I? Well, I'll tell you one thing, he blurted boastfully and passionately. I could spend a lot more on you than they could. I got it. He had been thinking only the moment before of $55 in bills that snuggled comfortably in his pocket. Oh, I don't know, she retorted, not a little intrigued by this cash offer, as it were, and at the same time not a little set up in her mood by the fact that she could thus inflame nearly all youths in this way. She was really a little silly, very light-headed, who was infatuated by her own charms and looked in every mirror, admiring her eyes, her hair, her neck, her hands, her figure, and practicing a peculiarly fetching smile. At the same time, she was not unaffected by the fact that Clyde was not a little attractive to look upon, although so very green. She liked to tease such beginners. He was a bit of a fool, as she saw him, but he was connected with the Green Davidson, and he was well dressed, and no doubt he had all the money he said, and would spend it on her. Some of those whom she liked best did not have much money to spend. Lots of fellows with money would like to spend it on me. She tossed her head and flicked her eyes and repeated her coyest smile. At once Clyde's countenance darkened. The witchery of her look was too much for him. The skin of his forehead crinkled and then smoothed out. His eyes burned lustfully and bitterly, the old resentment of life and deprivation showing. No doubt all she said was true. There were others who had more and would spend more. He was boasting and being ridiculous, and she was laughing at him. After a moment he added weakly, I guess that's right, too. But they couldn't want you more than I do. The uncalculated honesty of it flattered her not a little. He wasn't so bad after all. They were gracefully gliding about as the music continued. Oh, well, I don't flirt everywhere like I do here. These fellows and girls all know each other. We're always going around together. You mustn't mind what you see here. She was lying artfully, but it was soothing to him nonetheless. Gee, I'd give everything if you'd only be nice to me, he pleaded, desperately and yet ecstatically. I never saw a girl I'd rather have than you. You're swell. I'm crazy about you. Why won't you come out to dinner with me and let me take you to a show afterwards? Don't you want to do that tomorrow night or Sunday? Those are my 2 nights off. I work other nights. She hesitated at first, for even now she was not so sure that she wished to continue this contact. There was Gettler, to say nothing of several others, all jealous and attentive. Even though he spent money on her, she might not wish to bother with him. He was already too eager, and he might become troublesome. At the same time, the natural coquetry of her nature would not permit her to relinquish him. He might fall into the hands of Greta or Louise. In consequence, she finally arranged a meeting for the following Tuesday. But he could not come to the house or take her home tonight, on account of her escort, Mr. Gettler, but on the following Tuesday at 6:30 near the Green Davidson, and he assured her that they would dine first at Frissell's, and then see The Corsair, a musical comedy at Libby's, only 2 blocks away. End of Book 1, Chapter 11. Section 12 of An American Tragedy by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 1, Chapter 12. Now, trivial as this contact may seem to some, it was of the utmost significance to Clyde. Up to this, he had never seen a girl with so much charm who would deign to look at him, or so he imagined, and now he had found one, and she was pretty, and actually interested sufficiently to accompany him to dinner and a show. It was true, perhaps, that she was a flirt, and not really sincere with anyone, and that maybe at first he could not expect her to center her attentions on him, but who knew? Who could tell? And true to her promise, on the following Tuesday, she met him at the corner of 14th Street and Wyandotte, near the Green Davidson, and so excited and flattered and enraptured was he that he could scarcely arrange his jumbled thoughts and emotions in any seemly way. But to show her that he was worthy of her, he had made an almost exotic toilet, hair pomaded, a butterfly tie, new silk muffler and silk socks to emphasize his bright brown shoes, purchased especially for the occasion. But once he had re-encountered Hortense, whether all this was of any import to her he could not tell, for after all it was her own appearance, not his, that interested her. And what was more, the trick with her, she chose to keep him waiting until nearly 7 o'clock, a delay which brought about in him the deepest dejection of spirit for the time being. For supposing, after all, in the interval, She had decided that she did not care for him and did not wish to see him any more. Well, then he would have to do without her, of course. But that would prove that he was not interesting to a girl as pretty as she was, despite all the nice clothes he was now able to wear and the money he could spend. He was determined that, girl or no girl, he would not have one who was not pretty. Rather and Hegland did not seem to mind whether the girl they knew was attractive or not, but with him it was a passion. The thought of being content with one not so attractive almost nauseated him. And yet here he was now, on the street corner in the dark, the flare of many signs and lights about, hundreds of pedestrians hurrying hither and thither, the thought of pleasurable intentions and engagements written upon the faces of many, and he alone might have to turn and go somewhere else. Eat alone, go to a theater alone, go home alone, and then to work again in the morning. He had just about concluded that he was a failure when out of the crowd, a little distance away, emerged the face and figure of Hortense. She was smartly dressed in a black velvet jacket with a reddish-brown collar and cuffs, and a bulgy, round tam of the same material, with a red leather buckle on the side, and her cheeks and lips were rouged a little, and her eyes sparkled, and as usual she gave herself all the airs of one very well content with herself. "Oh, hello, I'm late, ain't I? I couldn't help it. You see, I forgot I had another appointment with a fella, a friend of mine. Gee, a peach of a boy, too, and it was only at 6 I remembered that I had the 2 dates. Well, I was in a mess then, so I had to do something about one of you. I was just about to call you up and make a date for another night, only I remembered you wouldn't be at your place after 6. Tom never is. And Charlie always is at his place till 6:30 anyhow, sometimes later, and he's a peach of a fella that way, never grouchy or nothing. And he was going to take me to the theater and to dinner, too. He was in charge of the cigar stand over here at the Orphea, so I called him up. Well, he didn't like it very much, but I told him I'd make it another night. Now ain't you glad? Don't you think I'm pretty nice to you, disappointing a good-looking fella like Charlie for you?" She had caught a glimpse of the disturbed and jealous and yet fearsome look in Clyde's eyes as she talked of another, and the thought of making him jealous was a delight to her. She realized that he was very much smitten with her, so she tossed her head and smiled, falling into step with him as he moved up the street. "You bet it was nice of you to come," he forced himself to say, even though the reference to Charlie as a peach of a fella seemed to affect his throat and his heart at the same time. What chance had he to hold a girl who was so pretty and self-willed? "Gee, you look swell tonight," he said, forcing himself to talk and surprising himself a little with his ability to do so. "I like the way that hat looks with you, and your coat, too." He looked directly at her, his eyes alit with admiration, an eager yearning filling them. He would have liked to have kissed her pretty mouth, only he did not dare here, or anywhere, as yet. "I don't wonder you have to turn down engagements. You're pretty enough. Don't you want some roses to wear?" They were passing a flower store at the moment, and the sight of them put the thought of the gift in his mind. He had heard Hegland say that women liked fellows who did things for them. "Oh, sure, I would like some roses," she replied, turning into the place. "Or maybe some of those violets. They look pretty. They go better with this jacket, I think." She was pleased to think that Clyde was sporty enough to think of flowers, also that he was saying such nice things about her. At the same time, she was convinced that he was a boy who had had little, if anything, to do with girls, and she preferred youths and men who were more experienced, not so easily flattered by her, not so easy to hold. Yet she could not help thinking that Clyde was a better type of boy or man than she was accustomed to, more refined, and for that reason, in spite of his gaucheness, in her eyes, she was inclined to tolerate him, to see how he would do. "Well, these are pretty nifty," she exclaimed, picking up a rather large bouquet of violets and pinning them on. "I think I'll wear these." And while Clyde paid for them, she posed before the mirror, adjusting them to her taste. At last, being satisfied as to their effect, she turned and exclaimed, "Well, I'm ready," and took him by the arm. Clyde, being not a little overawed by her spirit and mannerisms, was at a loss what else to say for the moment, but he need not have worried. Her chief interest in life was herself. "Gee, I tell you, I had a swift week of it last week, out every night until 3, and Sunday until nearly morning. My, that was some rough party I was to last night, all right. Ever been down to Burkett's at Gifford's Ferry? Oh, a nifty place, all right, right over the Big Blue at 39th. Dancing in summer, and you can skate outside when it's frozen in winter, or dance on the ice, and the niftiest little orchestra." Clyde watched the play of her mouth and the brightness of her eyes, and the swiftness of her gestures, without thinking so much of what she said. Very little. "Wallace Trone was along with us. Gee, he's a scream of a kid, and afterwards, when we was sitting down to eat ice cream, he went out in the kitchen, and blacked up and put on a waiter's apron and coat, and then comes back and serves us. That's one funny boy. and he did all sorts of funny stuff with the dishes and spoons. Clyde sighed because he was by no means as gifted as the gifted Trone. And then Monday morning, when we all got back, it was nearly 4 and I'd get up again at 7. I was all in. I could have chucked my job and I would have, only for the nice people down at the store and Mr. Beck. He's the head of my department, you know. And say, how do I plague that poor man? I sure am hard on the store. One day I comes in late after lunch. One of the other girls punched the clock for me with my key, see? And he was out in the hall and he saw her. And he says to me afterwards, about 2 in the afternoon, "Say, look here, Miss Briggs." He always calls me Miss Briggs, 'cause I won't let him call me nothing else. He'd try to get fresh if I did. "That loan and the key stuff don't go. Cut that stuff out now. This ain't no follies." I had to laugh. He does get so sore at times at all of us, but I put him in his place just the same. He's kind of soft on me, you know. He wouldn't fire me for the world's, not him. So I says to him, "See here, Mr. Beck, you can't talk to me in any such style as that. I'm not in the habit of coming late often, and what's more, this ain't the only place I can work in KC. If I can't be late once in a while without hearing about it, you can just send up for my time, that's all, see?" I wasn't going to let him get away with that stuff. And just as I thought, he weakened. All he says was, "Well, just the same, I'm warning you. Next time maybe Mr. Tierney'll see you, and then you'll get a chance to try some other store, all right?" He knew he was bluffing, and that I did too. I had to laugh. And I saw him laughing with Mr. Scott about 2 minutes later. But, gee, I certainly do pull raw stuff around there at times. By then, she and Clyde, with scarcely a word on his part, and much to his ease and relief, had reached Frizzle's. And for the first time in his life he had the satisfaction of escorting a girl to a table in such a place. Now he really was beginning to have a few experiences worthy of the name. He was quite on the edge with the romance of it. Because of her very high estimate of herself, her very emphatic picture of herself as one who was intimate with so many youths and girls, who were having a good time, he felt that up to this hour he had not lived at all. Swiftly he thought of the different things she had told him. Burkitt's on the Big Blue, skating and dancing on the ice, Charlie Trone, the young tobacco clerk with whom she had the engagement for tonight, Mr. Beck at the store who was so stuck on her that he couldn't bring himself to fire her. And as he saw her order whatever she liked without any thought of his purse, he contemplated quickly her face, her figure, the shape of her hands, so suggestive always of the delicacy or roundness of the arm, the swell of her bust already very pronounced, the curve of her eyebrows, the rounded appeal of her smooth cheeks and chin. There was something also about the tone of her voice, unctuous, smooth, which somehow appealed to and disturbed him. To him it was delicious. Gee, if he could only have such a girl all for himself. And in here, as without, she clattered on about herself, not at all impressed, apparently, by the fact that she was dining here, a place that to him had seemed quite remarkable. When she was not looking at herself in a mirror, she was studying the bill of fare and deciding what she liked. Lamb with mint jelly. No, omelette. No, beef. Oh, yes, filet of mignon with mushrooms. She finally compromised on that with celery and cauliflower, and she would like a cocktail. Oh, yes. Clyde had heard Hegland say that no meal was worth anything without a few drinks, so now he had mildly suggested a cocktail. And having secured that and a second, she seemed warmer and gayer and more gossipy than ever. But all the while, as Clyde noticed, her attitude insofar as he was concerned was rather distant, impersonal. If for so much as a moment he ventured to veer the conversation ever so slightly to themselves, his deep personal interest in her, whether she was really very deeply concerned about any other youth, she threw him off by announcing that she liked all the boys, really. They were all so lovely, so nice to her. They had to be. When they weren't, she didn't have anything to do with them. She tied a can to them, as she once expressed it. Her quick eyes clicked and she tossed her head defiantly. And Clyde was captivated by all this. Her gestures, her poses, moues, and attitudes were sensuous and suggestive. She seemed to like to tease, promise, lay herself open to certain charges and conclusions, and then to withhold and pretend that there was nothing to all this, that she was very unconscious of anything save the most reserved thoughts in regard to herself. In the main, Clyde was thrilled and nourished by this mere proximity to her. It was torture, and yet a sweet kind of torture. He was full of the most tantalizing thoughts about how wonderful it would be if only he were permitted to hold her close, kiss her mouth, bite her even, to cover her mouth with his, to smother her with kisses, to crush and pet her pretty figure. She would look at him at moments with deliberate, swimming eyes, and he actually felt a little sick and weak, almost nauseated. His one dream was that by some process, either of charm or money, he could make himself interesting to her. And yet, after going with her to the theater and taking her home again, He could not see that he had made any noticeable progress, for throughout the performance of the Corsair at Libby's, Hortense, who, because of her uncertain interest in him, was really interested in the play, talked of nothing but similar shows she had seen, as well as of actors and actresses and what she thought of them, and what particular youth had taken her. And Clyde, instead of leading her in wit and defiance and matching her experiences with his own, was compelled to content himself with approving of her. And all the time she was thinking that she had made another real conquest, and because she was no longer virtuous, and she was convinced that he had some little money to spend, and could be made to spend it on her, she conceived the notion of being sufficiently agreeable, nothing more, to hold him, keep him attentive, if possible, while at the same time she went her own way, enjoying herself as much as possible with others, and getting Clyde to buy and do such things for her as might fill gaps, when she was not sufficiently or amusingly enough engaged elsewhere. End of Book 1, Chapter 12. Section 13 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 1, Chapter 13. For a period of 4 months at least, this was exactly the way it worked out. After meeting her in this fashion, he was devoting not an inconsiderable portion of his free time to attempting to interest her to the point where she would take as much interest in him as she appeared to take in others. At the same time, he could not tell whether she could be made to entertain a singular affection for anyone, nor could he believe that there was only an innocent camaraderie involved in all this. Yet she was so enticing that he was deliriously moved by the thought that if his worst suspicions were true, she might ultimately favor him. So captivated was he by this savor of sensuality and varietism that was about her, the stigmata of desire manifest in her gestures, moods, voice, the way she dressed, that he could not think of relinquishing her. Rather, he foolishly ran after her. And seeing this, she put him off, at times evaded him, compelled him to content himself with little more than the crumbs of her company, while at the same time favoring him with descriptions or pictures of other activities and contacts, which made him feel as though he could no longer endure to merely trail her in this fashion. It was then he would announce to himself in anger that he was not going to see her any more. She was no good to him, really. But on seeing her again, a cold indifference in everything she said and did, his courage failed him, and he could not think of severing the tie. She was not at all backward, at the same time, in speaking of things that she needed or would like to have, little things at first, a new powder puff, a lipstick, a box of powder, or a bottle of perfume. Later, and without having yielded anything more to Clyde than a few elusive and evasive endearments, intimate and languorous reclinings in his arms which promised much but always came to nothing, she made so bold as to indicate to him at different times and in different ways purses, blouses, slippers, stockings, a hat which she would like to buy if only she had the money. And he, in order to hold her favor and properly ingratiate himself, proceeded to buy them, though at times, and because of some other developments in connection with his family, it pressed him hard to do so. And yet, as he was beginning to see toward the end of the 4th month, he was apparently little farther advanced in her favor than he had been in the beginning. In short, he was conducting a feverish and almost painful pursuit without any definite promise of reward. In the meantime, in so far as his home ties went, the irritations and the depressions, which were almost inextricably involved with membership in the Griffiths family, were not different from what they had ever been. For, following the disappearance of Esta, there had been a period of dejection which still endured. Only, in so far as Clyde was concerned, it was complicated with a mystery which was tantalizing and something more, irritating. For when it came to anything which related to sex in the Griffiths family, no parents could possibly have been more squeamish. And especially did this apply to the mystery which had now surrounded Esta for some time. She had gone. She had not returned. And so far as Clyde and the others knew, no word of any kind had been received from her. However, Clyde had noted that after the first few weeks of her absence, during which time both his mother and father had been most intensely wrought up and troubled, worrying greatly as to her whereabouts and why she did not write, suddenly they had ceased their worries and had become very much more resigned, at least not so tortured by a situation that previously had seemed to offer no hope whatsoever. He could not explain it. It was quite noticeable, and yet nothing was said. And then one day, a little later, Clyde had occasion to note that his mother was in communication with someone by mail. something rare for her, for so few were her social or business connections that she rarely received or wrote a letter. One day, however, very shortly after he had connected himself with the Green Davidson, he had come in rather earlier than usual in the afternoon, and found his mother bending over a letter which evidently had just arrived, and which appeared to interest her greatly. Also, it seemed to be connected with something which required concealment, for on seeing him she stopped reading at once, and, flustered and apparently nervous, arose and put away the letter without commenting in any way upon what she had been reading. But Clyde, for some reason, intuition perhaps, had the thought that it might be from Esta. He was not sure, and he was too far away to detect the character of the handwriting. But whatever it was, his mother said nothing afterwards concerning it. She looked as though she did not want him to inquire, and so reserved were their relations that he would not have thought of inquiring. He merely wondered, and then dismissed it partially, but not entirely, from his mind. A month or 5 weeks after this, and just about the time that he was becoming comparatively well schooled in his work at the Green Davidson, and was beginning to interest himself in Hortense Briggs, his mother came to him one afternoon with a very peculiar proposition for her. Without explaining what it was for, or indicating directly that now she felt he might be in a better position to help her, she called him into the mission hall when he came in from work, and, looking at him rather fixedly and nervously for her, said, "You wouldn't know, Clyde, would you, how I could raise $100 right away?" Clyde was so astonished that he could scarcely believe his ears, for only a few weeks before the mere mention of any sum above $4 or $5 in connection with him would have been preposterous. His mother knew that. Yet here she was asking him, and apparently assuming that he might be able to assist her in this way. And rightly, for both his clothes and his general air had indicated a period of better days for him. At the same time, his first thought was, of course, that she had observed his clothes and goings-on, and was convinced that he was deceiving her about the amount he earned. And in part this was true, only so changed was Clyde's manner of late that his mother had been compelled to take a very different attitude toward him, and was beginning to be not a little dubious as to her further control over him. Recently, or since he had secured this latest place, for some reason he had seemed to her to have grown wiser, more assured, less dubious of himself, inclined to go his own way and keep his own counsel. And while this had troubled her not a little in one sense, it rather pleased her in another. For to see Clyde, who had always seemed, because of his sensitiveness and unrest, so much of a problem to her, developing in this very interesting way was something. Though at times, and in view of his very recent finery, she had been wondering and troubled as to the nature of the company he might be keeping. But since his hours were so long and so absorbing, and whatever money he made appeared to be going into clothes, she felt that she had no real reason to complain. Her one other thought was that perhaps he was beginning to act a little selfish, to think too much of his own comfort, and yet in the face of his long deprivations, she could not very well begrudge him any temporary pleasure either. Clyde, not being sure of her real attitude, merely looked at her and exclaimed, "Why, where would I get $100, Ma?" He had visions of his newfound source of wealth being dissipated by such unheard of and inexplicable demands as this, and distress and distrust at once showed on his countenance. "I didn't expect that you could get it all for me," Mrs. Griffiths suggested tactfully. "I have a plan to raise the most of it, I think, but I did want you to help me try to think how I would raise the rest. I didn't want to go to your father with this if I could help it, and you're getting old enough now to be of some help." She looked at Clyde approvingly and interestedly enough. "Your father's such a poor hand at business," she went on, "and he gets so worried at times." She passed a large and weary hand over her face, and Clyde was moved by her predicament, whatever it was. At the same time, apart from whether he was willing to part with so much or not, or had it to give, he was decidedly curious about what all this was for. $100, gee whiz! After a moment or two, his mother added, "I'll tell you what I've been thinking. I must have $100, but I can't tell you for what now, you nor anyone, and you mustn't ask me. There's an old gold watch of your father's in my desk, and a solid gold ring and pin of mine. Those things ought to be worth $25 at least if they were sold or pawned. Then there is that set of solid silver knives and forks, and that silver platter and pitcher in there." Clyde knew the keepsakes well. "That platter alone is worth $25. I believe they ought to bring at least 20 or 25 together. I was thinking, if I could get you to go to some good pawn shop, and let me have 5 more a week for a while." Clyde's countenance fell. "I could get a friend of mine, Mr. Murch, who comes here, you know, to advance me enough to make up the 100, and then I could pay him back out of what you pay me. I have about $10 myself." She looked at Clyde as much as to say, "Now surely you won't desert me in my hour of trouble. and Clyde relaxed, in spite of the fact that he had been counting upon using all that he earned for himself. In fact, he agreed to take the trinkets to the pawn shop, and to advance her 5 more for the time being, until the difference between whatever the trinkets brought and $100 was made up. And yet, in spite of himself, he could not help resenting this extra strain, for it had only been a very short time that he had been earning so much. And here was his mother, demanding more and more as he saw it. $10 a week now. Always something wrong, thought Clyde. Always something needed, and with no assurance that there would not be more such demands later. He took the trinkets, carried them to the most presentable pawn shop he could find, and being offered $45 for the lot, took it. This, with his mother's 10, would make 55, and with 45 she could borrow from Mr. Murch, would make 100. Only now, as he saw it, it would mean that for 9 weeks he would have to give her $10 instead of 5, and that, in view of his present aspirations to dress, live, and enjoy himself in a way entirely different from what he previously considered necessary, was by no means a pleasure to contemplate. Nevertheless, he decided to do it. After all, he owed his mother something. She had made many sacrifices for him and the others in days past, and he could not afford to be too selfish. It was not decent. But the most enduring thought that now came to him was that if his mother and father were going to look to him for financial aid, they should be willing to show him more consideration than had previously been shown him. For one thing, he ought to be allowed to come and go with more freedom, insofar as his night hours were concerned. And at the same time he was clothing himself and eating his meals at the hotel, and that was no small item as he saw it. However, there was another problem that had soon arisen, and it was this. Not so long after the matter of the $100, he encountered his mother in Montrose Street, one of the poorest streets which ran north from Bickel, and which consisted entirely of 2 unbroken lines of wooden houses and 2-story flats and many unfurnished apartments. Even the Griffiths, poor as they were, would have felt themselves demeaned by the thought of having to dwell in such a street. His mother was coming down the front steps of one of the less tatterdemalion houses of this row, a lower front window of which carried a very conspicuous card which read, "Furnished Rooms." And then, without turning or seeing Clyde across the street, she proceeded to another house a few doors away, which also carried a "Furnished Rooms" card, and, after surveying the exterior interestedly, mounted the steps and rang the bell. Clyde's first impression was that she was seeking the whereabouts of some individual in whom she was interested, and of whose address she was not certain. But crossing over to her at about the moment the proprietress of the house put her head out of the door, he heard his mother say, "You have a room for rent?" "Yes." "Has it a bath?" "No, but there's a bath on the 2nd floor." "How much is it a week?" $4. "Could I see it?" "Yes, just step in." Mrs. Griffiths appeared to hesitate while Clyde stood below, not 25 feet away, and looked up at her, waiting for her to turn and recognize him. But she stepped in without turning, and Clyde gazed after her curiously. For a while it was by no means inconceivable that his mother might be looking for a room for someone. Yet why should she be looking for it in this street, when as a rule she usually dealt with the Salvation Army or the Young Women's Christian Association? His first impulse was to wait and inquire of her what she was doing here, but being interested in several errands of his own, he went on. That night, returning to his own home to dress and seeing his mother in the kitchen, he said to her, "I saw you this morning, Ma, in Montrose Street." "Yes," his mother replied, after a moment, but not before he had noticed that she had started suddenly, as though taken aback by this information. She was paring potatoes, and looked at him curiously. "Well, what of it?" she added, calmly but flushing just the same, a thing decidedly unusual in connection with her where he was concerned. Indeed, that start of surprise interested and arrested Clyde. "You were going into a house there, looking for a furnished room, I guess." "Yes, I was," replied Mrs. Griffiths simply enough now. "I need a room for someone who is sick and hasn't much money, but it's not so easy to find, either." She turned away as though she were not disposed to discuss this any more, and Clyde, while sensing her mood, apparently could not risk adding, "Gee, that's not much of a street to have a room in." His new work at the Green Davidson had already caused him to think differently of how one should live. Anyone. She did not answer him, and he went to his room to change his clothes. A month or so after this, coming east on Missouri Avenue late one evening, he again saw his mother in the near distance coming west. In the light of one of the small stores which ranged in a row on this street, he saw that she was carrying a rather heavy old-fashioned bag, which had long been about the house, but had never been much used by anyone. On sight of him approaching, as he afterwards decided, she had stopped suddenly and turned into a hallway of a 3-story brick apartment building, and when he came up to it, he found the outside door was shut. He opened it and saw a flight of steps dimly lit, up which she might have gone. However, he did not trouble to investigate, for he was uncertain, once he reached this place, whether she had gone in to call on someone or not. It had all happened so quickly. But waiting at the next corner, he finally saw her come out again. And then, to his increasing curiosity, she appeared to look cautiously about before proceeding as before. It was this that caused him to think that she must have been endeavoring to conceal herself from him. But why? His first impulse was to turn and follow her, so interested was he by her strange movements. But he decided later that if she did not want him to know what she was doing, perhaps it was best that he should not. At the same time, he was made intensely curious by this evasive gesture. Why should his mother not wish him to see her carrying a bag anywhere? Evasion and concealment formed no part of her real disposition, so different from his own. Almost instantly his mind proceeded to join this coincidence with the time he had seen her descending the steps of the rooming house in Montrose Street, together with the business of the letter he had found her reading, and the money she had been compelled to raise, the $100. Where could she be going? What was she hiding? He speculated on all this, but he could not decide whether it had any definite connection with him or any member of the family until about a week later, when, passing along 11th near Baltimore, he thought he saw Esta, or at least a girl so much like her that she would be taken for her anywhere. She had the same height, and she was moving along as Esta used to walk. Only now he thought he saw her, she looked older. Yet so quickly had she come and gone in the mass of people that he had not been able to make sure. It was only a glance, but on the strength of it he had turned and sought to catch up with her, but upon reaching the spot she was gone. So convinced was he, however, that he had seen her, that he went straight home, and encountering his mother in the Mission, announced that he was positive he had seen Esta. She must be back in Kansas City again. He could have sworn it. He had seen her near 11th and Baltimore, or thought he had. Had his mother heard anything from her? And then, curiously enough, he observed that his mother's manner was not exactly what he thought it should have been under the circumstances. His own attitude had been one of commingled astonishment, pleasure, curiosity, and sympathy, because of the sudden disappearance, and now sudden reappearance, of Esta. Could it be that his mother had used that $100 to bring her back? The thought had come to him, why or from where he could not say. He wondered. But if so, why had she not returned to her home, at least to notify the family of her presence here? He expected his mother would be as astonished and puzzled as he was, quick and curious for details. Instead, she appeared to him to be thoroughly confused and taken aback by this information, as though she was hearing about something that she already knew, and was puzzled as to just what her attitude should be. "Oh, did you? Where? Just now, you say? At 11th in Baltimore? Well, isn't that strange? I must speak to Asa about this. It's strange that she wouldn't come here if she's back." Her eyes, as he saw, instead of looking astonished, looked puzzled, disturbed. Her mouth, always the case when she was a little embarrassed and disconcerted, worked oddly, not only the lips but the jaw itself. "Well, well," she added after a pause, "that is strange. Perhaps it was just someone who looked like her." But Clyde, watching her out of the corner of his eye, could not believe that she was as astonished as she pretended. And thereafter, Asa coming in, and Clyde not having as yet departed for the hotel, he heard them discussing the matter in some strangely inattentive and unillumined way, as if it was not quite as startling as it had seemed to him. And for some time he was not called in to explain what he had seen. And then, as if purposely to solve this mystery for him, he encountered his mother one day, passing along Spruce Street, this time carrying a small basket on her arm. She had, as he had noticed of late, taken to going out regularly mornings and afternoons or evenings. On this occasion, and long before she had had an opportunity to see him, he had discerned her peculiarly heavy figure draped in the old brown coat which she always wore, and had turned onto Merkle Street and waited for her to pass, a convenient newsstand offering him shelter. When she had passed, he dropped behind her, allowing her to precede him by half a block. And at Dalrymple, she crossed onto Bowdry, which was really a continuation of Spruce, but not so ugly. The houses were quite old, quondam residences of an earlier day, but now turned into boarding and rooming houses. Into one of these he saw her enter and disappear, but before doing so, she looked inquiringly about her. After she had entered, Clyde approached the house and studied it with great interest. What was his mother doing in there? Who was it she was going to see? He could have scarcely explained this intense curiosity to himself, and yet, since having thought that he had seen Esta on the street, he had an unconvinced feeling that it might have something to do with her. There were the letters, the $100, the furnished room in Montrose Street. Diagonally across the way from the house in Bowdry Street, there was a large trunked tree, leafless now in the winter wind, and near it a telegraph pole, close enough to make a joint shadow with it, and behind these he was able to stand unseen, and from this vantage point to observe the several windows, side and front and ground and second floor. Through one of these front windows above he saw his mother moving about as though she were quite at home there, and a moment later, to his astonishment, he saw Esta come to one of the two windows and put a package down on the sill. She appeared to have on only a light dressing gown or a wrap drawn about her shoulders. He was not mistaken this time. He actually started as he realized that it was she, also that his mother was in there with her. And yet what had she done that she must come back and hide away in this manner? Had her husband, the man she had run away with, deserted her? He was so intensely curious that he decided to wait a while outside here to see if his mother might not come out, and then he himself would call on Esta. He wanted so much to see her again, to know what this mystery was all about. He waited, thinking how he had always liked Esta, and how strange it was that she should be here, hiding away in this mysterious way. After an hour his mother came out, her basket apparently empty, for she held it tightly in her hand, and just as before she looked cautiously about her face wearing that same stolid and yet care-stamped expression which it always wore these days, a cross between an uplifting faith and a troublesome doubt. Clyde watched her as she proceeded to walk south on Beaudry Street toward the Mission. After she was well out of sight, he turned and entered the house. Inside, as he had surmised, he found a collection of furnished rooms, nameplates, some of which bore the names of the roomers pasted upon them. Since he knew that the southeast front room and upstairs contained Esta, he proceeded there and knocked. And true enough, a light footstep responded within, and presently, after some little delay, which seemed to suggest some quick preparation within, the door opened slightly and Esta peeped out, quizzically at first, then with a little cry of astonishment and some confusion. For as inquiry and caution disappeared, she realized that she was looking at Clyde. At once she opened the door wide. "Why, Clyde," she called, "how did you come to find me? I was just thinking of you." Clyde at once put his arms around her and kissed her, and at the same time he realized, and with a slight sense of shock and dissatisfaction, that she was considerably changed. She was thinner, paler, her eyes almost sunken, and not any better dressed than when he had seen her last. She appeared nervous and depressed. One of the first thoughts that came to him now was where her husband was. Why wasn't he here? What had become of him? And he looked at her, and noticed that Esta's look was one of confusion and uncertainty, not unmixed with a little satisfaction at seeing him. Her mouth was partly open because of a desire to smile and to welcome him, but her eyes showed that she was contending with a problem. "I didn't expect you here," she added, quickly, the moment he released her. "You didn't see—" Then she paused, catching herself at the brink of some information, which evidently she didn't wish to impart. "Yes, I did, too. I saw Ma," he replied. "That's how I came to know you were here. I saw her coming out just now, and I saw you up here through the window." He did not care to confess that he had been following and watching his mother for an hour. "But when did you get back?" he went on. "It's a wonder you wouldn't let the rest of us know something about you. Gee, you're a dandy, you are, going away and staying months, and never letting any one of us know anything. You might have written me a little something, anyhow. We always got along pretty well, didn't we?" His glance was quizzical, curious, imperative. She, for her part, felt recessive and thence evasive, uncertain quite what to think or say or tell. She uttered, "I couldn't think who it might be. No one comes here. But my, how nice you look, Clyde. You've got such nice clothes now, and you're getting taller. Mamma was telling me that you're working at the Green Davidson." She looked at him admiringly, and he was properly impressed by her notice of him. At the same time, he could not get his mind off her condition. He could not cease looking at her face, her eyes, her thin, fat body. And as he looked at her waist and her gaunt face, he came to a very keen realization that all was not well with her. She was going to have a child. And hence the thought recurred to him, where was her husband, or at any rate the man she had eloped with? Her original note, according to her mother, had said that she was going to get married. Yet now he sensed quite clearly that she was not married. She was deserted, left in this miserable room here alone. He saw it, felt it, understood it. And he thought at once that this was typical of all that seemed to occur in his family. Here he was just getting a start, trying to be somebody and get along in the world and have a good time. And here was Esta, after her first venture in the direction of doing something for herself, coming to such a finish as this. It made him a little sick and resentful. "How long have you been back, Esta?" he repeated dubiously, scarcely knowing just what to say now, for now that he was here, and she was as she was, he began to scent expense, trouble, distress, and to wish almost that he had not been so curious. Why need he have been? It could only mean that he must help. "Oh, not so very long, Clyde. About a month now, I guess. Not more than that." I thought so. I saw you up on 11th near Baltimore about a month ago, didn't I? Sure I did, he added, a little less joyously, a change that Esta noted. At the same time, she nodded her head affirmatively. I knew I did. I told Ma so at the time, but she didn't seem to think so. She wasn't as surprised as I thought she would be, though. I know why now. She acted as though she didn't want me to tell her about it either. But I knew I wasn't wrong. He stared at Esta oddly, quite proud of his prescience in this case. He paused, though, not knowing quite what else to say, and wondering whether what he had just said was of any sense or import. It didn't seem to suggest any real aid for her. And she, not quite knowing how to pass over the nature of her condition, or to confess it either, was puzzled what to say. Something had to be done, for Clyde could see for himself that her predicament was dreadful. She could scarcely bear the look of his inquiring eyes. And more to extricate herself than her mother, she finally observed, Poor Mamma, you mustn't think it strange of her, Clyde. She doesn't know what to do, you see, really. It's all my fault, of course. If I hadn't run away, I wouldn't have caused her all this trouble. She has so little to do with, and she's always had such a hard time. She turned her back to him suddenly, and her shoulders began to tremble and her sides to heave. She put her hands to her face and bent her head low, and then he knew that she was silently crying. Oh, come now, sis, exclaimed Clyde, drawing near to her instantly and feeling intensely sorry for her at the moment. What's the matter? What do you want to cry for? Didn't that man you went away with marry you? She shook her head negatively and sobbed the more, and in that instant there came to Clyde the real psychological, as well as sociological and biological import of his sister's condition. She was in trouble, pregnant, and with no money and no husband. That was why his mother had been looking for a room. That was why she had tried to borrow $100 from him. She was ashamed of Esta and her condition. She was ashamed of not only what people outside the family would think, but of what he and Julia and Frank might think. The effect of Esta's condition upon them, perhaps, because it was not right, unmoral as people saw it. And for that reason she had been trying to conceal it, telling stories about it. A most amazing and difficult thing for her, no doubt. And yet, because of poor luck, she hadn't succeeded very well. And now he was again confused and puzzled, not only by his sister's condition and what it meant to him and the other members of the family here in Kansas City, but also by his mother's disturbed and somewhat unmoral attitude in regard to deception in this instance. She had evaded, if not actually deceived him in regard to all this, for she knew Esta was here all the time. At the same time, he was not inclined to be too unsympathetic in that respect toward her, far from it. For such deception in such an instance had to be, no doubt, even where people were as religious and truthful as his mother, or so he thought. You couldn't just let people know. He certainly wouldn't want to let people know about Esta if he could help it. What would they think? What would they say about her and him? Wasn't the general state of his family low enough as it was? And so now he stood, staring and puzzled, the while Esta cried. And she, realizing that he was puzzled and ashamed because of her, cried the more. Gee, that is tough, said Clyde, troubled and yet fairly sympathetic after a time. You wouldn't have run away with him unless you cared for him, though, would you? He was thinking of himself and Hortense Briggs. I'm sorry for you, S. Sure I am, but it won't do you any good to cry about it now, will it? There's lots of other fellows in the world beside him. You'll come out of it all right. Oh, I know, sobbed Esta, but I've been so foolish, and I've had such a hard time, and now I've brought all this trouble on Mama and all of you. She choked and hushed a moment. He went off and left me in a hotel in Pittsburgh without any money, she added. And if it hadn't been for Mama, I don't know what I would have done. She sent me for $100 when I wrote her. I worked for a while in a restaurant, as long as I could. I didn't want to write home and say that he had left me. I was ashamed to, but I didn't know what else to do there toward the last when I began feeling so bad. She began to cry again, and Clyde, realizing all that his mother had done and sought to do to assist her, felt almost as sorry now for his mother as he did for Esta. More so, for Esta had her mother to look after her, and his mother had almost no one to help her. I can't work yet because I won't be able to for a while, she went on. And Mama doesn't want me to come home now because she doesn't want Julia or Frank or you to know. And that's right, too, I know. Of course it is. And she hasn't got anything and I haven't. And I get so lonely here sometimes. Her eyes filled and she began to choke again. And I've been so foolish. And Clyde felt for the moment as though he could cry, too. For life was so strange, so hard at times. See how it had treated him all these years. He had had nothing until recently and always wanted to run away. But Esta had done so, and see what had befallen her. And somehow he recalled her between the tall walls of the big buildings here in the business district, sitting at his father's little street organ and singing and looking so innocent and good. Gee, life was tough. What a rough world it was anyhow. How queer things went. He looked at her in the room, and finally, telling her that she wouldn't be left alone, and that he would come again, only she mustn't tell his mother he had been there, and that if she needed anything she could call on him, although he wasn't making so very much either, and then he went out. And then, walking toward the hotel to go to work, he kept dwelling on the thought of how miserable it all was, how sorry he was that he had followed his mother, for then he might not have known. But even so it would have come out. His mother could not have concealed it from him indefinitely. She would have asked for more money eventually, maybe. But what a dog that man was to go off and leave his sister in a big strange city without a dime. He puzzled, thinking of how the girl who had been deserted in the Green Davidson some months before with a room and board bill unpaid, and how comic it had seemed to him and the other boys at the time, highly colored and with a sensual interest in it. But this? Well, this was his own sister. A man had thought so little of his sister as that. And yet, try as he could no longer think that it was as terrible as when he heard her crying in the room. Here was this brisk, bright city about him, running with people and effort, and this gay hotel in which he worked. That was not so bad. Besides, there was his own love affair, Hortense, and pleasures. There must be some way out for Esta. She would get well again and be all right. But to think of his being part of a family that was always so poor and so little thought of that things like this could happen to it. One thing and another, like street preaching, not being able to pay the rent at times, his father selling rugs and clocks for a living on the streets, Esta running away and coming to an end like this. Gee. End of Book 1, Chapter 13. Section 14 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 1, Chapter 14. The result of all this on Clyde was to cause him to think more specifically on the problem of the sexes than he ever had before, and by no means in any orthodox way, for while he condemned his sister's lover for thus ruthlessly deserting her, still he was not willing to hold her entirely blameless by any means. She had gone off with him. As he now learned from her, he had been in the city for a week the year before she ran away with him, and it was then that he had introduced himself to her. The following year, when he returned for 2 weeks, it was she who looked him up, or so Clyde suspected at any rate. And in view of his own interest in and mood regarding Hortense Briggs, it was not for him to say that there was anything wrong with the sex relation in itself. Rather, as he saw it now, the difficulty lay not in the deed itself, but in the consequences which followed upon not thinking or not knowing. For had Esta known more of the man in whom she was interested, more of what such a relationship with him meant, she would not be in her present pathetic plight. Certainly such girls as Hortense Briggs, Greta, and Louise would never have allowed themselves to be put in any such position as Esta. Or would they? They were too shrewd. And by contrast with them in his mind, at least at this time, she suffered. She ought, as he saw it, to have been able to manage better. And so, by degrees, his attitude toward her hardened in some measure, though his feeling was not one of indifference either. But the one influence that was affecting and troubling and changing him now was his infatuation for Hortense Briggs, than which no more agitating influence could have come to a youth of his years and temperament. She seemed, after his few contacts with her, to be really the perfect realization of all that he had previously wished for in a girl. She was so bright, vain, engaging, and so truly pretty. Her eyes, as they seemed to him, had a kind of dancing fire in them. She had a most entrancing way of pursing and parting her lips, and at the same time looking straightly and indifferently before her, as though she were not thinking of him, which to him was both flame and fever. It caused him, actually, to feel weak and dizzy at times, cruelly seared in his veins with minute and wriggling threads of fire, and this could only be described as a conscious lust, a torturesome and yet unescapable thing, which yet in her case he was unable to prosecute beyond embracing and kissing, a form of reserve and respect in regard to her which she really resented in the very youths in whom she sought to inspire it. The type of boy for whom she really cared, and was always seeking, was one who could sweep away all such pseudo-ingenuousness and superiorities in her, and force her, even against herself, to yield to him. In fact, she was constantly wavering between actual like and dislike of him, and in consequence he was in constant doubt as to where he stood, a state which was very much relished by her, and yet which was never permitted to become so fixed in his mind as to cause him to give her up entirely. After some party or dinner or theater to which he had been permitted to take her, and throughout which he had been particularly tactful, not too assertive, she could be as yielding and enticing in her mood as the most ambitious lover would have liked. And this might last until the evening was nearly over, when suddenly, and at her own door or the room or house of some girl with whom she was spending the night, she would turn, and without rhyme or reason endeavor to dismiss him with a mere hand-clasp or a thinly flavored embrace or kiss. At such times, if Clyde was foolish enough to endeavor to force her to yield the favors he craved, she would turn on him with the fury of a spiteful cat, would tear herself away, developing for the moment, seemingly, an intense mood of opposition which she could scarcely have explained to herself. Its chief mental content appeared to be one of opposition to being compelled by him to do anything, and because of his infatuation and his weak overtures, due to his inordinate fear of losing her, he would be forced to depart, usually in a dark and despondent mood. But so keen was her attraction for him that he could not long remain away, but must be going about to where most likely he would encounter her. Indeed, for the most part these days, and in spite of the peculiar climax which had eventuated in connection with Esta, he lived in a keen, sweet, and sensual dream in regard to her. If only she would really come to care for him. At night, in his bed at home, he would lie and think of her face, the expressions of her mouth and eyes, the lines of her figure, the motions of her body in walking or dancing, and she would flicker before him as upon a screen. In his dreams he found her deliciously near him, pressing against him, her delightful body all his, and then in the moment of crisis, when seemingly she was about to yield herself to him completely, he would awake to find her vanished, an illusion only. Yet there were several things in connection with her which seemed to bode success for him. In the first place, like himself, she was part of a poor family, the daughter of a machinist and his wife, who up to this very time had achieved little more than a bare living. From her childhood she had had nothing, only such gewgaws and fripperies as she could secure for herself by her wits. And so low had been her social state until very recently, that she had not been able to come in contact with anything better than butcher and baker boys, the rather commonplace urchins and small job aspirants of her vicinity. Yet even here she had early realized that she could and should capitalize her looks and charm, and had. Not a few of these had even gone so far as to steal in order to get money to entertain her. After reaching the age where she was old enough to go to work, and thus coming in contact with the type of boy and man in whom she was now interested, she was beginning to see that without yielding herself too much, but in acting discreetly, she could win a more interesting equipment than she had before. Only so truly sensual and pleasure-loving was she, that she was by no means always willing to divorce herself advantages from her pleasures. On the contrary, she was often troubled by a desire to like those whom she sought to use, and per contra, not to obligate herself to those whom she could not like. In Clyde's case, liking him but a little, she still could not resist the desire to use him. She liked his willingness to buy her any little thing in which she appeared interested, a bag, a scarf, a purse, a pair of gloves, anything that she could reasonably ask or take without obligating herself too much. And yet from the first, in her smart, tricky way, she realized that unless she could bring herself to yield to him, at some time or other offer him the definite reward which she knew he craved, she could not hold him indefinitely. One thought that stirred her more than anything else was that the way Clyde appeared to be willing to spend his money on her, she might easily get some quite expensive things from him, a pretty and rather expensive dress, perhaps, or a hat, or even a fur coat, such as was then being shown and worn in the city, to say nothing of gold earrings or a wrist watch, all of which she was constantly and enviously eyeing in the different shop windows. One day, not so long after Clyde's discovery of his sister Esta, Hortense, walking along Baltimore Street near its junction with 15th, the smartest portion of the shopping section of the city, at the noon hour, with Doris Trine, another shop girl in her department store, saw in the window of one of the smaller and less exclusive fur stores of the city a fur jacket of beaver that to her, viewed from the eye point of her own particular build, coloring, and temperament, was exactly what she needed to strengthen mightily her very limited personal wardrobe. It was not such an expensive coat, worth possibly $100, but fashioned in such an individual way as to cause her to imagine that, once invested with it, her own physical charm would register more than it ever had. Moved by the thought, she paused and exclaimed, "Oh, isn't that just the classiest, darlingest little coat you ever saw? Oh, do look at those sleeves, Doris!" She clutched her companion violently by the arm. Look at the collar and the lining and those pockets, oh dear. She fairly vibrated with the intensity of her approval and delight. Oh, isn't that just too sweet for words? And the very kind of coat I've been thinking of since I don't know when. Oh, you pity sing, she exclaimed affectedly, thinking all at once as much of her own pose before the window, and its effect on the passer-by as of the coat before her. Oh, if I could only have... She clapped her hands admiringly, while Isidore Rubinstein, the elderly son of the proprietor, who was standing somewhat out of the range of her gaze at the moment, noted the gesture and her enthusiasm, and decided forthwith that the coat must be worth at least $25 or $50 more to her, anyhow, in case she inquired for it. The firm had been offering it at $100. Oh, ha, he grunted. But being of a sensual and somewhat romantic turn, he also speculated to himself rather definitely as to the probable trading value, affectionately speaking, of such a coat. What, say, would the poverty and vanity of such a pretty girl as this cause her to yield for such a coat? In the meantime, however, Hortense, having gloated as long as her noontime hour would permit, had gone away, still dreaming and satiating her flaming vanity by thinking of how devastating she would look in such a coat. But she had not stopped to ask the price. Hence, the next day, feeling that she must look at it once more, she returned, only this time alone, and yet with no idea of being able to purchase it herself. On the contrary, she was only vaguely revolving the problem of how, assuming that the coat was sufficiently low in price, she could get it. At the moment she could think of no one. But seeing the coat once more, and also seeing Mr. Rubinstein, Jr., inside, eyeing her in a most proprietary and genial manner, she finally ventured in. "You like the coat, eh?" was Rubinstein's ingratiating comment as she opened the door. "Well, that shows you have good taste, I'll say. That's one of the knobbiest little coats we've ever had to show in this store yet. A real beauty, that. And how it would look on such a beautiful girl as you." He took it out of the window and held it up. "I seen you when you was looking at it yesterday." A gleam of greedy admiration was in his eye. And noting this, and feeling that a remote and yet not wholly unfriendly air would win her more consideration and courtesy than a more intimate one, Hortense merely said, "Yes?" "Yes, indeed, and I said right away there's a girl that knows a really swell coat when she sees it." The flattering unction soothed, in spite of herself. Look at that, went on Mr. Rubinstein, turning the coat about and holding it before her. "Where in Kansas City will you find anything equal to that today? Look at this silk lining here, genuine Mallinson silk, and these slant pockets, and the buttons. You think those things don't make a different-looking coat? There ain't another one like it in Kansas City today, not one, and there won't be. We designed it ourselves, and we never repeat our models. We protect our customers. But come back here." He led the way to a triple mirror at the back. "It takes the right person to wear a coat like this, to get the best effect out of it. Let me try it on you." And by the artificial light, Hortense was now privileged to see how really fetching she did look in it. She cocked her head and twisted and turned and buried one small ear in the fur, while Mr. Rubinstein stood by, eyeing her with not a little admiration and almost rubbing his hands. "There now," he continued, "look at that. What do you say to that, eh? Didn't I tell you it was the very thing for you? A find for you. A pick-up. You'll never get another coat like that in this city. If you do, I'll make you a present of this one." He came very near, extending his plump hands, palms up. "Well, I must say it does look smart on me," commented Hortense, her vainglorious soul yearning for it. "I can wear anything like this, though." She twisted and turned the more, forgetting him entirely and the effect her interest would have on his cost price. Then she added, "How much is it?" "Well, it's really a $200 coat," began Mr. Rubinstein artfully. Then, noting a shadow of relinquishment pass swiftly over Hortense's face, he added quickly, "That sounds like a lot of money, but of course, we don't ask so much for it down here. $150 is our price. But if that coat was at Jarrett's, that's what you'd pay for it and more. We haven't got the location here, and we don't have to pay the high rents. But it's worth every cent of $200. "Why, I think that's a terrible price to ask for it. Just awful," exclaimed Hortense sadly, beginning to remove the coat. She was feeling as though life were depriving her of nearly all that was worth while. "Why, at Biggs and Beck's they have lots of three-quarter mink and beaver coats for that much, and classy styles, too." Maybe, but not that coat," insisted Mr. Rubinstein stubbornly. "Just look at it again. Look at the collar. You mean to say you can find a coat like that up there? If you can, I'll buy the coat for you and sell it to you again for $100. Actually, this is a special coat. It's copied from one of the smartest coats that was in New York last summer before the season opened. It has class. You won't find no coat like this coat." "Oh, well, just the same, $150 is more than I can pay," commented Hortense dolefully, at the same time slipping on her old broadcloth jacket with the fur collar and cuffs and edging toward the door. "Wait, you like the coat?" wisely observed Mr. Rubenstein, after deciding that even $100 was too much for her purse, unless it could be supplemented by some man's. "It's really a $200 coat, I'm telling you that straight. Our regular price is $150, but if you could bring me $125 since you want it so much, well, I'll let you have it for that. And that's like finding it. A stunning-looking girl like you oughtn't to have no trouble in finding a dozen fellows who would be glad to buy that coat and give it to you. I know I would if I thought you would be nice to me." He beamed ingratiatingly up at her, and Hortense, sensing the nature of the overture and resenting it, from him, drew back slightly. At the same time, she was not wholly displeased by the compliment involved, but she was not coarse enough as yet to feel that just anyone should be allowed to give her anything. Indeed not. It must be someone she liked, or at least someone that was enslaved by her. And yet, even as Mr. Rubenstein spoke, and for some time afterwards, her mind began running upon possible individuals, favorites, who, by the necromancy of her charm for them, might be induced to procure this coat for her. Charlie Wilkins, for instance, he of the Orphea cigar store, who was most certainly devoted to her after his fashion, but a fashion, however, which did not suggest that he might do much for her without getting a good deal in return. And then there was Robert Kane, another youth, very tall, very cheerful, and very ambitious in regard to her, who was connected with one of the local electric company's branch offices, but his position was not sufficiently lucrative, a mere entry clerk. Also, he was too saving, always talking about his future. And again there was Bert Getler, the youth who had escorted her to the dance the night Clyde first met her, but who was little more than a giddy-headed dancing soul, one not to be relied upon in a crisis like this. He was only a shoe salesman, probably $20 a week, and most careful with his pennies. But there was Clyde Griffiths, the person who seemed to have real money and to be willing to spend it on her freely. So ran her thoughts swiftly at the time. But could she now, she asked herself offhand, inveigle him into making such an expensive present as this? She had not favored him so very much, had for the most part treated him indifferently. Hence she was not sure by any means. Nevertheless, as she stood there, debating the cost and the beauty of the coat, the thought of Clyde kept running through her mind. And all the while Mr. Rubenstein stood looking at her, vaguely sensing, after his fashion, the nature of the problem that was confronting her. "Well, little girl," he finally observed, "I see you'd like to have this coat all right, and I'd like to have you have it too. And now I'll tell you what I'll do, and better than that I can't do, and wouldn't for nobody else, not a person in this city. Bring me $115 any time within the next few days, Monday or Wednesday or Friday, if the coat is still here, and you can have it. I'll do even better. I'll save it for you. How's that? Until next Wednesday or Friday. More'n that, no one would do for you now, would they?" He smirked and shrugged his shoulders, and acted as though he were indeed doing her a great favor. And Hortense, going away, felt that if only she could take that coat at $115, she would be capturing a marvelous bargain. Also that she would be the smartest dressed girl in Kansas City, beyond the shadow of a doubt. If only she could in some way get $115 before next Wednesday or Friday. End of Book 1, Chapter 14. Section 15 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1 by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 1, Chapter 15. As Hortense well knew, Clyde was pressing more and more hungrily toward that ultimate condescension on her part, which, though she would never have admitted it to him, was the privilege of two others. They were never together any more without his insisting upon the real depth of her regard for him. Why was it, if she cared for him the least bit, that she refused to do this, that, or the other, would not let him kiss her as much as he wanted, would not let him hold her in his arms as much as he would like? She was always keeping dates with other fellows, and breaking them, or refusing to make them with him. What was her exact relationship toward these others? Did she really care more for them than she did for him? In fact, they were never together anywhere but what this problem of union was uppermost, and but thinly veiled. And she liked to think that he was suffering from repressed desire for her all of the time, that she tortured him, and that the power to allay his suffering lay wholly in her, a sadistic trait which had for its soil Clyde's own masochistic yearning for her. However, in the face of her desire for the coat, his stature and interest for her were beginning to increase. In spite of the fact that only the morning before she had informed Clyde, with quite a flourish, that she could not possibly see him until the following Monday, that all her intervening nights were taken, nevertheless, the problem of the coat looming up before her, she now most eagerly planned to contrive an immediate engagement with him without appearing too eager. For by then she had definitely decided to endeavor to persuade him, if possible, to buy the coat for her. Only, of course, she would have to alter her conduct toward him radically. She would have to be much sweeter, more enticing. Although she did not actually say to herself that now she might even be willing to yield herself to him, still basically that was what was in her mind. For quite a little while she was unable to think how to proceed. How was she to see him this day, or the next at the very latest? How should she go about putting before him the need of this gift, or loan, as she finally worded it to herself? She might hint that he could loan her enough to buy the coat, and that later she would pay him back by degrees. Yet once in possession of the coat, she well knew that that necessity would never confront her. Or, if he did not have so much money on hand at one time, she could suggest that she might arrange with Mr. Rubenstein for a series of time payments which could be met by Clyde. In this connection her mind suddenly turned, and began to consider how she could flatter and cajole Mr. Rubenstein into letting her have the coat on easy terms. She recalled that he had said he would be glad to buy the coat for her if he thought she would be nice to him. Her first scheme in connection with all this was to suggest to Louise Ratterer to invite her brother, Clyde, and a third youth by the name of Skull, who was dancing attendance upon Louise, to come to a certain dance hall that very evening to which she was already planning to go with the more favored cigar clerk. Only now she intended to break that engagement and appear alone with Louise and Greta and announce that her proposed partner was ill. That would give her an opportunity to leave early with Clyde and with him walk past the Rubenstein store. But having the temperament of a spider that spins a web for flies, she foresaw that this might involve the possibility of Louise's explaining to Clyde or Ratterer that it was Hortense who had instigated the party. It might even bring up some accidental mention of the coat on the part of Clyde to Louise later, which, as she felt, would never do. She did not care to let her friends know how she provided for herself. In consequence, she decided that it would not do for her to appeal to Louise nor to Greta in this fashion. And she was actually beginning to worry as to how to bring about this encounter, when Clyde, who chanced to be in the vicinity on his way home from work, walked into the store where she was working. He was seeking for a date on the following Sunday, and to his intense delight, Hortense greeted him most cordially with a most engaging smile and a wave of the hand. She was busy at the moment with a customer. She soon finished, however, and drawing near and keeping one eye on her floor walker who resented callers, exclaimed, "I was just thinking about you. You wasn't thinking about me, was you?" Trade last. Then she added, sotto voce, "Don't act like you're talking to me. I see our floor walker over there." Arrested by the unusual sweetness in her voice, to say nothing of the warm smile with which she greeted him, Clyde was enlivened and heartened at once. "Was I thinking of you?" he returned gaily. "Do I ever think of anyone else? Say, Ratterer says I've got you on the brain." "Oh, him," replied Hortense, pouting spitefully and scornfully, for Ratterer, strangely enough, was one whom she did not interest very much, and this she knew. "He thinks he's so smart," she added. "I know a lot of girls don't like him." "Oh, Tom's all right," pleaded Clyde loyally. "That's just his way of talking. He likes you." "Oh, no, he don't either," replied Hortense. "But I don't want to talk about him. What you doing around 6 o'clock tonight?" "Oh, gee," exclaimed Clyde disappointedly. "You don't mean to say you got tonight free, have you? Well, ain't that tough? I thought you were all dated up. I gotta work." He actually sighed, so depressed was he by the thought that she might be willing to spend the evening with him, and he not able to avail himself of the opportunity, while Hortense, noting his intense disappointment, was pleased. "Well, I got a date, but I don't want to keep it," she went on with a contemptuous gathering of the lips. "I don't have to break it. I would, though, if he was free." Clyde's heart began to beat rapidly with delight. "Gee, I wish I didn't have to work now," he went on, looking at her. "You're sure you couldn't make it tomorrow night? I'm off then. And I was just coming up here to ask you if you didn't want to go for an automobile ride next Sunday afternoon, maybe. A friend of Heglin's got a car, a Packard, and Sunday we're all off. And he wanted me to get a bunch to run out to Excelsior Springs. He's a nice fellow. This because Hortense showed signs of not being so very much interested. You don't know him very well, but he is. But say, I can talk to you about that later. How about tomorrow night? I'm off then. Hortense, who, because of the hovering floor walker, was pretending to show Clyde some handkerchiefs, was now thinking how unfortunate that a whole 24 hours must intervene before she could bring him to view the coat with her, and so have an opportunity to begin her machinations. At the same time, she pretended that the proposed meeting for the next night was a difficult thing to bring about, more difficult than he could possibly appreciate. She even pretended to be somewhat uncertain as to whether she wanted to do it. Just pretend you're examining these handkerchiefs here, she continued, fearing the floor walker might interrupt. I got another date for then, she continued thoughtfully, and I don't know whether I can break it or not. Let me see. She feigned deep thought. Well, I guess I can, she said finally. I'll try anyhow, just for this once. You be here at 15th and Main at 6:15. No, 6:30 is the best you can do, ain't it? And I'll see if I can't get there. I won't promise, but I'll see, and I think I can make it. Is that all right? She gave him one of her sweetest smiles, and Clyde was quite beside himself with satisfaction. To think that she would break a date for him at last! Her eyes were warm with favor, and her mouth wreathed with a smile. Surest thing you know, he exclaimed, voicing the slang of the hotel boys. You bet I'll be there. Will you do me a favor? What is it? She asked cautiously. Wear that little black hat with a red ribbon under your chin, will you? You look so cute in that. Oh, you, she laughed. It was so easy to kid Clyde. Yes, I'll wear it, she added. But you gotta go now. Here comes that old fish. I know he's going to kick. But I don't care. 6:30, eh? So long. She turned to give her attention to a new customer, an old lady who had been patiently waiting to inquire if she could tell her where the muslins were sold. And Clyde, tingling with pleasure because of this unexpected delight vouchsafed him, made his way most elatedly to the nearest exit. He was not made unduly curious because of this sudden favor, and the next evening, promptly at 6:30, and in the glow of the overhanging arc lights showering their glistening radiance like rain, she appeared. As he noted at once, she had worn the hat he liked. Also, she was enticingly ebullient and friendly, more so than at any time he had known her. Before he had time to say that she looked pretty, or how pleased he was because she wore that hat, she began. Some favorite you're getting to be, I'll say, when I'll break an engagement and then wear an old hat I don't like just to please you. How do I get that way is what I'd like to know. He beamed as though he had won a great victory. Could it be that at last he might be becoming a favorite with her? If you only knew how cute you look in that hat, Hortense, you wouldn't knock it, he urged admiringly. You don't know how sweet you look. Oh, ho, in this old thing, she scoffed. You certainly are easily pleased, I'll say. And your eyes are just soft like black velvet, he persisted eagerly. They're wonderful. He was thinking of an alcove in the green Davidson hung with black velvet. Gee, you certainly have got 'em tonight, she laughed teasingly. I'll have to do something about you. Then, before he could make any reply to this, she went off into an entirely fictional account of how, having had a previous engagement with a certain alleged young society man, Tom Curie by name, who was dogging her steps these days in order to get her to dine and dance, she had only this evening decided to ditch him, preferring Clyde, of course, for this occasion anyhow. And she had called Curie up and told him that she could not see him tonight, called it all off, as it were. But just the same, on coming out of the employee's entrance, who should she see there waiting for her but this same Tom Curie, dressed to perfection in a bright gray raglan and spats, and with his clothes sedan, too. And he would have taken her to the Green Davidson if she had wanted to go. He was a real sport, but she didn't. Not tonight, anyhow. Yet if she had not contrived to avoid him, he would have delayed her. But she had espied him first and ran the other way. And you should have just seen my little feet twinkle up Sargent and around the corner into Bailey Place, was the way she narcissistically painted her flight. And so infatuated was Clyde by this picture of herself and the wonderful Curie that he accepted all of her petty fabrications as truth. And then, as they were walking in the direction of Gaspy's, a restaurant in Wyandotte near 10th, which quite lately he had learned was much better than Frissell's, Hortense took occasion to pause and look in a number of windows, saying as she did so that she certainly did wish that she could find a little coat that was becoming to her. The one that she had on was getting worn, and that she must have another soon. a predicament which caused Clyde to wonder at the time whether she was suggesting to him that he get her one, also whether it might not advance his cause with her if he were to buy her a little jacket, because she needed it. But Rubenstein's coming into view on the same side of the street, its display window properly illuminated, and the coat in full view, Hortense paused as she had planned. "Oh, do look at that darling little coat there," she began ecstatically, as though freshly arrested by the beauty of it, her whole manner suggesting a first and unspoiled impression. "Oh, isn't that the dearest, sweetest, cutest little thing you ever did see?" she went on, her histrionic powers growing with her desire for it. "Oh, just look at the collar, and those sleeves, and those pockets. Aren't they the snappiest things you ever saw? Couldn't I just warm my little hands in those?" She glanced at Clyde out of the tail of her eye to see if he was being properly impressed. And he, aroused by her intense interest, surveyed the coat with not a little curiosity. Unquestionably, it was a pretty coat. Very. But gee, what would a coat like that cost, anyhow? Could it be that she was trying to interest him in the merits of a coat like that, in order that he might get it for her? Why, it must be a $200 coat at least. He had no idea as to the value of such things, anyhow. He certainly couldn't afford a coat like that. And especially at this time when his mother was taking a good portion of his extra cash for Esta. And yet something in her manner seemed to bring it to him that that was exactly what she was thinking. It chilled and almost numbed him at first. And yet, as he now told himself sadly, if Hortense wanted it, she could most certainly find someone who would get it for her, that young Tom Curie, for instance, whom she had just been describing. And, worse luck, she was just that kind of a girl, and if he could not get it for her, someone else could, and she would despise him for not being able to do such things for her. To his intense dismay and dissatisfaction, she exclaimed, "Oh, what I wouldn't give for a coat like that!" She had not intended at the moment to put the matter so bluntly, for she wanted to convey the thought that was deepest in her mind to Clyde tactfully. And Clyde, inexperienced as he was, and not subtle by any means, was nevertheless quite able to gather the meaning of that. It meant, for the moment he was not quite willing to formulate to himself what it did mean. And now, if only he had the price of that coat, he could feel that she was thinking of some certain way to get the coat, and yet how was he to manage it? How? If he could only arrange to get this coat for her, if he could only promise her that he would get it for her by a certain date, say, if it didn't cost too much, then what? Did he have the courage to suggest to her tonight, or tomorrow, say, after he had learned the price of the coat, that if she would, why then, well, he would get her the coat or anything else she really wanted. Only he must be sure that she was not really fooling him as she was always doing in smaller ways. He wouldn't stand for getting her the coat and then get nothing in return. Never. As he thought of it, he actually thrilled and trembled beside her, and she, standing there and looking at the coat, was thinking that unless he had enough sense now to get her this thing and to get what she meant, how she intended to pay for it, well then, this was the last. He need not think she was going to fool around with anyone who couldn't or wouldn't do that much for her. Never. They resumed their walk toward Gaspy's, and throughout the dinner she talked of little else, how attractive the coat was, how wonderful it would look on her. "Believe me," she said at one point, defiantly, feeling that Clyde was perhaps uncertain at the moment about his ability to buy it for her, "I'm going to find some way to get that coat. I think maybe that Rubenstein store would let me have it on time if I were to go in there and see him about it, make a big enough payment down. Another girl out of our store got a coat that way once." She lied promptly, hoping thus to induce Clyde to assist her with it. But Clyde, disturbed by the fear of some extraordinary cost in connection with it, hesitated to say just what he would do. He could not even guess the price of such a thing. It might cost $200 or $300 even, and he feared to obligate himself to do something which later he might not be able to do. "You don't know what they might want for that, do you?" he asked nervously, at the same time thinking if he made any cash gift to her at this time without some guarantee on her part, what right would he have to expect anything more in return than he had ever received? He knew how she cajoled him into getting things for her, and then would not even let him kiss her. He flushed and churned a little internally with resentment at the thought of how she seemed to feel that she could play fast and loose with him. And yet, as he now recalled, she had just said she would do anything for anyone who would get that coat for her. Or nearly that. "No," she hesitated at first, for the moment troubled as to whether to give the exact price or something higher. For if she asked for time, Mr. Rubenstein might want more, and yet if she said much more, Clyde might not want to help her. But I know it wouldn't be more than 125. I wouldn't pay more than that for it. Clyde heaved a sigh of relief. After all, it wasn't 200 or 300. He began to think now that if she could arrange to make any reasonable down payment, say $50 or $60, he might manage to bring it together within the next 2 or 3 weeks anyhow. But if the whole 125 were demanded at once, Hortense would have to wait, and besides, he would have to know whether he was to be rewarded or not. Definitely. "That's a good idea, Hortense," he exclaimed, without, however, indicating in any way why it appealed to him so much. "Why don't you do that? Why don't you find out first what they want for it and how much they want down? Maybe I can help you with it." "Oh, won't that be just too wonderful?" Hortense clapped her hands. "Oh, will you? Oh, won't that just be dandy? Now I just know I can get that coat. I just know they'll let me have it if I talk to them right." She was, as Clyde saw unfeared, quite forgetting the fact that he was the one who was making the coat possible, and now it would be just as he thought. The fact that he was paying for it would be taken for granted. But a moment later, observing his glum face, she added, "Oh, aren't you the sweetest, dearest thing to help me in this way? You just bet I won't forget this either. You just wait and see. You won't be sorry. Now you just wait." Her eyes fairly snapped with gaiety and even generosity toward him. He might be easy and young, but he wasn't mean, and she would reward him, too, she now decided. Just as soon as she got the coat, which must be in a week or two at the latest, she was going to be very nice to him, do something for him. And to emphasize her own thoughts and convey to him what he really meant, she allowed her eyes to grow soft and swimming, and to dwell on him promisingly, a bit of romantic acting of which caused him to become weak and anxious. The gusto of her favor frightened him even a little, for it suggested, as he fancied, a disturbing vitality which he might not be able to match. He felt a little weak before her now, a little cowardly, in the face of what he assumed her real affection might mean. Nevertheless, he now announced that if the coat did not cost more than $125, that sum to be broken into one payment of $25 down, and 2 additional sums of $50 each, he could manage it. And she on her part replied that she was going the very next day to see about it. Mr. Rubenstein might be induced to let her have it at once on the payment of $25 down, if not that, then at the end of the second week, when nearly all would be paid. And then, in real gratitude to Clyde, she whispered to him, coming out of the restaurant and purring like a cat, that she would never forget this, and that he would see, and that she would wear it for him the very first time. If he were not working, they might go somewhere to dinner. Or, if not that, then she would surely have it in time for the day of the proposed automobile ride, which he, or rather Hegland, had suggested for the following Sunday, but which might be postponed. She suggested that they go to a certain dance hall, and there she clung to him in the dances in a suggestive way, and afterwards hinted of a mood which made Clyde a little quivery and erratic. He finally went home, dreaming of the day, satisfied that he would have no trouble in bringing together the first payment, if it were so much as 50 even. For now, under the spur of this promise, he proposed to borrow as much as 25 from either Ratterer or Hegland, and to repay it after the coat was paid for. But the beautiful Hortense, the charm of her, the enormous, compelling, weakening delight, and to think that at last, and soon, she was to be his. It was, plainly, of such stuff as dreams are made of. The unbelievable become real. End of Book 1, Chapter 15.
Section 16 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1 by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 1, Chapter 16. True to her promise, the following day Hortense returned to Mr. Rubenstein, and with all the cunning of her nature placed before him, with many reservations, the nature of the dilemma which confronted her. Could she, by any chance, have the coat for $115 on an easy payment plan? Mr. Rubenstein's head forthwith began to wag a solemn negative. This was not an easy payment store. If he wanted to do business that way, he could charge $200 for the coat and easily get it. But I could pay as much as $50 when I took the coat, argued Hortense. Very good, but who is to guarantee that I get the other $65 and when? Next week $25, and the week after that $25, and the week after that $15. Of course. But supposing the next day after you take the coat, an automobile runs you down and kills you. Then what? How do I get my money? Now that was a poser, and there was really no way that she could prove that anyone would pay for the coat. And before that, there would have to be all the bother of making out a contract and getting some really responsible person, a banker, say, to endorse it. No, this was not an easy payment house. This was a cash house. That was why the coat was offered to her at $115, but not $1 less. Not $1. Mr. Rubenstein sighed and talked on, and finally Hortense asked him if she could give him $75 cash in hand, and the other $40 to be paid in 1 week's time. Would he let her have the coat then, to take home with her? But a week? What is a week then? Argued Mr. Rubenstein. If you can bring me 75 next week or tomorrow, and 40 more in another week or 10 days, why not wait a week and bring the whole 115? Then the coat is yours and no bother. Leave the coat. Come back tomorrow and pay me $25 or $30 on account, and I take the coat out of the window and lock it up for you. No one can even see it then. In another week, bring me the balance, or in 2 weeks. Then it is yours. Mr. Rubenstein explained the process as though it were a difficult matter to grasp. But the argument once made was sound enough. It really left Hortense little to argue about. At the same time, it reduced her spirit not a little. To think of not being able to take it now. And yet, once out of the place, her vigor revived. For, after all, the time fixed would soon pass, and if Clyde performed his part of the agreement promptly, the coat would be hers. The important thing now was to make him give her $25 or $30 wherewith to bind this wonderful agreement. Only now, because of the fact that she felt that she needed a new hat to go with the coat, she decided to say that it cost $125 instead of $115. And once this conclusion was put before Clyde, he saw it as a very reasonable arrangement, all things considered, quite a respite from the feeling of strain that had settled upon him after his last conversation with Hortense. For after all, he had not seen how he was to raise more than $35 this first week anyhow. The following week would be somewhat easier, for then, as he told himself, he proposed to borrow 20 or 25 from Roberta if he could, which, joined with the 20 or 25 which his tips would bring him, would be quite sufficient to reach the second payment. The week following he proposed to borrow at least 10 or 15 from Hegland, maybe more, and if that did not make up the required amount, to pawn his watch for $15, the watch he had bought for himself a few months before. It ought to bring that at least. It cost $50. But now, he thought, there was Esta in her wretched room awaiting the most unhappy result of her one romance. How was she to make out, he asked himself, even in the face of the fact that he feared to be included in the financial problem which Esta as well as the family presented. His father was not now, and never had been, of any real financial service to his mother. And yet, if the problem were on this account to be shifted to him, how would he make out? Why need his father always peddle clocks and rugs and preach on the streets? Why couldn't his mother and father give up the mission idea anyhow? But, as he knew, the situation was not to be solved without his aid. And the proof of it came toward the end of the second week of his arrangement with Hortense, when, with $50 in his pocket, which he was planning to turn over to her on the following Sunday, his mother, looking into his bedroom where he was dressing, said, "I'd like to see you for a minute, Clyde, before you go out." He noted she was very grave as she said this. As a matter of fact, for several days past, he had been sensing that she was undergoing a strain of some kind. At the same time, he had been thinking all this while that with his own resources hypothecated as they were, he could do nothing. Or, if he did, it meant the loss of Hortense. He dared not. And yet what reasonable excuse could he give his mother for not helping her a little, considering especially the clothes he wore, and the manner in which he had been running here and there, always giving the excuse of working, but probably not deceiving her as much as he thought. To be sure, only 2 months before, he had obligated himself to pay her $10 a week more for 5 weeks, and had. But that only proved to her very likely that he had so much extra to give, even though he had tried to make it clear at the time that he was pinching himself to do it. And yet, however much she chose to waver in her favor, he could not, with his desire for Hortense directly confronting him. He went out into the living room after a time, and as usual, his mother at once led the way to one of the benches in the mission, a cheerless, cold room these days. "I didn't think I'd have to speak to you about this, Clyde, but I don't see any other way out of it. I haven't anyone but you to depend on now that you're getting to be a man. But you must promise not to tell any of the others, Frank or Julia or your father. I don't want them to know. But Esta's back here in Kansas City and in trouble, and I don't know quite what to do about her. I have so very little money to do with, and your father's not very much of a help to me anymore." She passed a weary, reflective hand across her forehead, and Clyde knew what was coming. His first thought was to pretend that he did not know that Esta was in the city, since he had been pretending this way for so long. But now, suddenly, in the face of his mother's confession and the need of pretended surprise on his part, if he were to keep up the fiction, he said, "Yes, I know." "You know?" queried his mother, surprised. "Yes, I know," Clyde repeated. "I saw you going in that house on Beaudry Street one morning as I was going along there," he announced calmly enough now. "And I saw Esta looking out of the window afterwards, too, so I went in after you left." "How long ago was that?" she asked, more to gain time than anything else. "Oh, about 5 or 6 weeks ago, I think. I've been around to see her a couple of times since then, only Esta didn't want me to say anything about that either." "Tst," clicked Mrs. Griffiths with her tongue. "Then you know what the trouble is." "Yes," replied Clyde. "Well, what is to be will be," she said resignedly. "You haven't mentioned it to Frank or Julia, have you?" "No," replied Clyde thoughtfully, thinking of what a failure his mother had made of her attempt to be secretive. She was no one to deceive anyone, or his father either. He thought himself far, far shrewder. "Well, you mustn't," cautioned his mother solemnly. "It isn't best for them to know, I think. It's bad enough as it is this way," she added, with a kind of wry twist to her mouth, the while Clyde thought of himself and Hortense. "And to think," she added after a moment, her eyes filling with a sad, all-enveloping gray mist, "she should have brought all this on herself and on us. And when we have so little to do with, as it is, and after all the instruction she has had, the training, the way of the transgressor—" She shook her head and put her two large hands together and gripped them firmly, while Clyde stared, thinking of the situation and all that it might mean to him. She sat there, quite reduced and bewildered by her own peculiar part in all this. She had been as deceiving as anyone, really. And here was Clyde now, fully informed as to her falsehoods and strategy, and herself looking foolish and untrue. But had she not been trying to save him from all this? Him and the others? And he was old enough to understand that now. Yet she now proceeded to explain why, and to say how dreadful she felt it all to be. At the same time, as she also explained, now she was compelled to come to him for aid in connection with it. "Esta's about to be very sick," she went on suddenly and stiffly, not being able, or at least willing, apparently, to look at Clyde as she said it, and yet determined to be as frank as possible. "She'll need a doctor very shortly, and someone to be with her all the time when I'm not there. I must get the money somewhere, at least $50. You couldn't get me that much in some way, from some of your young men friends, could you, just a loan for a few weeks? You could pay it back, you know, soon, if you could. You wouldn't need me to pay anything for your room until you had." She looked at Clyde so tensely, so urgently, that he felt quite shaken by the force and the cogency of the request. And before he could add anything to the nervous gloom which shadowed her face, she added, "That other money was for her, you know, to bring her back here after her... She hesitated over the appropriate word, but finally added, "Husband left her there in Pittsburgh. I suppose she told you that." "Yes, she did," replied Clyde, heavily and sadly. For after all, Esta's condition was plainly critical, which was something that he had not stopped to meditate on before. "Gee, Ma," he exclaimed, the thought of the $50 in his pocket and its intended destination troubling him considerably, the very sum his mother was seeking. "I don't know whether I can do that or not. I don't know any of the boys down there well enough for that, and they don't make any more than I do, either. I might borrow a little something, but it won't look very good." He choked and swallowed a little, for lying to his mother in this way was not easy. In fact, he had never had occasion to lie in connection with anything so trying, and so despicably. For here was $50 in his pocket at the moment, with Hortense on the one hand and his mother and sister on the other, and the money would solve his mother's problem as fully as it would Hortense's, and more respectably. How terrible it was not to help her! How could he refuse her, really? Nervously he licked his lips and passed a hand over his brow, for a nervous moisture had broken out upon his face. He felt strained and mean and incompetent under the circumstances. "And you haven't any money of your own right now that you could let me have you?" his mother half pleaded, for there were a number of things in connection with Esta's condition which required immediate cash, and she had so little. "No, I haven't, Ma," he said, looking at his mother shamefacedly, for a moment, then away, and if it had not been that she herself was so distraught, she might have seen the falsehood on his face. As it was, he suffered a pang of commingled self-commiseration and self-contempt, based on the distress he felt for his mother. He could not bring himself to think of losing Hortense. He must have her. And yet his mother looked so lone and so resourceless. It was shameful. He was low, really mean. Might he not later be punished for a thing like this? He tried to think of some other way, some way of getting a little money over and above the $50 that might help. If only he had a little more time, a few weeks longer. If only Hortense had not brought up this coat idea just now. "I'll tell you what I might do," he went on, quite foolishly and dully, while his mother gave vent to a helpless tss, tss, tss. "Will $5 do you any good?" "Well, it will be something anyhow," she replied. "I can use it." "Well, I can let you have that much," he said, thinking to replace it out of his next week's tips and trust to better luck throughout the week. "And I'll see what I can do next week. I might let you have 10 then. I can't say for sure. I had to borrow some of that other money I gave you, and I haven't got through paying for that yet. And if I come around trying to get more, they'll think, well, you know how it is." His mother sighed, thinking of the misery of having to fall back on her one son thus far. And just when he was trying to get a start, too. What would he think of all this in after years? What would he think of her, of Esta, the family? For all his ambition and courage and desire to be out and doing, Clyde always struck her as one who was not any too powerful physically or rock-ribbed morally or mentally. So far as his nerves and emotions were concerned, at times he seemed to take after his father more than he did after her. And for the most part it was so easy to excite him, to cause him to show tenseness and strain, as though he were not so very well fitted for either. And it was she, because of Esta and her husband, and their joint and unfortunate lives, that was and had been heaping the greater part of his strain on him. "Well, if you can't, you can't," she said. "I must try and think of some other way." But she saw no clear way at the moment. End of Book 1, Chapter 16. Section 17 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 1, Chapter 17. In connection with the automobile ride suggested and arranged for the following Sunday by Hegland through his chauffeur friend, a change of plan was announced. The car, an expensive Packard no less, could not be had for that day, but must be used by this Thursday or Friday, or not at all. For, as had been previously explained to all, but not with the strictest adherence to the truth, the car belonged to a certain Mr. Kimbark, an elderly and very wealthy man, who at the time was traveling in Asia. Also, what was not true was that this particular youth was not Mr. Kimbark's chauffeur at all, but rather the rakish, ne'er-do-well son of Sparser, the superintendent of one of Mr. Kimbark's stock farms. This son being anxious to pose as something more than the son of a superintendent of a farm, and as an occasional watchman, having access to the cars, had decided to take the very finest of them and ride in it. It was Hegland who proposed that he and his hotel friends be included on some interesting trip. But since the general invitation had been given, word had come out that within the next few weeks Mr. Kimbark was likely to return. And because of this, Willard Sparser had decided at once that it might be best not to use the car anymore. He might be taken unawares, perhaps, by Mr. Kimbark's unexpected arrival. Laying this difficulty before Hegland, who was eager for the trip, the latter had scouted the idea. Why not use it once more anyhow? He had stirred up the interest of all of his friends in this, and now hated to disappoint them. The following Friday, between noon and 6 o'clock, was fixed upon as the day. And since Hortense had changed in her plans, she now decided to accompany Clyde, who had been invited, of course. But as Hegland had explained to Ratterer and Higby, since it was being used without the owner's consent, they must meet rather far out, the men in one of the quiet streets near 17th and West Prospect, from which they could proceed to a meeting place more convenient for the girls, namely 20th and Washington. From thence they would speed via the West Parkway and the Hannibal Bridge, north and east to Harlem, North Kansas City, Minaville, and so through Liberty and Mosby to Excelsior Springs. Their chief objective there was a little inn, the Wigwam, a mile this side of Excelsior, which was open the year round. It was really a combination of restaurant and dancing parlor and hotel. A Victrola and Wurlitzer player piano furnished the necessary music. Such groups as this were not infrequent, and Hegland, as well as Higby, who had been there on several occasions, described it as dandy. The food was good, and the road to it excellent. There was a little river just below it, where in the summertime, at least, there was rowing and fishing. In winter, some people skated when there was ice. To be sure, at this time, January, the road was heavily packed with snow, but easy to get over, and the scenery fine. There was a little lake not so far from Excelsior, at this time of year also frozen over, and according to Hegland, who was always unduly imaginative and high-spirited, they might go there and skate. "Will you listen to who's talking about skating on a trip like this?" commented Ratterer, rather cynically, for to his way of thinking this was no occasion for any such side athletics, but for love-making exclusively. "Aw, hell, can't a fellow have a funny idea even without being roasted for it?" retorted the author of the idea. The only one, apart from Sparser, who suffered any qualms in connection with all this was Clyde himself. For to him, from the first, the fact that the car to be used did not belong to Sparser, but to his employer, was disturbing, almost irritatingly so. He did not like the idea of taking anything that belonged to anyone else, even for temporary use. Something might happen. They might be found out. "Don't you think it's dangerous for us to be going out in this car?" he asked of Ratterer a few days before the trip, and when he fully understood the nature of the source of the car. "Oh, I don't know," replied Ratterer, who, being accustomed to such ideas and devices as this, was not much disturbed by them. "I'm not taking the car, and you're not, are you? If he wants to take it, that's his lookout, ain't it? If he wants me to go, I'll go. Why wouldn't I? All I want is to be brought back here on time. That's the only thing that would ever worry me." And Higby, coming up at the moment, had voiced exactly the same sentiments. Yet Clyde remained troubled. It might not work out right. He might lose his job through a thing like this. But so fascinated was he by the thought of riding in such a fine car with Hortense and with all those other girls and boys that he could not resist the temptation to go. Immediately after noon on the Friday of this particular week, the several participants of the outing were gathered at the points agreed upon. Hegland, Ratterer, Higby, and Clyde at 18th and West Prospect near the railroad yards. Maida Axelrod, Hegland's girl, Lucille Nicholas, a friend of Ratterer's, and Tina Kogel, a friend of Higby's. Also Laura Sipe, another girl who was brought by Tina Kogel to be introduced to Sparser for the occasion, at 20th and Washington. Only since Hortense had sent word at the last moment to Clyde that she had to go out to her house for something, and that they were to run out to 49th and Genesee, where she lived, they did so, but not without grumbling. The day, a late January one, was inclined to be smoky with lowering clouds, especially within the environs of Kansas City. It even threatened snow at times, a most interesting and picturesque prospect to those within. They liked it. "Oh, gee, I hope it does," Tina Kogel exclaimed when someone commented on the possibility, and Lucille Nicholas added, "Oh, I'd just love to see it snow at times." Along the West Bluff Road, Washington and 2nd Streets, they finally made their way across the Hannibal Bridge to Harlem, and from thence along the winding and hill-sentineled River Road to Randolph Heights and Minaville. And beyond that came Mosby and Liberty, to and through which the roadbed was better, with interesting glimpses of small homesteads and the bleak snow-covered hills of January. Clyde, for who all his years in Kansas City had never ventured much beyond Kansas City, Kansas, on the west, or the primitive and natural woods of Swope Parks on the east, nor farther along the Kansas or Missouri rivers than Argentine on one side and Randolph Heights on the other, was quite fascinated by the idea of travel which appeared to be suggested by all this distant travel. It was also different from his ordinary routine, and on this occasion Hortense was inclined to be very genial and friendly. She snuggled down beside him on the seat, and when he, noting that the others had already drawn their girls to them in affectionate embraces, put his arm about her and drew her to him, she made no particular protest. Instead, she looked up and said, "I'll have to take my hat off, I guess." The others laughed. There was something about her quick, crisp way which was amusing at times. Besides, she had done her hair in a new way which made her look decidedly prettier, and she was anxious to have the others see it. "Can we dance anywhere out here?" she called to the others without looking around. "Surest thing you know," said Higby, who by now had persuaded Tina Kogel to take her hat off and was holding her close. "They got a player piano and a Victrola out there. If I'd have thought, I'd have brought my cornet. I can play Dixie on that." The car was speeding at a breakneck pace over snowy white road between white fields. In fact, Sparser, considering himself a master of car manipulation, as well as the real owner of it for the moment, was attempting to see how fast he could go on such a road. Dark vignettes of woods went by to right and left. Fields away, sentinel hills rose and fell like waves. A wide-armed scarecrow fluttering in the wind, its tall decayed hat awry, stood near at hand in one place, and from near it a flock of crows rose and winged direct toward a distant wood lightly penciled against a foreground of snow. In the front seat sat Sparser, guiding the car beside Laura Sipe, with the air of one to whom such a magnificent car was a commonplace thing. He was really more interested in Hortense, and yet felt it incumbent on him, for the time being, anyhow, to show some attention to Laura Sipe. And not to be outdone in gallantry by the others, he now put one arm about Laura Sipe while he guided the car with the other, a feat which troubled Clyde, who was still dubious about the wisdom of taking the car at all. They might all be wrecked by such fast driving. Hortense was only interested by the fact that Sparser had obviously manifested interest in her, that he had to pay some attention to Laura Sipe whether he wanted to or not. And when she saw him pulling her to him and asked her grandly if she had done such automobiling about in Kansas City, she merely smiled to herself. But Ratterer, noting the move, nudged Lucille Nicholas, and she in turn nudged Higby in order to attract his attention to the affectional development ahead. "Getting comfortable up front there, Willard," called Ratterer genially in order to make friends with him. "I'll say I am," replied Sparser gaily without turning. "How about you, girlie?" "Oh, I'm all right," Laura Sipe repeated. But Clyde was thinking of all the girls present, none was really so pretty as Hortense, not nearly. She had come garbed in a red and black dress with a very dark red poke bonnet to match, and on her left cheek, just below her small rouged mouth, she had pasted a minute square of black court plaster, in imitation of some picture beauty she had seen. In fact, before the outing began, she had been determined to outshine all the others present, and distinctly she was now feeling that she was succeeding. And Clyde, for himself, was agreeing with her. "You're the cutest thing here," whispered Clyde, hugging her fondly. "Gee, but you can pour on the molasses, kid, when you want to," she called out loud, and the others laughed, and Clyde flushed slightly. Beyond Minaville, about 6 miles, the car came to a bend in a hollow where there was a country store, and here Hegland, Higby, and Ratterer got out to fetch candy, cigarettes, and ice cream cones and ginger ale. And after that came Liberty, and then several miles this side of Excelsior Springs, they sighted the Wigwam, which was nothing more than an old 2-story farmhouse snuggled against a rise of ground behind it. There was, however, adjoining it on one side, a newer and larger 1-story addition consisting of the dining room, the dance floor, and concealed by a partition at one end, a bar. An open fire flickered cheerfully here in a large fireplace. Down in a hollow across the road might be seen the Benton River or creek, now frozen solid. "There's your river," called Higby cheerfully as he helped Tina Kogel out of the car, for he was already very much warmed by several drinks he had taken en route. They all paused for a moment to admire the stream, winding away down the trees. "I wanted this bunch to bring their skates and go down there," sighed Hegland, "but they wouldn't. Well, that's all right." By then Lucille Nicholas, seeing a flicker of flame reflected in one of the small windows of the inn, called, "Oh, see, they got a fire!" The car was parked, and they all trooped into the inn, and at once Higby briskly went over and started the large, noisy, clattery, tinny Nickelodeon with a nickel. And to rival him, and for a prank, Hegland ran to the Victrola which stood in one corner, and put on a record of the Grizzly Bear, which he found lying there. At the first sounds of this strain, which they all knew, Tina Kogel called, "Oh, let's all dance to that, will you? Can't you stop that other old thing?" she added. "Sure, after it runs down," explained Ratterer laughingly. "The only way to stop that thing is not to feed it any nickels." But now, a waiter coming in, Higby began to inquire what everybody wanted. And in the meantime, to show off her charms, Hortense had taken the center of the floor and was attempting to imitate a grizzly bear walking on its hind legs, which she could do amusingly enough, quite gracefully. And Sparser, seeing her alone in the center of the floor and anxious to interest her now, followed her and tried to imitate her motions from behind. Finding him clever at it, and anxious to dance, she finally abandoned the imitation, and giving him her arms, went one-stepping about the room most vividly. At once, Clyde, who was by no means as good a dancer, became jealous, painfully so. In his eagerness for her, it seemed unfair to him that he should be deserted by her so early, at the very beginning of things. But she, becoming interested in Sparser, who seemed more worldly wise, paid no attention at all to Clyde for the time being, but went dancing with her new conquest, his rhythmic skill seeming charmingly to match her own. And then, not to be out of it, the others at once chose partners, Hegland dancing with Maida, Ratterer with Lucille, and Higby with Tina Kogel. This left Laura Sipe for Clyde, who did not like her very much. She was not as perfect as she might be, a plump, pudgy-faced girl with inadequate, sensual blue eyes, and Clyde, lacking any exceptional skill, they danced nothing but the conventional one-step, while the others were dipping and lurching and spinning. In a kind of sick fury, Clyde noticed that Sparser, who was still with Hortense, was by now holding her close and looking straight into her eyes, and she was permitting him. It gave him a feeling of lead at the pit of his stomach. Was it possible she was beginning to like this young upstart who had this car? And she had promised to like him for the present. It brought to him a sense of her fickleness, the probability of her real indifference to him. He wanted to do something, stop dancing and get her away from Sparser, but there was no use until this particular record ran out. And then, just at the end of this, the waiter returned with a tray and put down cocktails, ginger ale, and sandwiches upon 3 small tables which had been joined together. All but Sparser and Hortense quit and came toward it, a fact which Clyde was quick to note. She was a heartless flirt. She really did not care for him after all, and after making him think that she did so recently, and getting him to help her with that coat, she could go to the devil now. He would show her. And he waiting for her, wasn't that the limit? Yet, finally seeing that the others were gathering about the tables, which had been placed near the fire, Hortense and Sparser ceased dancing and approached. Clyde was white and glum. He stood to one side, seemingly indifferent. And Laura Sipe, who had already noted his rage and understood the reason now, moved away from him to join Tina Kogel, to whom she explained why he was so angry. And then, noting his glumness, Hortense came over, executing a phase of the grizzly as she did so. "Gee, wasn't that swell?" she began. "Gee, how I do love to dance to music like that." "Sure, it's swell for you," returned Clyde, burning with envy and disappointment. "Why, what's the trouble?" she asked in a low and almost injured tone, pretending not to guess, yet knowing quite well why he was angry. "You don't mean to say that you're mad because I danced with him first, do you? Oh, how silly. Why didn't you come over then and dance with me? I couldn't refuse to dance with him when he was right there, could I?" "Oh, no, of course you couldn't," replied Clyde sarcastically, in a low, tense tone, for he, no more than Hortense, wanted the others to hear. "But you didn't have to fall all over him and dream in his eyes either, did you?" He was fairly blazing. "You needn't say you didn't, because I saw you." At this she glanced at him oddly, realizing not only the sharpness of his mood, but that this was the first time that he had shown so much daring in connection with her. It must be that he was getting to feel too sure of her. She was showing him too much attention. At the same time, she realized that this was not the time to show him that she did not care for him as much as she would like to have him believe, since she wanted the coat already agreed upon. "Oh, gee, well, ain't that the limit?" she replied angrily, yet more because she was irritated by the fact that what he said was true than by anything else. "If you aren't the grouch, well, I can't help it if you're going to be as jealous as that. I didn't do anything but dance with him just a little. I didn't think you'd be mad." She moved as if to turn away, but realizing that there was an understanding between them, and that he must be placated if things were to go on, she drew him by his coat lapels out of the range of the hearing of the others, who were already looking and listening, and began. "Now see here, you, don't go acting like this. I didn't mean anything by what I did. Honest, I didn't. Anyhow, everybody dances like that now, and nobody means anything by it. Are you going to let me be nice to you like I said, or are you?" And now she looked him coaxingly and winsomely and calculatingly straight in the eye, as though he were the one person among all these present whom she really did like. And deliberately, and of a purpose, she made a pursy, sensuous mouth, the kind she could make, and practiced a play of the lips that caused them to seem to want to kiss him, a mouth that tempted him to distraction. "All right," he said, looking at her weakly and yieldingly. "I suppose I am a fool, but I saw what you did all right. You know I'm crazy about you, Hortense, just wild. I can't help it. I wish I could sometimes. I wish I wouldn't be such a fool." And he looked at her and was sad. And she, realizing her power over him and how easy it was to bring him around, replied, "Oh, you don't either. I'll kiss you after a while, when the others aren't looking, if you'll be good." At the same time, she was conscious of the fact that Sparser's eyes were upon her. Also that he was intensely drawn to her, and that she liked him more than anyone she had recently encountered. End of Book 1, Chapter 17.
Section 18 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1 by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 1, Chapter 18. The climax of the afternoon was reached, however, when after several more dances and drinks, the small river and its possibilities was again brought to the attention of all by Hegland, who, looking out of one of the windows, suddenly exclaimed, "What's the matter with the ice down there? Look at the swell ice. I dare this crowd to go down there and slide." They were off pell-mell, Ratterer and Tina Kogel running hand in hand, Sparser and Lucille Nicholas, with whom he had just been dancing, Higby and Laura Sipe, whom he was finding interesting enough for a change, and Clyde and Hortense. But once on the ice, which was nothing more than a narrow, winding stream, blown clean in places by the wind, and curving among thickets of leafless trees, the company were more like young satyrs and nymphs of an older day. They ran here and there, slipping and sliding, Higby, Lucille, and Maida immediately falling down, but scrambling to their feet with bursts of laughter. And Hortense, aided by Clyde at first, minced here and there, but soon she began to run and slide, squealing in pretended fear. And now not only Sparser, but Higby, and this in spite of Clyde, began to show Hortense attention. They joined her in sliding, ran after her, and pretended to try to trip her up, but caught her as she fell. And Sparser, taking her by the hand, dragged her, seemingly in spite of herself and the others, far upstream and about a curve where they could not be seen. Determined not to show any further watchfulness or jealousy, Clyde remained behind. But he could not help feeling that Sparser might be taking this occasion to make a date, or even to kiss her. She was not incapable of letting him, even though she might pretend to him that she did not want him to. It was agonizing. In spite of himself, he began to tingle with helpless pain, to begin to wish that he could see them. But Hegland, having called everyone to join hands and crack the whip, he took the hand of Lucille Nicholas, who was holding on to Hegland's, and gave his other free hand to Maida Axelrod, who in turn gave her free hand to Ratterer. And Higby and Laura Sipe were about to make up the tale when Sparser and Hortense came gliding back, he holding her by the hand, and they now tacked on at the foot. Then Hegland and the others began running and doubling back and forth until all beyond Maida had fallen and let go. And, as Clyde noted, Hortense and Sparser, in falling, skidded and rolled against each other to the edge of the shore, where were snow and leaves and twigs. And Hortense's skirts, becoming awry in some way, moved up to above her knees. But instead of showing any embarrassment, as Clyde thought and wished she might, she sat there for a few moments without shame and even laughing heartily, and Sparser with her, and still holding her hand. And Laura Sipe, having fallen in such a way as to trip Higby, who had fallen across her, they also lay there laughing, and yet in a most suggestive position, as Clyde thought. He noted, too, that Laura Sipe's skirts had been worked above her knees. And Sparser, now sitting up, was pointing to her pretty legs and laughing loudly, showing most of his teeth, and all the others were emitting peals and squeals of laughter. "Hang it all," thought Clyde. "Why the deuce did he always have to be hanging about her? Why didn't he bring a girl of his own if he wanted to have a good time? What right have they got to go where they can't be seen? And I think she means nothing by all this. She never laughs that heartily with me, you bet. What does she think I am that she can put that stuff over on me anyhow?" He glowered darkly for the moment, but in spite of his thoughts, the line or whip was soon reformed, and this time with Lucille Nicholas still holding his hand. Sparser and Hortense at the tail end again. But Hegland, unconscious of the mood of Clyde and thinking only of the sport, called, "Better let someone else take the ender, hantcha?" And feeling the fairness of this, Ratterer and Maida Axelrod, with Clyde and Lucille Nicholas now moved down with Higby and Laura Sipe, and Hortense and Sparser above them. Only, as Clyde noted, Hortense still held Sparser by the hand, yet she moved just above him and took his hand, he being to the right, with Sparser next above to her left, holding her other hand firmly, which infuriated Clyde. Why couldn't he stick to Laura Sipe, the girl he brought out here for him? And Hortense was encouraging him. He was very sad, and he felt so angry and bitter that he could scarcely play the game. He wanted to stop and quarrel with Sparser, but so brisk and eager was Hegland that they were off before he could even think of doing so. And then, try as he would to keep his balance in the face of this, he and Lucille and Ratterer and Maida Axelrod were thrown down and spun around on the ice like curling irons. And Hortense, letting go of him at the right moment, seemed to prefer deliberately to hang on to Sparser. Entangled with the others, Clyde and they spun across 40 feet of smooth, green ice and piled against a snowbank. At the finish, as he found, Lucille Nicholas was lying across his knees face down in such a spanking position that he was compelled to laugh. And Maida Axelrod was on her back next to Ratterer, her legs straight up in the air. On purpose, he thought. She was too coarse and bold for him. And there followed, of course, squeals and guffaws of delight, so loud that they could be heard for half a mile. Hegland, intensely susceptible to humor at all times, doubled to the knees, slapped his thighs, and bawled. And Sparser opened his big mouth and chortled and grimaced until he was scarlet. So infectious was the result that for the time being, Clyde forgot his jealousy. He too looked and laughed. But Clyde's mood had not changed, really. He still felt that she wasn't playing fair. At the end of all this playing, Lucille Nicholas and Tina Kogel, being tired, dropped out. And Hortense too. Clyde at once left the group to join her. Ratterer then followed Lucille. Then, the others separating, Haglund pushed Maida Axelrod before him downstream out of sight around a bend. Higby, seemingly taking his cue from this, pulled Tina Kogel upstream, and Ratterer and Lucille, seeming to see something of interest, struck into a thicket, laughing and talking as they went. Even Sparser and Laura, left to themselves, now wandered off, leaving Clyde and Hortense alone. And then, as these two wandered toward a fallen log which had paralleled the stream, she sat down. But Clyde, smarting from his fancied wounds, stood silent for the time being, while she, sensing as much, took him by the belt of his coat and began to pull at him. "Giddy up, horsey," she played. "Giddy up, my horsey has to skate me now on the ice." Clyde looked at her glumly, glowering mentally, not to be diverted so easily from the ills which he felt to be his. "What do you want to let that fellow Sparser always hang around you for?" he demanded. "I saw you going up the creek there with him a while ago. What did he say to you up there?" "He didn't say anything." "Oh, no, of course not," he replied cynically and bitterly. "And maybe he didn't kiss you either." "I should say not," she replied definitely and spitefully. "I'd like to know what you think I am, anyhow. I don't let people kiss me the first time they see me, smarty, and I want you to know it. I didn't let you, did I?" "Oh, that's all right, too," answered Clyde. "But you didn't like me as well as you do him, either." "Oh, didn't I? Well, maybe I didn't, but what right have you to say I like him, anyhow? I'd like to know if I can't have a little fun without you watching me all the time. You make me tired, that's what you do." She was quite angry now because of the proprietary air he appeared to be assuming. And now Clyde, repulsed and somewhat shaken by this sudden counter on her part, decided on the instant that perhaps it might be best for him to modify his tone. After all, she had never said that she really cared for him, even in the face of the implied promise she had made him. "Oh, well," he observed glumly after a moment, and not without a little of sadness in his tone. "I know one thing. If I let on that I cared for anyone, as much as you say that you do for me at times, I wouldn't want to flirt around with others like you are doing out here." "Oh, wouldn't you?" "No, I wouldn't." "Well, who's flirting anyhow, I'd like to know?" "You are." "I'm not either, and I wish you'd just go away and let me alone, if you can't do anything but quarrel with me. Just because I danced with him up there in the restaurant is no reason for you to think I'm flirting. Oh, you make me tired, that's what you do." "Do I?" "Yes, you do." "Well, maybe I better go off and not bother you any more at all then," he returned, a trace of his mother's courage welling up in him. "Well, maybe you had, if that's the way you're going to feel about me all the time," she answered, and kicked viciously with her toes at the ice. But Clyde was beginning to feel that he could not possibly go through with this, that after all he was too eager about her, too much at her feet. He began to weaken and gaze nervously at her. And she, thinking of her coat again, decided to be civil. "You didn't look in his eyes, did you?" he asked weakly, his thoughts going back to her dancing with Sparser. "When?" "When you were dancing with him?" "No, I didn't, not that I know of, anyhow. But supposing I did, what of it? I didn't mean anything by it. Gee, criminy, can't a person look in anybody's eyes if they want to?" "In the way you looked in his, not if you claim to like anybody else, I say." And the skin of Clyde's forehead lifted and sank, and his eyelids narrowed. Hortense merely clicked impatiently and indignantly with her tongue. "If you ain't the limit." "And a while ago back there on the ice," went on Clyde determinedly and yet pathetically. "When you came back from up there, instead of coming up to where I was, you went to the foot of the line with him. I saw you. And you held his hand, too, all the way back. And then when you fell down, you had to sit there with him holding your hand. I'd like to know what you call that if it ain't flirting. What else is it? I bet he thinks it is, all right." "Well, I wasn't flirting with him just the same, and I don't care what you say. But if you want to have it that way, have it that way. I can't stop you. You're so darn jealous. You don't want to let anyone else do anything. That's all the matter with you. How else can you play on the ice if you don't hold hands, I'd like to know? Gee, criminy, what about you and that Lucille Nicholas? I saw her laying across your lap and you laughing, and I didn't think anything of that. What do you want me to do? Come out here and sit around like a bump on a log? Follow you around like a tail? Or you follow me? What do you think I am, anyhow, a nut?" She was being ragged by Clyde, as she thought, and she didn't like it. She was thinking of Sparser, who was really more appealing to her at the time than Clyde. He was more materialistic, less romantic, more direct. He turned, and, taking off his cap, rubbed his head gloomily, while Hortense, looking at him, first thought of him, and then of Sparser. Sparser was more manly, not so much of a crybaby. He wouldn't stand around and complain this way, you bet. He'd probably leave her for good, have nothing more to do with her. Yet Clyde, after his fashion, was interesting and useful. Who else would do for her what he had? And at any rate, he was not going to force her to go off with him now, as these others had gone, and as she feared he might try to do, ahead of her plan and wish. This quarrel was obviating that. "Now see here," she said after a time, having decided that it was best to assuage him, and that it was not so hard to manage him after all. "Are we going to fight all the time, Clyde? What's the use, anyhow? What'd you want me to come out here for, if you just want to fight with me all the time? I wouldn't have come if I'd have thought you were going to do that all day." She turned and kicked at the ice with the minute toe of her shoes, and Clyde, always taken by her charm again, put his arms about her and crushed her to him, at the same time fumbling at her breasts and putting his lips to hers, and endeavoring to hold and fondle her. But now, because of her suddenly developed liking for Sparser, and partially because of her present mood towards Clyde, she broke away, a dissatisfaction with herself and him troubling her. Why should she let him force her to do anything she didn't feel like doing? Just now, anyhow, she asked herself. She hadn't agreed to be as nice to him today as he might wish. Not yet. At any rate, just now, she did not want to be handled in this way by him, and she would not, regardless of what he might do. And Clyde, sensing by now what the true state of her mind in regard to him must be, stepped back, and yet continued to gaze gloomily and hungrily at her, and she in turn nearly stared at him. "I thought you said that you liked me," he demanded almost savagely now, realizing that his dreams of a happy outing this day were fading into nothing. "Well, I do when you're nice," she replied, sly and evasively, seeking some way to avoid complication in connection with her original promises to him. "Yes, you do," he grumbled. "I see how you do. Why, here we are out here now, and you won't even let me touch you. I'd like to know what you meant by all that you said, anyhow." "Well, what did I say?" she countered, merely to gain time. "As though you didn't know." "Oh, well, but that wasn't to be right away either, was it? I thought we said—" She paused dubiously. "I know what you said," he went on, "but I noticed that you don't like me, and that's all there is to it. What difference would it make if you really cared for me, whether you were nice to me now, or next week, or the week after? Gee whiz, you'd think it was something that depended on what I did for you, not whether you cared for me." In his pain he was quite intense and courageous. "That's not so," she snapped, angrily and bitterly, irritated by the truth of what he said. "And I wish you wouldn't say that to me either. I don't care anything about the old coat now, if you want to know it. And you can just have your old money back, too. I don't want it. And you can just let me alone from now on, too," she added. "I'll get all the coats I want without any help from you." At this she turned and walked away. But Clyde, now anxious to mollify her as usual, ran after her. "Don't go, Hortense," he pleaded. "Wait a minute. I didn't mean that either. Honest, I didn't. I'm crazy about you. Honest, I am. Can't you see that? Oh, gee, don't go now. I'm not giving you the money to get something for it. You can have it for nothing if you want it that way. There ain't nobody else in the world like you to me, and there never has been. You can have all the money for all I care. All of it. I don't want it back. But gee, I did think you liked me a little. Don't you care for me at all, Hortense?" He looked cowed and frightened, and she, sensing her mastery over him, relented a little. "Of course I do," she announced. "But just the same, that doesn't mean that you can treat me any old way either. You don't seem to understand that a girl can't do everything you want her to do just because you want her to do it." "Just what do you mean by that?" asked Clyde, not quite sensing just what she did mean. "I don't get it." "Oh, yes you do, too." She could not believe that he did not know. "Oh, I guess I know what you're talking about. I know what you're going to say now," he went on disappointedly. "That's that old stuff they all pull. I know." He was now reciting almost verbatim the words and intonation, even of the other boys at the hotel, Higby, Ratterer, Eddie Doyle, who, having narrated the nature of such situations to him, and how girls occasionally lied out of pressing dilemmas in this way, had made perfectly clear to him what was meant, and Hortense knew now that he did know. "Gee, but you're mean," she said in an assumed hurt way. "A person can never tell you anything or expect you to believe it. Just the same, it's true, whether you believe it or not." "Oh, I know how you are," he replied, sadly yet a little loftily, as though this were an old situation to him. "You don't like me, that's all. I see that now, all right." "Gee, but you're mean," she persisted, affecting an injured air. "It's the God's truth. Believe me or not, I swear it. Honest it is." Clyde stood there. In the face of this small trick there was really nothing much to say as he saw it. He could not force her to do anything. If she wanted to lie and pretend, he would have to pretend to believe her. And yet a great sadness settled down upon him. He was not to win her after all. That was plain. He turned, and she, being convinced that he felt that she was lying now, felt it incumbent upon herself to do something about it, to win him around to her again. "Please, Clyde, please," she began now, most artfully. "I mean that, I really do. Won't you believe me? But I will next week, sure. Honest, I will. Won't you believe that? I meant everything I said when I said it. Honest, I did. I do like you, a lot. Won't you believe that too? Please?" And Clyde, thrilled from head to toe by this latest phase of her artistry, agreed that he would, and once more he began to smile and recover his gaiety, and by the time they reached the car, to which they were all called a few minutes later after by Hegland, because of the time, he had held her hand and kissed her often. He was quite convinced that the dream he had been dreaming was as certain of fulfillment as anything could be. Oh, the glory of it when it should come true! End of Book 1, Chapter 18.
Section 19 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1 by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 1, Chapter 19. For the major portion of the return trip to Kansas City, there was nothing to mar the very agreeable illusion under which Clyde rested. He sat beside Hortense, who leaned her head against his shoulder, and although Sparser, who had waited for the others to step in before taking the wheel, had squeezed her arm and received an answering and promising look, Clyde had not seen that. But the hour being late, and the admonitions of Hegland, Ratterer, and Higby being all for speed, and the mood of Sparser, because of the looks bestowed upon him by Hortense, being the gayest and most drunken, it was not long before the outlying lamps of the environs began to show, for the car was rushed along the road at breakneck speed. At one point, however, where one of the eastern trunk lines approached the city, there was a long and unexpected and disturbing wait at a grade crossing where two freight trains met and passed. Farther in, at North Kansas City, it began to snow, great soft, slushy flakes feathering down and coating the road surface with a slippery layer of mud, which required more caution than had been thus far displayed. It was then 5:30. Ordinarily, an additional 8 minutes at high speed would have served to bring the car within a block or two of the hotel. But now, with another delay near Hannibal Bridge owing to grade crossing, it was 20 minutes to 6 before the bridge was crossed and Wyandotte Street reached. And already all four of these youths had lost all sense of the delight of the trip, and the pleasure of the companionship of these girls had given them. For already they were worrying as to the probability of reaching the hotel in time. The smug and martinetish figure of Mr. Squires loomed before them all. "Gee, if we don't do better than this," observed Ratterer to Higby, who was nervously fumbling with his watch, "we're not going to make it. We'll hardly have time as it is to change." Clyde, hearing him, exclaimed, "Oh, crickets, I wish we could hurry a little. Gee, I wish now we hadn't come today. It'll be tough if we don't get there on time." And Hortense, noting his sudden tenseness and unrest, added, "Don't you think you'll make it all right?" "Not this way," he said. But Hegland, who had been studying the flaked air outside, a world that seemed dotted with falling bits of cotton, called, "Hey there, Willard. We certainly got to do better than this. It means a razoo for us if we don't get there on time." And Higby, for once stirred out of a gambler-like effrontery and calm, added, "We'll walk the plank all right unless we can put up some good yarn. Can't anybody think of anything?" As for Clyde, he merely sighed nervously. And then, as though to torture them the more, an unexpected crush of vehicles appeared at nearly every intersection. And Sparser, who was irritated by this particular predicament, was contemplating with impatience the warning hand of a traffic policeman, which, at the intersection of Ninth and Wyandotte, had been raised against him. "There goes his mitt again!" he exclaimed. "What can I do about that? I might turn over to Washington, but I don't know whether we'll save any time by going over there." A full minute passed before he was signaled to go forward. Then swiftly he swung the car to the right and 3 blocks over into Washington Street. But here the conditions were no better. 2 heavy lines of traffic moved in opposite directions, and at each succeeding corner several precious moments were lost as the cross traffic went by. Then the car would tear on to the next corner, weaving its way in and out as best it could. At 15th and Washington, Clyde exclaimed to Ratterer, "How would it do if we got out at 17th and walked over?" "You won't save any time if I can turn over there," called Sparser. "I can get over there quicker than you can." He crowded the other cars for every inch of available space. At 16th and Washington, seeing what he considered a fairly clear block to his left, he turned the car and tore along that thoroughfare to as far as Wyandotte once more. Just as he neared the corner and was about to turn at high speed, swinging in close to the curb to do so, a little girl of about 9, who was running toward the crossing, jumped directly in front of the moving machine. And because there was no opportunity given him to turn and avoid her, she was struck and dragged a number of feet before the machine could be halted. At the same time, there arose piercing screams from at least half a dozen women, and shouts from as many men who had witnessed the accident. Instantly they all rushed toward the child, who had been thrown under and passed over by the wheels. And Sparser, looking out and seeing them gathering about the fallen figure, was seized with an uninterpretable mental panic, which conjured up the police, jail, his father, the owner of the car, severe punishment in many forms. And though by now all the others in the car were up and giving vent to anguished exclamations such as, "Oh God, he hit a girl! Oh gee, he's killed a kid! Oh mercy! Oh Lord! Oh heavens, what'll we do now?" He turned and exclaimed, "Jesus, the cops! I gotta get out of this car!" And, without consulting the others, who were still half standing but almost speechless with fear, he shot the lever into first, second, and then high, and giving the engine all the gas it would endure, sped with it to the next corner beyond. But there, as at the other corners in this vicinity, a policeman was stationed, and having already seen some commotion at the corner west of him, had already started to leave his post in order to ascertain what it was. As he did so, cries of "Stop that car! Stop that car!" reached his ears, and a man, running toward the sedan from the scene of the accident, pointed to it and called, "Stop that car! Stop that car! They've killed the child!" Then, gathering what was meant, he turned toward the car, putting his police whistle to his mouth as he did so. But Sparser, having by this time heard the cries and seen the policeman leaving, dashed swiftly past him into 17th Street, along which he sped at almost 40 miles an hour, grazing the hub of a truck in one instance, scraping the fender of an automobile in another, and missing by inches and quarter inches vehicles or pedestrians, while those behind him in the car were for the most part sitting bolt upright and tense, their eyes wide, their hands clenched, their faces and lips set, or, as in the case of Hortense and Lucille Nicholas and Tina Kogel, giving voice to repeated, "Oh, gods! Oh, what's going to happen now?" But the police and those who had started to pursue were not to be outdone so quickly. Unable to make out the license plate number, and seeing from the first motions of the car that it had no intention of stopping, the officer blew a loud and long blast on his police whistle. And the policeman at the next corner, seeing the car speed by and realizing what it meant, blew on his whistle, then stopped, and springing on the running board of a passing touring car, ordered it to give chase. And at this, seeing what was amiss or a wind, 3 other cars, driven by adventurous spirits, joined in the chase, all honking loudly as they came. But the Packard had far more speed in it than any of its pursuers, and although for the first few blocks of the pursuit there were cries of "Stop that car! Stop that car!" still, owing to the much greater speed of the car, these soon died away, giving place to the long, wild shrieks of distant horns in full cry. Sparser by now, having won a fair lead and realizing that a straight course was the least baffling to pursue, turned swiftly into McGee, a comparatively quiet thoroughfare, along which he tore for a few blocks to the wide and winding Gillum Parkway, whose course was southward. But having followed that at terrific speed for a short distance, he again, at 31st, decided to turn, the houses in the distance confusing him, and the suburban country to the north seeming to offer the best opportunity for evading his pursuers. And so now he swung the car to the left through that thoroughfare, his thought here being that amid these comparatively quiet streets, it was possible to wind in and out and so shake off pursuit, at least long enough to drop his passengers somewhere and return the car to the garage. And this he would have been able to do, had it not been for the fact that in turning into one of the more outlying streets of this region, where there were scarcely any houses and no pedestrians visible, he decided to turn off his lights, the better to conceal the whereabouts of the car. Then, still speeding east, north, and east and south by turns, he finally dashed into one street where, after a few hundred feet, the pavement suddenly ended. But because another cross street was visible 100 feet or so further on, and he imagined that by turning into that he might find a paved thoroughfare again, he sped on and then swung sharply to the left, only to crash roughly into a pile of paving stones left by a contractor who was preparing to pave the way. In the absence of the lights he had failed to distinguish this, and diagonally opposite to these, lengthwise of a prospective sidewalk, had been laid a pile of lumber for a house. Striking the edge of the paving stones at high speed, he caromed and, all but upsetting the car, made directly for the lumber pile opposite, into which he crashed. Only instead of striking it head-on, the car struck one end, causing it to give way and spread out, but only sufficiently to permit the right wheels to mount high upon it, and so throw the car completely over onto its left side in the grass and snow beyond the walk. Then there, amid a crash of glass and the impacts of their own bodies, the occupants were thrown down in a heap, forward and to the left. What happened afterwards was more or less of a mystery and a matter of confusion, not only to Clyde but to all the others. For Sparser and Laura Sipe, being in front, were dashed against the windshield and the roof and knocked senseless, Sparser having his shoulder, hip, and left knee wrenched in such a way as to make it necessary to let him lie in the car as he was until an ambulance arrived. He could not possibly be lifted out through the door, which was in the roof as the car now lay. And in the second seat, Clyde, being nearest the door to the left, and next to him Hortense, Lucille Nicholas, and Ratterer, was pinioned under and yet not crushed by their combined weights. For Hortense, in falling, had been thrown completely over him on her side against the roof, which was now the left wall. And Lucille, next above her, fell in such a way as to lie across Clyde's shoulders only, while Ratterer, now topmost of the four, had, in falling, been thrown over the seat in front of him. But grasping the steering wheel in front of him as he fell, the same having been wrenched from Sparser's hands, he had broken his fall in part by clinging to it. But even so, his face and hands were cut and bruised, and his shoulder, arm, and hip slightly wrenched, yet not sufficiently to prevent his being of assistance to the others. For at once, realizing the plight of the others, as well as his own, and stirred by their screams, Ratterer was moved to draw himself up and out through the top or side door, which he was now succeeded in opening, scrambling over the others to reach it. Once out, he climbed upon the chassis beam of the toppled car, and, reaching down, caught hold of the struggling and moaning Lucille, who, like all the others, was trying to climb up but could not. And exerting all his strength and exclaiming, "Be still now, honey, I gotcha. You're all right, I'll get you out," he lifted her to a sitting position on the side of the door, then down in the snow, where he placed her and where she sat crying and feeling her arms and her head. And after her he helped Hortense, her left cheek and forehead and both hands badly bruised and bleeding, but not seriously, although she did not know that at the time. She was whimpering and shivering and shaking, a nervous chill having succeeded the dazed and almost unconscious state which followed the first crash. At that moment, Clyde, lifting his bewildered head above the side door of the car, his left cheek, shoulder, and arm bruised, but not otherwise injured, was thinking that he too must get out of this as quickly as possible. A child had been killed, a car stolen and wrecked, his job was most certainly lost, the police were in pursuit and might even find them there at any minute. And below him in the car was Sparser, prone where he fell, but already being looked to by Ratterer. And beside him Laura Sipe, also unconscious. He felt called upon to do something, to assist Ratterer, who was reaching down and trying to lay hold of Laura Sipe without injuring her. But so confused were his thoughts that he would have stood there without helping anyone, had it not been for Ratterer, who called most irritably, "Give us a hand here, Clyde, will you? Let's see if we can get her out. She's fainted." And Clyde, turning now instead of trying to climb out, began to seek to lift her from within, standing on the broken glass window of the side beneath his feet, and attempting to draw her body back up and off the body of Sparser. But this was not possible. She was too limp, too heavy. He could only draw her back, off the body of Sparser, and then let her rest there between the second and first seats on the car's side. But meanwhile, at the back, Hegland, being nearest the top and only slightly stunned, had managed to reach the door nearest him and throw it back. Thus, by reason of his athletic body, he was able to draw himself up and out, saying as he did so, "Oh, Jesus, what a finish! Oh, Christ, this is the limit! Oh, Jesus, we better beat it out of this before the cops get here." At the same time, however, seeing the others below him and hearing their cries, he could not contemplate anything so desperate as desertion. Instead, once out, he turned, and making out Maida below him, exclaimed, "Here, for Christ's sake, give me your hand. We gotta get out of this, and damn quick, I tell ya." Then, turning from Maida, who for the moment was feeling her wounded and aching head, he mounted the top chassis beam again, and reaching down, caught hold of Tina Kogel, who, only stunned, was trying to push herself into a sitting position while resting heavily on top of Higby. But he, relieved of the weight of the others, was already kneeling and feeling his head and face with his hands. "Give me your hand, Dave," called Hegland. "Hurry, for Christ's sake! We ain't got no time to lose around here. Are you hurt? Christ, we gotta get out of here, I tell ya. I see a guy coming across there now, and I don't know whether he's a cop or not." He started to lay hold of Higby's left hand, but as he did so, Higby repulsed him. "Ha! He exclaimed. "Don't pull, I'm all right. I'll get out by myself. Help the others." And standing up, his head above the level of the door, he began to look about within the car for something on which to place his foot. The back cushion having fallen out and forward, he got his foot on that and raised himself up to the door level, on which he sat and drew out his leg. Then, looking about, and seeing Hegland attempting to assist Ratterer and Clyde with Sparser, he went to their aid. Outside, some odd and confusing incidents had already occurred. For Hortense, who had been lifted out before Clyde, had suddenly begun to feel her face, and as suddenly realized that her left cheek and forehead were not only scraped but bleeding. And being seized by the notion that her beauty might have been permanently marred by this accident, she was at once thrown into a state of selfish panic, which caused her to become completely oblivious, not only to the misery and injury of the others, but to the danger of discovery by the police, the injury to the child, the wreck of this expensive car. In fact, everything but herself, and the possibility that her beauty had been destroyed. She began to whimper on the instant and wave her hands up and down. "Oh, goodness, goodness, goodness!" she exclaimed desperately. "Oh, how dreadful! Oh, how terrible! Oh, my face is all cut!" And feeling an urgent compulsion to do something about it, she suddenly set off, and that without a word to anyone, and while Clyde was still inside helping Ratterer, south along 35th Street, toward the city where there were lights and more populated streets. Her one thought was to reach her own home as speedily as possible in order that she might be able to do something for herself. Of Clyde, Sparser, Ratterer, and the other girls, she really thought nothing. What were they now? It was only intermittently in between thoughts of her marred beauty, and that she could even bring herself to think of the injured child, the horror of which, as well as the pursuit by the police, maybe, the fact that the car did not belong to Sparser, or that it was wrecked, and that they were all liable to arrest in consequence, affecting her but slightly. Her one thought in regard to Clyde was that he was the one who had invited her to this ill-fated journey, hence that he was to blame, really. Those beastly boys! To think they should have gotten her into this, and then didn't have brains enough to manage better. The other girls, apart from Laura Sipe, were not seriously injured, any of them. They were more frightened than anything else. But now that this had happened, they were in a panic, lest they be overtaken by the police, arrested, exposed, and punished. And accordingly they stood about, exclaiming, "Oh, gee, hurry, can't you? Oh dear, we ought all of us to get away from here. Oh, it's all so terrible." Until at least Hegland exclaimed, "For Christ's sake, keep quiet, can't ya? We're doing the best we can, can't you see? You'll have the cops down on us in a minute as it is." And then, as if in some answer to his comment, a lone suburbanite who lived 4 blocks from the scene across the fields, and who, hearing the crash and the cries in the night, had ambled across to see what the trouble was, now drew near and stood curiously looking at the stricken group in the car. "Had an accident, eh?" he exclaimed, genially enough. "Anyone badly hurt? Gee, that's too bad. And that's a swell car, too. Can I help any?" Clyde, hearing him talk and looking out, and not seeing Hortense anywhere, and not being able to do more for Sparser than stretch him in the bottom of the car, glanced agonizingly about. For the thought of the police and their certain pursuit was strong upon him. He must get out of this. He must not be caught here. Think of what would happen to him if he were caught. How he would be disgraced and punished, probably. All his fine world stripped from him before he could say a word, really. His mother would hear, Mr. Squires, everybody. Most certainly he would go to jail. Oh, how terrible that thought was, grinding really like a macerating wheel to his flesh. They could do nothing more for Sparser, and they only laid themselves open to being caught by lingering. So asking, "Where'd Miss Briggs go?" he now began to climb out and started looking about the dark and snowy fields for her. His thought was that he would first assist her to wherever she might desire to go. But just then in the distance was heard the horns and the hum of at least 2 motorcycles speeding swiftly in the direction of this very spot. For already the wife of the suburbanite, on hearing the crash and the cries in the distance, had telephoned the police that an accident had occurred here. And now the suburbanite was explaining, "That's them. I told the wife to telephone for an ambulance." And hearing this, all the others now began to run, for they realized what that meant. And in addition, looking across the fields, one could see the lights of these approaching machines. They reached 31st and Cleveland together. Then one turned south toward this very spot, along Cleveland Avenue, and the other continued east on 31st, reconnoitering for the accident. "Beat it, for God's sake, all of yous!" whispered Hegland excitedly. "Scatter!" And forthwith, seizing Maida Axelrod by the hand, he started to run east along 35th Street, in which the car then lay, toward the outlying eastern suburbs. But after a moment, deciding that would not do either, that it would be too easy to pursue him along a street, he cut northeast, directly across the open fields and away from the city. And now, Clyde, as suddenly sensing what capture would mean, how all his fine thoughts of pleasure would most certainly end in disgrace and probably prison, began running also. Only in his case, instead of following Hegland or any of the others, he turned south along Cleveland Avenue toward the southern limits of the city. But, like Hegland, realizing that that meant an easy avenue of pursuit for anyone who chose to follow, he too took to the open fields. Only instead of running away from the city as before, he now turned southwest and ran toward those streets which lay to the south of 40th. only a much open space being before him before he should reach them, and a clump of bushes showing in the near distance, and the light of the motorcycle already sweeping the road behind him, he ran to that, and for the moment dropped behind it. Only Sparser and Laura Sipe were left within the car, she at that moment beginning to recover consciousness, and the visiting stranger, much astounded, was left standing outside. Why, the very idea, he suddenly said to himself. They must have stolen that car. It couldn't have belonged to them at all. And just then the first motorcycle reaching the scene, Clyde, from his not too distant hiding place, was able to overhear. Well, you didn't get away with it after all, did you? You thought you were pretty slick, but you didn't make it. You're the one we want, and what's become of the rest of your gang, eh? Where are they, eh? And hearing the suburbanite declare quite defiantly that he had nothing to do with it, that the real occupants of the car had but then run away and might yet be caught if the police wished, Clyde, who was still within earshot of what was being said, began crawling upon his hands and knees at first in the snow, south, and west, always towards some of those distant streets, which, lamplit and faintly glowing, he saw to the southwest of him, and among which presently, if he were not captured, he hoped to hide, to lose himself and so escape, if the fates were only kind, the misery and the punishment and the unending dissatisfaction and disappointment, which now, most definitely, it all represented to him. End of Book 1, Chapter 19. Section 20 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 2, Chapter 1. The home of Samuel Griffiths in Lycurgus, New York, a city of some 25,000 inhabitants midway between Utica and Albany. Near the dinner hour, and by degrees, the family assembling for its customary meal. On this occasion, the preparations were of a more elaborate nature than usual, owing to the fact that for the past 4 days, Mr. Samuel Griffiths, the husband and father, had been absent attending a conference of shirt and collar manufacturers in Chicago, price-cutting by upstart rivals in the West having necessitated compromise and adjustment by those who manufactured in the East. He had but now returned, and had telephoned earlier in the afternoon that he was arrived, and was going to his office in the factory where he would remain until dinner time. Being long accustomed to the ways of a practical and convinced man who believed in himself and considered his judgment and his decision sound, almost final, for the most part anyhow, Mrs. Griffiths thought nothing of this. He would appear and greet her in due order. Knowing that he preferred leg of lamb above many other things, after due word with Mrs. Truesdale, her homely but useful housekeeper, she ordered lamb, and the appropriate vegetables and dessert having been decided upon, she gave herself over to thoughts of her eldest daughter, Myra, who, having graduated from Smith College several years before, was still unmarried. And the reason for this, as Mrs. Griffiths well understood, though she was never quite willing to admit it openly, was that Myra was not very good-looking. Her nose was too long, her eyes too close-set, her chin not sufficiently rounded to give her a girlish and pleasing appearance. For the most part, she seemed too thoughtful and studious, as a rule not interested in the ordinary social life of that city. Neither did she possess that savoir-faire, let alone that peculiar appeal for men, that characterized some girls, even when they were not pretty. As her mother saw it, she was really too critical and too intellectual, having a mind that was rather above the world in which she found herself. Brought up amid comparative luxury, without having to worry about any of the rough details of making a living, she had been confronted, nevertheless, by the difficulties of making her own way, in the matter of social favor and love, two objectives which, without beauty or charm, were about as difficult as the attaining of extreme wealth by a beggar. And the fact that for 12 years now, ever since she had been 14, she had seen the lives of other youths and maidens in the small world in which she moved, passing gaily enough, while hers was more or less confined to reading, music, the business of keeping as neatly and attractively arrayed as possible, and of going to visit friends in the hope of possibly encountering somewhere, somehow, the one temperament who would be interested in her, had saddened, if not exactly soured her. And that despite the fact that the material comfort of her parents and herself was exceptional. Just now she had gone through her mother's room to her own, looking as though she were not very much interested in anything. Her mother had been trying to think of something to suggest that would take her out of herself, when the younger daughter, Bella, fresh from a passing visit to the home of the Finchleys, wealthy neighbors where she had stopped on her way from the Snedeker school, burst in upon her. Contrasted with her sister, who was tall and dark and rather sallow, Bella, though shorter, was far more gracefully and vigorously formed. She had thick brown, almost black hair, a brown and olive complexion tinted with red, and eyes brown and genial that blazed with an eager, seeking light. In addition to her sound and lithe physique, she possessed vitality and animation. Her arms and legs were graceful and active. Plainly, she was given to liking things as she found them, enjoying life as it was, and hence, unlike her sister, she was unusually attractive to men and boys, to men and women, old and young, a fact which her mother and father well knew. No danger of any lack of marriage offers for her when the time came. As her mother saw it, too many youths and men were already buzzing around, and so posing the question of a proper husband for her. Already she had displayed a tendency to become thick and fast friends, not only with the scions of the older and more conservative families who constituted the ultra-respectable element of the city, but also, and this was more to her mother's distaste, with the sons and daughters of some of those later and hence socially less important families of the region. The sons and daughters of manufacturers of bacon, canning jars, vacuum cleaners, wooden and wickerware, and typewriters, who constituted a solid enough financial element in the city, but who made up what might be considered the fast set in the local life. In Mrs. Griffith's opinion, there was too much dancing, cabareting, automobiling to one city and another, without due social supervision. Yet, as a contrast to her sister, Myra, what a relief! It was only from the point of view of proper surveillance, or until she was safely and religiously married, that Mrs. Griffiths troubled or even objected to most of her present contacts and yearnings and gaieties. She desired to protect her. "Now, where have you been?" she demanded, as her daughter burst into the room, throwing down her books and drawing near to the open fire that burned there. "Just think, Mamma," began Bella most unconcernedly and almost irrelevantly. "The Finchleys are going to give up their place out at Greenwood Lake this coming summer and go up to 12th Lake near Pine Point. They're going to build a new bungalow up there, and Sondra says that this time it's going to be right down at the water's edge, not away from it as it is out here. And they're going to have a great big veranda with a hardwood floor, and a boathouse big enough for a 30-foot electric launch that Mr. Finchley is going to buy for Stuart. Won't that be wonderful? And she says that if you will let me, that I can come up there for all summer long, or for as long as I like. And Gil, too, if he will. It's just across the lake from the Emery Lodge, you know, and the Eastgate Hotel. And the Fance place, you know, the Fance of Utica, is just below theirs near Sharon. Isn't that just wonderful? Won't that be great? I wish you and Dad would make up your minds to build up there now sometime, Mamma. It looks to me as though nearly everybody that's worth anything down here is moving up there." She talked so fast and swung about so, looking now at the open fire burning in the grate, then out of the two high windows that commanded the front lawn and a full view of Waikiki Avenue, lit by the electric lights in the winter dusk, that her mother had no opportunity to insert any comment until this was over. However, she managed to observe, "Yes? Well, what about the Anthonys and the Nicholsons and the Taylors? I haven't heard of their leaving Greenwood yet." "Oh, I know, not the Anthonys or the Nicholsons or the Taylors. Who expects them to move? They're too old-fashioned. They're not the kind that would move anywhere, are they? No one thinks they are. Just the same, Greenwood isn't like 12th Lake. You know that yourself. And all the people that are anybody down on the South Shore are going up there for sure. The Cranstons next year, Sondra says. And after that, I bet the Harriets will go too." "The Cranstons and the Harriets and the Finchleys and Sondra," commented her mother, half amused and half irritated. "The Cranstons and you and Bertine and Sondra, that's all I hear these days." For the Cranstons and the Finchleys, despite a certain amount of local success in connection with this newer and faster set, were, much more than any of the others, the subject of considerable unfavorable comment. They were the people who, having moved the Cranston Wickwire Company from Albany, and the Finchley Electric Sweeper from Buffalo, and built large factories on the south bank of the Mohawk River, to say nothing of new and grandiose houses in Waikiki Avenue and summer cottages at Greenwood, some 20 miles northwest, were setting a rather showy and hence disagreeable pace to all the wealthy residents of the region. They were given to wearing the smartest clothes, to the latest novelties in cars and entertainments, and constituted a problem to those with less means, considered their position and their equipment about as fixed and interesting and attractive as such things might well be. The Cranstons and the Finchleys were in the main a thorn in the flesh of the remainder of the elite of Lycurgus, too showy and too aggressive. "How often have I told you that I don't want you to have too much to do with Bertine, or that Letta Harriet, or her brother either? They're too forward. They run around and talk and show off too much, and your father feels the same as I do in regard to them. As for Sondra Finchley, if she expects to go with Bertine and you too, then you're not going to go with her either much longer. Besides, I'm not sure your father approves of you going anywhere without someone to accompany you. You're not old enough yet. And as for your going to 12th Lake to the Finchleys, well, unless we all go together, there'll be no going there either. And now Mrs. Griffiths, who leaned more to the manner and tactics of the older, if not less affluent families, stared complainingly at her daughter. Nevertheless, Bella was no more abashed than she was irritated by this. On the contrary, she knew her mother, and knew that she was fond of her. Also that she was intrigued by her physical charm, as well as her assured local social success as much as was her father, who considered her perfection itself, and could be swayed by her least, as well as her much practiced smile. Not old enough, commented Bella reproachfully. Will you listen? I'll be 18 in July. I'd like to know when you and Papa are going to think I'm old enough to go anywhere without you both. Wherever you two go, I have to go. And wherever I want to go, you two have to go too. Bella, censored her mother. Then after a moment's silence, in which her daughter stood there impatiently, she added, Of course, what else would you have us do? When you are 21 or 2, if you're not married by then, it will be time enough to think of going off by yourself. But at your age, you shouldn't be thinking of any such thing. Bella cocked her pretty head, for at the moment the side door downstairs was thrown open, and Gilbert Griffiths, the only son of this family, and who very much in face and build, if not in manner and lack of force, resembled Clyde, his western cousin, entered and descended. He was at this time a vigorous, self-centered, and vain youth of 23, who, in contrast with his two sisters, seemed much sterner and far more practical. Also, probably much more intelligent and aggressive in a business way, a field in which neither of the two girls took the slightest interest. He was brisk in manner and impatient. He considered that his social position was perfectly secure, and was utterly scornful of anything but commercial success. Yet despite this, he was really deeply interested in the movements of the local society, of which he considered himself and his family the most important part. Always conscious of the dignity and social standing of his family in this community, he regulated his action and speech accordingly. Ordinarily, he struck the passing observer as rather sharp and arrogant, neither as youthful or as playful as his sisters might have wanted. Still, he was young, attractive, and interesting. He had a sharp if not brilliant tongue in his head, a gift at times for making crisp and cynical remarks. On account of his family and position, he was considered also the most desirable of all the young eligible bachelors in Lycurgus. Nevertheless, he was so much interested in himself that he scarcely found room in his cosmos for a keen and really intelligent understanding of anyone else. Hearing him ascend from below and enter his room, which was at the rear of the house next to hers, Bella at once left her mother's room, and coming to the door, called, "Oh, Gil, can I come in?" "Sure." He was whistling briskly, and already, in view of some entertainment somewhere, preparing to change to evening clothes. "Where are you going?" "Nowhere, for dinner. To the Winants afterwards." "Oh, Constance, to be sure." "No, not Constance, to be sure. Where do you get that stuff?" "As though I didn't know." "Lay off. Is that what you came in here for?" "No, that isn't what I came in here for. What do you think?" "The Finchleys are going to build a place up at 12th Lake next summer, right on the lake, next to the fans. And Mr. Finchley's going to buy Stuart a 30-foot launch and build a boathouse with a sun parlor right over the water to hold it. Won't that be swell, huh?" "Don't say swell, and don't say huh. Can't you learn to cut out the slang? You talk like a factory girl. Is that all they teach you over at that school?" "Listen to who's talking about cutting out slang. How about yourself? You set a fine example around here, I notice." "Well, I'm 5 years older than you are. Besides, I'm a man. You don't notice Myra using any of that stuff." "Oh, Myra. But don't let's talk about that. Only think of that new house they're going to build and the fine time they're going to have up there next summer. Don't you wish we could move up there too? We could if we wanted to, if only Papa and Mama would agree to it." "Oh, I don't know that it would be so wonderful," replied her brother, who was really very much interested just the same. "There are other places besides 12th Lake." "Who said there weren't? But not for the people that we know around here. Where else do the best people from Albany and Utica go but there now, I'd like to know? It's going to become a regular center, Sondra says, with all the finest houses along the west shore. Just the same, the Cranstons, the Lamberts, and the Harriets are going to move up there pretty soon, too," Bella added most definitely and defiantly. "That won't leave so many out at Greenwood Lake, nor the very best people either, even if the Anthonys and Nicholsons do stay there." "Who says the Cranstons are going up there?" asked Gilbert, now very much interested. "Why, Sondra." "Who told her?" "Bertine." "Gee, they're getting gayer and gayer," commented her brother oddly and a little enviously. Pretty soon Lycurgus will be too small to hold them. He jerked at a bow tie he was attempting to center and grimaced oddly as his tight neckband pinched him slightly. For although Gilbert had recently entered into the collar and shirt industry with his father as general supervisor of manufacturing, and with every prospect of managing and controlling the entire business eventually, still he was jealous of young Grant Cranston, a youth of his own age, very appealing and attractive physically, who was really more daring with and more attractive to the girls of the younger set. Cranston seemed to be satisfied that it was possible to combine a certain amount of social pleasure with working for his father, with which Gilbert did not agree. In fact, young Griffiths would have preferred, had it been possible, so to charge young Cranston with looseness, only thus far the latter had managed to keep himself well within the bounds of sobriety, and the Cranston Wickwire Company was plainly forging ahead as one of the leading industries of Lycurgus. Well, he added after a moment, they're spreading out faster than I would if I had their business. They're not the richest people in the world either. Just the same, he was thinking that, unlike himself and his parents, the Cranstons were really more daring, if not socially more avid of life. He envied them. And what's more, added Bella interestedly, the Finchleys are going to have a dance floor over the boathouse, and Sondra says that Stuart was hoping that you would come up there and spend a lot of time this summer. Oh, did he? Replied Gilbert, a little enviously and sarcastically. You mean he said he was hoping you would come up and spend a lot of time? I will be working this summer. He didn't say anything of the kind, Smarty. Besides, it wouldn't hurt us any if we did go up there. There's nothing much out at Greenwood as far as I can see. A lot of old hen parties. Is that so? Mother would like to hear that. And you'll tell her, of course. Oh no, I won't either. But I don't think we're going to follow the Finchleys or the Cranstons up to 12th Lake just yet either. You can go up there if you want, if Dad'll let you. Just then the lower door clicked again, and Bella, forgetting her quarrel with her brother, ran down to greet her father. End of Book 2, Chapter 1. Section 21 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1 by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 2, Chapter 2. The head of the Lycurgus branch of the Griffiths, as contrasted with the father of the Kansas City family, was more arresting. Unlike his shorter and more confused brother of the Door of Hope, whom he had not even seen for 30 years, he was a little above the average in height, very well knit, although comparatively slender, shrewd of eye, and incisive both as to manner and speech. Long used to contending for himself, and having come by effort as well as results, to know that he was above the average in acumen and commercial ability, he was inclined at times to be a bit intolerant of those who were not. He was not ungenerous or unpleasant in manner, but always striving to maintain a calm and judicial air. And he told himself, by way of excuse for his mannerisms, that he was merely accepting himself at the value that others placed upon him, and all those who, like himself, were successful. Having arrived in Lycurgus about 25 years before with some capital and a determination to invest in a new collar enterprise which had been proposed to him, he had succeeded thereafter beyond his wildest expectations, and naturally he was vain about it. His family at this time, 25 years later, unquestionably occupied one of the best, as well as the most tastefully constructed residences in Lycurgus. They were also esteemed as among the few best families of this region, being, if not the oldest, at least among the most conservative, respectable, and successful in Lycurgus. His two younger children, if not the eldest, were much to the front socially in the younger and gayer set, and so far nothing had happened to weaken or darken his prestige. On returning from Chicago on this particular day, after having concluded several agreements there, which spelled trade harmony and prosperity for at least 1 year, he was inclined to feel very much at ease and on good terms with the world. Nothing had occurred to mar his trip. In his absence, the Griffiths Collar and Shirt Company had gone on as though he had been present. Trade orders at the moment were large. Now, as he entered his own door, he threw down a heavy bag and fashionably made coat, and turned to see what he rather expected, Bella hurrying toward him. Indeed, she was his pet, the most pleasing and different and artistic thing, as he saw it, that all his years had brought to him: youth, health, gaiety, intelligence, and affection, all in the shape of a pretty daughter. "Oh, Daddy," she called most sweetly and enticingly as she saw him enter. "Is that you?" "Yes. At least it feels like me at the present moment. How's my baby girl?" And he opened his arms and received the bounding form of his last-born. "There's a good, strong, healthy girl, I'll say," he announced as he withdrew his affectionate lips from hers. And how's the bad girl been behaving herself since I left? No fibbing this time. Oh, just fine, Daddy. You can ask anyone. I couldn't be better. And your mother? She's all right, Daddy. She's up in her room. I don't think she heard you come in. And Myra? Is she back from Albany yet? Yes, she's in her room. I heard her playing just now. I just got in myself a little while ago. Hi, gadding about again. I know you. He held up a genial forefinger, warningly, while Bella swung onto one of his arms and kept pace with him up the stairs to the floor above. Oh no, I wasn't either now, she cooed shrewdly and sweetly. Just see how you pick on me, Daddy. I was only over with Sondra for a little while. And what do you think, Daddy? They're going to give up the place at Greenwood and build a big handsome bungalow up on 12th Lake right away. And Mr. Finchley is going to buy a big electric launch for Stuart, and they're going to live up there next summer, maybe all the time, from May until October. And so are the Cranstons, maybe. Mr. Griffiths, long used to his younger daughter's wiles, was interested at the moment not so much by the thought that she wished to convey, that 12th Lake was more desirable socially than Greenwood, as he was by the fact that the Finchleys were able to make this sudden and rather heavy expenditure for social reasons only. Instead of answering Bella, he went on upstairs and into his wife's room. He kissed Mrs. Griffiths, looked in upon Myra, who came to the door to embrace him, and spoke of the successful nature of the trip. One could see by the way he embraced his wife that there was an agreeable understanding between them, no disharmony. By the way he greeted Myra, that if he did not exactly sympathize with her temperament and point of view, at least he included her within the largesse of his affection. As they were talking, Mrs. Truesdale announced that dinner was ready, and Gilbert, having completed his toilet, now entered. I say, Dad, he called, I have an interesting thing I want to see you about in the morning. Can I? All right, I'll be there. Come in about noon. Come on, all, or dinner will be getting cold, admonished Mrs. Griffiths earnestly, and forthwith Gilbert turned and went down, followed by Griffiths, who still had Bella on his arm, and after him came Mrs. Griffiths and Myra, who now emerged from her room and joined them. Once seated at the table, the family forthwith began discussing topics of current local interest. For Bella, who was the family's chief source of gossip, gathering the most of it from the Snedeker School, through which all the social news appeared to percolate most swiftly, suddenly announced, What do you think, Mamma? Rosetta Nicholson, that niece of Mrs. Diston Nicholson, who was over here last summer from Albany? You know, she came over the night of the alumni garden party on our lawn. You remember, the young girl with the yellow hair and squinty blue eyes. Her father owns that big wholesale grocery over there. Well, she's engaged to that Herbert Tickham of Utica, who was visiting Mrs. Lambert last summer. You don't remember him, but I do. He was tall and dark and sort of awkward, and awfully pale, but very handsome. Oh, a regular movie hero. There you go, Mrs. Griffiths, interjected Gilbert shrewdly and cynically to his mother. A delegation from the Mrs. Snedeker's select school sneaks off to the movies to brush up on heroes from time to time. Griffiths Sr. suddenly observed, I had a curious experience in Chicago this time, something I think the rest of you will be interested in. He was thinking of an accidental encounter 2 days before in Chicago between himself and the eldest son, as it proved to be, of his younger brother Asa, also of a conclusion he had come to in regard to him. Oh, what is it, Daddy? Pleaded Bella at once. Do tell me about it. Spin the big news, Dad, added Gilbert, who, because of the favor of his father, felt very free and close to him always. Well, while I was in Chicago at the Union League Club, I met a young man who is related to us, a cousin of you three children, by the way, the eldest son of my brother Asa, who is out in Denver now, I understand. I haven't seen or heard from him in 30 years. He paused and mused dubiously. Not the one who's a preacher somewhere, Daddy? Inquired Bella, looking up. Yes, the preacher. At least I understand he was for a while after he left home. But his son tells me he has given that up now. He's connected with something in Denver. A hotel, I think. But what's his son like? Interrogated Bella, who only knew such well-groomed and ostensibly conservative youths and men as her present social status and supervision permitted, and in consequence was intensely interested. The son of a Western hotel proprietor. A cousin. How old is he? Asked Gilbert instantly, curious as to his character and situation and ability. Well, he's a very interesting young man, I think, continued Griffiths tentatively and somewhat dubiously, since up to this hour he had not truly made up his mind about Clyde. He's quite good-looking and well-mannered, too. About your own age, I should say, Gil, and looks a lot like you. Very much so. Same eyes and mouth and chin. He looked at his son examiningly. He's a little bit taller, if anything, and looks a little thinner, though I don't believe he really is. At the thought of a cousin who looked like him, possibly as attractive in every way as himself, and bearing his own name, Gilbert chilled and bristled slightly. For here in Lycurgus, up to this time, he was well and favorably known as the only son and heir presumptive to the managerial control of his father's business, and to at least a third of the estate, if not more. And now, if by any chance it should come to light that there was a relative, a cousin of his own years, and who looked and acted like him, even, he bridled at the thought. Forthwith, a psychic reaction which he did not understand and could not very well control, he decided that he did not like him, could not like him. "What's he doing now?" he asked in a curt and rather sour tone, though he attempted to avoid the latter element in his voice. "Well, he hasn't much of a job, I must say," smiled Samuel Griffiths meditatively. "He's only a bellhop in the Union League Club in Chicago at present, but a very pleasant and gentlemanly sort of boy, I will say. I was quite taken with him. In fact, because he told me there wasn't much opportunity for advancement where he was, and that he would like to get into something where there was more chance to do something and be somebody, I told him that if he wanted to come on here and try his luck with us, we might do a little something for him. Give him a chance to show what he could do, at least." He had not intended to set forth at once the fact that he became interested in his nephew to this extent, but rather to wait and thrash it out at different times with both his wife and son. But the occasion having seemed to offer itself, he had spoken. And now that he had, he felt rather glad of it, for because Clyde so much resembled Gilbert, he did want to do a little something for him. But Gilbert bristled and chilled, while Bella and Myra, if not Mrs. Griffiths, who favored her only son in everything, even to preferring him to be without a blood relation or other rival of any kind, rather warmed to the idea. A cousin who was a Griffiths and good-looking and about Gilbert's age, and who, as their father reported, was rather pleasant and well-mannered. That pleased Bella and Myra, while Mrs. Griffiths, noting Gilbert's face darkened, was not so moved. He would not like him. But out of respect for her husband's authority and general ability in all things, she now remained silent. But not so Bella. "Oh, you're going to give him a place, are you, Dad?" she commented. "That's interesting. I hope he's better looking than the rest of our cousins." "Bella!" chided Mrs. Griffiths, while Myra, recalling a gauche uncle and cousin who had come on from Vermont several years before to visit them for a few days, smiled wisely. At the same time, Gilbert, deeply irritated, was mentally fighting against the idea. He could not see it at all. "Of course, we're not turning away applicants who want to come in and learn the business right along now, as it is," he said sharply. "Oh, I know," replied his father, "but not cousins and nephews exactly. Besides, he looks very intelligent and ambitious to me. It wouldn't do any great harm if we let at least one of our relatives come here and show what he can do. I can't see why we shouldn't employ him as well as another." "I don't believe Gil likes the idea of any other fellow in Lycurgus having the same name and looking like him," suggested Bella slyly, and with a certain touch of malice due to the fact that her brother was always criticizing her. "Oh, what rot!" Gilbert snapped irritably. "Why don't you make a sensible remark once in a while? What do I care whether he has the same name or not, or looks like me either?" His expression at the moment was particularly sour. "Gilbert," pleaded his mother reprovingly, "how can you talk so, and to your sister, too?" "Well, I don't want to do anything in connection with this young man, if it's going to cause any hard feelings here," went on Griffith Sr. "All I know is that his father was never very practical, and I doubt if Clyde has ever had a real chance." His son winced at this friendly and familiar use of his cousin's first name. "My only idea in bringing him on here was to give him a start. I haven't the faintest idea whether he would make good or not. He might, and again, he might not. If he didn't," he threw up one hand, as much as to say, "if he doesn't, we will have to toss him aside, of course." "Well, I think that's very kind of you, father," observed Mrs. Griffiths, pleasantly and diplomatically. "I hope he proves satisfactory." "And here's the other thing," added Griffiths wisely and sententiously. "I don't expect this young man, so long as he is in my employ, and just because he's a nephew of mine, to be treated differently to any other employee in the factory. He's coming here to work, not play. And while he is here, trying, I don't expect any of you to pay him any social attention, not the slightest. He's not the sort of boy, anyhow, that would want to put himself on us. At least, he didn't impress me that way, and he wouldn't be coming down here with any notion that he was to be placed on an equal footing with any of us. That would be silly. Later on, if he proves that he is really worthwhile, able to take care of himself, knows his place, and keeps it, and any of you wanted to show him any little attention, well, then it will be time enough to see, but not before then." By then, the maid, Amanda, assistant to Mrs. Truesdale, was taking away the dinner plates and preparing to serve the dessert. But as Mr. Griffiths rarely ate dessert, and usually chose this period, unless company was present, to look after certain stock and banking matters, which he kept in a small desk in the library, he now pushed back his chair, arose, excusing himself to his family, and walked into the library adjoining. The others remained. "I would like to see what he's like, wouldn't you?" Myra asked her mother. "Yes, and I do hope he measures up to all your father's expectations. He'll not feel right if he doesn't." "I can't get this," observed Gilbert. "Bringing people on now when we can hardly take care of those we have. And besides, imagine what the bunch round here will say if they find out that our cousin, who was only a bellhop before coming here." "Oh, well, they won't have to know that, will they?" said Myra. "Oh, won't they? Well, what's to prevent him from speaking about it? Unless we tell him not to, or someone coming along who has seen him there." His eyes snapped viciously. "At any rate, I hope he doesn't. It certainly wouldn't do us any good around here." And Bella added, "I hope he's not as dull as Uncle Alan's two boys. They're the most uninteresting boys I ever did see." "Bella," cautioned her mother once more. End of Book 2, Chapter 2. Section 22 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 2, Chapter 3. The Clyde whom Samuel Griffiths described as having met at the Union League Club in Chicago was a somewhat modified version of the one who had fled from Kansas City 3 years before. He was now 20, a little taller, and more firmly but scarcely any more robustly built, and considerably more experienced, of course. For since leaving his home and work in Kansas City and coming in contact with some rough usage of the world, humble tasks, wretched rooms, no intimates to speak of, plus the compulsion to make his own way as best he might, he had developed a kind of self-reliance and smoothness of address, such as one would scarcely have credited him with 3 years before. There was about him now, although he was not nearly so smartly dressed as when he left Kansas City, a kind of conscious gentility of manner which pleased, even though it did not at first arrest attention. Also, and this was considerably different from the Clyde who had crept away from Kansas City in a box-car, he had much more of an air of caution and reserve. For ever since he had fled from Kansas City, and by one humble device and another forced to make his way, he had been coming to the conclusion that on himself alone depended his future. His family, as he now definitely sensed, could do nothing for him. They were too impractical and too poor. His mother, father, Esta, all of them. At the same time, in spite of all their difficulties, he could not now help but feel drawn to them, his mother in particular, and the old home life that had surrounded him as a boy, his brother and sisters, Esta included, since she, too, as he now saw it, had been brought no lower than he by circumstances over which she probably had no more control. And often his thoughts and mood had gone back with a definite and disconcerting pang because of the way in which he had treated his mother, as well as the way in which his career in Kansas City had been suddenly interrupted. His loss of Hortense Briggs, a severe blow. The troubles that had come to him since, the trouble that must have come to his mother and Esta because of him. On reaching St. Louis 2 days after his flight, and after having been most painfully bundled out into the snow 100 miles from Kansas City in the gray of a winter morning, and at the same time relieved of his watch and overcoat by 2 brakemen who had found him hiding in the car, he had picked up a Kansas City paper, the Star, only to realize that his worst fear in regard to all that had occurred had come true. For there, under a 2-column head, and with fully a column and a half of reading matter below, was the full story of all that had happened. A little girl, the 11-year-old daughter of a well-to-do Kansas City family, knocked down and almost instantly killed. She had died an hour later. Sparser and Miss Sipe in a hospital and under arrest at the same time, guarded by a policeman sitting in the hospital, awaiting their recovery. A splendid car, very seriously damaged. Sparser's father, in the absence of the owner of the car for whom he worked, at once incensed and made terribly unhappy by the folly and seeming criminality and recklessness of his son. But what was worse, the unfortunate Sparser had already been charged with larceny and homicide, and wishing, no doubt, to minimize his own share in this grave catastrophe, had not only revealed the names of all who were with him in the car, the youths in particular, and their hotel address, but had charged that they along with him were equally guilty, since they had urged him to make speed at the time and against his will, a claim which was true enough, as Clyde knew. and Mr. Squires, on being interviewed at the hotel, had furnished the police and the newspapers with the names of their parents and their home addresses. This last was the sharpest blow of all, for there followed disturbing pictures of how their respective parents or relatives had taken it on being informed of their sins. Mrs. Ratterer, Tom's mother, had cried and declared her boy was a good boy, and had not meant to do any harm, she was sure. And Mrs. Hegland, Oscar's devoted but aged mother, had said that there was not a more honest or generous soul, and that he must have been drinking. And at his own home, the Star had described his mother as standing, pale, very startled and very distressed, clasping and unclasping her hands, and looking as though she were scarcely able to grasp what was meant, unwilling to believe that her son had been one of the party, and assuring all that he would most certainly return soon, and explain all, and that there must be some mistake. However, he had not returned, nor had he heard anything more after that, for, owing to his fear of the police, as well as of his mother, her sorrowful, hopeless eyes, he had not written for months, and then a letter to his mother only to say that he was well and that she must not worry. He gave neither name nor address. Later, after that, he had wandered on, essaying one small job and another, in St. Louis, Peoria, Chicago, Milwaukee, dishwashing in a restaurant, soda clerking in a small outlying drugstore, attempting to learn to be a shoe clerk, a grocer's clerk, and what not, and being discharged and laid off and quitting because he did not like it. He had sent her $10 once, another time 5, having, as he felt, that much to spare. After nearly a year and a half, he had decided that the search must have lessened, his own part in the crime being forgotten, possibly, or by then not deemed sufficiently important to pursue, and when he was once more making a moderate living as the driver of a delivery wagon in Chicago, a job that paid him $15 a week, he resolved that he would write to his mother, because now he could say that he had a decent place and had conducted himself respectably for a long time, although not under his own name. And so at that time, living in a hall bedroom on the west side of Chicago, Paulina Street, he had written his mother the following letter. Dear Mother, are you still in Kansas City? I wish you would write and tell me. I would so like to hear from you again, and write you again, too, if you really want me to. Honestly, I do, Ma. I have been so lonely here. Only be careful and don't let anyone know where I am yet. It won't do any good and might do a lot of harm just when I am trying so hard to get a start again. I didn't do anything wrong that time myself. Really, I didn't, although the papers said so. Just went along. But I was afraid they would punish me for something that I didn't do. I just couldn't come back then. I wasn't to blame, and then I was afraid of what you and Father might think. But they invited me, Ma. I didn't tell him to go any faster or to take that car like he said. He took it himself and invited me and the others to go along. Maybe we were all to blame for running down that little girl, but we didn't mean to. None of us. And I have been so terribly sorry ever since. Think of all the trouble I have caused you. And just at the time when you most needed me. Gee, Mother, I hope you can forgive me. Can you? I keep wondering how you are. And Esta and Julia and Frank and Father. I wish I knew where you are and what you are doing. You know how I feel about you, don't you, Ma? I've got a lot more sense now, anyhow. I see things different than I used to. I want to do something in this world. I want to be successful. I only have a fair place now. Not as good as I had in KC, but fair. And not in the same line. But I want something better, though I don't want to go back in the hotel business either if I can help it. It's not so very good for a young man like me. Too high-flying, I guess. You see, I know a lot more than I did back there. They like me all right where I am, but I gotta get on in this world. Besides, I am not really making more than my expenses here now. Just my room and board and clothes. But I am trying to save a little in order to get into some line where I can work up and learn something. A person has to have a line of some kind these days. I see that now. Won't you write me and tell me how you all are and what you are doing? I'd like to know. Give my love to Frank and Julia and Father and Esta, if they are all still there. I love you just the same, and I guess you care for me a little anyhow, don't you? I won't sign my real name because it may be dangerous yet. I haven't been using it since I left KC. But I'll give you my other one, which I'm going to leave off pretty soon and take up my old one. Wish I could do it now, but I'm afraid to yet. You can address me, if you will, as Harry Tennant, General Delivery, Chicago. I'll call for it in a few days. I sign this way so as not to cause you or me any more trouble, see? But as soon as I feel more sure that this other thing has blown over, I'll use my own name again, sure. Lovingly, your son. He drew a line where his real name should be, and underneath wrote, you know, and mailed the letter. Following that, because his mother had been anxious about him all this time and wondering where he was, he soon received a letter, postmarked Denver, which surprised him very much, for he had expected to hear from her as still in Kansas City. Dear son, I was surprised and so glad to get my boy's letter and to know that you were alive and safe. I had hoped and prayed so that you would return to the straight and narrow path, the only path that will ever lead you to success and happiness of any kind, and that God would let me hear from you as safe and well and working somewhere and doing well. And now he has rewarded my prayers. I knew he would. Blessed be his holy name. Not that I blame you altogether for all that terrible trouble you got into, and bringing so much suffering and disgrace on yourself and us. For well I know how the devil tempts and pursues all of us mortals, and particularly just such a child as you. Oh, my son, if you only knew how you must be on your guard to avoid these pitfalls. And you have such a long road ahead of you. Will you be ever watchful and try always to cling to the teachings of our Savior that your mother has always tried to impress upon the minds and hearts of all you dear children? Will you stop and listen to the voice of our Lord that is ever with us, guiding our footsteps safely up the rocky path that leads to a heaven more beautiful than we can ever imagine here? Promise me, my child, that you will hold fast to all your early teachings, and always bear in mind that right is might. And my boy, never, never take a drink of any kind, no matter who offers it to you. This is where the devil reigns in all his glory, and is ever ready to triumph over the weak one. Remember always what I have told you so often. Strong drink is raging, and wine is a mocker. And it is my earnest prayer that these words will ring in your ears every time you are tempted, for I am sure now that that was perhaps the real cause of that terrible accident. I suffered terribly over that, Clyde, and just at the time when I had such a dreadful ordeal to face with Esta. I almost lost her. She had such an awful time. The poor child paid dearly for her sin. We had to go in debt so deep, and it took so long to work it out. But finally we did, and now things are not as bad as they were, quite. As you see, we are now in Denver. We have a mission of our own here now, with housing quarters for all of us. Besides, we have a few rooms to rent, which Esta, as you know she is now Mrs. Nixon, of course, takes care of. She has a fine little boy who reminds your father and me of you so much when you were a baby. He does little things that are you all over again, so many times, that we almost feel that you are with us again, as you were. It is comforting, too, sometimes. Frank and Julie have grown so, and are quite a help to me. Frank has a paper route and earns a little money, which helps. Esta wants to keep him in school just as long as we can. Your father is not very well, but of course he is getting older, and he does the best he can. I am awful glad, Clyde, that you are trying so hard to better yourself in every way, and last night your father was saying again that your uncle, Samuel Griffiths of Lycurgus, is so rich and successful, and I thought that maybe if you wrote him and asked him to give you something there so that you could learn the business, perhaps he would. I don't see why he wouldn't. After all, you are his nephew. You know, he has a great collar business there in Lycurgus, and he is very rich, so they say. Why don't you write him and see? Somehow I feel that perhaps he would find a place for you, and then you would have something sure to work for. Let me know if you do and what he says. I want to hear from you often, Clyde. Please write and let us know all about you and how you are getting along, won't you? Of course, we love you as much as ever, and will do our best always to try to guide you right. We want you to succeed more than you know, but we also want you to be a good boy and live a clean, righteous life. For, my son, what matter it if a man gaineth the whole world and loseth his own soul? Write your mother, Clyde, and bear in mind that her love is always with you, guiding you, pleading with you to do right in the name of the Lord. Affectionately, Mother. And so it was that Clyde had begun to think of his uncle Samuel and his great business long before he encountered him. He had also experienced an enormous relief in learning that his parents were no longer in the same financial difficulties they were when he left, and safely housed in a hotel, or at least a lodging house, probably connected with this new mission. Then, 2 months after he had received his mother's first letter, and while he was deciding almost every day that he must do something, and that forthwith, he chanced one day to deliver to the Union League Club on Jackson Boulevard a package of ties and handkerchiefs, which some visitor to Chicago had purchased at the store for which he worked. Upon entering, who should he come in contact with but Ratterer, in the uniform of a club employee? He was in charge of inquiry and packages at the door. Although neither he nor Ratterer quite grasped immediately the fact that they were confronting one another again, after a moment Ratterer had exclaimed, "Clyde!" And then, seizing him by the arm, he added enthusiastically and yet cautiously in a very low tone, "Well, of all things, the devil! What do you know? Put her there. Where do you come from, anyhow?" And Clyde, equally excited, exclaimed, Well, by jing if it ain't Tom. What do you know? You working here? Ratterer, who, like Clyde, had for the moment quite forgotten the troublesome secret which lay between them, added, That's right. Surest thing you know. Been here for nearly a year now. Then, with a sudden pull at Clyde's arm, as much as to say, Silence! He drew Clyde to one side, out of the hearing of the youth to whom he had been talking as Clyde came in, and added, Shh! I'm working here under my own name, but I'd rather not let him know I'm from KC. See, I'm supposed to be from Cleveland. And with that he once more pressed Clyde's arm genially and looked over. And Clyde, equally moved, added, Sure, that's all right. I'm glad you were able to connect. My name's Tennant, Harry Tennant. Don't forget that. And both were radiantly happy because of old time's sake. But Ratterer, noticing Clyde's delivery uniform, observed, Driving a delivery, eh? Gee, that's funny. You driving a delivery. Imagine. That kills me. What do you want to do that for? Then, seeing from Clyde's expression that his reference to his present position might not be the most pleasing thing in the world, since Clyde at once observed, Well, I've been up against it, sorta, he added. But say, I want to see you. Where are you living? Clyde told him. That's all right. I get off here at 6. Why not drop around after you're through work? Or I'll tell you, suppose we meet at, well, how about Henrici's on Randolph Street? Is that all right? At 7, say. I get off at 6, and I can be over there by then if you can. Clyde, who was happy to the point of ecstasy in meeting Ratterer again, nodded a cheerful assent. He boarded his wagon and continued his deliveries, yet for the rest of the afternoon his mind was on this approaching meeting with Ratterer. And at 5:30 he hurried to his barn, and then to his boarding house on the west side, where he donned his street clothes, then hastened to Henrici's. He had not been standing on the corner a minute before Ratterer appeared, very genial and friendly, and dressed, if anything, more neatly than ever. Gee, it's good to have a look at you, old socks, he began. Do you know that you're the only one of the bunch that I've seen since I left KC? That's right. My sister wrote me after we left home that no one seemed to know what became of either Higby or Heggy, or you either. They sent that fellow Sparser up for a year. Did you hear that? Tough, eh? But not so much for killing the little girl, but for taking the car and running it without a license and not stopping when signaled. That's what they got him for. But say, he lowered his voice most significantly at this point, we'd have got that if they'd got us. Oh, gee, I was scared. And run? And once more he began to laugh, but rather hysterically at that. What a wallop, eh? And us leaving him and that girl in the car? Ah, say. Tough, what? Just what else could a fellow do, though? No need of all of us going up, eh? What was her name? Laura Sipe. And you cut out before I saw you, even. And that little Briggs girl of yours did, too. Did you go home with her? Clyde shook his head negatively. I should say I didn't, he exclaimed. Well, where did you go then? He asked. Clyde told him, and after he had set forth a full picture of his own wayfarings, Ratterer returned with, Gee, you didn't know that that little Briggs girl left with a guy from out there for New York right after that, did you? Some fellow who worked in a cigar store, so Louise told me. She saw her afterwards just before she left with a new fur coat and all. Clyde winced sadly. Gee, but you were a sucker to fool around with her. She didn't care for you or nobody. But you were pretty much gone on her, I guess, eh? And he grinned at Clyde amusedly and chucked him under the arm in his old teasing way. But in regard to himself, he proceeded to unfold a tale of only modest adventure, which was very different from the one Clyde had narrated, a tale which had less of nerves and worry and more of sturdy courage and faith in his own luck and possibilities. And finally he had caught on to this, because, as he phrased it, you can always get something in shy. And here he had been ever since, very quiet, of course, but no one had ever said a word to him. And forthwith he began to explain that just at present there wasn't anything in the Union League, but that he would talk to Mr. Haley, who was superintendent of the club, and that if Clyde wanted to, and if Mr. Haley knew of anything, he would try to find out if there was an opening anywhere, or likely to be, and if so, Clyde could slip into it. But can that worry stuff? He said to Clyde toward the end of the evening. It doesn't get you nothing. And then, only 2 days after this most encouraging conversation, and while Clyde was still debating whether he would resign his job, resume his true name, and canvass the various hotels in search of work, a note came to his room, brought by one of the bellboys of the Union League, which read, See Mr. Lightall at the Great Northern before noon tomorrow. There's a vacancy over there. It ain't the very best, but it'll get you something better later. And accordingly, Clyde, after telephoning his department manager that he was ill and would not be able to work that day, made his way to the hotel in his very best clothes. and on the strength of what references he could give, he was allowed to go to work, and much to his relief, under his own name. Also, to his gratification, his salary was fixed at $20 a month, meals included. But the tips, as he now learned, aggregated not more than 10 a week. Yet that, counting meals, was far more than he was now getting, as he comforted himself. And so much easier work, even if it did take him back into the old line, where he still feared to be seen and arrested. It was not so very long after this, not more than 3 months, before a vacancy occurred in the Union League staff. Raderer, having some time before established himself as day assistant to the club staff captain, and being on good terms with him, was able to say to the latter that he knew exactly the man for the place, Clyde Griffiths, then employed at the Great Northern. And accordingly Clyde was sent for, and being carefully coached beforehand by Raderer as to how to approach his new superior, and what to say, he was given the place. And here, very different from the Great Northern and superior from a social and material point of view, as Clyde saw it, to even the Green Davidson, he was able once more to view at close range a type of life that most affected, unfortunately, his bump of position and distinction. For to this club from day to day came or went such a company of seemingly mentally and socially worldly elect as he had never seen anywhere before, the self-integrated and self-centered, from not only all of the states of his native land, but from all countries and continents. American politicians from the north, south, east, west, the principal politicians and bosses, or alleged statesmen of their particular regions, surgeons, scientists, arrived physicians, generals, literary and social figures, not only from America, but from the world over. Here also, a fact which impressed and even startled his sense of curiosity and awe, even, there was no faintest trace of that sex element which had characterized most of the phases of life to be seen in the Green Davidson, and more recently the Great Northern. In fact, insofar as he could remember, had seemed to run through and motivate nearly, if not quite all, of the phases of life that he had thus far contacted. But here was no sex, no trace of it. No women were admitted to this club. These various distinguished individuals came and went, singly as a rule, and with the noiseless vigor and reserve that characterizes the ultra-successful. They often ate alone, conferred in pairs and groups, noiselessly, read their papers or books, or went here or there in swiftly driven automobiles, but for the most part seemed to be unaware of, or at least unaffected by, that element of passion which, to his immature mind up to this time, had seemed to repel and disarrange so many things in those lesser worlds with which up to now he had been identified. Probably one could not attain or retain one's place in so remarkable a world as this, unless one were indifferent to sex, a disgraceful passion, of course. And hence, in the presence or under the eyes of such people, one had to act and seem as though such thoughts, as from time to time swayed one, were far from one's mind. After he had worked here a little while, under the influence of this organization and various personalities who came here, he had taken on a most gentlemanly and reserved air. When he was within the precincts of the club itself, he felt himself different from what he really was, more subdued, less romantic, more practical, certain that if he tried now, imitated the soberer people of the world, and those only, that some day he might succeed, if not greatly, at least much better than he had thus far. And who knows? What if he worked very steadily and made only the right sort of contacts, and conducted himself with the greatest care here? One of these very remarkable men whom he saw entering or departing from here might take a fancy to him, and offer him a connection with something important somewhere, such as he had never had before, and that might lift him into a world such as he had never known. For, to say the truth, Clyde had a soul that was not destined to grow up. He lacked decidedly that mental clarity and inner directing application that in so many permits them to sort out from the facts and avenues of life the particular thing or things that make for their direct advancement. End of Book 2, Chapter 3. Section 23 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 2, Chapter 4. However, as he now fancied, it was because he lacked an education that he had done so poorly. Because of those various moves from city to city in his early youth, he had never been permitted to collect such a sum of practical training in any field as would permit him, so he thought, to aspire to the great worlds of which these men appeared to be a part. Yet his soul now yearned for this. The people who lived in fine houses, who stopped at great hotels and had men like Mr. Squires and the manager of the bellhops here to wait on them and arrange for their comfort. And he was still a bellhop, and close to 21. At times it made him very sad. He wished and wished that he could get into some work where he could rise and be somebody, not always remain a bellhop, as at times he feared he might. About the time that he reached this conclusion in regard to himself, and was meditating on some way to improve and safeguard his future, his uncle, Samuel Griffiths, arrived in Chicago, and having connections here which made a card to this club an obvious civility, he came directly to it, and for several days was about the place conferring with individuals who came to see him, or hurrying to and fro to meet people, and visit concerns whom he deemed it important to see. And it was not an hour after he arrived before Ratterer, who had charge of the pegboard at the door by day, and who had but a moment before finished posting the name of his uncle on the board, signaled to Clyde, who came over. "Didn't you say you had an uncle or something by the name of Griffiths in the collar business somewhere in New York State?" "Sure," replied Clyde. "Samuel Griffiths. He has a big collar factory in Lycurgus. That's his ad you see in all the papers, and that's his fire sign over there on Michigan Avenue." "Would you know him if you saw him?" "No," replied Clyde. "I never saw him in all my life." "I'll bet anything it's the same fellow," commented Ratterer, consulting a small registry slip that had been handed him. "Looky here. Samuel Griffiths, Lycurgus, N.Y. That's probably the same guy, eh?" "Surest thing you know," added Clyde, very much interested and even excited, for this was the identical uncle about whom he had been thinking so long. "He just went through here a few minutes ago," went on Ratterer. "Devoy took his bags up to K. Swell-looking man, too. You better keep your eye open and take a look at him when he comes down again. Maybe it's your uncle. He's only medium tall and kinda thin. Wears a small gray mustache and a pearl gray hat. Good looking. I'll point him out to you. If it is your uncle, you better shine up to him. Maybe he'll do something for you. Give you a collar or two," he added, laughing. Clyde laughed too, as though he very much appreciated this joke, although in reality he was flustered. His uncle Samuel? And in this club? Well, then this was his opportunity to introduce himself to his uncle. He had intended writing him before ever he secured this place, but now he was here in this club and might speak to him if he chose. But hold! What would his uncle think of him, supposing he chose to introduce himself? For he was a bellboy again, and acting in that capacity in this club. What, for instance, might his uncle's attitude be toward boys who worked as bellboys, particularly at his, Clyde's, years? For he was over 20 now, and getting to be pretty old for a bellboy, that is, if one ever intended to be anything else. A man of his wealth and high position might look on bellhopping as menial, particularly bellboys who chanced to be related to him. He might not wish to have anything to do with him, might not even wish him to address him in any way. It was in this state that he remained for fully 24 hours after he knew that his uncle had arrived at this club. The following afternoon, however, after he had seen him at least half a dozen times, and had been able to formulate the most agreeable impressions of him, since his uncle appeared to be so very quick, alert, incisive, so very different from his father in every way, and so rich and respected by everyone here, he began to wonder, to fear even at times, whether he was going to let this remarkable opportunity slip. For after all, his uncle did not look to him to be at all unkindly, quite the reverse, very pleasant. And when, at the suggestion of Ratterer, he had gone to his uncle's room to secure a letter which was to be sent by special messenger, his uncle had scarcely looked at him, but instead had handed him the letter and $50. "See that a boy takes that right away, and keep the money for yourself," he had remarked. Clyde's excitement was so great at the moment that he wondered that his uncle did not guess that he was his nephew, but plainly he did not, and he went away a little crestfallen. Later, some half-dozen letters for his uncle having been put in the key box, Ratterer called Clyde's attention to them. "If you want to run in on him again, here's your chance. Take those up to him. He's in his room, I think." And Clyde, after some hesitation, had finally taken the letters and gone to his uncle's suite once more. His uncle was writing at the time and merely called, "Come." Then Clyde, entering and smiling rather enigmatically, observed, "Here's some mail for you, Mr. Griffiths." "Thank you very much, my son," replied his uncle, and proceeded to finger his vest for pocket change. But Clyde, seizing the opportunity, exclaimed, "Oh no, I don't want anything for that." And then before his uncle could say anything more, although he proceeded to hold out some silver to him, he added, "I believe I'm related to you, Mr. Griffiths. You're Mr. Samuel Griffiths of the Griffiths Collar Company of Lycurgus, aren't you? Yes, I have a little something to do with it, I believe. Who are you? Returned his uncle, looking at him sharply. My name's Clyde Griffiths. My father, Asa Griffiths, is your brother, I believe. At the mention of this particular brother, who, to the knowledge of all the members of this family, was distinctly not a success materially, the face of Samuel Griffiths clouded the least trifle, for the mention of Asa brought rather unpleasingly before him the stocky and decidedly not well-groomed figure of his younger brother, whom he had not seen in so many years. His most recent distinct picture of him was as a young man of about Clyde's age, about his father's house near Birtwick, Vermont. But how different! Clyde's father was then short, fat, and poorly knit mentally as well as physically, oleaginous and a bit mushy, as it were. His chin was not firm, his eyes a pale watery blue, and his hair frizzled, whereas this son of his was neat, alert, good-looking, and seemingly well-mannered and intelligent, as most bellhops were inclined to be, as he noted, and he liked him. However, Samuel Griffiths, who along with his elder brother Alan had inherited the bulk of his father's moderate property, and this because of Joseph Griffiths's prejudice against his youngest son, had always felt that perhaps an injustice had been done to Asa. For Asa, not having proved very practical or intelligent, his father had first attempted to drive and then later ignore him, and finally had turned him out at about Clyde's age, and had afterward left the bulk of his property, some $30,000, to these two elder brothers, share and share alike, willing Asa but a petty $1,000. It was this thought in connection with this younger brother that now caused him to stare at Clyde rather curiously. For Clyde, as he could see, was in no way like the younger brother who had been harried from his father's home so many years before. Rather, he was more like his own son, Gilbert, whom, as he now saw, he resembled. Also, in spite of all Clyde's fears, he was obviously impressed by the fact that he should have any kind of place in this interesting club. For to Samuel Griffiths, who was more than less confined to the limited activities and environment of Lycurgus, the character and standing of this particular club was to be respected, and those young men who served the guests of such an institution as this were, in the main, possessed of efficient and unobtrusive manners. Therefore, to see Clyde standing before him in his neat gray and black uniform, and with the air of one whose social manners, at least, were excellent, caused him to think favorably of him. You don't tell me, he exclaimed interestedly. So you're Asa's son, I do declare. Well, now, this is a surprise. You see, I haven't seen or heard from your father in at least, well, say 25 or 6 years, anyhow. The last time I did hear from him, he was living in Grand Rapids, Michigan, I think, or here. He isn't here now, I presume. Oh, no, sir, replied Clyde, who was glad to be able to say this. The family live in Denver. I'm here all alone. Your mother and father are living, I presume? Yes, sir, they're both alive. Still connected with religious work, is he, your father? Well, yes, sir, answered Clyde, a little dubiously, for he was still convinced that the form of religious work his father essayed was of all forms the poorest and most inconsequential socially. Only the church he has now, he went on, has a lodging-house connected with it. About 40 rooms, I believe. He and my mother run that, and the mission, too. Oh, I see. He was so anxious to make a better impression on his uncle than the situation seemed to warrant that he was quite willing to exaggerate a little. Well, I'm glad they're doing so well, continued Samuel Griffiths, rather impressed with the trim and vigorous appearance of Clyde. You like this kind of work, I suppose? Well, not exactly. No, Mr. Griffiths, I don't, replied Clyde quickly, alive at once to the possibilities of this query. It pays well enough, but I don't like the way you have to make the money you get here. It isn't my idea of a salary at all, but I got in this because I didn't have a chance to study any particular work or get in with some company where there was a real chance to work up and make something of myself. My mother wanted me to write you once and ask whether there was any chance in your company for me to begin and work up, but I was afraid that you might not like that exactly, and so I never did. He paused, smiling, and yet with an inquiring look in his eye. His uncle looked solemnly at him for a moment, pleased by his looks and his general manner of approach in this instance, and then replied, Well, that is very interesting. You should have written if you wanted to. Then, as was his custom in all matters, he cautiously paused. Clyde noted that he was hesitating to encourage him. I don't suppose there is anything in your company that you would let me do, he ventured boldly after a moment. Samuel Griffiths merely stared at him thoughtfully. He liked and he did not like this very direct request. However, Clyde appeared at least a very adaptable person for his purpose. He seemed bright and ambitious, so much like his own son, and he might readily fit into some department as head or assistant under his son, once he had acquired a knowledge of the various manufacturing processes. At any rate, he might let him try it. There could be no real harm in that. Besides, there was his younger brother, to whom, perhaps, both he and his older brother Alan owed some form of obligation, if not exactly restitution. "Well," he said after a moment, "that is something I'd have to think over for a while. I wouldn't be able to say, offhand, whether there is or not. We wouldn't be able to pay you as much as you make here to begin with," he warned. "Oh, that's all right!" exclaimed Clyde, who was far more fascinated by the thought of connecting himself with his uncle than anything else. "I wouldn't expect very much until I was able to earn it, of course. Besides, it might be that you would find that you didn't like the collar business once you got into it, or we might find we didn't like you. Not everyone is suited to it by a long way." "Well, all you'd have to do then would be to discharge me," assured Clyde. "I've always thought I would be, though, ever since I heard of you and your big company." This last remark pleased Samuel Griffiths. Plainly, he and his achievements had stood in the nature of an ideal to this youth. "Very well," he said. "I won't be able to give any more time to this now, but I'll be here for a day or two more, anyhow, and I'll think it over. It may be that I will be able to do something for you. I can't say now." And he turned quite abruptly to his letters. And Clyde, feeling that he had made as good an impression as could be expected under the circumstances, and that something might come of it, thanked him profusely and beat a hasty retreat. The next day, having thought it over, and deciding that Clyde, because of his briskness and intelligence, was likely to prove as useful as another, Samuel Griffiths, after due deliberation as to the situation at home, informed Clyde that in case any small opening in the home factory occurred, he would be glad to notify him, but he would not even go so far as to guarantee him that an opening would be immediately forthcoming. He would have to wait. Accordingly, Clyde was left to speculate as to how soon, if ever, a place in his uncle's factory would be made for him. In the meanwhile, Samuel Griffiths had returned to Lycurgus, and after a later conference with his son, he decided that Clyde might be inducted into the very bottom of the business at least, the basement of the Griffiths plant, where the shrinking of all fabrics used in connection with the manufacture of collars was brought about, and where beginners in the industry who really desired to acquire the technique of it were placed, for it was his idea that Clyde by degrees was to be taught the business from top to bottom. And since he must support himself in some form, not absolutely incompatible with the standing of the Griffiths family here in Lycurgus, it was decided to pay him the munificent sum of $15 to begin. For while Samuel Griffiths, as well as his son Gilbert, realized that this was small pay, not for an ordinary apprentice, but for Clyde, since he was a relative, yet so inclined were both toward the practical rather than the charitable in connection with all those who worked for them, that the nearer the beginner in this factory was to the clear mark of necessity and compulsion, the better. Neither could tolerate the socialistic theory relative to capitalistic exploitation. As both saw it, there had to be higher and higher social orders to which the lower social classes could aspire. One had to have castes. One was foolishly interfering with and disrupting necessary and unavoidable social standards when one tried to unduly favor anyone, even a relative. It was necessary when dealing with the classes and intelligences below one, commercially or financially, to handle them according to the standards to which they were accustomed. And the best of these standards were those which held the lower individuals to a clear realization of how difficult it was to come by money, to an understanding of how very necessary it was for all who were engaged in what both considered the only really important constructive work of the world, that of the material manufacture, to understand how very essential it was to be drilled, and that sharply and systematically, in all the details and processes which comprise that constructive work, and so to become inured to a narrow and abstemious life in so doing. It was good for their characters. It informed and strengthened the minds and spirits of those who were destined to rise, and those who were not should be kept right where they were. Accordingly, about a week after that, the nature of Clyde's work having been finally decided upon, a letter was dispatched to him to Chicago by Samuel Griffiths himself, in which he set forth that if he chose, he might present himself any time now within the next few weeks, but he must give due notice in writing of at least 10 days in advance of his appearance, in order that he might be properly arranged for. And upon his arrival, he was to seek out Mr. Gilbert Griffiths at the office of the mill, who would look after him. And upon receipt of this, Clyde was very much thrilled, and at once wrote to his mother that he had actually secured a place with his uncle and was going to Lycurgus. Also, that he was going to try to achieve a real success now. Whereupon she wrote him a long letter, urging him to be oh so careful of his conduct and associates. Bad companionship was at the root of nearly all of the errors and failures that befell an ambitious youth such as he. If he would only avoid evil-minded or foolish and headstrong boys and girls, all would be well. It was so easy for a young man of his looks and character to be led astray by an evil woman. He had seen what had befallen him in Kansas City. But now he was still young, and he was going to work for a man who was very rich, and who could do so much for him if he would. And he was to write her frequently as to the outcome of his efforts here. And so, after having notified his uncle as he had requested, Clyde finally took his departure for Lycurgus. But on his arrival there, since his original notification from his uncle had called for no special hour at which to call at the factory, he did not go at once, but instead sought out the one important hotel of Lycurgus, the Lycurgus House. Then, finding himself with ample time on his hands, and very curious about the character of the city in which he was to work, and his uncle's position in it, he set forth to look it over, his thought being that once he reported and began work, he might not soon have the time again. He now ambled out into Central Avenue, the very heart of Lycurgus, which in this section was crossed by several business streets, which together with Central Avenue for a few blocks on either side, appeared to constitute the business center, all there was to the life and gaiety of Lycurgus. End of Book 2, Chapter 4. Section 24 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 2, Chapter 5. But once in this and walking about, how different it all seemed to the world to which so recently he had been accustomed. For here, as he had thus far seen, all was on a so much smaller scale. The depot, from which only a half hour before he had stepped down, was so small and dull, untroubled, as he could plainly see by much traffic. And the factory section which lay opposite the small city, across the Mohawk, was little more than a red and gray assemblage of buildings, with here and there a smokestack projecting upward, and connected with the city by two bridges, a half-dozen blocks apart, one of them directly at this depot, a wide traffic bridge across, which traveled a car line following the curves of Central Avenue, dotted here and there with stores and small homes. But Central Avenue was quite alive with traffic, pedestrians and automobiles. Opposite diagonally from the hotel, which contained a series of wide, plate-glass windows, behind which were many chairs interspersed with palms and pillars, was the dry goods emporium of Stark and Company, a considerable affair, 4 stories in height and of white brick, and at least 100 feet long, the various windows of which seemed bright and interesting, crowded with as smart models as might be seen anywhere. Also, there were other large concerns, a second hotel, various automobile showrooms, a moving picture theater. He found himself ambling on until suddenly he was out of the business district again and in touch with a wide and tree-shaded thoroughfare of residences, the houses of which, each and every one, appeared to possess more room space, lawn space, general ease and repose and dignity even than any with which he had ever been in contact. In short, as he sensed it from this brief inspection of its very central portion, it seemed a very exceptional, if small, city street. Rich, luxurious even. So many imposing wrought iron fences, flower-bordered walks, grouped trees and bushes, expensive and handsome automobiles, either beneath porte-cocheres within or speeding along the broad thoroughfare without. And in some neighboring shops, those nearest Central Avenue and the business heart, where this wide and handsome thoroughfare began, were to be seen such expensive-looking and apparently smart displays of the things that might well interest people of means and comfort: motors, jewels, lingerie, leather goods, and furniture. But where now did his uncle and his family live? In which house? What street? Was it larger and finer than any of these he had seen in this street? He must return at once, he decided, and report to his uncle. He must look up the factory address, probably in what region beyond the river, and go over there and see him. What would he say? How act? What would his uncle set him to doing? What would his cousin Gilbert be like? What would he be likely to think of him? In his last letter, his uncle had mentioned his son Gilbert. He retraced his steps along Central Avenue to the depot, and found himself quickly before the walls of the very large concern he was seeking. It was of red brick, 6 stories high, almost 1,000 feet long. It was nearly all windows, at least that portion which had been most recently added and which was devoted to callers. An older section, as Clyde later learned, was connected with the newer building by various bridges. And the south walls of both of these two structures, being built at the water's edge, paralleled the Mohawk. There were also, as he now found, various entrances along River Street, 100 feet or more apart, and each one guarded by an employee in uniform, entrances numbered 1, 2, and 3, which were labeled for employees only, an entrance numbered 4, which read office, and entrances 5 and 6 appeared to be devoted to freight receipts and shipments. Clyde made his way to the office portion, and finding no one to hinder him, passed through 2 sets of swinging doors, and found himself in the presence of a telephone girl seated at a telephone desk behind a railing, in which was set a small gate, the only entrance to the main office, apparently, and this she guarded. She was short, fat, 35, and unattractive. "Well?" she called as Clyde appeared. "I want to see Mr. Gilbert Griffiths," Clyde began, a little nervously. "What about?" "Well, you see, I'm his cousin. Clyde Griffiths is my name. I have a letter here from my uncle, Mr. Samuel Griffiths. He'll see me, I think." As he laid the letter before her, he noticed that her quite severe and decidedly indifferent expression changed, and became not so much friendly as awed, for obviously she was much impressed, not only by the information, but his looks, and began to examine him slyly and curiously. "I'll see if he's in," she replied much more civilly, and plugging at the same time a switch which led to Mr. Gilbert Griffiths' private office. Word coming back to her, apparently, that Mr. Gilbert Griffiths was busy at the moment and could not be disturbed, she called back, "It's Mr. Gilbert's cousin, Mr. Clyde Griffiths. He has a letter from Mr. Samuel Griffiths." Then she said to Clyde, "Won't you sit down? I'm sure Mr. Gilbert Griffiths will see you in a moment. He's busy just now." And Clyde, noting the unusual deference paid him, a form of deference that never in his life before had been offered to him, was strangely moved by it. To think that he should be a full cousin to this wealthy and influential family, this enormous factory, so long and wide and high, as he had seen, 6 stories. And walking along the opposite side of the river just now, he had seen through several open windows whole rooms full of girls and women hard at work, and he had been thrilled in spite of himself. For somehow, the high red walls of the building suggested energy and very material success, a type of success that was almost without flaw, as he saw it. He looked at the gray plaster walls of this outer waiting chamber, at some lettering on the inner door which read, "The Griffiths Collar and Shirt Company, Inc. Samuel Griffiths, President. Gilbert Griffiths, Secretary," and wondered what it was all like inside, what Gilbert Griffiths would be like, cold or genial, friendly or unfriendly. And then, as he sat there meditating, the woman suddenly turned to him and observed, "You can go in now. Mr. Gilbert Griffiths' office is at the extreme rear of this floor, over toward the river. Any one of those clerks inside will show you." She half rose as if to open the door for him, but Clyde, sensing her intent, brushed by her. "That's all right, thanks," he said most warmly, and opening the glass-plated door he gazed upon a room housing many over 100 employees, chiefly young men and young women, and all were apparently intent on their duties before them. Most of them had green shades over their eyes. Quite all of them had on short alpaca office coats or sleeve protectors over their shirt sleeves. Nearly all of the young women wore clean and attractive gingham dresses or office slips. And all about this central space, which was partitionless and supported by round white columns, were offices labeled with the names of the various minor officials and executives of the company. Mr. Smiley, Mr. Latch, Mr. Gotboy, Mr. Berkey. Since the telephone girl had said that Mr. Gilbert Griffiths was at the extreme rear, Clyde, without much hesitation, made his way along the railed-off aisle to that quarter, where upon a half-open door he read, "Mr. Gilbert Griffiths, Secretary." He paused, uncertain whether to walk in or not, and then proceeded to tap. At once a sharp, penetrating voice called, "Come!" and he entered and faced a youth who looked, if anything, smaller and a little older, and certainly much colder and shrewder than himself. Such a youth, in short, as Clyde would have liked to imagine himself to be, trained in an executive sense, apparently authoritative and efficient. He was dressed, as Clyde noted at once, in a bright gray suit of a very pronounced pattern, for it was once more approaching spring. His hair, of a lighter shade than Clyde's, was brushed and glazed most smoothly back from his temples and forehead, and his eyes, which Clyde, from the moment he had opened the door, had felt drilling him, were of a clear, liquid, grayish-green blue. He had on a pair of large horn-rimmed glasses, which he wore at his desk only, and the eyes that peered through them went over to Clyde swiftly and notatively, from his shoes to the round brown felt hat which he carried in his hand. "You're my cousin, I believe," he commented rather icily, as Clyde came forward and stopped, a thin and certainly not very favorable smile playing about his lips. "Yes, I am," replied Clyde, reduced and confused by this calm and rather freezing reception. On the instant, as he now saw, he could not possibly have the same regard and esteem for this cousin, as he could and did have for his uncle, whose very great ability had erected this important industry. Rather, deep down in himself he felt that this young man, an heir and nothing more to this great industry, was taking to himself airs and superiorities which, but for his father's skill before him, would not have been possible. At the same time, so groundless and insignificant were his claims to any consideration here, and so grateful was he for anything that might be done for him, that he felt heavily obligated already, and tried to smile his best and most ingratiating smile. Yet Gilbert Griffiths at once appeared to take this as a bit of presumption which ought not to be tolerated in a mere cousin, and particularly one who was seeking a favor of him and his father. However, since his father had troubled to interest himself in him, and had given him no alternative, he continued his wry smile and mental examination. The while he said, "We thought you would be showing up today or tomorrow. Did you have a pleasant trip?" "Oh, yes, very," replied Clyde, a little confused by this inquiry. "So, you think you'd like to learn something about the manufacture of collars, do you?" Tone and manner were infiltrated by the utmost condescension. "I would certainly like to learn something that would give me a chance to work up, have some future in it," replied Clyde, genially and with a desire to placate his young cousin as much as possible. "Well, my father was telling me of his talk with you in Chicago. From what he told me, I gathered that you haven't had much practical experience of any kind. You don't know how to keep books, do you?" "No, I don't," replied Clyde a little regretfully. "And you're not a stenographer or anything like that?" "No, sir, I'm not." Most sharply, as Clyde said this, he felt that he was dreadfully lacking in every training, and now Gilbert Griffiths looked at him as though he were rather a hopeless proposition, indeed, from the viewpoint of this concern. "Well, the best thing to do with you, I think," he went on, as though before this his father had not indicated to him exactly what was to be done in this case, "is to start you in the shrinking room. That's where the manufacturing end of this business begins, and you might as well be learning that from the ground up. Afterwards, when we see how you do down there, we can tell a little better what to do with you. If you had any office training, it might be possible to use you up here." Clyde's face fell at this, and Gilbert noticed it. It pleased him. "But it's just as well to learn the practical side of the business, whatever you do," he added rather coldly, not that he desired to comfort Clyde any, but merely to be saying it as a fact. And seeing that Clyde said nothing, he continued, "The best thing, I presume, before you try to do anything around here, is for you to get settled somewhere. You haven't taken a room anywhere yet, have you?" "No, I just came in on the noon train," replied Clyde. "I was a little dirty, and so I went up to the hotel to brush up a little. I thought I'd look for a place afterwards." "Well, that's right. Only don't look for any place. I'll have our superintendent see that you're directed to a good boarding house. He knows more about the town than you do." His thought here was that after all, Clyde was a full cousin, and that it wouldn't do to have him live just anywhere. At the same time, he was greatly concerned lest Clyde get the notion that the family was very much concerned as to where he did live, which most certainly it was not, as he saw it. His final feeling was that he could easily place and control Clyde in such a way as to make him not very important to anyone in any way, his father, the family, all the people who worked here. He reached for a button on his desk and pressed it. A trim girl, very severe and reserved, in a green gingham dress, appeared. "Ask Mr. Wiggum to come here." She disappeared, and presently there entered a medium-sized and nervous, yet moderately stout man, who looked as though he were under a great strain. He was about 40 years of age, repressed and noncommittal, and looked curiously and suspiciously about, as though wondering what new trouble impended. His head, as Clyde at once noticed, appeared chronically to incline forward, while at the same time he lifted his eyes as though actually he would prefer not to look up. "Wiggum," began young Griffiths authoritatively, "this is Clyde Griffiths, a cousin of ours. You remember I spoke to you about him?" "Yes, sir." "Well, he's to be put in the shrinking department for the present. You can show him what he's to do. Afterwards, you had better have Mrs. Brayley show him where he can get a room." All this had been talked over and fixed upon the week before by Gilbert and Wiggum, but now he gave it the ring of an original suggestion. "And you'd better give his name in to our timekeeper as beginning tomorrow morning, see?" "Yes, sir," bowed Wiggum deferentially. "Is that all?" "Yes, that's all," concluded Gilbert smartly. You go with Wiggum, Mr. Griffiths. He'll tell you what to do. Wiggum turned. If you'll just come with me, Mr. Griffiths, he observed deferentially, as Clyde could see, and that for all of his cousin's apparently condescending attitude, and marched out with Clyde at his heels. And young Gilbert turned briskly to his own desk, but at the same time shaking his head. His feeling at the moment was that mentally Clyde was not above a good bellboy in a city hotel, probably. Else why should he have come here in this way? I wonder what he thinks he's going to do here, he continued to think. Where he thinks he's going to get. And Clyde, as he followed Mr. Wiggum, was thinking what a wonderful place Mr. Gilbert Griffiths enjoyed. No doubt he came and went as he chose, arrived at the office late, departed early, and somewhere in this very interesting city dwelt with his parents and sisters in a very fine house, of course. And yet here he was, Gilbert's own cousin and the nephew of his wealthy uncle, being escorted to work in a very minor department of this great concern. Nevertheless, once they were out of the sight and hearing of Mr. Gilbert Griffiths, he was somewhat diverted from this mood by the sights and sounds of the great manufactory itself. For here, on this same floor, but beyond the immense office room through which he had passed, was another, much larger room filled with rows of bins, facing aisles not more than 5 feet wide, and containing, as Clyde could see, enormous quantities of collars boxed in small paper boxes, according to sizes. These bins were either being refilled by stock boys, who brought more boxed collars from the boxing room in large wooden trucks, or were being as rapidly emptied by order clerks, who, trundling small box trucks in front of them, were filling orders from duplicate checklists which they carried in their hands. "Never worked in a collar factory before, Mr. Griffiths, I presume?" commented Mr. Wiggum with somewhat more spirit once he was out of the presence of Gilbert Griffiths. Clyde noticed at once the Mr. Griffiths. "Oh, no," he replied quickly. "I never worked at anything like this before." "Expect to learn all about the manufacturing end of the game in the course of time, though, I suppose." He was walking briskly along one of the long aisles as he spoke, but Clyde noticed that he shot sly glances in every direction. "I'd like to," he answered. "Well, there's a little more to it than some people think, although you often hear there isn't very much to learn." He opened another door, crossed a gloomy hall, and entered still another room, which, filled with bins as was the other, was piled high in every bin with bolts of white cloth. "You might as well know a little about this as long as you're going to begin in the shrinking room. This is the stuff from which the collars are cut, the collars and the lining. They are called webs. Each of these bolts is a web. We take these down to the basement and shrink them because they can't be used this way. If they are, the collars would shrink after they were cut. But you'll see. We tub them and then dry them afterwards." He marched solemnly on, and Clyde sensed once more that this man was not looking upon him as an ordinary employee by any means. His Mr. Griffiths, his supposition to the effect that Clyde was to learn all about the manufacturing end of the business, as well as his condescension in explaining about these webs of cloth, had already convinced Clyde that he was looked upon as one to whom some slight homage must be paid. He followed Mr. Wiggum, curious as to the significance of this, and soon found himself in an enormous basement which had been reached by descending a flight of steps at the end of a third hall. Here, by the help of 4 long rows of incandescent lamps, he discerned row after row of porcelain tubs or troughs, lengthwise of the room, and end to end, which reached from one exterior wall to the other. And in these, under steaming hot water apparently, were any quantity of those same webs he had just seen upstairs, soaking. And nearby, north and south of these tubs, and paralleling them for the length of this room, all of 150 feet in length, were enormous drying racks, or moving skeleton platforms, boxed, top and bottom and sides, with hot steam pipes, between which on rolls, but festooned in such a fashion as to take advantage of these pipes above, below, and on either side, were more of these webs, but unwound and wet, and draped as described, yet moving along slowly on these rolls from the east end of the room to the west. This movement, as Clyde could see, was accompanied by an enormous rattle and clatter of ratchet arms, which automatically shook and moved these lengths of cloth forward from east to west. And as they moved, they dried, and were then automatically rewound at the west end of these racks into bolt form once more, upon a wooden spool, and then lifted off by a youth whose duty it was to take from these moving platforms. One youth, as Clyde saw, took from 2 of these tracks at the west end, while at the east end another youth of about his own years fed. That is, he took bolts of this now partially shrunk yet still wet cloth, and attaching one end of it to some moving hooks, saw that it slowly and properly unwound and fed itself over the drying racks for the entire length of these tracks. As fast as it had gone the way of all webs, another was attached. Between each two rows of tubs in the center of the room were enormous whirling separators or dryers, into which these webs of cloth, as they came from the tubs in which they had been shrinking for 24 hours, were piled, and as much water as possible centrifugally extracted before they were spread out on the drying racks. Primarily little more than this mere physical aspect of the room was grasped by Clyde. Its noise, its heat, its steam, the energy with which a dozen men and boys were busying themselves with various processes. They were, without exception, clothed only in armless undershirts, a pair of old trousers belted at the waist, and with canvas topped and rubber-soled sneakers on their bare feet. The water and the general dampness and heat of the room seemed obviously to necessitate some such dressing as this. "This is the shrinking room," observed Mr. Wiggum as they entered. "It isn't as nice as some of the others, but it's where the manufacturing process begins. Kemmerer!" he called. A short, stocky, full-chested man with a pale, full face and white, strong-looking arms, dressed in a pair of dirty and wrinkled trousers and an armless flannel shirt, now appeared. Like Wiggum in the presence of Gilbert, he appeared to be very much overawed in the presence of Wiggum. "This is Clyde Griffiths, the cousin of Gilbert Griffiths. I spoke to you about him last week, you remember?" "Yes, sir." "He's to begin down here. He'll show up in the morning." "Yes, sir." "Better put his name down on your checklist. He'll begin at the usual hour." "Yes, sir." Mr. Wiggum, as Clyde noticed, held his head higher and spoke more directly and authoritatively than at any time so far. He seemed to be the master, not underling, now. "7:30 is the time everyone goes to work here in the morning," went on Mr. Wiggum to Clyde informatively. "But they all ring in a little earlier, about 7:20 or so as to have time to change their clothes and get to the machines. Now, if you want to," he added, "Mr. Kemmerer can show you what you'll have to do tomorrow before you leave today. It might save a little time. Or you can leave it until then if you want to. It don't make any difference to me. Only, if you'll come back to the telephone girl at the main entrance about 5:30, I'll have Mrs. Brayley there for you. She's to show you about your room, I believe. I won't be there myself, but you just ask the telephone girl for her. She'll know." He turned and added, "Well, I'll leave you now." He lowered his head and started to go away, just as Clyde began, "Well, I'm very obliged to you, Mr. Wiggum." Instead of answering, he waved one fishy hand slightly upward and was gone, down between the tubs toward the west door. And at once Mr. Kemmerer, still nervous and overawed apparently, began. "Oh, that's all right about what you have to do, Mr. Griffiths. I'll just let you bring down webs on the floor above to begin with tomorrow. But if you've got any old clothes, you'd better put 'em on. A suit like that wouldn't last long here." He eyed Clyde's very neat, if inexpensive suit in an odd way. His manner, quite like that of Mr. Wiggum before him, was a mixture of uncertainty and a very small authority here in Clyde's case, of extreme respect and yet some private doubt which only time might resolve. Obviously it was no small thing to be a Griffiths here, even if one were a cousin, and possibly not as welcome to one's powerful relatives as one might be. At first sight, and considering what his general dreams in connection with this industry were, Clyde was inclined to rebel. For the type of youth and man he saw here were in his estimation, and at first glance rather below the type of individuals he hoped to find here, individuals neither so intelligent nor alert as those employed by the Union League and the Green Davidson by a long distance. And still worse, he felt them to be much more subdued and sly and ignorant, mere clocks, really. And their eyes, as he entered with Mr. Wiggum, while they pretended not to be looking, were very well aware, as Clyde could feel, of all that was going on. Indeed, he and Mr. Wiggum were the center of all their secret looks. At the same time, their spare and practical manner of dressing struck dead at one blow any thought of refinement in connection with the work in here. How unfortunate that his lack of training would not permit his being put to office work or something like that upstairs. He walked with Mr. Kemmerer, who troubled to say that these were the tubs in which the webs were shrunk overnight, these the centrifugal dryers, these the rack dryers. Then he was told that he could go, and by then it was only 3 o'clock. He made his way out of the nearest door, and once outside he congratulated himself on being connected with this great company, while at the same time wondering whether he was going to prove satisfactory to Mr. Kemmerer and Mr. Wiggum. Supposing he didn't. Or supposing he couldn't stand all this. It was pretty rough. Well, if worst came to worst, as he now thought, he could go back to Chicago, or on to New York, maybe, and get work. But why hadn't Samuel Griffiths had the graciousness to receive and welcome him? Why had that young Gilbert Griffiths smiled so cynically? And what sort of woman was this Mrs. Brayley? Had he done wisely to come here? Would this family do anything for him now that he was here? It was thus that, strolling west along River Street, on which were a number of other kinds of factories, and then north through a few other streets that held more factories, tinware, wick wire, a big vacuum carpet cleaning plant, a rug manufacturing company, and the like, that he came finally upon a miserable slum, the like of which, small as it was, he had not seen outside of Chicago or Kansas City. He was so irritated and depressed by all the poverty and social angularity and crudeness of it, all spelling but one thing, social misery, to him, that he at once retraced his steps, and recrossing the Mohawk by a bridge farther west, soon found himself in the area, which was very different indeed, a region once more of just such homes as he had been admiring before he left for the factory. And walking still farther south, he came upon that same wide and tree-lined avenue, which he had seen before, the exterior appearance of which alone identified it as the principal residence thoroughfare of Lycurgus. It was so very broad and well paved, and lined by such an arresting company of houses. At once he was very much alive to the personnel of this street, for it came to him immediately that it must be in this street, very likely, that his uncle Samuel lived. The houses were nearly all of French, Italian, or English design, and excellent period copies at that, although he did not know it. Impressed by their beauty and spaciousness, however, he walked along, now looking at one and another, and wondering which, if any, of these was occupied by his uncle, and deeply impressed by the significance of so much wealth. How superior and condescending his cousin Gilbert must feel, walking out of some such place as this in the morning. Then, pausing before one which, because of trees, walks, newly groomed if bloomless flower beds, a large garage at the rear, a large fountain to the left of the house as he faced it, in the center of which was a boy holding a swan in his arms, and to the right of the house, one lone cast-iron stag pursued by some cast-iron dogs, he felt especially impelled to admire, and charmed by the dignity of this place, which was a modified form of Old English, he now inquired of a stranger who was passing, a middle-aged man of a rather shabby working type, "Whose house is that, mister?" And the man replied, "Why, that's Samuel Griffith's residence. He's the man who owns the big collar factory over the river." At once Clyde straightened up as though dashed with cold water. His uncle's? His residence? Then that was one of his automobiles standing before the garage at the rear there, and there was another visible through the open door of the garage. Indeed, in his immature and really psychically unilluminated mind, it suddenly evoked a mood which was as of roses, perfumes, lights, and music. The beauty, the ease. What member of his own immediate family had ever even dreamed that his uncle lived thus? The grandeur! And his own parents so wretched, so poor, preaching on the streets of Kansas City, and no doubt Denver, conducting a mission. And although thus far no single member of his family other than his chill cousin had troubled to meet him, and that at the factory only, and although he had been so indifferently assigned to the menial type of work that he had, still he was elated and uplifted. For, after all, was he not a Griffiths, a full cousin as well as a full nephew to the two very important men who lived here, and now working for them in some capacity at least? And must not that spell a future of some sort, better than any he had known as yet? For consider who the Griffiths were here, as opposed to the who the Griffiths were in Kansas City, say, or Denver. The enormous difference. A thing to be as carefully concealed as possible. At the same time, he was immediately reduced again, for supposing the Griffiths here, his uncle or his cousin or some friend or agent of theirs, should now investigate his parents and his past. Heavens! The matter of that slain child in Kansas City, his parents' miserable makeshift life, Esta! At once his face fell, his dreams being so thickly clouded over. If they should guess! If they should sense! Oh, the devil! Who was he, anyway? And what did he really amount to? What could he hope for from such a great world as this, really, once they knew why he had troubled to come here? A little disgusted and depressed, he turned to retrace his steps, for all at once he felt himself very much of a nobody. End of Book 2, Chapter 5. Section 25 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 2, Chapter 6. The room which Clyde secured this same day with the aid of Mrs. Brayley was in Thorpe Street, a thoroughfare enormously removed in quality, if not in distance, from that which his uncle resided. Indeed, the difference was sufficient to decidedly qualify his mounting notions of himself as one who, after all, was connected with him. The commonplace brown or gray or tan-colored houses, rather smoked or decayed, which fronted it, the leafless and winter-harried trees, which in spite of smoke and dust, seemed to give promise of the newer life so near at hand, the leaves and flowers of May. Yet as he walked into it with Mrs. Brayley, many drab and commonplace figures of men and girls, and elderly spinsters resembling Mrs. Brayley in kind, were making their way home from the several factories beyond the river, and at the door Mrs. Brayley and himself were received by a none too polished woman in a clean gingham apron over a dark brown dress, who led the way to a second-floor room, not too small or uncomfortably furnished, which she assured him he could have for $4 without board, or $7.50 with, a proposition which, seeing that he was advised by Mrs. Brayley that this was somewhat better than he would get in most places for the same amount, he decided to take. And here, after thanking Mrs. Brayley, he decided to remain, later sitting down to dinner with a small group of Milltown store and factory employees, such as partially he had been accustomed to in Paulina Street in Chicago, before moving to the better atmosphere of the Union League. And after dinner he made his way out into the principal thoroughfares of Lycurgus, only to observe such a crowd of nondescript mill workers as, judging these streets by day, he would not have fancied swarmed here by night. Girls and boys, men and women of various nationalities and types, Americans, Poles, Hungarians, French, English, and for the most part, if not entirely touched with a peculiar something, ignorance or thickness of mind or body, or with a certain lack of taste and alertness or daring, which seemed to mark them one and all as of the basement world which he had seen only this afternoon. Yet in some streets and stores, particularly those nearer Waikiki Avenue, a better type of girl and young man who might have been, and no doubt were of the various office groups of the different companies over the river, neat and active. And Clyde, walking to and fro from 8 until 10, when, as though by prearrangement, the crowd in the more congested streets seemed suddenly to fade away, leaving them quite vacant, and throughout this time contrasting it all with Chicago and Kansas City. What would Ratterer think if he could see him now, his uncle's great house and factory? And perhaps because of its smallness, liking it. The Lycurgus Hotel, neat and bright, and with a brisk local life seeming to center about it. And the post office, and a handsomely spired church, together with an old and interesting graveyard, cheek by jowl with an automobile salesroom. And now a new moving picture theater just around the corner in a side street. And various boys and girls, men and women, walking here and there, some of them flirting, as Clyde could see, and with a suggestion somehow hovering over it all of hope and zest and youth, the hope and zest and youth that is at the bottom of all the constructive energy of the world everywhere. And finally returning to his room in Thorpe Street, with the conclusion that he did like the place, and would like to stay here. That beautiful Waikiki Avenue, his uncle's great factory, the many pretty and eager girls he had seen hurrying to and fro. In the meantime, in so far as Gilbert Griffiths was concerned, and in the absence of his father, who was in New York at the time, a fact which Clyde did not know, and of which Gilbert did not trouble to inform him, he had conveyed to his mother and sisters that he had met Clyde, and if he were not the dullest, certainly he was not the most interesting person in the world either. Encountering Myra, as he first entered at 5:30, the same day that Clyde had appeared, he troubled to observe, "Well, that Chicago cousin of ours blew in today." "Yes," commented Myra. "What's he like?" The fact that her father had described Clyde as gentlemanly and intelligent had interested her, although knowing Lycurgus and the nature of the mill life here and its opportunities for those who worked in factories such as her father owned, she had wondered why Clyde had bothered to come. "Well, I can't see that he's so much," replied Gilbert. "He's fairly intelligent and not bad-looking, but he admits that he's never had any business training of any kind. He's like all those young fellows who work for hotels. He thinks clothes are the whole thing, I guess. He had on a light brown suit and a brown tie and hat to match, and brown shoes. His tie was too bright, and he had on one of those bright pink striped shirts like they used to wear 3 or 4 years ago. Besides, his clothes aren't cut right. I don't want to say anything because he's just come on, and we don't know whether he'll hold out or not. But if he does, and he's going to pose around as a relative of ours, he'd better tone down, or else I'd advise the governor to have a few words with him. Outside of that, I guess he'll do well enough in one of the departments after a while, as a foreman or something. He might even be made into a salesman later on, I suppose. But what he sees in all that to make it worthwhile to come here is more than I can guess. As a matter of fact, I don't think the governor made it clear to him just how few the chances are here for anyone who isn't really a wizard or something." He stood with his back to the large open fireplace. "Oh, well, you know what Mother was saying the other day about his father. She thinks Daddy feels that he's never had a chance in some way. He'll probably do something for him whether he wants to keep him in the mill or not. She told me that she thought that Dad felt that his father hadn't been treated just right by their father." Myra paused, and Gilbert, who had had the same hint from his mother before now, chose to ignore the implication of it. "Oh, well, it's not my funeral," he went on. "If the governor wants to keep him on here, whether he's fitted for anything special or not, that's his lookout. Only he's the one that's always talking about efficiency in every department and cutting and keeping out the dead timber." Meeting his mother and Bella later, he volunteered the same news and much the same ideas. Mrs. Griffiths sighed, for after all, in a place like Lycurgus, and established as they were, anyone related to them and having their name ought to be most circumspect and have careful manners and taste and judgment. It was not wise for her husband to bring on anyone who was not all of that and more. On the other hand, Bella was by no means satisfied with the accuracy of her brother's picture of Clyde. She did not know Clyde, but she did know Gilbert, and as she knew he could decide very swiftly that this or that person was lacking in almost every way, when, as a matter of fact, they might not be at all as he saw it. "Oh, well," she finally observed, after hearing Gilbert comment on more of Clyde's peculiarities at dinner, "if Daddy wants him, I presume he'll keep him or do something with him eventually." At which Gilbert winced internally, for this was a direct slap at his assumed authority in the mill under his father, which authority he was eager to make more and more effective in every direction, as his younger sister well knew. In the meanwhile, on the following morning, Clyde, returning to the mill, found that the name or appearance, or both perhaps, his resemblance to Mr. Gilbert Griffiths, was of some peculiar advantage to him which he could not quite sufficiently estimate at present, for on reaching the number 1 entrance, the doorman on guard there looked as though startled. "Oh, you're Mr. Clyde Griffiths?" he queried. "You're going to work under Mr. Kemmerer. Yes, I know. Well, that man there will have your key." And he pointed to a stodgy, stuffy old man whom later Clyde came to know as Old Jeff, the time clock guard, who, at a stand farther along the same hall, furnished and reclaimed all keys between 7:30 and 7:40. When Clyde approached him and said, "My name's Clyde Griffiths, and I'm here to work downstairs with Mr. Kemmerer," he too started, and then said, "Sure, that's right. Yes, sir. Here you are, Mr. Griffiths. Mr. Kemmerer spoke to me about you yesterday. Number 71 is to be yours. I'm giving you Mr. Duvaney's old key." When Clyde had gone down the stairs into the shrinking department, he turned to the doorman who had drawn near, and exclaimed, "Don't it beat all how much that fellow looks like Mr. Gilbert Griffiths? Why, he's almost his spit and image. What is he, do you suppose, a brother or a cousin or what?" "Don't ask me," replied the doorman. "I never saw him before. But he's certainly related to the family, all right. When I seen him first, I thought it was Mr. Gilbert. I was just about to tip my hat to him when I saw it wasn't." And in the shrinking room when he entered, as on the day before, he found Kemmerer as respectful and evasive as ever. For, like Wigham before him, Kemmerer had not as yet been able to decide what Clyde's true position with this company was likely to be. For, as Wigham had informed Kemmerer the day before, Mr. Gilbert had said no least thing which tended to make Mr. Wigham believe that things were to be made especially easy for him, nor yet hard either. On the contrary, Mr. Gilbert had said, he's to be treated like all the other employees as to time and work, no different. Yet in introducing Clyde, he had said, "This is my cousin, and he's going to try and learn this business," which would indicate that as time went on, Clyde was to be transferred from department to department until he had surveyed the entire manufacturing end of the business. Wigham, for this reason, after Clyde had gone, whispered to Kemmerer, as well as to several others, that Clyde might readily prove to be someone who was a protege of the chief, and therefore they determined to watch their step, at least until they knew what his standing here was to be. And Clyde, noticing this, was quite set up by it, for he could not help but feel that this in itself, and apart from whatever his cousin Gilbert might either think or wish to do, might easily presage some favor on the part of his uncle that might lead to some good for him. So when Kemmerer proceeded to explain to him that he was not to think that the work was so very hard, or that there was so very much to do for the present, Clyde took it with a slight air of condescension, and in consequence Kemmerer was all the more respectful. "Just hang up your hat and coat there in one of those lockers," he proceeded mildly and ingratiatingly even. "Then you can take one of those crate trucks back there and go up the next floor and bring down some webs. They'll show you where to get them." The days that followed were diverting and yet troublesome enough to Clyde, who to begin with was puzzled and disturbed at times by the peculiar social and workaday worlds and position in which he found himself. For one thing, those by whom now he found himself immediately surrounded at the factory were not such individuals as he would ordinarily select for companions, far below bell-boys or drivers or clerks anywhere. They were, one and all, as he could now clearly see, needy or stodgy, mentally and physically. They wore such clothes as only the most common laborers would wear, such clothes as are usually worn by those who count their personal appearance among the least of their troubles, their work and their heavy material existence being all. In addition, not knowing just what Clyde was, or what his coming might mean to their separate and individual positions, they were inclined to be dubious and suspicious. After a week or two, however, coming to understand that Clyde was a nephew of the president, a cousin of the secretary of the company, and hence not likely to remain here long in any menial capacity, they grew more friendly, but inclined in the face of the sense of subserviency which this inspired in them, to become jealous and suspicious of him in another way. For, after all, Clyde was not one of them, and under such circumstances could not be. He might smile and be civil enough, yet he would always be in touch with those who were above them, would he not? Or so they thought. He was, as they saw it, part of the rich and superior class, and every poor man knew what that meant. The poor must stand together everywhere. For his part, however, and sitting about for the first few days in this particular room eating his lunch, he wondered how these men could interest themselves in what were to him such dull and uninteresting items. The quality of the cloth that was coming down in the webs, some minute flaws in the matter of weight or weave. The last 20 webs hadn't looked so closely shrunk as the preceding 16, or the Cranston Wickwire Company was not carrying as many men as it had the month before, or the Anthony Woodenware Company had posted a notice that the Saturday half-holiday would not begin before June 1st this year, as opposed to the middle of May last year. They all appeared to be lost in the humdrum and routine of their work. In consequence, his mind went back to happier scenes. He wished at times he were back in Chicago or Kansas City. He thought of Ratterer, Hegland, Higby, Louise Ratterer, Larry Doyle, Mr. Squires, Hortense, all of the young and thoughtless company of which he had been a part, and wondered what they were doing. What had become of Hortense? She had got that fur coat after all, probably from that cigar clerk, and then gone away with him after she had protested so much feeling for him, the little beast. After she had gotten all that money out of him. The mere thought of her and all that she might have meant to him if things had not turned as they had made him a little sick at times. To whom was she being nice now? How had she found things since leaving Kansas City? And what would she think if she saw him here now or knew of his present high connections? Gee, that would cool her a little. But she would not think much of his present position, that was sure. But she might respect him more if she could see his uncle and his cousin, and the factory and their big house. It would be like her then to try and be nice to him. Well, he would show her, if he ever ran into her again. Snub her, of course, as no doubt he very well could by then. End of Book 2, Chapter 6. Section 26 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 2, Chapter 7. In so far as his life at Mrs. Cuppy's went, he was not so very happily placed there either, for that was but a commonplace rooming and boarding house, which drew to it, at best, such conservative mill and business types as looked on work and their wages, and the notions of the middle-class, religious world of Lycurgus, as most essential to the order and well-being of the world. From the point of view of entertainment or gaiety, it was in the main a very dull place. At the same time, because of the presence of one Walter Dillard, a brainless sprig who had recently come here from Florida, it was not wholly devoid of interest for Clyde. The latter, a youth of about Clyde's own age and equally ambitious socially, but without Clyde's tact or discrimination anent the governing facts of life, was connected with the men's furnishing department of Stark and Company. He was spry, avid, attractive enough physically, with very light hair, a very light and feeble mustache, and the delicate airs and ways of a small-town Beau Brummel. Never having had any social standing, or the use of any means whatsoever, his father having been a small-town dry goods merchant before him who had failed, he was, because of some atavistic spur or fillip in his own blood, most anxious to attain some sort of social position. But failing that so far, he was interested in and envious of those who had it, much more so than Clyde even. The glory and activity of the leading families of this particular city had enormous weight with him. The Nicholsons, the Starks, the Harriets, Griffiths, Finchleys, etc. And learning a few days after Clyde's arrival of his somewhat left-handed connection with this world, he was most definitely interested. What? A Griffiths? The nephew of Samuel Griffiths of Lycurgus, and in this boarding house, beside him at this table. At once, his interest rose to where he decided that he must cultivate this stranger as speedily as possible. Here was a real social opportunity knocking at his very door, a connecting link to one of the very best families. And besides, was he not young, attractive, and probably ambitious like himself? A fellow to play around with if one could? He proceeded at once to make overtures to Clyde. It seemed almost too good to be true. In consequence, he was quick to suggest a walk, the fact that there was a certain movie just on at the Mohawk, which was excellent, very snappy. Didn't Clyde want to go? And because of his neatness, smartness, a touch of something that was far from humdrum or the heavy practicality of the mill and the remainder of this boarding house world, Clyde was inclined to fall in with him. But, as he now thought, here were his great relatives, and he must watch his step here. Who knew but that he must be making a great mistake in holding such free and easy contacts as this? The Griffiths, as well as the entire world of which they were a part, as he guessed from the general manner of all those who even contacted him, must be very removed from the commonalty here. More by instinct than reason, he was inclined to stand off and look very superior. More so since those, including this very youth on whom he practiced this, seemed to respect him the more. And although upon eager, and even, after its fashion, supplicating request, he now went with this youth, still, he went cautiously. And his aloof and condescending manner Dillard at once translated as class and connection. And to think he had met him in this dull, dubby boarding house here, and on his arrival, at the very inception of his career here. And so his manner was that of the sycophant, although he had a better position and was earning more money than Clyde was at this time, $22 a week. I suppose you'll be spending a good deal of your time with your relatives and friends here, he volunteered on the occasion of their first walk together, and after he had extracted as much information as Clyde cared to impart, which was almost nothing, while he volunteered a few most decidedly furbished bits from his own history. His father owned a dry goods store now. He had come over here to study other methods, etc. He had an uncle here, connected with Stark and Company. He had met a few, not so many as yet, nice people here, since he hadn't been here so very long himself. 4 months, all told. But Clyde's relatives. Say, your uncle must be worth over $1 million, isn't he? They say he is. Those houses in Waikiki Avenue are certainly the cats. You won't see anything finer in Albany or Utica or Rochester either. Are you Samuel Griffith's own nephew? You don't say. Well, that'll certainly mean a lot to you here. I wish I had a connection like that. You bet I'd make it count. He beamed on Clyde eagerly and hopefully, and through him Clyde sensed even more how really important this blood relation was. Only think how much it meant to this strange youth. Oh, I don't know, replied Clyde dubiously, and yet very much flattered by this assumption of intimacy. I came on to learn the collar business, you know, not to play about very much. My uncle wants me to stick to that, pretty much. Sure, I know how that is, replied Dillard. That's the way my uncle feels about me, too. He wants me to stick close to the work here and not play about very much. He's the buyer for Stark and Company, you know. But still, a man can't work all the time either. He's got to have a little fun. Yes, that's right, said Clyde, for the first time in his life a little condescendingly. They walked along in silence for a few moments. Then, do you dance? Yes, answered Clyde. Well, so do I. There are a lot of cheap dance halls around here, but I never go to any of those. You can't do it and keep in with the nice people. This is an awfully close town that way, they say. The best people won't have anything to do with you unless you go with the right crowd. It's the same way up at Fonda. You have to belong, or you can't go anywhere at all. And that's right, I guess. But still, there are a lot of nice girls here that a fellow can go with. Girls of right nice families. Not in society, of course. But still, they're not talked about, see? And they're not so slow, either. Pretty hot stuff, some of them. And you don't have to marry any of them, either. Clyde began to think of him as perhaps a little too lusty for this new life here, maybe. At the same time, he liked him some. By the way, went on Dillard, what are you doing next Sunday afternoon? Well, nothing in particular that I know of just now, replied Clyde, sensing a new problem here. I don't know just what I may have to do by then, but I don't know of anything now. Well, how'd you like to come with me if you're not too busy? I've come to know quite a few girls since I've been here. Nice ones. I can take you out and introduce you to my uncle's family if you like. They're nice people. And afterwards, I know 2 girls we can go and see. Peaches. One of 'em did work in the store, but she don't now. She's not doing anything now. The other is her pal. They have a Victrola and they can dance. I know it isn't a thing to dance here on Sundays, but no one need know anything about that. The girl's parents don't mind. Afterwards, we might take him to a movie or something, if you want to. Not any of those things down near the Mill District, but one of the better ones, see? There formulated itself in Clyde's mind the question as to what, in regard to just such proposals as this, his course here was to be. In Chicago, and recently, because of what happened in Kansas City, he had sought to be as retiring and cautious as possible. For, after that, and while connected with the club, he had been taken with the fancy of trying to live up to the ideals with which the seemingly stern face of that institution had inspired him: conservatism, hard work, saving one's money, looking neat and gentlemanly. It was such an eveless paradise, that. In spite of his quiet surroundings here, however, the very air of the city seemed to suggest some such relaxation as this youth was now suggesting, a form of diversion that was probably innocent enough, but still connected with girls and their entertainment. There were so many of them here, as he could see. These streets, after dinner here, were so alive with good-looking girls, and young men, too. But what might his new-found relatives think of him, in case he was seen stepping about in the manner and spirit which this youth's suggestion seemed to imply? Hadn't he just said that this was an awfully close town, and that everybody knew nearly everything about everybody else? He paused in doubt. He must decide now. And then, being lonely and hungry for companionship, he replied, "Yes, well, I think that's all right." But he added a little dubiously, "Of course, my relatives here—" "Oh, that's all right," replied Dillard smartly. "You have to be careful, of course. Well, so do I. If he could only go around with the Griffiths, even, if he was new around here and didn't know many people, wouldn't it reflect a lot of credit on him? It certainly would. Did already, as he saw it." And forthwith he offered to buy Clyde some cigarettes, a soda, anything he liked. But Clyde, still feeling very strange and uncertain, excused himself, after a time, because this youth with his complacent worship of society and position annoyed him a little, and made his way back to his room. He had promised his mother a letter, and he thought he had better go back and write it, and incidentally to think a little on the wisdom of this new contact. End of Book 2, Chapter 7. Section 27 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 2, Chapter 8. Nevertheless, the next day being a Saturday and a half-holiday the year round in this concern, Mr. Wiggum came through with the pay envelopes. "Here you are, Mr. Griffiths," he said, as though he were especially impressed with Clyde's position. Clyde, taking it, was rather pleased with this mistering, and going back to his locker, promptly tore it open and pocketed the money. After that, taking his hat and coat, he wandered off in the direction of his room, where he had lunch. But, being very lonely, and Dillard not being present because he had to work, he decided upon a trolley ride to Gloversville, which was a city of some 20,000 inhabitants, and reported to be as active, if not as beautiful, as Lycurgus. And that trip amused and interested him, because it took him into a city very different from Lycurgus in its social texture. But the next day, Sunday, he spent idly in Lycurgus, wandering about by himself. For, as it turned out, Dillard was compelled to return to Fonda for some reason, and could not fulfill the Sunday understanding. Encountering Clyde, however, on Monday evening, he announced that on the following Wednesday evening, in the basement of the Digby Avenue Congregational Church, there was to be held a social with refreshments, and according to young Dillard, at least this promised to prove worthwhile. "We can just go out there," was the way he put it to Clyde, "and buzz the girls a little. I want you to meet my uncle and aunt. They're nice people, all right, and so are the girls. They're no slouches. Then we can edge out afterwards, about 10, see, and go around to either Zella or Rita's place. Rita has more good records over at her place, but Zella has the nicest place to dance. By the way, you didn't chance to bring along your dress suit with you, did you?" he inquired. For having already inspected Clyde's room, which was above his own on the 3rd floor, in Clyde's absence, and having discovered that he had only a dress suitcase and no trunk, and apparently no dress suit anywhere, had decided that in spite of Clyde's father conducting a hotel, and Clyde having worked in the Union League Club in Chicago, he must be very indifferent to social equipment. Or, if not, must be endeavoring to make his own way on some character-building plan without help from anyone. This was not to his liking, exactly. A man should never neglect these social essentials. Nevertheless, Clyde was a Griffiths, and that was enough to cause him to overlook nearly anything, for the present anyhow. "No, I didn't," replied Clyde, who was not exactly sure as to the value of this adventure, even yet, in spite of his own loneliness, "but I intend to get one." He had already thought since coming here of his lack in this respect, and was thinking of taking at least 35 of his more recently hard-earned savings and indulging in a suit of this kind. Dillard buzzed on about the fact that while Zella Schumann's family wasn't rich, they owned the house they lived in. Still, she went with a lot of nice girls here, too. So did Rita Dickerman. Zella's father owned a little cottage upon Eckert Lake near Fonda. When next summer came, and with it the holidays and pleasant weekends, he and Clyde, supposing that Clyde liked Rita, might go up there sometime for a visit, for Rita and Zella were inseparable almost, and they were pretty too. Zella's dark and Rita's light, he added enthusiastically. Clyde was interested by the fact that the girls were pretty, and that out of a clear sky, and in the face of his present loneliness, he was being made so much of by this Dillard. But was it wise for him to become very much involved with him? That was the question, for, after all, he really knew nothing of him. And he gathered from Dillard's manner, his flighty enthusiasm for the occasion, that he was far more interested in the girls as girls, a certain freedom or concealed looseness that characterized them, than he was in the social phase of the world which they represented. And wasn't that what brought about his downfall in Kansas City? Here in Lycurgus, of all places, he was least likely to forget it, aspiring to something better, as he now did. Nonetheless, at 8:30 on the following Wednesday evening, they were off, Clyde full of eager anticipation. And by 9 o'clock, they were in the midst of one of those semi-religious, semi-social, and semi-emotional church affairs, the object of which was to raise money for the church, the general service of which was to furnish an occasion for gossip among the elders, criticism, and a certain amount of enthusiastic, if disguised, courtship and flirtation among the younger members. There were booths for the sale of everything from pies, cakes, and ice cream, to laces, dolls, and knickknacks of every description, supplied by the members and parted with for the benefit of the church. The Reverend Peter Israels, the minister, and his wife were present. Also Dillard's uncle and aunt, a pair of brisk and yet uninteresting people whom Clyde could sense were of no importance socially here. They were too genial and altogether social in the specific neighborhood sense, although Grover Wilson, being a buyer for Stark and Company, endeavored to assume a serious and important air at times. He was an undersized and stocky man who did not seem to know how to dress very well, or could not afford it. In contrast to his nephew's almost immaculate garb, his own suit was far from perfect fitting. It was unpressed and slightly soiled, and his tie the same. He had a habit of rubbing his hands in a clerkly fashion, of wrinkling his brows and scratching the back of his head at times, as though something he was about to say had cost him great thought and was of the utmost importance. Whereas nothing that he uttered, even as Clyde could see, was of the slightest importance. And so too with the stout and large Mrs. Wilson, who stood beside him while he was attempting to rise to the importance of Clyde. She merely beamed a fatty beam. She was almost ponderous and pink with a tendency to a double chin. She smiled and smiled, largely because she was naturally genial and on her good behavior here, but incidentally because Clyde was on who he was. For as Clyde himself could see, Walter Dillard had lost no time in impressing his relatives with the fact that he was a Griffiths, also that he had encountered and made a friend of him, and that he was now chaperoning him locally. "Walter has been telling us that you have just come on here to work for your uncle. You're at Mrs. Cuppy's now, I understand. I don't know her, but I've always heard she keeps such a nice, refined place. Mr. Parsley, who lives here with her, used to go to school with me, but I don't see much of him any more. Did you meet him yet?" "No, I didn't," said Clyde in return. "Well, you know, we expected you last Sunday to dinner, only Walter had to go home. But you must come soon, any time at all. I would love to have you." She beamed, and her small grayish-brown eyes twinkled. Clyde could see that because of the fame of his uncle, he was looked upon as a social find, really. And so it was with the remainder of his company, old and young, the Reverend Peter Israels and his wife, Mr. Micah Bumpus, a local vendor of printing inks, and his wife and son, Mr. and Mrs. Maximilian Pick, Mr. Pick being a wholesale and retail dealer in hay, grain, and feed, Mr. Witness, a florist, and Mrs. Troop, a local real estate dealer. All knew Samuel Griffiths and his family by reputation, and it seemed not a little interesting and strange to all of them that Clyde, a real nephew of so rich a man, should be here in their midst. The only trouble with this was that Clyde's manner was very soft and not as impressive as it should be, not so aggressive and contemptuous, and most of them were of that type of mind that respects insolence even where it pretends to condemn it. Insofar as the young girls were concerned, it was even more noticeable, for Dillard was making this important relationship of Clyde's perfectly plain to everyone. This is Clyde Griffiths, the nephew of Samuel Griffiths, Mr. Gilbert Griffiths' cousin, you know. He's just come on here to study the collar business in his uncle's factory." And Clyde, who realized how shallow was this pretense, was still not a little pleased and impressed by the effect of it all. This Dillard's effrontery, the brassy way in which, because of Clyde, he presumed to patronize these people. On this occasion, he kept guiding Clyde here and there, refusing for the most part to leave him alone for an instant. In fact, he was determined that all whom he knew and liked among these girls and young men should know who and what Clyde was, and that he was presenting him. Also, that those whom he did not like should see as little of him as possible, not be introduced at all. "She doesn't amount to anything. Her father only keeps a small garage here. I wouldn't bother with her if I were you." Or, "He isn't much around here, just a clerk in our store." At the same time, in regard to some others, he was all smiles and compliments, or at worst, apologetic for their social lacks. And then he was introduced to Zella Schumann and Rita Dickerman, who, for reasons of their own, not the least among which was a desire to appear a little wise and more sophisticated than the others here, came a little late. And it was true, as Clyde was to find out soon afterwards, that they were different too, less simple and restricted than all the girls whom Dillard had thus far introduced him to. They were not as sound religiously and morally as were these others, and as even Clyde noted on meeting them, they were keen for as close an approach to pagan pleasure without admitting it to themselves, as it was possible to be and not be marked for what they were. And in the consequence, there was something in their manner, the very spirit of the introduction, which struck him as different from the tone of the rest of the church group, not exactly morally or religiously unhealthy, but rather much freer, less repressed, less reserved than were these others. "Oh, so you're Mr. Clyde Griffiths," observed Zella Schumann. "My, you look a lot like your cousin, don't you? I see him driving down Central Avenue ever so often. Walter has been telling us all about you. Do you like Lycurgus?" The way she said Walter, together with something intimate and possessive in the tone of her voice, caused Clyde to feel at once that she must feel rather closer to and freer with Dillard than he himself indicated. A small scarlet bow of velvet ribbon at her throat, 2 small garnet earrings in her ears, a very trim and tight-fitting black dress with a heavily flounced skirt, seemed to indicate that she was not opposed to showing her figure, and prized it, a mood which, except for a demure and rather retiring poise which she affected, would most certainly have excited comment in such a place as this. Rita Dickerman, on the other hand, was lush and blonde, with pink cheeks, light chestnut hair, and bluish-gray eyes. Lacking the aggressive smartness that characterized Ella Schumann, she still radiated a certain something to which Clyde seemed to harmonize with the liberal if secret mood of her friend. Her manner, as Clyde could see, while much less suggestive of masked bravado, was yielding, and to him designedly so, as well as naturally provocative. It had been arranged that she was to intrigue him. Very much fascinated by Zella Schumann and in tow of her, they were inseparable. And when Clyde was introduced to her, she beamed upon him in a melting and sensuous way, which troubled him not a little. For here in Lycurgus, as he was telling himself at the time, he must be very careful with whom he became familiar. And yet, unfortunately, as in the case of Hortense Briggs, she evoked thoughts of intimacy, however unproblematic or distant, which troubled him. But he must be careful. It was just such a free attitude as this suggested by Dillard, as well as these girls' manners, that had gotten him into trouble before. "Now we'll just have a little ice cream and cake," suggested Dillard, after the few preliminary remarks were over, "and then we can get out of here. You two had better go around together and hand out a few hellos. Then we can meet at the ice cream booth. After that, if you say so, we'll leave, eh? What do you say?" He looked at Zella Schumann as much as to say, "You know it is the best thing to do," and she smiled and replied, "That's right, we can't leave right away. I see my cousin Mary over there, and Mother, and Fred Bruckner. Rita and I'll just go around by ourselves for a while, and then we'll meet you, see?" And Rita Dickerman forthwith bestowed upon Clyde an intimate and possessive smile. After about 20 minutes of drifting and browsing, Dillard received some signal from Zella, and he and Clyde paused near the ice cream booth with its chairs in the center of the room. In a few moments they were casually joined by Zella and Rita, with whom they had some ice cream and cake. And then, being free of all obligations, and as some of the others were beginning to depart, Dillard observed, "Let's beat it. We can go over to your place, can't we?" Sure, whispered Zella, and together they made their way to the coat room. Clyde was still so dubious as to the wisdom of all this that he was inclined to be a little silent. He did not know whether he was fascinated by Rita or not, but once out in the street, out of view of the church and the homing amusement seekers, he and Rita found themselves together, Zella and Dillard having walked on ahead. And although Clyde had taken her arm, as he thought fit, She maneuvered it free and laid a warm and caressing hand on his elbow, and she nudged quite close to him, shoulder to shoulder and half leaning on him, began pattering of life on Lycurgus. There was something very furry and caressing about her voice now. Clyde liked it. There was something heavy and languorous about her body, a kind of ray or electron that intrigued and lured him in spite of himself. He felt that he would like to caress her arm, and might if he wished, that he might even put his arm around her waist, and so soon. Yet here he was, a Griffiths. He was shrewd enough to think, a Lycurgus Griffiths, and that was what now made a difference, that made all those girls at this church social seem so much more interested in him and so friendly. Yet in spite of this thought, he did squeeze her arm ever so slightly, and without reproach or comment from her. And once in the Schumann house, which was a large old-fashioned square frame house with a square cupola, very retired among some trees and a lawn, they made themselves at home in a general living room, which was much more handsomely furnished than any room with which Clyde had been identified heretofore. Dillard at once began sorting the records, with which he seemed most familiar, and to pull two rather large rugs out of the way, revealing a smooth hardwood floor. "There's one thing about this house, and these trees, and these soft-toned needles," he commented for Clyde's benefit, of course, since he was still under the impression that Clyde might be, and probably was, a very shrewd person who was watching his every move. "You can't hear a note of this Victrola out in the street, can you, Zell? Nor upstairs either, really, not with the soft needles. We've played it down here and danced to it several times, until 3 or 4 in the morning, and they didn't even know it upstairs, did they, Zell?" "That's right. But then, Father's a little hard of hearing, and Mother don't hear anything either when she gets in her room and gets to reading, but it is hard to hear at that." "Why, do people object to dancing here?" asked Clyde. "Oh, they don't. Not the factory people. Not at all," put in Dillard. "But most of the church people do. My uncle and aunt do, and nearly everyone else we met at the church tonight except Zell and Rita." He gave them a most approving and encouraging glance. "And they're too broad-minded to let a little thing like that bother them. Ain't that right, Zell?" This young girl, who was very much fascinated by him, laughed and nodded. "You bet that's right. I can't see any harm in it." "Nor me, either," put in Rita, "nor my mother and father. Only they don't like to say anything about it or make me feel that they want me to do too much of it." Dillard by then had started a piece entitled Brown Eyes, and immediately Clyde and Rita and Dillard and Zella began to dance, and Clyde found himself insensibly drifting into a kind of intimacy with this girl, which boded he could scarcely say what. She danced so warmly and enthusiastically, a kind of weaving and swaying motion which suggested all sorts of repressed enthusiasms, and her lips were at once wreathed with a kind of lyric smile which suggested a kind of hunger for this thing, and she was very pretty, more so dancing and smiling than at any other time. "She is delicious," thought Clyde, "even if she is a little soft. Any fellow would do almost as well as me, but she likes me because she thinks I'm somebody." And almost at the same moment she observed, "Isn't it just too gorgeous? And you're such a good dancer, Mr. Griffiths." "Oh, no," he replied, smiling into her eyes. "You're the one that's the dancer. I can dance because you're dancing with me." He could feel now that her arms were large and soft, her bosom full for one so young. Exhilarated by dancing, she was quite intoxicating, her gestures almost provoking. "Now we'll put on the love boat," called Dillard the moment Brown Eyes was ended, "and you and Zella can dance together, and Rita and I will have a spin. Eh, Rita?" He was so fascinated by his own skill as a dancer, however, as well as his natural joy in the art, that he could scarcely wait to begin another, but must take Rita by the arms before putting on another record, gliding here and there, doing steps and executing figures which Clyde could not possibly achieve, and which at once established Dillard as the superior dancer. Then, having done so, he called to Clyde to put on the love boat. But as Clyde could see, after dancing with Zella once, this was planned to be a happy companionship of two mutually mated couples, who would not interfere with each other in any way, but rather would aid each other in their various schemes to enjoy society. For while Zella danced with Clyde, and danced well and talked to him much, all the while he could feel that she was interested in Dillard, and Dillard only, and would prefer to be with him. For after a few dances, and while he and Rita lounged on a settee and talked, Zella and Dillard left the room to go into the kitchen for a drink. Only, as Clyde observed, they stayed there much longer than any single drink would have required. And similarly, during this interval, it seemed as though it was intended even, by Rita, that he and she should draw closer to one another. For, finding the conversation on the settee lagging for a moment, she got up and apropos of nothing, no music and no words, motioned to him to dance some more with her. She had danced certain steps with Dillard which she pretended to show Clyde, but because of their nature, these brought her and Clyde into closer contact than before. Very much so. And standing so close together and showing Clyde by elbow and arm what to do, her face and cheek came very close to him, too much for his own strength of will and purpose. He pressed his cheek to hers, and she turned smiling and encouraging eyes upon him. On the instant, his self-possession was gone, and he kissed her on the lips, and then again, and again, and instead of withdrawing them, as he thought she might, she let him, remain just as she was in order that he might kiss her more. And suddenly now, as he felt this yielding of her warm body so close to him, and the pressure of her lips in response to his own, he realized that he had let himself in for a relationship which might not be so very easy to modify or escape. Also that it would be a very difficult thing for him to resist, since he now liked her, and obviously she liked him. End of Book 2, Chapter 8.
Section 28 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1 by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 2, Chapter 9. Apart from the momentary thrill and zest of this, the effect was to throw Clyde, as before, speculatively back upon the problem of his proper course here. For here was this girl, and she was approaching him in this direct and suggestive way. And so soon after telling himself and his mother that his course was to be so different here. No such approaches or relationships as had brought on his downfall in Kansas City. And yet, he was sorely tempted now, for in his contact with Rita, he had the feeling that she was expecting him to suggest a further step, and soon. But just how and where? Not in connection with this large, strange house. There were other rooms apart from the kitchen to which Dillard and Zella had ostensibly departed. But even so, such a relationship once established, what then? Would he not be expected to continue it, or let himself in for possible complications in case he did not? He danced with and fondled her in a daring and aggressive fashion, yet thinking as he did so, "But this is not what I should be doing either, is it? This is like Lycurgus. I am a Griffiths here. I know how these people feel toward me, their parents even. Do I really care for her? Is there not something about her quick and easy availability which, if not exactly dangerous, in so far as my future here is concerned, is not quite satisfactory, too quickly intimate?" He was experiencing a sensation not unrelated to his mood in connection with the lupanar in Kansas City, attracted and yet repulsed. He could do no more than kiss and fondle her here in a somewhat restrained way, until at last Dillard and Zella returned, whereupon the same degree of intimacy was no longer possible. A clock somewhere striking 2, it suddenly occurred to Rita that she must be going. Her parents would object to her staying out so late, and since Dillard gave no evidence of deserting Zella, it followed, of course, that Clyde was to see her home, a pleasure that now had been allayed by a vague suggestion of disappointment or failure on the part of both. He had not risen to her expectations, he thought. Obviously he lacked the courage yet to follow up the proffer of her favors, was the way she explained it to herself. At her own door, not so far distant, and after a conversation which was still tinctured with intimations of some future occasions which might prove more favorable, her attitude was decidedly encouraging, even here. They parted, but with Clyde still saying to himself that this new relationship was developing much too swiftly. He was not sure that he should undertake a relationship such as this here, so soon anyhow. Where now were all his fine decisions made before coming here? What was he going to decide? And yet, because of the sensual warmth and magnetism of Rita, he was irritated by his resolution and his inability to proceed as he otherwise might. Two things which eventually decided him in regard to this came quite close together. One related to the attitude of the Griffiths themselves, which, apart from that of Gilbert, was not one of opposition or complete indifference, so much as it was a failure on the part of Samuel Griffiths in the first instance, and the others largely because of him, to grasp the rather anomalous, if not exactly lonely position in which Clyde would find himself here, unless the family chose to show him at least some little courtesy, or advise him cordially from time to time. Yet Samuel Griffiths, being always very much pressed for time, had scarcely given Clyde a thought, during the first month at least. He was here, properly placed, as he heard, and would be properly looked after in the future. What more, just now, at least? And so for all of 5 weeks before any action of any kind was taken, and with Gilbert Griffiths comforted thereby, Clyde was allowed to drift along in his basement world, wondering what was being intended in connection with himself. The attitude of others, including Dillard and these girls, finally made his position here seem strange. However, about a month after Clyde had arrived, and principally because Gilbert seemed so content to say nothing regarding him, the elder Griffiths inquired one day, "Well, what about your cousin? How's he doing by now?" And Gilbert, only a little worried as to what this might bode, replied, "Oh, he's all right. I started him off in the shrinking room. Is that all right?" "Yes, I think so. That's as good a place as any for him to begin, I believe. But what do you think of him now?" "Oh," answered Gilbert very conservatively and decidedly independently, a trait for which his father had always admired him. "Not so much. He's all right, I guess. He may work out, but he doesn't strike me as a fellow who would ever make much of a stir in this game. He hasn't had much of an education of any kind, you know. Anyone can see that. Besides, he's not so very aggressive or energetic looking. Too soft, I think. Still, I don't want to knock him. He may be all right. You like him, and I may be wrong, but I can't help but think that his real idea in coming here is that you'll do more for him than you would for someone else, just because he is related to you." "Oh, you think he does? Well, if he does, he's wrong." But at the same time, he added, and that with a bantering smile, "He may not be as impractical as you think, though. He hasn't been here long enough for us to really tell, has he? He didn't strike me that way in Chicago. Besides, there are a lot of little corners into which he might fit, aren't there, without any great waste, even if he isn't the most talented fellow in the world? If he's content to take a small job in life, that's his business. I can't prevent that. But at any rate, I don't want him sent away yet, anyhow, and I don't want him put on piecework. It wouldn't look right. After all, he is related to us. Just let him drift along for a little while and see what he does for himself." "All right, Governor," replied his son, who was hoping that his father would absent-mindedly let him stay where he was, in the lowest of all the positions the factory had to offer. But now, to his dissatisfaction, Samuel Griffiths proceeded to add, "We'll have him out to the house for dinner pretty soon, won't we? I have thought of that, but I haven't been able to attend to it before. I should have spoken to Mother about it before this. He hasn't been out yet, has he?" "No, sir, not that I know of," replied Gilbert dourly. He did not like this at all, but was too tactful to show his opposition just here. "We've been waiting for you to say something about it, I suppose." "Very well," went on Samuel. "You'll better find out where he's stopping and have him out. Next Sunday wouldn't be a bad time if we haven't anything else on." Noting a flicker of doubt or disapproval in his son's eyes, he added, "After all, Gil, he's my nephew and your cousin, and we can't afford to ignore him entirely. That wouldn't be right, you know, either. You'd better speak to your mother tonight, or I will, and arrange it." He closed the drawer of a desk in which he had been looking for certain papers, got up and took down his hat and coat and left the office. In consequence of this discussion, an invitation was sent to Clyde for the following Sunday at 6:30 to appear and participate in a Griffiths family meal. On Sunday at 1:30 was served the important family dinner, to which usually was invited one or another of the various local or visiting friends of the family. At 6:30 nearly all of these guests had departed, and sometimes one or two of the Griffiths themselves, the cold collation served being partaken of by Mr. and Mrs. Griffiths and Myra, Bella and Gilbert usually having appointments elsewhere. On this occasion, however, as Mrs. Griffiths and Myra and Bella decided in conference, they would all be present with the exception of Gilbert, who, because of his opposition as well as another appointment, explained that he would stop in for only a moment before leaving. Thus Clyde, as Gilbert was pleased to note, would be received and entertained without the likelihood of contacts, introductions, and explanations to such of their more important connections who might stop by during the afternoon. They would also have an opportunity to study him for themselves and see what they really did think, without committing themselves in any way. But in the meantime, in connection with Dillard, Rita, and Zella, there had been a development which, because of the problem it had posed, was to be affected by this very decision on the part of the Griffiths. For following the evening at the Schumann home, and because, in spite of Clyde's hesitation at the time, all three, including Rita herself, were still convinced that he must or would be smitten with her charms, there had been various hints, as well as finally a direct invitation or proposition on the part of Dillard, to the effect that because of the camaraderie which had been established between himself and Clyde and these two girls, they make a weekend trip somewhere, preferably to Utica or Albany. The girls would go, of course. He could fix that through Zella with Rita, for Clyde if he had any doubts or fears as to whether it could be negotiated or not. "You know she likes you. Zell was telling me the other day that she said she thought you were the candy. Some ladies' man, eh?" And he nudged Clyde genially and intimately, a proceeding in this newer and grander world in which he now found himself, and considering who he was here, was not as appealing to Clyde as it otherwise might have been. These fellows were so pushing where they thought a fellow amounted to something more than they did. He could tell. At the same time, the proposition he was now offering, as thrilling and intriguing as it might be from one point of view, was likely to cause him endless trouble. Was it not? In the first place, he had no money. Only $15 a week here so far, and if he was going to be expected to indulge in such expensive outings as these, why, of course he could not manage. Car fare, meals, a hotel bill, maybe an automobile ride or two. And after that, he would be in close contact with this Rita whom he scarcely knew. And might she not take it on herself to become intimate here in Lycurgus, maybe? Expect him to call on her regularly, and go places, and then, well, gee, supposing the Griffiths, his cousin Gilbert, heard of or saw this. Hadn't Zella said that she saw him often on the street here and there in Lycurgus? And wouldn't they be likely to encounter him somewhere, sometime, when they were all together? And wouldn't that fix him as being intimate with just another store clerk like Dillard who didn't amount to so much after all? It might even mean the end of his career here. Who could tell what it might lead to? He coughed and made various excuses. Just now, he had a lot of work to do. Besides, a venture like that, he would have to see first. His relatives, you know. Besides next Sunday and the Sunday after, some extra work in connection with the factory was going to hold him in Lycurgus. After that, he would see. Actually, in his wavering way, and various disturbing thoughts as to Rita's charm returning to him at moments, he was wondering if it was not desirable, his other decision to the contrary notwithstanding, to skimp himself as much as possible over 2 or 3 weeks and so go anyhow. He had been saving something toward a new dress suit and collapsible silk hat. Might he not use some of that, even though he knew the plan to be all wrong? The fair, plump, sensuous Rita. But then, not at that very moment, but in the interim following, the invitation from the Griffiths. Returning from his work one evening very tired, and still cogitating this gay adventure proposed by Dillard, he found lying on the table in his room a note written on very heavy and handsome paper, which had been delivered by one of the servants of the Griffiths in his absence. It was all the more arresting to him, because on the flap of the envelope it was embossed in high relief the initials E.G. He at once tore it open and eagerly read, "My dear nephew, since your arrival my husband has been away most of the time, and although we have wished to have you with us before, we have thought it best to await his leisure. He is freer now, and we will be very glad if you can find it convenient to come to supper with us at 6 o'clock next Sunday. We dine very informally, just ourselves, so in case you can or cannot come, you need not bother to write or telephone, and you need not dress for this occasion either. But come if you can. We will be happy to see you. Sincerely, your aunt, Elizabeth Griffiths." On reading this, Clyde, who, during all this silence and the prosecution of a task in the shrinking room, which was so eminently distasteful to him, was being more and more weighed upon by the thought that possibly, after all, this quest of his was going to prove a vain one, and that he was going to be excluded from any real contact with his great relatives, was most romantically and hence impractically heartened. For only see, here's this grandiose letter with its "very happy to see you," which seemed to indicate that perhaps, after all, they did not think so badly of him. Mr. Samuel Griffiths had been away all the time. That was it. Now he would get to see his aunt and cousins in the inside of that great house. It must be very wonderful. They might even take him up after this. Who could tell? But how remarkable that he should be taken up now, just when he had about decided that they would not. And forthwith his interest in, as well as his weakness for, Rita, if not Zella and Dillard, began to evaporate. What? Mixed with people so far below him, a Griffiths, in the social scale here, and at the cost of endangering his connection with that important family? Never! It was a great mistake. Didn't this letter, coming just at this time, prove it? And fortunately, how fortunately, he had had the good sense not to let himself in for anything as of yet. And so now, without much trouble, and because, most likely, from now on, it would prove necessary for him so to do, he could gradually eliminate himself from this contact with Dillard, move away from Mrs. Cuppy's, if necessary, or say that his uncle had cautioned him. Anything, but not go with this crowd any more, just the same. It wouldn't do. It would endanger his prospects in connection with this new development, and instead of troubling over Rita and Utica now, he began to formulate for himself once more the essential nature of the private life of the Griffiths, the fascinating places they must go, the interesting people with whom they must be in contact. And at once he began to think of the need of a dress suit, or at least a tuxedo and trousers. Accordingly, the next morning, he gained permission from Mr. Kemmerer to leave at 11 and not return before 1, and in that time he managed to find coat, trousers, and a pair of patent leather shoes, as well as a white silk muffler for the money he had already saved. And so, arrayed, he felt himself safe. He must make a good impression. And for the entire time between then and Sunday evening, instead of thinking of Rita or Dillard or Zella anymore, he was thinking of this opportunity. Plainly, it was an event to be admitted to the presence of such magnificence. The only drawback to all this, as he well now sensed, was this same Gilbert Griffiths, who surveyed him always, whenever he met him anywhere, with such hard, cold eyes. He might be there, and then he would probably assume that superior attitude to make him feel his inferior position if he could, and Clyde had the weakness at times of admitting to himself that he could. And no doubt if he, Clyde, sought to carry himself with too much of an air in the presence of this family, Gilbert would likely seek to take it out of him in some way later, in connection with the work in the factory. He might see to it, for instance, that his father only heard unfavorable things about him. And of course, if he were retained in this wretched shrinking room, and given no show of any kind, how could he expect to get anywhere or be anybody? It was just his luck that on arriving here he should find this same Gilbert looking almost like him, and being so opposed to him for obviously no reason at all. However, despite all his doubts, he decided to make the best of the opportunity, and accordingly on Sunday evening at 6 set out for the Griffiths' residence, his nerves decidedly taut because of the ordeal before him. And when he reached the main gate, a large, arched wrought iron affair, which gave in on a wide, winding brick walk, which led to the front entrance, he lifted the heavy latch which held the large iron gates in place, with almost a quaking sense of adventure, and as he approached along the walk, he felt as though he might well be the object of observant and critical eyes. Perhaps Mr. Samuel or Mr. Gilbert Griffiths, or one of the two sisters, was looking at him now from one of those heavily curtained windows. On the lower floor, several lights glowed with a soft and inviting radiance. This mood, however, was brief, for soon the door was opened by a servant who took his coat and invited him into the very large living room, which was very impressive. To Clyde, even after the Green Davidson and the Union League, it seemed a very beautiful room. It contained so many handsome pieces of furniture and such rich rugs and hangings. A fire burned in the large, high fireplace, before which was circled a number of divans and chairs. There were lamps, a tall clock, a great table. No one was in the room at the moment, but presently as Clyde fidgeted and looked about, he heard a rustling of silk to the rear, where a great staircase descended from the rooms above. And from there he saw Mrs. Griffiths approaching him, a bland and angular and faded-looking woman. But her walk was brisk, her manner courteous, if non-committal, as was her custom always, and after a few moments of conversation he found himself peaceful and fairly comfortable in her presence. "My nephew, I believe," she smiled. "Yes," replied Clyde simply, and because of his nervousness, with unusual dignity. "I am Clyde Griffiths." "I'm very glad to see you and to welcome you to our home," began Mrs. Griffiths, with a certain amount of aplomb which years of contact with the local high world had given her at last. "And my children will be too, of course. Bella is not here just now, or Gilbert either, but then they will be soon, I believe. My husband is resting, but I heard him stirring just now, and he'll be down in a moment. Won't you sit here?" She motioned to a large divan between them. "We dine nearly always alone here together on Sunday evening, so I thought it would be nice if you came just to be alone with us. How do you like Lycurgus now?" She arranged herself on one of the large divans before the fire, and Clyde rather awkwardly seated himself at a respectful distance from her. "Oh, I like it very much," he observed, exerting himself to be congenial and to smile. "Of course, I haven't seen so very much of it yet, but what I have I like. This street is one of the nicest I have ever seen anywhere," he added enthusiastically. "The houses are so large and the grounds so beautiful." "Yes, we here in Lycurgus pride ourselves on Waikiki Avenue," smiled Mrs. Griffiths, who took no end of satisfaction in the grace and rank of her own home in this street. She and her husband had been so long climbing up to it. "Everyone who sees it seems to feel the same way about it. It was laid out many years ago when Lycurgus was just a village. It's only about within the last 15 years that it has come to be as handsome as it is now. But you must tell me something about your mother and father. I never met either of them, you know, though of course I have heard my husband speak of them often. That is, of his brother, anyhow, she corrected. I don't believe he ever met your mother. How is your father? Oh, he's quite well, replied Clyde simply. And mother, too. They're living in Denver now. We did live for a while in Kansas City, but for the last 3 years they've been out there. I had a letter from Mother only the other day. She says everything is all right. Then you keep up a correspondence with her, do you? That's nice. She smiled, for by now she had become interested by, and on the whole, rather taken with Clyde's appearance. He looked so neat and generally presentable, so much like her own son that she was a little startled at first and intrigued on that score. If anything, Clyde was taller, better built, and hence better looking, only she would never have been willing to admit that. For to her, Gilbert, although he was intolerant and contemptuous even to her at times, simulating an affection which was as much a custom as a reality, was still a dynamic and aggressive person, putting himself and his conclusions before everyone else, whereas Clyde was more soft and vague and fumbling. Her son's force must be due to the innate ability of her husband, as well as the strain of some relatives in her own line who had not been unlike Gilbert, while Clyde probably drew his lesser force from the personal unimportance of his parents. But having settled this problem in her son's favor, Mrs. Griffiths was about to ask after his sisters and brothers, when they were interrupted by Samuel Griffiths, who now approached. Measuring Clyde, who had risen very sharply once more, and finding him very satisfactory in appearance at least, he observed, "Well, so here you are, eh? They've placed you, I believe, without my ever seeing you." "Yes, sir," replied Clyde very deferentially and half bowing in the presence of so great a man. "Well, that's all right. Sit down, sit down. I'm very glad they did. I hear you're working down in the shrinking room at present. Not exactly a pleasant place, but not such a bad place to begin either. At the bottom. The best people start there sometimes." He smiled and added, "I was out of the city when you came on, or I would have seen you." "Yes, sir," replied Clyde, who had not ventured to seat himself again until Mr. Griffiths had sunk into a very large stuffed chair near the divan, and the latter, now that he saw Clyde in an ordinary tuxedo with a smart pleated shirt and black tie, as opposed to the club uniform in which he had last seen him in Chicago, was inclined to think him even more attractive than before, not quite as negligible and unimportant as his son Gilbert had made out. Still, not being dead to the need of force and energy in business, and sensing that Clyde was undoubtedly lacking in these qualities, he did now wish that Clyde had more vigor and vim in him. It would reflect more handsomely on the Griffiths end of the family and please his son more, maybe. "Like it where you are now?" he observed condescendingly. "Well, yes, sir. That is, I wouldn't say that I like it exactly," replied Clyde quite honestly. "But I don't mind it. It's as good as any other way to begin, I suppose." The thought in his mind at the moment was that he would like to impress on his uncle that he was cut out for something better, and the fact that his cousin Gilbert was not present at the moment gave him the courage to say it. "Well, that's the proper spirit," commented Samuel Griffiths, pleased. "It isn't the most pleasant part of the process, I will admit, but it's one of the most essential things to know, to begin with. And it takes a little time, of course, to get anywhere in any business these days." From this, Clyde wondered how long he was to be left in that dim world below stairs. But while he was thinking this, Myra came forward, curious about him and what he would be like, and very pleased to see that he was not as uninteresting as Gilbert had painted him. There was something, as she now saw, about Clyde's eyes, nervous and somewhat furtive and appealing or seeking, that at once interested her, and reminded her, perhaps, since she was not much of a success socially either, of something in herself. "Your cousin, Clyde Griffiths, Myra," observed Samuel rather casually as Clyde arose. "My daughter Myra," he added to Clyde. "This is the young man I've been telling you about." Clyde bowed, and then took the cool and not very vital hand that Myra extended to him, but feeling it just the same to be more friendly and considerate than the welcome of the others. "Well, I hope you'll like it now that you're here," she began genially. "We all like Lycurgus, only after Chicago I suppose it won't mean so much to you." She smiled, and Clyde, feeling very formal and stiff in the presence of all these very superior relatives, now returned a stiff thank you, and was just about to seat himself when the outer door opened and Gilbert Griffith strode in. The whirring of a motor had preceded this. a motor that had stopped outside the large east side entrance. "Just a minute, Dolge," he called to someone outside. "I won't be long." Then, turning to the family, he added, "Excuse me, folks, I'll be back in a minute." He dashed up the rear stairs, only to return after a time and confront Clyde, if not the others, with that same icy and inconsiderate air that had so far troubled him at the factory. He was wearing a light belted motoring coat of a very pronounced stripe, and a dark leather cap and gauntlets, which gave him almost a military air. After nodding to Clyde rather stiffly and adding, "How do you do?" he laid a patronizing hand on his father's shoulder and observed, "Hi, Dad. Hello, Mother. Sorry I can't be with you tonight, but I just came over from Amsterdam with Dolge and Eustace to get Constance and Jacqueline. There's some doings over at the Bridgemans, but I'll be back again before morning. Or at the office, anyhow. Everything all right with you, Mr. Griffiths?" he observed to his father. "Yes, I have nothing to complain of," returned his father. "But it seems to me that you're making a pretty long night of it, aren't you?" "Oh, I don't mean that," returned his son, ignoring Clyde entirely. "I just mean that if I can't get back by 2, I'll stay over. That's all, see?" He tapped his father genially on the back again. "I hope you're not driving that car as fast as usual," complained his mother. "It's not safe at all." 15 miles an hour, Mother. 15 miles an hour. I know the rules." He smiled loftily. Clyde did not fail to notice the tone of condescension and authority that went with all this. Plainly here, as at the factory, he was a person who had to be reckoned with. Apart from his father, perhaps, there was no one here to whom he offered any reverence. What a superior attitude, thought Clyde. How wonderful it must be to be a son who, without having had to earn all this, could still be so much, take oneself so seriously, exercise so much command and authority. It might be, as it plainly was, that this youth was very superior and indifferent in tone to him. But think of being such a youth, having so much power at one's command. End of Book 2, Chapter 9. Section 29 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 2, Chapter 10. At this point, a maid announced that supper was served, and instantly Gilbert took his departure. At the same time, the family arose, and Mrs. Griffiths asked the maid, "Has Bella telephoned yet?" "No, ma'am," replied the servant, "not yet." "Well, have Mrs. Truesdale call up the Finchleys and see if she's there. You tell her I said that she is to come home at once." The maid departed for a moment while the group proceeded to the dining room, which lay to the west of the stairs at the rear. Again, as Clyde saw, this was another splendidly furnished room done in a very light brown, with a long centered table of carved walnut, evidently used only for special occasions. It was surrounded by high-backed chairs and lighted by candelabras set at even spaces upon it. In a lower-ceilinged and yet ample circular alcove beyond this, looking out on the garden to the south, was a smaller table set for 6. It was in this alcove that they were to dine, a different thing from what Clyde had expected for some reason. Seated in a very placid fashion, he found himself answering questions principally as to his own family, the nature of its life, past and present. How old was his father now? His mother? What had been the places of their residence before moving to Denver? How many brothers and sisters had he? How old was his older sister, Esta? What did she do? And the others? Did his father like managing a hotel? What had been the nature of his father's work in Kansas City? How long had the family lived there? Clyde was not a little troubled and embarrassed by this chain of questions which flowed rather heavily and solemnly from Samuel Griffiths or his wife, and from Clyde's hesitating replies, especially in regard to the nature of the family life in Kansas City. Both gathered that he was embarrassed and troubled by some of the questions. They laid it to the extreme poverty of their relatives, of course. For having asked, "I suppose you began your hotel work in Kansas City, didn't you, after you left school?" Clyde blushed deeply, bethinking himself of the incident of the stolen car, and of how little real schooling he had had. Most certainly he did not like the thought of having himself identified with hotel life in Kansas City, and more especially the Green Davidson. But fortunately at this moment the door opened, and Bella entered, accompanied by 2 girls such as Clyde would have assumed at once belonged to this world. How different to Rita and Zella, with whom his thoughts so recently had been disturbedly concerned. He did not know Bella, of course, until she proceeded most familiarly to address her family. But the others, one was Sondra Finchley, so frequently referred to by Bella and her mother, as smart and vain and sweet a girl as Clyde had ever laid his eyes upon, so different to any he had ever known, and so superior. She was dressed in a close-fitting tailored suit which followed her form exactly, and which was enhanced by a small dark leather hat, pulled fetchingly low over her eyes. A leather belt of the same color encircled her neck. By a leather leash she led a French bull, and over one arm carried a most striking coat of black and gray checks, not too pronounced, and yet having the effect of a man's modish overcoat. To Clyde's eyes she was the most adorable feminine thing he had seen in all his days. Indeed, her effect on him was electric, thrilling, arousing in him a curiously stinging sense of what it was to want and not to have, to wish to win and yet to feel, almost agonizingly, that he was destined not to even win a glance from her. It tortured and flustered him. At one moment he had a keen desire to close his eyes and shut her out. At another, to look only at her, constantly, so truly was he captivated. Yet, whether she saw him or not, she gave no sign at first, exclaiming to her dog, "Now, Bissell, if you're not going to behave, I'm going to take you out and tie you out there. Oh, I don't believe I can stay a moment if you won't behave better than this." He had seen a family cat and was tugging to get near her. Beside her was another girl whom Clyde did not fancy nearly as much, and yet who, after her fashion, was as smart as Sondra and perhaps as alluring to some. She was blonde, tow-headed, with clear almond-shaped, greenish-gray eyes, a small, graceful, cat-like figure, and a slinky feline manner. At once, on entering, she sidled across the room to the end of the table, where Mrs. Griffiths sat, and leaning over her at once began to purr. "Oh, how are you, Mrs. Griffiths? I'm so glad to see you again. It's been some time since I've been over here, hasn't it? But then Mother and I have been away. She and Grant are over at Albany today, and I just picked up Bella and Sondra here at the Lamberts. You're just having a quiet little supper by yourselves, aren't you? How are you, Myra?" she called, and reaching over Mrs. Griffith's shoulder touched Myra quite casually on the arm, as though it were more a matter of form than anything else. In the meantime, Bella, who next to Sondra seemed to Clyde decidedly the most charming of the three, was exclaiming, "Oh, I'm late. Sorry, Mama and Daddy. Won't that do this time?" Then noting Clyde, and as though for the first time, although he had risen as they entered and was still standing, she paused in semi-mock modesty, as did the others. And Clyde, oversensitive to just such airs and material distinctions, was fairly tremulous with his sense of his own inadequacy as he waited to be introduced. For to him, youth and beauty in such a station as this represented the ultimate triumph of the female. His weakness for Hortense Briggs, to say nothing of Rita, who was not so attractive as either of these, illustrated the effect of trim femininity on him, regardless of merit. "Bella," observed Samuel Griffiths, heavily, noting Clyde still standing, "your cousin, Clyde." "Oh, yes," replied Bella, observing that Clyde looked exceedingly like Gilbert. "How are you? Mother has been saying that you were coming to call one of these days." She extended a finger or two, and then turned toward her friends. "My friends, Miss Finchley and Miss Cranston, Mr. Griffiths." The two girls bowed, each in the most stiff and formal manner, and at the same time studying Clyde most carefully and rather directly. "Well, he does look like Gil a lot, doesn't he?" whispered Sondra to Bertine, who had drawn near to her. And Bertine replied, "I never saw anything like it. He's really better looking, isn't he? A lot." Sondra nodded, pleased to note in the first instance that he was somewhat better looking than Bella's brother, whom she did not like. Next, that he was obviously stricken with her, which was her due, as she invariably decided in connection with youths thus smitten with her. But having thus decided, and seeing that his glance was persistently and helplessly drawn to her, she concluded that she need pay no more attention to him, for the present, anyway. He was too easy. But now Mrs. Griffiths, who had not anticipated this visitation and was a little irritated with Bella for introducing her friends at this time, since it at once raised the question of Clyde's social position here, observed, "Hadn't you two better lay off your coats and sit down? I'll just have Nadine lay extra plates at this end. Bella, you can sit next to your father." "Oh, no, not at all," and "No, indeed, we're just on our way home ourselves. I can't stay a minute," came from Sondra and Bertine. But now that they were here, and Clyde had proved to be as attractive as he was, they were perversely interested to see what, if any, social flair was to him. Gilbert Griffiths, as they both knew, was far from being popular in some quarters, their own in particular, however much they might like Bella. He was, for two such self-centered beauties as these, too aggressive, self-willed, and contemptuous at times. Whereas Clyde, if one were to judge by his looks, at least was much more malleable. And if it were to prove now that he was of equal station, or that the Griffiths thought so, decidedly he would be available locally, would he not? At any rate, it would be interesting to know whether he was rich. But this thought was almost instantly satisfied by Mrs. Griffiths, who observed rather definitely and intentionally to Bertine, "Mr. Griffiths is a nephew of ours from the West who has come to see if he can make a place for himself in my husband's factory. He's a young man who has to make his own way in the world, and my husband has been kind enough to give him an opportunity." Clyde flushed, since obviously this was a notice to him that his social position here was decidedly below that of the Griffiths or these girls. At the same time, as he also noticed, the look of Bertine Cranston, who was only interested in youths of means and position, changed from one of curiosity to marked indifference. On the other hand, Sondra Finchley, by no means so practical as her friend, though of a superior station in her set since she was so very attractive and her parents possessed of even more means, resurveyed Clyde with one thought written rather plainly on her face, that it was too bad. He really was so attractive. At the same time, Samuel Griffiths, having a peculiar fondness for Sondra, if not Bertine, whom Mrs. Griffiths also disliked as being too tricky and sly, was calling to her. "Here, Sondra, tie up your dog to one of the dining-room chairs and come and sit by me. Throw your coat over that chair. Here's room for you." He motioned to her to come. "But I can't, Uncle Samuel," called Sondra, familiarly and showily, and yet somehow sweetly, seeking to ingratiate herself by this affected relationship. "We're late now. Besides, Bissell won't behave. Bertine and I are just on our way home, truly." "Oh, yes, Papa," put in Bella quickly. "Bertine's horse ran a nail in his foot yesterday and is going lame today, and neither Grant nor his father is home. She wants to know if you know anything that's good for it." "Which foot is it?" inquired Griffiths, interested, while Clyde continued to survey Sondra as best he might. She was so delicious, he thought, her nose so tiny and tilted, her upper lip arched so roguishly upward toward her nose. "It's the left fore. I was riding out on the East Kingston Road yesterday afternoon. Jerry threw a shoe and must have picked up a splinter, but John doesn't seem to be able to find it." "Did you ride him much with a nail, do you think?" "About 8 miles, all the way back." "Well, you had better have John put on some liniment and a bandage and call a veterinary. He'll come around all right, I'm sure." The group showed no signs of leaving, and Clyde, left quite to himself for the moment, was thinking what an easy, delightful world this must be, this local society. For here they were without a care, apparently, between any of them. All their talk was of houses being built, horses they were riding, friends they had met, places they were going to, things they were going to do. And there was Gilbert, who had left only a little while before, motoring somewhere with a group of young men, and Bella, his cousin, trifling around with these girls in the beautiful homes of this street, while he was shunted away to a small third-floor room at Mrs. Cuppy's with no place to go, and with only $15 a week to live on. And in the morning he would be working in the basement again, while these girls were rising to more pleasure. And out in Denver were his parents with their small lodging house in Mission, which he dared not even describe accurately here. Suddenly, the two girls declaring they must go, they took themselves off, and he and the Griffiths were once more left to themselves. He with the feeling that he was very much out of place and neglected here, since Samuel Griffiths and his wife and Bella, anyhow, if not Myra, seemed to be feeling that he was merely being permitted to look into a world into which he did not belong. Also, that because of his poverty it would be impossible to fit him into, however much he might dream of associating with 3 such wonderful girls as these. And at once he felt sad. Very. His eyes and his mood darkening so much that not only Samuel Griffiths, but his wife as well as Myra noticed it. If he could enter upon this world, find some way. But of the group it was only Myra, not any of the others, who sensed that in all likelihood he was lonely and depressed. And in consequence, as all were rising and returning to the large family room, Samuel chiding Bella for her habit of keeping her family waiting, it was Myra who drew near to Clyde to say, "I think after you've been here a little while, you'll probably like Lycurgus better than you do now, even. There are quite a number of interesting places to go and see around here. Lakes and the Adirondacks are just north of here, about 70 miles. And when the summer comes and we get settled at Greenwood, I'm sure Father and Mother will like you to come up there once in a while." She was by no means sure that this was true, but under the circumstances, whether it was or not, she felt like saying it to Clyde. And thereafter, since he felt more comfortable with her, he talked with her as much as he could without neglecting either Bella or the family, until about 9:30. when, suddenly feeling very much out of place and alone, he arose saying that he must go, that he had to get up early in the morning. And as he did so, Samuel Griffiths walked with him to the front door and let him out. But he, too, by now, as had Myra before him, feeling that Clyde was rather attractive, and yet, for reasons of poverty, likely to be neglected from now on, not only by his family, but by himself as well, observed most pleasantly, and as he hoped, compensatively, "It's rather nice out, isn't it? Waikiki Avenue hasn't begun to show what it can do yet because the spring isn't quite here, but in a few weeks," and he looked up most inquiringly at the sky and sniffed the late April air, "we must have you out. All the trees and flowers will be in bloom, and then you can see how really nice it is. Good night." He smiled and put a very cordial note into his voice, and once more Clyde felt that, whatever Gilbert Griffith's attitude might be, most certainly his father was not wholly indifferent to him. End of Book 2, Chapter 10.
Part 1 has ended. Please click on Part 2 to continue listening.